Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 2169 to Chapter 2255. Wu Qiankuan, Fairy Miao Qing, by Xuxing, Young Master Yellow Spring, and Young Master Evil Yu. These 5 experts were the top cultivators of the younger generation. Every single one of them had inherited a supreme technique. Now, they had come together. What? You want to attack me together? Lin Feng glanced at the 5 of them indifferently. These 5 people had grudges with him. There was no need to mention his grudges with Wu Qiankuan and Fairy Miao Qing. As for Bai Xuxing, he was considered to be from the same sect as Lin Feng. Back at the Myriad Immortals Islands auction in the returning Ruined Sea region, he had failed to compete with Lin Feng for a treasure. He had wanted to kill Lin Feng. Bai Xuxing had entered the Dao through killing. He would kill anyone who made him unhappy. He did not care about the other party's identity. So what if he was from the same sect as Lin Feng? Lin Feng had made him unhappy, so he still wanted to kill Lin Feng. Young Master Yellow Spring and Jin Luiyue had schemed against Shui Linglong, but Lin Feng had ruined their plan. Therefore, they hated Lin Feng. As for Young Master Evil Yu, he was jealous of Lin Feng's close relationship with Shui Linglong. Young Master Evil Yu would kill any man who dared to get close to Shui Linglong without hesitation. This time, it was the same. As long as I can kill you, why should I care what method I use? The world will only remember the victors and will not pay attention to a dead person. Fairy Miao Qing sneered. Lin Feng said, Fairy Miao Qing, you were about to become my slave last time. If not for the arrival of the divine servants, you would have been kneeling in front of me and begging me to favor you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will definitely make you my slave. I want to see the goddess in the eyes of countless people kneeling on the ground after being turned into a slave. You're courting death, Fairy Miao Qing shouted angrily and attacked Lin Feng. Heavenly flowers fall to the mortal dust, 1,000 feet of white snow shatters the gods. Fairy Miao Qing's methods were extraordinary as she executed a supreme technique. The flower of mortal dust fell from the sky. The flowers of red dust were so dense that wherever they passed, the entire world seemed to be frozen. Thousands of feet of white snow fell. A world of snow. White snow bloomed, and the world collapsed. But as long as the snow touched their bodies, if they didn't die, they would be injured. It was extremely dangerous. River of the Yellow Springs, Hades, come. Young Master Yellow Spring made his move. Rumble, a large river swept over and enveloped Lin Feng. That was the legendary Yellow Spring River. The Yellow Springs River was also known as the River of Forgetfulness. It was said that anyone who came into contact with the Yellow Springs River would lose all their memories. He would even forget who he was. No matter how powerful an expert was, their memories would be erased by the Yellow Springs. No matter how powerful a divine ability was, it would be forgotten and unable to be used. Martial breaking Qiankuan fist. Wu Qiankuan made his move and performed the supreme fist technique. Fist shattering heaven and earth. This invincible punch was filled with a terrifying killing intent that could destroy everything. It swept forward, shattering the heavens and the universe. A fist enveloped Lin Feng and blasted towards him. 9 Hell Soul Refining Technique. Evil Prince made his move. He performed a powerful demonic technique. This demonic technique could destroy a cultivator's soul. It was very domineering. Heaven-breaking, earth-breaking, life-breaking. Bai Xuxing slashed out 3 times in a row. These 3 slashes contained 3 powerful forces. Bai Xuxing cultivated the Tao of killing. His swordsmanship also contained a supreme killing intent. Therefore, Bai Xuxing's attack was a sword technique that was specially created for killing. The attacks of the 5 experts were terrifying, and they all attacked Lin Feng. Not to mention the cultivators of the younger generation, even the experts of the older generation would probably die if they were besieged by these 5 people. Look, isn't that Wu Qiankuan, Fairy Miao Qing, Bai Xuxing, Evil Prince, and Evil Prince? They're all the top experts of the younger generation, and they're all attacking one person. Who's that person? I don't know him, but he looks very young. Does such a young cultivator need all 5 experts to work together to kill him? Many people around saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wu Qiankuan, Fairy Miaoqing, Bai Shuxing, Evil Prince, and Evil Prince were all top experts. Although they were very young, their cultivation had already caught up to the cultivators of the older generation. That was why the onlookers were shocked. There was actually someone who could attract the attention of 5 experts. From the onlookers' point of view, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to escape from being attacked by 5 experts. No one could survive the joint attack of the 5 experts. Humph. Lin Feng snorted coldly in the face of the 5 experts' attacks. His expression was extremely cold and filled with cold killing intent. Lin Feng took a step forward. Epic dominance was unleashed. When Lin Feng's epic dominance was unleashed, all the attacks were instantly shattered by epic dominance. Epic dominance was a combination of attack, defense, restriction, suppression, and intimidation. It was extremely domineering. Epic dominance was still transparent, which was the most basic form of epic dominance. Therefore, it could only shatter their attacks. If Lin Feng had unleashed his own epic dominance, these people would have been injured by Lin Feng's epic dominance. Of course, Lin Feng's current cultivation base was not enough for him to use epic dominance as he wished. However, even if he did not use epic dominance, Lin Feng was still strong enough to deal with these people. After unleashing epic dominance, Lin Feng unleashed Dracophant arms. Epic dominance enveloped the 5 experts. Lin Feng attacked as fast as lightning. Bang! 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 Everyone saw, Wu Qiankuan, Fairy Miaoqing, Bai Shuxing, Evil Prince, and Evil Prince were all sent flying. Barf, all 5 of them vomited mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. 5 top experts of the younger generation ganged up on Lin Feng. They were actually vomiting blood from Lin Feng's attacks. This was too unbelievable. However, this was indeed true. What happened in front of them? How dare you come and find trouble with me with your cultivation base? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to kill the 5 of them, suddenly, a sword aura came from afar. The sword aura was 1,000 meters long. It was like a mountain lying between heaven and earth. It slashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face suddenly sank. A top expert had secretly attacked him. Facing the terrifying sword aura, Lin Feng did not retreat. He activated Dracophant arms. He punched towards the terrifying sword aura. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng's Dracophant arms collided with the terrifying sword aura that was 1,000 meters long. The sword aura was too terrifying. It sent Lin Feng flying 1,000 meters away. F***CK. Which bastard dares to sneak attack me? Lin Feng got up from the ground and cursed loudly. Fortunately, he was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. At this moment, Wu Qiankuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, the expressions of these people became extremely unsightly. Who were they? Each of them was a giant among men. They were famous in the 9 states. But now, they were beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. Moreover, they were beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng in front of everyone when the 5 of them attacked Lin Feng together. After this matter spread out, the 5 of them could already imagine what kind of ridicule they would face and how others would look at them. This feeling of humiliation made the 5 of them feel like they were going crazy. They were all looking at Lin Feng with killing intent in their eyes. But these people also knew that they were no match for Lin Feng, even though they didn't want to admit it. But it was a fact that couldn't be changed. At this moment, an expert flew over from afar. It was an old man who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile. Little bastard, your mouth is full of filthy words. I will cut off your tongue later. Overlord Sword Morongju. Many people exclaimed when they saw the sage-like old man. This old man's identity wasn't simple. He was a supreme elder of the Supreme Immortal sect. In the Supreme Immortal sect, he was second only to the 5 giants of the Supreme Immortal sect. Now, he was going to kill Lin Feng personally. With this person's means, there was a high chance that he could kill Lin Feng. Moreover, this Morongju was very cautious. He didn't get close to Lin Feng. Instead, he deliberately distanced himself from Lin Feng. This person was obviously worried that Lin Feng had some powerful means. So, he distanced himself and used his magic power to activate all kinds of ultimate techniques to suppress Lin Feng from afar. Lin Feng couldn't resist his attacks. The older, the wiser. The two of them were over 1,000 meters apart. Even when Lin Feng used his Supreme Being aura, he was unable to cause any damage to Morongju. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't even think about it. He turned around and flew into the distance. Thief! Where are you going? Morongju's voice was cold. He raised his hand and a sword radiance slashed towards Lin Feng. Morongju's battle prowess was truly terrifying. A beam of sword light split the world. The void was split open. The sword slashed the heavens and the earth. Who could contend against it? The 1,000 zhang long sword beam slashed down once more, giving Lin Feng a great deal of pressure. This kind of antique that had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, was truly terrifying. It was not something that ordinary giant divinity stage cultivators could compare with. Lin Feng shuttled through the void and narrowly dodged Morongju's terrifying sword. Go, 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 Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and quickly flew into the distance. You can't escape. Morongju sneered as he charged towards Lin Feng. His eyes were cold. In his eyes, even if Lin Feng grew 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still die today. Lin Feng naturally wasn't willing to die in Morongju's hands like this. He increased his speed to the extreme and quickly flew out. Morongju's speed didn't have an advantage. He was being shaken off by Lin Feng bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng suddenly laughed out loud. Old dog Morong. Is this the speed of a turtle? I think you should stop calling yourself Morongju. Just call yourself Morong Turtle. Lin Feng sneered loudly. Morongju said coldly, Thief, don't be too complacent. I have a way to deal with you. Swoosh, Morongju waved his right hand. A treasure flew out. It was a flying carpet-type treasure. It was called the Heaven Feather Flying Carpet. Morongju stood on it. Swoosh, suddenly. The flying carpet turned into a bird and let out a sharp ear-piercing cry. The bird looked like an eagle, but it wasn't an eagle. It looked like a bird, but it wasn't a bird. It looked like a swan, but it wasn't a swan. No one knew what species it was. But its speed was surprisingly fast. Like a flash of lightning, it chased after Lin Feng. And the bird's speed was obviously faster than Lin Feng's speed. The distance between the two sides gradually shortened. Damn, this works too? Lin Feng suddenly felt depressed. Morongju said proudly, this flying carpet of mine is a flying magical treasure passed down from the immortal ancient era. It's extremely fast. Normally, I don't even want to use it, but today, in order to catch you, little thief, I don't hesitate to use it. Little thief, if you stop and surrender now, I can give you a quick death. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, when I catch you, I'll peel your skin and pull out your tendons before killing you with 1,000 cuts. You old tortoise? You're still far from it. Lin Feng curled his lips and retorted. You don't know what's good for you. Morongju's expression suddenly darkened and his killing intent soared. Then, he used all his strength to control the flying carpet that had turned into a bird and chased after Lin Feng. 2 hours later, Morongju was less than 1,000 meters away from Lin Feng. Morongju's face was filled with a cold smile. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sword chi flew out and slashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly took out the death god armor to protect his body. At the same time, he quickly dodged the sword chi that came from behind. But there were too many sword chi. It was impossible to dodge all of them. Therefore, Lin Feng was still hit by the sword chi. His body was directly blasted away. After the death god armor blocked 36 streaks of sword chi in a row, it could no longer resist the attacks of the sword chi. It automatically retracted back into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body was penetrated by a sword chi. He fell straight down from the sky. The most terrifying thing was that the sword chi actually turned into a small sword chi and drilled into Lin Feng's body. It began to tear Lin Feng's body apart and caused great damage to Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng quickly used the great suppression skill to suppress the sword qi that was wreaking havoc in his body. But at this time, Morongju had already landed. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Dense sword qi slashed towards Lin Feng. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He quickly condensed a defense crystal wall to block Morongju's attack. The defense crystal wall was instantly destroyed and Lin Feng was sent flying. Barf! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and his body was weak. Kid, do you want to know how it feels to be executed by 1,000 cuts? Morongju's lips curved into a cold murderous smile. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Sword qi circled around his hand. The sword qi was about to fly out at any time. Morongju wanted to execute Lin Feng and let Lin Feng taste the pain before he died. Just then, a gust of cold wind swept across the area. He's here. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Morongju seemed to have sensed something and looked behind him. Someone as strong as him. He didn't even have the strength to resist and turned into a human skin. Immediately after, that gloomy and cold strength moved towards Lin Feng. The curse of human skin appeared once again. Lin Feng did not even know what had activated the curse. Although Morongju had died, the situation he was facing now was extremely bad. Lin Feng even felt a deep sense of despair. Although Morongju seemed to be in control of everything, in reality, Lin Feng still had some tricks up his sleeves that he had not used yet. When he used those tricks, he might be able to kill Morongju. However, against the curse of human skin, Lin Feng had no other way. After the cold aura enveloped his entire body, Lin Feng felt that he could no longer move. His life was quickly draining away. He felt a thick aura of death enveloping his entire body. It was a terrible feeling. Lin Feng hated this feeling of death. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure rushed over and grabbed Lin Feng. Then, it quickly rushed into the distance. Duzu! Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect Duzu to appear. Ha 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 ha. Young master, I came just in time, right? Duzu screamed. Lin Feng almost burst into tears. Duzu came just in time. Just a little later, he was about to die. Duzu carried Lin Feng and fled into the distance. The gloomy and cold aura came from behind. The terrifying existence hidden in the void seemed to be angry. The cold aura was very fast. It was quickly chasing after them. Oh my god! Duzu screamed in fear. The cold aura behind them was getting closer and closer. Boom, the void split open. The evil Dominator Saint appeared. He was holding a jade bottle in his hand. Then, he threw the jade bottle out. Bang! The jade bottle exploded. Then, a dense black liquid flowed out of the jade bottle. A terrifying creature that had been hiding in the dark revealed itself after coming into contact with the jet black liquid. The terrifying creature let out a sharp, ear-piercing roar. Then, it disappeared without a trace. It's gone, Lin Feng let out a long breath. The terrifying being hidden in the dark had appeared. Although he could not tell what it was, but Lin Feng already had a general idea of what the cursed skin was. Those who were cursed did not die silently. Instead, there was a terrifying creature following them. It would appear at a certain time. Then, it would devour the cursed person. Master, are you all right? The evil Dominator Saint flew over and asked. Lin Feng said. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Then, Lin Feng let Duzu put him down. He sat cross-legged. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes, looked at the evil Dominator Saint, and asked, what was that black liquid that spilled out of the jade bottle? Evil Dominator Saint said, this is a bottle of weak water we obtained by chance. Ruoxue? The undying world sea of Ruoxue? Lin Feng said in astonishment. He immediately thought of the primordial god Ruoxue. Ruoxue was one of the primordial gods. She was originally the master of the endless Ruoxue. But later, she fell in love with a man. That man was a heavenly demon. Ruoxue was a demon. Naturally, she could not fall in love with a god. Ruoxue went against the agreement. After falling in love with the heavenly demon, she completely lost herself. The sea of Ruoxue was tainted with the aura of a demon. The gods allowed Ruoxue to control the sea of Ruoxue because they thought highly of her. However, Ruoxue fell in love with a heavenly demon and was bewitched by him. To the gods, this was naturally a humiliation. The gods were furious. They used heaven-defying magic power and turned the sea of Ruoxue into a land of death. The sea of Ruoxue also turned into an ocean of death. After the ancient god Ruoxue was suppressed, she was tortured for eternity. Lin Feng had once obtained a bracelet of misfortune. It was related to the ancient god Ruoxue. The demon lord had once said that whoever obtained the bracelet of misfortune would suffer terrible things. The solution to this problem was to find the suppressed ancient god Ruoxue. Evil Reverend Saint said, "This is indeed the weak water of the sea of weak water in the undying world. It's extremely terrifying. It's said that it can corrode the body and soul of everything." However, that creature didn't seem to have suffered much damage. "I wonder if the rumors are true," Lin Feng said. "It's not that the Ruoxue isn't powerful enough. It's that living being that is too powerful." He returned to the place where Morongju died and picked up Morongju's storage ring from the ground. The flying carpet was a supreme treasure. Lin Feng sensed the space inside the ring and found that Morongju had quite a few treasures. The flying carpet was among them. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. "Young master, where do we go now? Continue to explore the Heaven Wasteland sacred ground? Or return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect?" Du Zhu asked. "It's said that many factions are trying to find a way to open the tomb of the Chaos Lord. Should we join in the fun?" Lin Feng said. "It's said that the tomb is a huge pit. Those who jump in will suffer a calamity. Let's not join in the fun. We won't return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect for the time being. Let's return to the Dragon Gate. I need to help you or neutralize her soul-planting technique. Once I'm done, I'll return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect." Du Zhu and the Heretic Supremacy had no objections. Lin Feng left with Du Zhu and the Heretic Supremacy. Half a year later, Lin Feng finally returned to the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate was fine. The evil dragon palaces were also fine. Lin Feng stayed in the Dragon Gate for a few days before heading to the Immortal Snow Island. Lin Feng saw Yu when he arrived at the Immortal Snow Island. "Big brother Lin, are you here to see me?" Yu was very happy to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile. "Yes, of course I'm here to see you." Yu's big black eyes curved into crescents when she heard Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng then went to visit Xianxia. Then, he began to help Yu neutralize her soul-planting technique. This soul-planting technique might be simple to set up, but it was extremely troublesome to neutralize it. Lin Feng had been studying some of the secret techniques recorded in the Chaos Treasure Tome for the past half a year. However, Lin Feng was not very competent in neutralizing Yu's soul-planting technique. This was because it was written in the Chaos Treasure Tome. The highest success rate for neutralizing a soul-planting technique was only 30%. Moreover, this was under the condition that everything went smoothly. If the soul-planting technique was used, the soul seed left in the soul of the victim would be too powerful. Not to mention the person who was implanted with a soul. Even the cultivator who helped to neutralize the soul-planting technique might be implicated. At that time, he would also end up with his divine soul shattered. Therefore, neutralizing a soul-planting technique was an extremely troublesome and dangerous task. Lin Feng prepared hundreds of spirit medicines to concoct a kind of spirit liquid called soul-washing liquid. This soul-washing liquid was very special. It was a spirit liquid specially concocted for cultivators who had been subjected to the soul-planting technique. The energy of the soul-washing liquid could be absorbed by the soul, and this energy could make the soul fall into a deep sleep. After Yu's soul absorbed the medicinal power of the soul-washing liquid, the soul seed in Yu's soul would definitely absorb it as well. Because the soul seed had been continuously absorbing Yu's soul power, it was equivalent to parasitizing Yu's soul. Yu's soul and soul seed would fall into a deep sleep under the effect of the soul-washing liquid. At this time, it was time for Lin Feng to destroy the soul seed. After the soul-washing liquid was concocted, Lin Feng poured the soul-washing liquid into the bathtub, and then he let Yu'er soak in it. Yu'er's pretty face was pink. She entered the bathtub wearing only her underwear. Soon Yu'er fell into a deep sleep. This was because under the effect of the soul-washing liquid, Yu'er's soul fell into a deep sleep. However, Lin Feng did not make a move at this time, because although Yu'er's soul fell into a deep sleep, it was still far from enough. Most of the soul-washing liquid was absorbed by Yu'er's soul, and only a small part of it was absorbed by the soul seed. So now Lin Feng was still waiting for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And this opportunity was that the energy of the soul-washing liquid in the bathtub was completely absorbed. The soul seed also had the opportunity to absorb a large amount of energy. 3 days later, the energy of the soul-washing liquid was completely absorbed by Yu'er. Lin Feng took Yu'er out of the bathtub. Yu'er's face was beautiful, and her figure could be said to be perfect. But the beauty was in his arms. Lin Feng did not have any romantic thoughts. Right now, all his energy was focused on helping Yu'er resolve the soul planting technique. Lin Feng let Yu'er sit cross-legged in front of him. Then Lin Feng's right hand was placed on Yu'er's lower abdomen, and his left hand was placed on Yu'er's back. The place where his right hand was placed was the location of Yu'er's dantian. And the place where his left hand was placed was the Jimin point on her back. Powerful mana from these two positions continuously poured into Yu'er's body. Lin Feng's spiritual will fused into the mana. Under the control of divine telekinesis, this mana began to circulate in Yu'er's body along a special path. After a total of 36 great circulations, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The mana that poured into Yu'er's body turned into an extremely special kind of energy, and this special kind of energy finally poured into Yu'er's soul. This energy protected Yu'er's soul. Following that, even more energy continued to pour into Yu'er's soul. The energy that poured into Yu'er's soul later carefully wrapped around the soul seed in Yu'er's soul. During this process, Lin Feng was extremely cautious. He was afraid that he would disturb this soul seed. Once the soul seed was disturbed, when the soul seed recovered, Lin Feng was worried that it would harm Yu'er's soul. Although Yu'er's soul was currently protected by that special energy, who could guarantee that she would be safe and sound, would it be able to withstand the attack of the soul seed? Therefore, Lin Feng was very careful. Fortunately, this soul seed had also fallen into a deep slumber. The effect of the spirit cleansing liquid was still very obvious. After that special energy wrapped around the soul seed, Lin Feng carefully separated the soul seed from Yu'er's soul. During this process, he became even more cautious. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that when the soul seed was about to be separated, at this time, the soul seed actually emitted a shocking fluctuation. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. It must be that the sleeping soul in the soul seed was about to wake up. This was going to be troublesome. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, and a powerful soul force poured into Yu'er's mind. He used his soul force to wrap around the soul seed. Then, a powerful soul force quickly gushed out. And that soul seed was also swept out by Lin Feng's soul force. Lowly existence, you actually dare to make a move on this seat. Suddenly, a cold voice came out from the soul seed. Following that, a terrifying soul force gushed out from the soul seed. Those powerful soul forces all poured into Lin Feng's mind, wanting to destroy Lin Feng's soul. Where is the soul? Where is the soul? Where is the soul? Those powerful soul forces actually condensed into the appearance of a woman. The woman was incomparably beautiful, like a fairy, but her aura was incomparably evil. She was searching for Lin Feng's soul. She wanted to destroy Lin Feng's soul. This woman should be the one who used the soul-planting technique, scheming for eternity to devour Yu'er's soul in the future and obtain Yu'er's body. Not long after, the woman found Lin Feng's soul. She sneered and said, "You almost ruined everything. Have you thought about how you want to die?" Lin Feng's soul hid in the primal chaos ancient lamp. He sneered and replied, "Your soul force has fallen into a deep slumber under the effects of the spirit cleansing liquid. Now, you can only use a small part of your soul force. Do you think you can destroy my soul? How laughable. Isn't it easy to destroy your soul?" The woman sneered and attacked the primal chaos ancient lamp. Lin Feng sneered, fearless. He summoned the 4 heavenly fires and Luya's stargazing chart. At the same time, he controlled the primal chaos ancient lamp to attack the woman. The two sides immediately engaged in an intense battle. The woman was very strong. However, it was just as Lin Feng had said. No matter how strong the woman was, she could only use a small part of her soul force. Lin Feng naturally did not fear her. The battle lasted for an entire day and night. With the four heavenly fires, Luya's stargazing chart, and the primal chaos ancient lamp working together, Lin Feng finally found the woman's weakness. Luya's stargazing chart charged forward and tore the woman's body apart. The woman was formed from soul force, so when her body was torn apart, there would be no bloody scene. After the woman was heavily injured, the primal chaos ancient lamp slammed into her and blew her apart. Her body was once again decomposed into soul force. Next, the four heavenly fires enveloped the soul force and burned it fiercely. Lin Feng wanted to completely refine the woman's soul. Do you know who I am? If you dare to kill me, no one in the world will be able to save you. Not only you, but your family, friends, and so on will all die, and they will all die a miserable death. The woman's voice came from the soul force that was being burned by the heavenly fires. She threatened Lin Feng loudly. You still dare to threaten me now? What a joke. How could I be afraid of your threats? Go to hell. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He coldly attacked and erased the woman's consciousness. As a result, only the purest soul origin energy was left. As for the woman, she was completely dead. Lin Feng absorbed the soul origin energy, but his soul level did not continue to break through. The main reason was that this portion of soul origin energy was not majestic enough. Lin Feng looked at the soul seed. The woman's soul energy was mainly concentrated in the soul seed. After refining the soul seed, his soul level would definitely increase greatly. Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but be overjoyed. After he wrapped the soul seed with the heavenly fire, he wanted to burn the soul seed. But at this time, the soul seed actually began to burn fiercely. Self-destruction? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Self-destruction was a method left behind by many experts. For example, the dispersal of the body into a rainbow was considered self-destruction. The burning of the soul was also considered self-destruction. The reason why he chose to self-destruct was because he did not want others to desecrate his body or soul. What bad luck! He actually destroyed his own soul. Lin Feng could not help but curse. He had originally wanted to refine the powerful soul energy in the soul seed to raise his soul power by a few levels. But now, it was all for naught. However, Lin Feng immediately felt relieved. This time, helping Sister Yuer obtain the soul planting technique was already his greatest gain. Although the soul seed had self-destructed, there was nothing to regret. Since he couldn't obtain it, it meant that his luck wasn't enough. Lin Feng laid Yuer flat on the bed and let her rest well. After sleeping for a few days, Yuer should wake up. At that time, there would be no more trouble from the soul planting technique. Yuer could become a real snow fairy. Live happily. He would no longer have to suffer the pain of the soul planting technique. Lin Feng walked out of the room. There were many people waiting outside. These people were all Yuer's senior sisters. Normally, everyone liked Yuer very much, so they were extremely worried about Yuer's health. Thus, she had been waiting outside for news. When she saw Lin Feng come out, a female disciple asked anxiously, "Sect Master Lin, how is junior sister Yuer?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Yuer's spirit planting technique has been dissolved, so she's fine now." "That's great. Thank you, Sect Master Lin." A group of female disciples of the immortal Snow Island thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Yuer and I are fated, and I treat her as my own little sister. Naturally, I will do my best to save her." When Lin Feng said these words, he muttered in his heart, "The little sister I'm talking about is my little sister." The women naturally didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking, and all of them felt a lot of admiration for Lin Feng. Someone quickly left to report this matter to Xianxia. Xianxia quickly arrived and carefully inspected Yuer's condition. Then, he smiled. "Thank you, Sect Master Lin. If not for sect leader Lin, I'm afraid that this girl would have died. Xianxia said. Lin Feng said, Senior, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Yue will probably be unconscious for 3 to 4 days. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't wait for her to wake up. I will take my leave now. Xianxia said, Since Sect Master Lin has matters to attend to, I won't keep you. Shuiyu, help me release Sect Master Lin. Yes, Master. A female disciple received the order and responded. After leaving the immortal Snow Island, Lin Feng returned to the Dragon Gate Island. The Dragon Gate Island was developing and growing in an orderly manner. The territory that originally belonged to the 9th Evil Dragon was now under the control of the Dragon Gate Island. As for the territories of the 5th and 8th Evil Dragons, they were too far away from the Dragon Gate Island, and the territory of the 2nd Evil Dragon was in between. Therefore, after the death of the 5th and 8th Evil Dragons, Lin Feng did not send anyone to occupy the territories of the 2 Evil Dragons. Now the Dragon Gate needed to recuperate and accumulate strength. In the future, they might have to fight with the other Evil Dragons. Moreover, the 9 prefectures that seemed peaceful now were in fact turbulent. Who knew what would happen in the future? If the 9 prefectures fell into chaos, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, during this period, the Dragon Gate should try to recruit as many experts as possible. Lin Feng had always been a person who knew how to make good use of people. Therefore, he left the affairs of the Dragon Gate to his subordinates. He was very relieved. After staying in the Dragon Gate for a few days, Lin Feng planned to return to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Before returning to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, he received a letter from Feng Yaoguang. Husband, how are you doing? Is everything okay? I am about to enter that world. I hope everything goes well. She hoped that everything would go smoothly for her husband. The last payment was in Feng Yaoguang's name. Lin Feng pondered for a while. Which world did Feng Yaoguang go to? Lin Feng was very puzzled. Lin Feng suppressed his longing and worry for Feng Yaoguang in his heart. He left with the evil dominator, Sage Duzu, and returned to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Brother Scum is back. When Lin Feng returned, the news quickly spread in the sect. Brother Scum's return naturally caused a huge uproar. Many people recalled how Lin Feng kidnapped Xiaoshiyun, Baiyusan, and Nangong Qiming. At that time, the 3 fairies stayed with Lin Feng for a month. What had happened in the past month? It was too easy for people to think about it. Moreover, the 3 fairies did not explain anything. This broke the hearts of many disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Now that Lin Feng was back, many people gnashed their teeth in hatred. Of course, some disciples had heard about the Dragon's Gate, but they thought the Dragon's Gate was just a pawn of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect. Lin Feng had become the leader of the Dragon's Gate because Mr. Tortoise had protected him. The leaders of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect had taken advantage of the situation. Lin Feng was very lucky. He became the leader of the Dragon Gate at such a young age. Even the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect thought so, let alone the other disciples. In the distance, a celestial light lingered. A red-crowned crane flew over with a beautiful woman sitting on top of it. The woman's aura was otherworldly. She was like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens. She was breathtakingly beautiful. It's Fairy Yuan Shan. She seems to have gone to visit the Tao Enlightening Patriarch. I heard that she received some of his inheritance. The Tao Enlightening Patriarch is a big shot who has lived for 5 million years. Fairy Yuan Shan received his inheritance. She's really lucky. It's all because Fairy Yuan Shan has a good master. I heard that our sect's ancestor had a relationship with the ancestor of the Tao Enlightening sect. That's why Fairy Yuan Shan was able to obtain the ancestor's inheritance. Many disciples discussed fervently. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Shan. As expected, she was extremely beautiful. No wonder she was one of the 10 fairies of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lin Feng had met many of the 10 fairies of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. For example, Fairy Dancing Fire, Xia Shiyun, Baiyusan, Nangong Qiming, Fairy Lian Yue, and Fairy Ling Yun. Of course, there was also Shui Linglong, who had a close relationship with Lin Feng. In addition, Lin Feng had also met Qiu Yiling. There were only two fairies that Lin Feng had not met. One of them was Yuan Shan. The other one had a very mysterious origin. She was called Dongfang Yanran. It was said that she had left the sect for many years and no one knew where she had gone. Yuan Shan did not care about the surrounding disciples who were pointing at her. She had seen this kind of situation too many times. Not only did Yuan Shan have countless pursuers and admirers in the sect, but she also had countless pursuers in the northern barbarian state and even the entire Jiuzhou. Any peerless beauty on the list of beauties was definitely a figure that attracted a lot of attention. They were even far more famous than those on the list of prodigies. What was the favorite topic of both cultivators and ordinary people? It must be beautiful women. When friends gathered together, did they always talk about which girl was prettier? Which girl had a good figure? Yuan Shan sat on the immortal crane and was about to leave. Suddenly, a man flew over and blocked her way. Yuan Shan did not know this man. She could not help but frown slightly. Yuan Shan was the disciple of a grand elder, one of the 10 fairies, and the saintess of the sect. Her status was very high. Not to mention the disciples of the sect. Even if it was the sect elders, who would dare to block Yuan Shan's way, therefore, Yuan Shan was a little angry when she saw Lin Feng blocking her way. Yuan Shan was about to reprimand him when she heard the surrounding disciples scolding. "Scum, come down quickly. You are not allowed to get close to Shan. Scum, you better behave and don't do anything out of line. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite to you." The disciples of the reincarnation fairy below shouted and scolded loudly. They were all filled with righteous indignation and wanted to beat Lin Feng half to death. Yuan Shan looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. The scum that those disciples were talking about was obviously the male disciple who had blocked her way. Yuan Shan had left the sect for many years. She had been cultivating with the Tao Enlightening Great Ancestor all these years, so she did not know Lin Feng. Naturally, he had never heard of Lin Feng. Therefore, Yuan Shan was very puzzled by the fact that everyone called Lin Feng scum. This male disciple had a tall and straight figure, eyes like stars, and a jade-like face. He was also a handsome man. Most importantly, Yuan Shan had never seen such a calm demeanor among the younger generation of cultivators. Yuan Shan tried hard to recall where she had seen Lin Feng's calm temperament. A few powerful figures suddenly appeared in her mind. The Celestial Master of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. The Supreme Reverend of the Profound Tao God Sect. The Divine Emperor of the Kingdom of Light. Which one of them wasn't a Supreme Being on the Supreme Being list? He cast sidelong glances at the big shots of the 9 prefectures. Yuan Shan felt a little strange. Why did she feel that this male disciple's temperament was so similar to those big shots? Was she imagining things? At that moment, Yuan Shan heard the male disciple who had blocked her way speak. "This humble one is Lin Feng. I've only been in this sect for a few years, so this is my first time meeting Fairy Shan. Nice to meet you. So it's junior brother Lin. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." Yuan Shan nodded slightly. "I prefer it when you call me Little Feng Feng or Big Brother Feng. Of course, if you don't mind, you can also call me Little Big Brother," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Damn. How shameless can you be? You might as well call me hubby." Many people rolled their eyes. As expected of the scum of the sect. He had harmed Xia Shiyun, Bai Yusen, and Nangong Qiming. Now, he was extending his evil claws toward Fairy Yuan Shan, who had just returned to the sect. Many people were furious. With the lesson learned from the past. Naturally, they wouldn't let Lin Feng have his way. "Scum, don't force us to make a move on you. Scum, stay away from Fairy Shan. Otherwise, we'll beat you until half your body is paralyzed. Being paralyzed is considered a light punishment. Be careful, or we'll turn you into a eunuch." Countless disciples began to threaten him. Many people wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Although they weren't Lin Feng's match in a one-on-one battle, they had the advantage in numbers. Therefore, these disciples were confident that they could teach Lin Feng a lesson. However, when they saw the fiendish evil dominator Holy Sage and the mischievous Duzu beside Lin Feng, they all felt a chill run down their spine. Many disciples of the celestial sects were scared and didn't attack. They could only threaten Lin Feng. Yuan Shan spat at Lin Feng. She had only just met Lin Feng, so she naturally wouldn't call him Little Feng Feng, Big Brother Feng, or Little Big Brother. That was too intimate. Usually, only lovers would call each other that. Yuan Shan asked, "Why are these people calling you scum?" Lin Feng said, "I'm so outstanding. They're jealous of me." Pfft. Yuan Shan couldn't help but chuckle. How thick-skinned. Who praises themselves like that? The surrounding disciples were about to go crazy. Lin Feng, this shameless person, actually had the nerve to say that he was outstanding. A scum like him actually dared to say such words? How shameless was he? Fairy Shan, don't be deceived by that bastard. He's scum. That's right. That bastard has done a lot of heartless things. This bastard specializes in harming beautiful female disciples. Fairy, you must be careful. Many people called out. Yuan Shan frowned slightly. Lin Feng said, "Look at these people. They're so jealous of me that they're willing to do anything. They even dare to throw dirty water at me. If I was really such a person, would the sect tolerate me?" When Yuan Shan heard Lin Feng's words, she felt that they made a lot of sense. She said, "Don't take it to heart. Little Shan is so understanding. You know how to care for others." Lin Feng said with a smile. Little Shan? What the? Countless disciples were speechless. All of them were gnashing their teeth in anger. He had only spoken a few words with Fairy Yuan Shan and he was already calling her Little Shan Did he still have any shame? Yuan Shan blushed slightly and said, "You're not allowed to call me that." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Then I'll be called Shan from now on." Yuan Shan couldn't help but snort. She was about to refuse. At that moment, Lin Feng said, "Then it's settled. If you miss me, you can come to the barren mountain to find me." Following that, Lin Feng left with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. What a strange fellow. Yi Futian murmured. Yuan Shan looked at Lin Feng's back as he left. She couldn't help but guess what kind of person Lin Feng was. "Master, I'm back," Lin Feng shouted after returning to the mountain. He knew that Master Tortoise was there because he sensed his aura. Master Tortoise walked out of the ruined palace and said with a smile, "Brat, you still know to come back. The girl from the Mu clan isn't bad, right? I thought you had already fallen into the land of women and couldn't extricate yourself." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Is there anyone who would trick their own disciple like you? I'm giving you a wife, and a very beautiful one at that, and you're still not happy? It's such a waste of Master's kindness to you," Master Tortoise said with a heartbroken expression. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be deceived by Master Tortoise's expression. This old fellow was an old swindler. Lin Feng introduced Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint to Master Tortoise. After getting to know each other, Master Tortoise said, "Brat, go prepare dinner for your master. Your master wants to properly enjoy the joy of delicious food. Master, you can eat it yourself. Recently, your disciple has come up with a few new delicacies," Lin Feng said. Lin Feng then began to prepare dinner for Master Tortoise. Currently, Lin Feng was thinking about how to get some information out of Master Tortoise. Although this cheap master of his didn't seem very reliable and was an old swindler, Lin Feng knew that Master Tortoise wasn't very reliable. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was very clear about. This master of his was actually very tight-lipped. If he didn't want to say something, no matter how one tried to get information out of him, they wouldn't be able to get any useful information out of him. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to use delicacies to confuse Master Tortoise and get him drunk. At that time, he would be able to get information out of Master Tortoise. Lin Feng couldn't help but grin when he thought of this. 2 hours later, a table full of delicacies was prepared. Lin Feng was best at roasting meat. There was also snake soup, several stews, and stir-fry dishes. They were all dishes that Lin Feng had recently learned. The taste was very tempting. The four of them sat around the table and ate heartily. Lin Feng gave Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint a look. The two of them understood tacitly. Then, together with Lin Feng, they took turns feeding Lord Turtle wine. Master Tortoise said, "Brat, why do you keep making me drunk?" In the past, you've always fought with me to drink. Today, you're unaccountably solicitous. You're hiding evil intentions. Lin Feng said, Master, look at what you're saying. I'm your disciple. Isn't it natural for me to be filial to you? What's more, we haven't seen each other for so long. Naturally, I have to show my filial piety to Master and let Master eat and drink well. Master Tortoise said with a smile, Brat, you still have some conscience. Master Tortoise was dead drunk. Lin Feng asked with a smile, Master, I heard from the ancestor of the Mu family that you have a very special identity. What is this identity? Let's hear it. Master Tortoise suddenly sobered up and gave Lin Feng a slap and scolded, I already knew that you brat were up to no good. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, So, you were just pretending to be drunk? Master Tortoise curled his lips and said, Your master has a high tolerance for alcohol. It's getting late. Tidy up and go back to rest. Master Tortoise stood up and returned to his palace to rest. Lin Feng could not help but feel helpless. He wanted to get some useful information from Master Tortoise. How difficult. The next day, young Master Mingyue sent someone to give Lin Feng an invitation. Everyone had heard that Lin Feng had returned to the sect, so Lin Feng wanted to welcome him back. At night, Lin Feng went to young Master Mingyue's place. Young Master Mingyue, young Master Hanshan, Lei Gan, Fairy Dancing Flame, and Fairy Lianyue were all there. The other holy sons and holy daughters that Lin Feng was on good terms with were not in the sect. Everyone was old friends, and they were all young. They gathered together and talked about the past. Time flew by. The banquet ended, and everyone left. Fairy Dancing Flame smiled and said, I heard that Xia Shiyun, Bai Yusen, and Nangong Qiming want to deal with you. You should take care of yourself. Lin Feng said, Those three women are simply crazy. They confessed to me, but I had no interest in them. That's why they hate me so much. Sometimes, being too charming is a sin. Fairy Dancing Flame said with a smile. Is that so? Said Lin Feng. I told the three of them that I already have someone in mind. I told them to give up. They probably hated me because of their love. Fairy Dancing Flame smiled and said, If that's really the case, I can go and persuade them. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. Lin Feng said, You can't do that. If you do, they'll probably tear you apart. Why is that? Fairy Dancing Flame asked. I told them that you're the woman who made me fall in love and unable to extricate myself. For you, I rejected them. They hate me, but that's all. As for you, it's not as simple as hatred. It's envy, jealousy, and hatred. If you appear in front of them, it'll be strange if they don't tear you apart. Lin Feng said with a smile. Fairy Dancing Flame smiled and said, Then should I be very happy that you've taken a fancy to me? Lin Feng said, Fairy, are you touched? How about you accept my love? We'll be together from now on, and everyone will be jealous of us. Hee hee, Fairy Dancing Flame laughed and said, If you want me to accept you, you'll have to pass a test. After saying that, she walked away with light steps. Lin Feng returned to the barren mountain. Lord Tortoise was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, looking at the bright moon and stars in the sky. Disciple, I'll send you to a place where you can successfully cultivate the third level of the 8-9 mysterious art. Lord Tortoise said. Oh? Where is that place? Lin Feng asked. The underground city. Lord Tortoise said. The underground city? The city of sin? Lin Feng said in surprise. He had heard of the underground city before, but he had never been there. It was located in the underground world. Many vicious people would enter the underground city when they were hunted down and had nowhere else to go. The underground city would protect those people. And this underground city was an extremely chaotic place. Of course. No matter how chaotic a place was, it had its own rules. The city lord of the underground city had once issued an order. Private fights were allowed in the underground city. However, taking someone's life was not allowed. Anyone who took someone's life would be expelled from the underground city. After a long time of development, the underground city had become stronger and stronger. That place was perhaps one of the most dangerous places in the 9 prefectures. The city lord of the underground city will issue a mission every 100 years. If someone can complete it, they will be able to enter a mysterious place controlled by the city lord. Inside that mysterious place, there is a mysterious storm valley. That storm valley is connected to 4 other worlds, and the world's energy will surge through the cracks in spacetime. It is extremely dangerous, and there is almost no chance of survival if you enter. Since you need to go through the baptism of the world's energy to reach the 3rd level of the 8-9 mysterious art, that place should be the best choice. I can only break through after being baptized by the power of the world? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Lord Tortoise nodded and said, that's right. The 8-9 arcane art will be harder to break through as you progress further. You have to be mentally prepared. In fact, Lin Feng had already mentally prepared himself for this. He had several amazing talents and had never met a senior brother with such amazing talent. However, he still fell in the end. It was because the 8-9 arcane art was simply too evil and terrifying. The first few levels might be easier to cultivate, but the later levels would be more difficult. Lin Feng said, I'll set off in a few days. Lord Tortoise said, you can go alone this time. Don't bring your 2 subordinates. They won't be able to train you with them by your side. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right, I'll let them stay in the sect when the time comes. The next day, Lin Feng received an invitation from Xianxia. She had invited Lin Feng to tour the garden. He did not know what her motive was. This woman isn't simple either. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Xianxia had invited Lin Feng to meet her at the fallen immortal mountain. This mountain was built when Xianxia was promoted to saintess. Along the way, many disciples gritted their teeth when they saw Lin Feng. The fact that the scum had returned to the sect made many people feel threatened. They were afraid that the famous scum would harm the female disciples in the sect. Whoosh! A disciple flew over from afar. He was dressed in golden robes and looked extremely handsome. It's senior brother Zhang Jingdao. Many people were shocked. This disciple's identity was not simple. His great-grandfather was a grand elder of the reincarnation immortal sect. His great-grandfather's grandfather was a patriarch of the reincarnation immortal sect. Zhang Jingdao was also a saint of the sect. He had a strong background. He was powerful. Therefore, Zhang Jingdao was very famous in the sect. You're Lin Feng? Said Zhang Jingdao while walking towards Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Why are you asking if you know? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. This person's tone was unfriendly, so Lin Feng naturally wouldn't give him any face. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? You simply don't know your place. If I remember correctly, you're still just a core disciple, right? Core disciples have to salute the Holy Sun when they see him. Hurry up and salute me. Zhang Jingdao said with an indifferent expression. Seeing the conflict between the two, many people became excited. Someone whispered, Zhang Jingdao has been pursuing Xianxia all this time, but Xianxia didn't accept his advances. Very few male disciples have dared to contact Xianxia in private these past few years because of Zhang Jingdao. This Zhang Jingdao is determined to get Xianxia, who would dare to offend him. Isn't that just courting death? Yesterday, this Lin Feng had some contact with Xianxia. From the looks of it, the two of them seemed to have a good chat. I reckon that Zhang Jingdao must have heard of this matter, so he came to find trouble with Lin Feng today. The discussion of the surrounding disciples naturally couldn't escape Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Jingdao indifferently and said, Salute? You think you're worthy? I'm going to go on a date now. Don't block my way, or I'll beat you up so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize you. After hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, everyone was stunned. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Was this kid crazy? How dare he be so arrogant in front of Zhang Jingdao? After all, Zhang Jingdao had once been in the top 100 of the Heaven's Proud Disciples roll. Moreover, the Heaven's Proud Disciples roll was more than 3,000 years ago. After 3,000 years, Zhang Jingdao's cultivation base could be described as unfathomable. Young Master Mingyue, Young Master Hans Han, and the others were known as the 4 young masters of the reincarnation immortal sect. But in fact, they behaved respectfully in front of Zhang Jingdao. After all, there was a difference of 2,000 to 3,000 years in terms of cultivation time. Of course, everyone knew that Lin Feng's cultivation base was extraordinary. However, in many people's eyes, compared to Zhang Jingdao, who had been in the top 100 of the Heaven's Proud Disciples role for more than 3,000 years, Lin Feng's cultivation base was far inferior to Zhang Jingdao's. Did Lin Feng think that he was Master Tortoise's disciple, so he didn't have to worry about anything? Although Master Tortoise had a high status in the reincarnation immortal sect, Master Tortoise was an expert of the older generation after all. How could an expert of the older generation like him interfere in the conflict between the younger generation? Therefore, many people looked at Lin Feng with a gloating expression. They felt that Lin Feng was doomed this time. He would definitely be humiliated by Zhang Jingdao. Lin Feng was now the public enemy of all the male disciples in the reincarnation immortal sect. They couldn't wait to see Lin Feng suffer. "Kid, your actions are very foolish." Zhang Jingdao looked indifferent as he walked toward Lin Feng step by step. A powerful aura emanated from his body. Then, it pressed down on Lin Feng. "I won't bully you because we are brothers in the same sect. If you kowtow to me and apologize now, I'll let you off." Zhang Jingdao looked at Lin Feng with a condescending expression. His eyes were extremely cold. Lin Feng said flatly, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Get as far away from me as you can. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Kid, you're too arrogant." Zhang Jingdao looked indifferent as he said coldly, "The reincarnation immortal sect has countless disciples. Every 800 years, many of them will enter the top 100 on the wasteland roll. Let's not talk about the distant ones. In this generation, Hans Han, Mingyue, and the others are all on the wasteland roll. Which one of them isn't humble? You're just a new disciple, yet you're so arrogant. As your senior brother, it seems that I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of Master Tortoise. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets when you suffer a great loss in the future." Zhang Jingdao slapped toward Lin Feng as soon as he finished speaking. Many people thought that Lin Feng would not be able to withstand Zhang Jingdao's attack and would be defeated instantly. But soon, they were completely dumbfounded. Everybody saw Lin Feng punch Zhang Jingdao first, even though he had moved later than Lin Feng. Zhang Jingdao's fist hadn't even reached Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng's fist had already crashed into Zhang Jingdao's face. Zhang Jingdao screamed and fell to the ground. He was knocked out by Lin Feng's punch. This, all the disciples began to speak incoherently. How could someone as powerful as Zhang Jingdao be knocked out just like that? Could it be that Lin Feng was too lucky? But that couldn't be right. Someone as powerful as Zhang Jingdao should be able to dodge it. Unless Lin Feng's cultivation level was far beyond Zhang Jingdao's. That was why he couldn't dodge Lin Feng's punch. Many people couldn't help but gasp at the thought of this. The fallen immortal mountain was shrouded in immortal light, and many powerful formations had been set up there. Many male disciples were pacing back and forth in front of the mountain, waiting for Yuan Shan to appear so that they could catch a glimpse of her from afar. They were willing to wait for a very, very long time. When Lin Feng arrived at the fallen immortal mountain, many people were stunned. Wasn't this brother Scum? Why had he come to the fallen immortal mountain? Immediately, a disciple asked, "Brother Scum, why have you come to the fallen immortal mountain?" Lin Feng said, "Little Xianxia invited me here." Little Xianxia? When they heard how Lin Feng had addressed Yuan Shan, everyone was stunned, and they all stared at him in astonishment. Wasn't this a little too shameless? He actually called Shan Little Xianxia. Could this guy be plotting against Fairy Shan? When they thought of this, many people's expressions became extremely unsightly. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with these people, and he directly walked towards the fallen immortal mountain. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was stopped by a group of female disciples. Lin Feng said, "Little Xianxia invited me here. Sisters, have you received Little Xianxia's orders?" The group of female disciples couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. Then, a female disciple said, "Senior Shan is already waiting for Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin, please come with me." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you to lead the way, junior sister." "Senior brother, you're too kind," the female disciple said. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. The female disciple led the way. Lin Feng arrived at a pavilion halfway up the fallen immortal mountain. There were all sorts of flowers around the pavilion. The fragrance of these flowers assailed his nostrils. Even from a distance, Lin Feng could smell the fragrance of the flowers. A woman in a purple dress was sitting in the pavilion. That woman was like a flower fairy among the flowers. She was so beautiful and moving. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be a flower lover. You actually have so many flowers." "Junior brother Lin, do you like flowers?" Yuan Shan asked with a smile. Her smile was very alluring. Perhaps it was referring to a peerless beauty like Yuan Shan. Lin Feng said, "I'm just a layman. I don't understand flowers, so I can't say whether I like them or not." Yuan Shan smiled and said, "Junior brother is really a straightforward person. Shan admires you for not keeping your words to yourself." Lin Feng said, "Fairy, you flatter me. I don't dare to accept your praise." Yuan Shan pointed to the seat in front of Lin Feng and said, "Junior brother, please have a seat." "Thank you, Fairy." "Thank you," said Lin Feng, and sat down in front of Yuan Shan. He looked at Yuan Shan up close. Only then did he realize how beautiful she was. This beauty. It was a kind of beauty that made one's heart tremble. Yuan Shan was currently making tea for Lin Feng. Clearly, she was very knowledgeable about the art of tea. She filtered the tea one by one. Lin Feng noticed that many beautiful women seemed to be very proficient in the art of tea. Women not only had to be virtuous and beautiful, but they also had to be talented. Only such women could be called goddesses, right? Just like Yuan Shan. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Her cultivation was powerful. She had a very good reputation in the sect. Lin Feng heard that this woman was proficient in the 4 arts. Only now did he know that she was also proficient in the art of tea. This was the so-called beauty, virtue, and talent. Top-grade heavenly mountain snow tea. "Junior brother, have a taste." Yuan Shan poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng and said with a smile. Lin Feng took a sip and said, "This tea is very fragrant. After tasting it, I can feel the fragrance lingering for a long time. It's really good tea." "Humph. You really know how to taste tea." At this time a cold snort sounded. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw Xianxia, Bai Yusin, and Nangong Qiming flying over. The person who spoke was Xianxia. The 3 of them landed in the pavilion. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I didn't expect the 3 of you to come here as well. Could it be that the 3 of you missed me so much after finding out that I came to little Xianxia's place?" Xiaoshiyun snorted and said, "We missed you? How can your skin be so thick? You're really too shameless." Bai Yusin said, "This bastard's shameless reputation has long since spread throughout the sect. Don't you hear others calling him scum? No matter how shameless this guy is, I won't make a fuss about it." Nangong Qiming said, "Lin Feng, don't you feel that something is wrong?" Lin Feng said, "I don't feel it." Yuan Shan said with a smile, "Try sensing it again. Don't you feel your whole body going soft?" Lin Feng's expression changed. "Did you do something to me?" "That's right. How can someone as smart as you not sense it? But then again, it makes sense. The flowers here aren't poisonous, and the tea I brewed for you is also fine. However, after drinking the tea and smelling the medicinal fragrance of the immortal hall grass among the flowers, your body will start to feel sore and weak, just like what you're experiencing right now." Yuan Shan said with a smile. Lin Feng asked, "Little Xianxia, why did you harm me?" Yuan Shan said, "I originally thought you were a good person, but I later found out from Shiyun and the others that you're a heinous bastard. Oh right, I forgot to tell you that Shiyun, Yusin, and Qiming are my best friends for many years. What's wrong with me helping my best friends teach you a lesson?" Xiaoshiyun walked to Lin Feng's side and said with a smile, "Bastard, now that you're in our hands, how do you think we should deal with you?" Lin Feng said, "The 4 of you are heavenly goddesses, yet you're using such despicable methods to deal with me. Isn't that a little too much?" Xiaoshiyun snorted coldly. "No matter what we do to deal with you, we can't say that we're going too far." Bai Yusin said, "Have you thought about the consequences of falling into our hands?" Lin Feng smiled wryly. "What do you want to do to me, for sisters? Please don't go too far." Humph. Xia Shiyun, Bai Yusin, and Namgong Qiming all snorted. Every time they recalled how they had served Lin Feng for a month in the barren mountains, they felt like they were going crazy. Now that Lin Feng was in their hands, the three of them were thinking of ways to vent their anger. They had no intention of letting Lin Feng off so easily. As for Yuan Shan, she had only just met Lin Feng. She was only helping her three best friends deal with Lin Feng. Thus, after suppressing Lin Feng, she stood aside and watched the show. How about we hang him up and whip him a few hundred times? Xia Shiyun suggested. Xia Shiyun really did have a demonic personality. She wanted to whip Lin Feng a few hundred times. It was too cruel. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He said, "Little Yun Yun, you can't treat me like this. If you treat me like this, my feelings for you will be wasted." Xia Shiyun snorted and said, "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? How dare you say you have feelings for me? I don't believe you." Xia Shiyun's right hand flashed as she spoke. Then, a whip appeared in her hand. It was a whip. It was surrounded by a layer of fire energy and emitted waves of terrifying energy from time to time. It was obviously a very powerful magic treasure. Now, Xia Shiyun wanted to use this magic treasure to deal with him. If this whip hit him, he would be beaten half to death. Lin Feng looked at Xia Shiyun speechlessly and said, "Little Yun Yun, are you really so cruel? You want to use this whip to whip me?" Xia Shiyun snorted and said, "What? Are you afraid now?" Pa, as soon as Xia Shiyun finished speaking, she fiercely whipped the air. Suddenly, a tearing sound could be heard. Lin Feng said, "Little Yun Yun, if you're really so cruel, then don't blame me for being impolite." Xia Shiyun immediately reached out and pinched Lin Feng's face. Then, she pulled and said, "Little guy, with your current appearance, you dare to say that you'll be impolite to me? I think you need to be taught a lesson." Lin Feng struggled free from Xia Shiyun's evil clutches and said, "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. We can negotiate." Negotiate? Fine, if you agree to be our manservant for a month, we'll let you go. How about it? Xia Shiyun said. Her mind was filled with the scene of Lin Feng becoming her manservant. At that time, she could order Lin Feng around as much as she wanted. She could also deal with Lin Feng as much as she wanted. If he dared to disobey her orders, she would punish him severely. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyun suddenly smiled. Good manservant. When the time comes, we'll bring him around the sect and let everyone know that this bastard has become our manservant. Let's see if this fellow can still be so arrogant in the future. Bai Yusin said. Namgong Qiming smiled and said, "A scum becoming a manservant, this suggestion is too good. We have to teach this manservant a lesson. Otherwise, how can we vent our anger?" Lin Feng looked at Yuan Shan with a long face and said, "Sister Shan, these three sisters of yours are completely crazy. They don't even look like the heavenly goddesses of the immortal sect. They're just three crazy women. You can't help them. You're not helping them, you're harming them. Shut up." Xia Shiyun, Bai Yusin, and Namgong Qiming coldly snorted. In the end, Yuan Shan was still a kind-hearted person. She said, "I think we should just beat him up and let him go. We're all from the same sect. It's not good to make things too tense." Xia Shiyun immediately said, "Sister Shan, don't be fooled by his flowery words. This guy is a big bad guy. He's just pretending to be pitiful. You don't know, but when we were captured by him, he, Xia Shiyun almost shed tears as she said this. Yuan Shan was shocked and said, "He didn't do anything excessive to you, right?" The three girls' faces turned red. Lin Feng wailed, "Xia Shiyun, you can't slander people like this. Yuan Shan is your best friend. How can you lie to her? Your conscience is too black. I should have done it with you back then. Then, there wouldn't be so many things happening now. I regret it. I shouldn't have been so soft-hearted and let you go. And you, Bai Yusin, Namgong Qiming, neither of you are good people. I misjudged you. I didn't do anything excessive to you back then, right? Speak with your conscience." Bai Yusin snorted, "Being my personal maid for a month isn't excessive? That's right, that's right. Who do you think we are? How dare you ask us to be your personal maid for a month? You bastard, no matter what punishment you receive, it's only right. Nangong Qiming snorted. Heavens, heavens. Disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect, come and take a look. The goddesses in your eyes, the fairies in your sect, the lovers of countless men's dreams, are simply 3 tigresses. Do you still want to live? Who can save me? These 3 tigresses are going to kill me. Lin Feng shouted. Xiaoshiyun snorted, what are you shouting for? There's a restriction here. No matter how much you shout, your voice won't travel out. Also, don't try to sow discord between me and Sister Xianxia. I just wanted to tell Sister Xianxia that you bullied the 3 of us to death. You bullied us to the point where we can't even marry other men. You bastard, you should be punished. Lin Feng said with a smile, don't be afraid that you can't get married. I don't mind marrying all 3 of you. Shameless. Who wants to marry you? You're really shameless. The 3 women suddenly snorted. I'm too lazy to care about your matters. You can do whatever you want. Yuan Shan couldn't help but rub her forehead with a headache. She could also hear it now. The relationship between Lin Feng, Xiaoshiyun, Baiyusan, and Nangong Qiming was definitely not simple. There was a kind of incessant and messy feeling. She really didn't want to be involved. Now, Yuan Shan even regretted helping Xiaoshiyun, Baiyusan, and Nangong Qiming capture Lin Feng. If Lin Feng hadn't been captured, so many things wouldn't have happened. But now, what's done can't be changed. Lin Feng, do you agree to be our manservant or not? If you don't agree, I'll whip you 300 times first. I'll let you taste the power of my flame whip. Xiaoshiyun raised her whip and threatened. I'd rather be killed than humiliated. Lin Feng said. Do you really think I don't dare to hit you? Let's see what you can do about it. Xiaoshiyun coldly snorted, then raised her whip and lashed towards Lin Feng. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng's skin would be split open. But who would have thought that, when Xiaoshiyun lashed out with her whip, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and grabbed the whip. You, Xiaoshiyun's pretty face suddenly changed. You're actually fine. Baiyusan cried out in alarm. Be careful, this guy's methods aren't simple. Nangong Qiming's pretty face became serious. How is this possible? Yuan Shan cried out in disbelief. Her heavenly mountain snow tea and immortal hall grass had never failed before, but now it had failed because of Lin Feng. Yuan Shan couldn't accept this. Yuan Shanshan's nickname was Flower Fairy. In fact, she didn't just like planting flowers and plants. This woman had a very terrifying ability. She could use the scents of all kinds of flowers and plants to fuse them together and turn them into all kinds of terrifying poisons. It was like when Lin Feng tasted the heavenly mountain snow tea and smelled the fragrance of the immortal hall grass. In fact, the heavenly mountain snow tea and the immortal hall grass were very beneficial to a cultivator's body. However, when the 2 met, the cultivator's body would become weak and powerless. At this time, they wouldn't be any different from ordinary people. If it was someone else, they might have fallen for it. However, Lin Feng didn't. This was because Lin Feng was a powerful alchemist. Although Lin Feng's attainments in alchemy weren't as high as his attainments in formations, Lin Feng's alchemy skills were also very extraordinary. Even alchemists could distinguish all kinds of herbs. This was the most basic ability that alchemists had. Therefore, Lin Feng had already smelled something unusual among the flowers. It wasn't the ordinary fragrance of flowers. It was a medicinal fragrance. Medicinal and floral fragrances were different. The fragrance of flowers was a refreshing scent. Medicinal fragrances were more pungent. Although the medicinal fragrance of the immortal hall grass was covered by the surrounding floral fragrances, in the end, it couldn't completely get rid of the medicinal fragrance. Lin Feng knew the difference between medicinal fragrances and floral fragrances. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe that Yuan Shaner, who liked to grow flowers, didn't even have this bit of common sense. As the saying goes, there must be something fishy when things are abnormal. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that there must be something fishy about this matter. Therefore, Lin Feng then used the turtle breathing technique. This turtle breathing technique was a very ordinary minor divine ability. However, after using it, the cultivator could hold their breath. However, from the surface, the person using the turtle breathing technique was still breathing. Therefore, the turtle breathing technique had a very powerful paralyzing effect. Lin Feng used the turtle breathing technique to deceive everyone. When he tasted the tea, he did not inhale the medicinal fragrance of the immortal hall grass. Only when the tea was drunk would the medicinal fragrance of the immortal hall grass fuse with the tea to form a special energy that would be drunk together with the tea. Only cultivators would lose all their strength. Yuan Shan'er's scheme had been seen through by Lin Feng. Naturally, she couldn't scheme against Lin Feng. However, Yuan Shan'er couldn't believe it. Or rather, she didn't want to believe that she had failed just like that. Lin Feng said lightly, "Nothing is impossible. When I came here, I found the immortal hall grass. Yuan Shan'er, since you helped Xia Shiyun and the others to scheme against me, then today I will suppress all of you and bring you back to the barren mountains." Xia Shiyun said, "We don't need to worry. Last time, this guy captured us because his array formation was outstanding. Moreover, he forcefully controlled the array formation in my Shiyun palace. That was how he captured me, Yusin, and Qiming. Actually, this guy's array formation is only slightly better. His cultivation isn't that strong. If the four of us work together and there is no powerful array formation for him to control, we will definitely be able to defeat him." Xia Shiyun's words greatly increased by Yusin and Nangong Qiming's confidence. Now that things had developed to this point, Yuan Shan also knew that she couldn't separate herself from this matter. Therefore, she had to act. She didn't want to act. She had to act. Attack. Xia Shiyun shouted and took the lead to rush towards Lin Feng. Bai Yusin, Nangong Qiming, and Yuan Shan also attacked. Xia Shiyun suddenly shook the whip in her hand and it immediately flew out. Immediately after, the whip began to grow longer and longer, coiling towards Lin Feng. Xia Shiyun wanted to restrain Lin Feng's body. If she could really restrain Lin Feng, then it would be much easier to deal with Lin Feng. This little girl was quite experienced in battle. As for Bai Yusin, she condensed the phantom of an immortal palace and directly suppressed Lin Feng. Nangong Qiming used the Great Dream Heaven technique. Hypnotic voices resounded in Lin Feng's mind. They continuously hypnotized Lin Feng. They wanted to make Lin Feng fall into a deep sleep. Yuan Shan'er, on the other hand, used a divine ability called One Flower, One World. This divine ability's power was extremely strong. Beautiful flowers fell from the void one after another after he used it. Flowers bloomed. Heaven and earth collapsed. The four of them were really worthy of being close friends. Their coordination was so good. Xia Shiyun controlled the restriction. Bai Yusin controlled the suppression. Nangong Qiming controlled the confusion. Yuan Shan'er controlled the attack. The four of them didn't even have any communication, but they formed such a perfect cooperation. It was as if they had a tacit understanding. The corners of the four women's mouths couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. In their view, Lin Feng absolutely couldn't resist their attacks. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Everyone, it's too early to be happy. You might not understand my means. Today, I'll let you see it." Lin Feng stepped out, and a terrifying aura shook out from his body. Arahaki was released. The four women's attacks were immediately broken. Then, the four women were forced to retreat. The four women all became incoherent. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. An expert took action. In an instant, they knew who was strong and who was weak. The four women knew. Lin Feng was too strong. They couldn't compete with him at all. "Run!" Xia Shiyun shouted. Xia Shiyun shouted and turned around, wanting to escape. But how could Lin Feng let her go? Arahaki wrapped around the four of them and scattered their magic power. The four women's pretty faces turned pale. Xia Shiyun looked pitifully at Lin Feng and said, "Big brother Feng, big brother, we were wrong. Please forgive us this time." Lin Feng pinched Xia Shiyun's pretty face and said, "Now you know how to beg for mercy? You weren't like this just now. We know we were wrong. Can you give us another chance to turn over a new leaf?" Xia Shiyun said pitifully. Women were born actors. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be deceived by Xiaoshiyun. Junior brother Lin, please be magnanimous. Don't lower yourself to the four of us, okay? Yuan Shan'er said. Lin Feng said, little Shan, you've also become bad. Just now, you ganged up on me. Now you want to beg for mercy? It's too late. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a powerful magic power wrapped around the four women. He flew toward the direction of the barren mountain. No matter how the four women begged or threatened, Lin Feng had no intention of letting them go. Look, the scum came out. Xia Shiyun, Bai Yusin, Nangong Qiming, and Yuan Shan'er also came out. Where are they going? Many people pointed at Lin Feng and the four fairies who had flown out of the fallen immortal mountain. They were confused and started discussing. Save us. Senior and junior brothers, save us. Lin Feng, this scum, caught us and has bad intentions towards us. Xia Shiyun cried out. This girl was not afraid of anything, so she was not worried about the consequences. When the other disciples heard this, they all rushed to the sky and surrounded Lin Feng. Scum, quickly release the four fairies. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite to you. Scum, if you don't release them, don't blame us for being merciless. Many disciples began to threaten Qin Yun. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, Little Yun Yun, Little Meng Meng, Little Xin, and Little Xianxia's matters are none of your business. Don't look for trouble. The matters of the four fairies are our matters. Within the immortal sect, such despicable and shameless things are not allowed to happen. It's a disgrace to the sect. Don't force us to clean up the sect. We'll give you one last chance. If you don't release them, we'll take action. Many people began to threaten Lin Feng in a loud voice, looking like a gentleman as they described him as an unpardonable evil person. Lin Feng said with a smile, beating is a sign of affection, scolding is a sign of love. Little Yun Yun was just joking with you. Little Yun Yun and I are in love, and we can't wait to be together every day. Alright, everyone, disperse. There's nothing for you to do here. Xia Shiyun could not help but roll her eyes. How could this guy be so shameless? Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Quickly beat him until half of his body is paralyzed and save us. At that time, the four of us will be grateful to all of you. Xia Shiyun continued to shout. Senior and junior brothers, please save us. Bai Yusin, Nangong Qiming, and Yuan Shan'er also began to plead pitifully. The disciples here all treated them as goddesses in their dreams. How could they bear to see the four of them suffer such great grievances without doing anything? Immediately, a disciple shouted, Senior and junior brothers, let's attack together and beat this scum until half of his body is paralyzed. Let's make him unable to do evil in the future. The law cannot punish the majority, so we don't have to worry about the sect's punishment. That's right. There's nothing to worry about. Immediately after, someone shouted loudly. The surrounding male disciples were all summoned and then rushed towards Lin Feng. What the? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the densely packed crowd of disciples. He didn't even know how many of them there were. Aren't there too many people here? Young master, I won't lower myself to your level. Lin Feng found an excuse for himself and then wrapped the four girls up. At the same time, he used the world of 8 directions to push his speed to the limit. Whoosh, before the surrounding immortal sect disciples could surround him, Lin Feng had already taken the lead and rushed out. The disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect were furious that Lin Feng had escaped. You coward, don't run if you have the guts. Many people roared. He quickly caught up from behind. Coward your sister. Coward your whole family. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Lin Feng shouted as he ran. We'll fight you one-on-one. However, it's a group of us against you, many disciples began to shout loudly. They knew that Lin Feng was powerful. Therefore, they obviously wouldn't choose to fight Lin Feng one-on-one. Fighting in groups was their favorite way of fighting. I think you're the shameless ones. Lin Feng scolded and then rode back to the barren mountain. Many disciples had gathered outside the barren mountain. They knew that Lord Tortoise was in the barren mountain, so they did not dare to make a ruckus. However, they were gnashing their teeth in anger. Young people are full of energy, Lord Tortoise said with a smile. Although Lord Tortoise was old enough, he was not a very good person. "You're old and frivolous." The four girls snorted. "Thank you for the compliment," Lord Tortoise said with a grin. "Master Tortoise, Lin Feng is going too far." "You're the one who's going too far. If you don't uphold justice, then we can only report this matter to the higher-ups of the sect and let them make a decision," a disciple outside said. Lord Tortoise said indifferently. Go. You can report it however you want." Many people were speechless when they heard Lord Tortoise's words. "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked," many people said fiercely. If it weren't for Lord Tortoise's seniority, many people would have already attacked him. "Let's go. Let's report this matter to the prison head elder and let him uphold justice," a disciple said. "You don't know. Last time, when Xia Shiyun, Bai Yusin, and Nangong Qiming were captured by that scum, we reported this matter to the prison head elder. However, the matter was left unsettled. The prison head elder won't care about this matter." "Why won't he care?" "That scum is too lawless." Didn't the people from the law enforcement hall say that the prison head elder is now managing the sect on behalf of the sect master? He doesn't have the time to care about these trivial matters. That's just an excuse. It must be because he's afraid of Lord Tortoise. The prison head elder's ancestor was thwarted when he tried to join the sect, so Lord Tortoise took him in as a servant disciple. That's why he's staying in the reincarnation immortal sect. Why doesn't the prison head elder care about Lin Feng? Don't you understand? Shu, how dare you say such things? Are you courting death? After being reprimanded by his companions, the disciple who said those words regained his senses. His face turned pale immediately. Lord Tortoise was a casual person. He didn't take the private discussions of the disciples seriously, nor did he put them in his heart. However, the prison head elder was different. He was now the first grand elder of the sect. He had been managing the reincarnation immortal sect for 800 years. There was no need for such gossip to reach the ears of the prison head elder. As long as it reached the law enforcement hall, to protect the dignity of the prison head elder, the law enforcement hall would punish the prison head elder. The law enforcement hall would definitely punish the disciples who gossiped. There was a saying that went, "Trouble comes from the mouth." Time passed by quickly. 3 days later. Xia Shiyun cursed loudly. "Lin Feng, just you wait. We're not done with you." Then, the four women flew out of the barren mountain. "Little Yun Yun, don't be so bad-tempered." I love you, like a mouse loves rice," said Lin Feng smiling. "Tui. Shameless. Who cares about your love?" Xia Shiyun blushed slightly and spat at Lin Feng. She left the barren mountain with Bai Yusin, Nangong Qiming, and Yuan Shan'er. As for Lin Feng, he left the sect and headed to the legendary Sin City. At the border between the southwest of the northern barbarian state and the Dragonfire state, there was a large black forest. The ancient forest here was called the Black Devil Forest. Danger lurked everywhere in the Black Devil Forest, and some extremely terrifying beasts could be seen everywhere. However, the most terrifying thing in the Black Devil Forest was not the beasts, but the evil spirits, zombies, and other evil creatures that wandered everywhere. After encountering them, it was simply a situation of 9 deaths. It was said that the Black Devil Forest was an ancient battlefield. Countless people had died there, which was why so many evil spirits were born. Moreover, the area where the Black Devil Forest was located was filled with broken space-time laws. Once one encountered those space-time laws, it was almost impossible to survive. It was rumored that the underground city of Sin City was in the depths of the Black Devil Forest. It wouldn't be easy for outsiders to enter such a dangerous place and find the dungeon. Every year, countless people wanted to enter the underground city to seek refuge because they offended some big shots that they could not contend with. However, in reality, there were very few people who could enter the underground city. More than 90% of the people who entered the Black Devil Forest to search for the underground city died in the Black Devil Forest. Only a small portion of people could find the underground city. And those who found the underground city might not necessarily be able to enter the underground city. It was said that the city lord of the underground city had set up an extremely dangerous test. In order to enter the underground city, one had to pass the test. Most of the people who found the underground city died in the test. Therefore, there were too few people who could truly enter the underground city. However, as long as they could enter the underground city, it meant that those who were hiding from their enemies would be reborn. No one dared to provoke the dignity of the underground city lord. The underground city lord was even more mysterious than the sect masters of the top 10 immortal sects of the 9 continents. At the very least, the sect masters of the top 10 immortal sects of the 9 continents were still walking around the world. No one knew whether the underground city lord was male or female, how old they were, or what kind of magical powers they had. Perhaps it was because of this mysterious feeling that made the underground city lord look even more terrifying. No one dared to offend the dignity of the underground city lord. Whoever dared to offend the dignity of the underground city lord would only have a dead end. Black Devil Town was located 50 miles away from the Black Devil Forest. The scale of this town was very large. People came and went, and it was extraordinarily lively. Many people were cultivators who entered the Black Devil Forest to search for the underground city. Lin Feng also arrived at Black Demon Town. As he walked on the street, he could feel many evil gazes on him. Many of the people who came here were fugitives. For a young cultivator like Lin Feng who was alone, it was naturally easy for others to target him. Boom, suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from afar. A great battle had broken out between cultivators. From afar, one could see that roughly 200 people were surrounded by over 1,000 cultivators. Among those who were surrounded were the elderly and children. Anyone who interferes with evil insects matters will die. The leading old man said coldly. The space around the old man started to distort. Clearly, he was an extremely terrifying existence. This evil insect was also a famous evil sect in the 9 regions. It was passed down for a long time. They had a strong foundation. Even top forces like the 10 great immortal sects would not easily provoke the evil insect. A fierce battle ensued. More than 200 people were slaughtered by the elites of evil insect. Search, the old man said coldly. The rest of the people searched all the storage rings of the dead people and then used their divine senses to sense them. Sir. Nothing. The cultivators of evil insect reported. Damn it, there must be some fish that escaped the net. Could it be that they have already entered the Black Devil Forest? The old man's expression was gloomy. He said in a deep voice, some of you continue to search for the remnants of the Mahist family in Black Demon Town. The rest of you, follow me to the Black Devil Forest. Yes, sir. The cultivators of evil insect replied. The old man chose a few people and left. The remaining cultivators of evil insect began to deal with the bodies of the dead. Too tragic. Even the babies were killed. Evil insect has always been ruthless in their actions. These people seem to be looking for something. The family that was killed is really unlucky. Being targeted by evil insect is naturally bad luck for 8 lifetimes. It's better to be an ordinary person when reincarnated. Many people were discussing. Lin Feng stood in the distance and could not help but frown slightly. There were too many unfair things in this world, and too many innocent people had died miserably. But most of the time, Lin Feng could not do anything about it. He was not a savior. Therefore, he could not save those people. This world was just that cruel. Brat, hand over the treasures on your body. Otherwise, I will kill you. Do you believe me? A sinister laugh came from behind him. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a triangular-eyed cultivator walking over and looking at him with a sinister smile. This triangular-eyed cultivator had more than 10 companions. His companions spread out and surrounded Lin Feng. It's Zhou Hu. That brat has been targeted by these people. He's going to be in trouble. Seeing the triangular-eyed cultivator who had grabbed Lin Feng, someone immediately whispered. That brat dared to come to Black Demon Town alone. Isn't he courting death? Another person said. There are many people watching that brat, but Zhou Hu got there first. Look at that brat's clothes. They're made from the silk of a celestial jade-ice silkworm. You can tell that he's worth a lot. Such clothes are worth 1,000 origin crystals. Who knows how many treasures are in that brat's storage ring? Zhou Hu and the others are going to make a fortune. Many people said as they looked at Zhou Hu enviously. You want what belongs to me? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? Kneel down and kowtow 10 times, then slap your own mouth 10 times. Then, I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you start doubting life. Lin Feng said coldly. Everyone around was stunned. Wasn't this brat too arrogant? It was one thing for him to come to Black Demon Town alone. After being surrounded by Zhou Hu and the others, he should have obediently handed over his treasures to save his life. But who would have thought that Lin Feng would be so arrogant? Brat, what are you talking about? Zhou Hu roared. Don't you understand human language? Lin Feng said indifferently. You're courting death. Zhou Hu laughed sinisterly and threw a punch at Lin Feng. The punch was so powerful that it tore through the air. Feeling the power of the punch, many of the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Many of them thought that Lin Feng would be beaten half to death by Zhou Hu's punch. Facing Zhou Hu's punch, Lin Feng kicked out, sending Zhou Hu flying dozens of meters away. Thud. Zhou Hu fell to the ground. Then, Zhou Hu spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Hu crawled up from the ground and scolded loudly, Brat, so you do have some real skills. No wonder you're so arrogant. See if I don't kill you today. Brothers, let's attack together and beat this brat half to death. Yes, big brother. The group responded. Then, the group of people rushed towards Lin Feng. Boom, 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 all kinds of divine abilities blasted towards Lin Feng with terrifying power. The void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Many people's faces changed slightly. Zhou Hu and the rest were indeed extraordinary. No wonder they dared to rob people in Black Demon Town. These people might not be top experts. But there were many of them. Moreover, each of them was not weak. Therefore, when they gathered together, it was terrifying. But soon, everyone was completely dumbfounded because they saw Lin Feng take a step forward and a powerful aura was emitted from his body. It directly sent Zhou Hu and the rest flying. Wah, the group of people fell to the ground and vomited blood. This. Many people cried out incoherently. Wasn't Lin Feng too strong? Zhou Hu and the rest were not weak. But in front of Lin Feng, they were as weak as babies. They did not even have the strength to resist. Many cultivators who had evil intentions towards Lin Feng like Zhou Hu and the rest but did not make a move could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhou Hu made the first move. If they had made the first move, now, they would be the unlucky ones. Spare me. Spare me. Young master, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare me this time. Zhou Hu knelt on the ground and begged. This guy also knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He felt extremely unlucky. The rest of the people were like Zhou Hu. They quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng, begging for mercy. Scram, Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. We'll scram. We'll scram. We'll scram now. Zhou Hu hurriedly said and scrambled away, afraid that Lin Feng would regret it. After Zhou Hu and the others left, Lin Feng continued to walk forward. The passers-by all made way for Lin Feng. In a world where the strong were respected, he had to display enough strength. Then, he would gain the respect of others. No matter where it was. This kind of law was very applicable. And just now, Lin Feng had displayed a powerful strength, so he had received the reverence of the surrounding onlookers. Lin Feng booked a room in an inn and rested for the night. The next day, he went to collect information about the dungeon. As he was about to enter the dangerous dungeon, Lin Feng had to understand the basic situation of the dungeon. In reality, Lin Feng's current knowledge of the underground city was extremely limited. It wasn't particularly difficult to gather information about the underground city in Black Demon Town. Lin Feng went to a bookstore and found a lot of information about the underground city. There was even a book that introduced the past dungeon lords of the dungeon. It would be difficult to verify its authenticity. When Lin Feng read it, he had the impression that it was all fabricated. Because many of the stories were too fantastical. It was hard to believe that they were real. Of course, if it was purely a story, it was actually very interesting. After buying more than 10 books, Lin Feng left the bookstore and found that it was already noon. He planned to find a restaurant to have a good meal, then go back and carefully read the various information about the dungeon. Big brother, Lin Feng was walking on the street when he suddenly felt someone tugging at his clothes. He lowered his head and saw a little girl about 4 or 5 years old looking at him pitifully. The little girl was very cute, but her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Lin Feng squatted down and asked, "Little girl, why are you outside alone? Where are the adults in your family?" The little girl's tears immediately fell down. Lin Feng hurriedly wiped away the little girl's tears and said, "Did Big Brother say something wrong? Can you forgive Big Brother?" The little girl replied, "Big Brother didn't say anything wrong. Meng Meng is crying because Meng Meng's grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, uncles, and many others are all dead." "Dead? Where did they die?" Lin Feng asked. He suddenly thought of the battle he had seen the day before. The Eveline sect had killed more than 200 people, and there seemed to be some who had escaped. Those people had split up to look for them. Could it be that the little girl had escaped? On the street, the little girl said sorrowfully, "Big Brother took me and ran away, but some people chased after us. Big Brother hid me and told Meng Meng to wait for him to come back. Big Brother then left, but Meng Meng waited for a long time, but Big Brother didn't come back. Meng Meng is so hungry. Big Brother, can you buy Meng Meng a steamed bun? When Big Brother comes back, Big Brother will thank Big Brother on Meng Meng's behalf." The little girl said pitifully. Even though she was still young, she was very sensible. Lin Feng guessed that the little girl's brother was most likely being harassed by the Eveline sect. That was why he hadn't returned in time. Lin Feng asked, "Can you tell Big Brother your name?" The little girl replied, "My name is Mo Xiaoming." Lin Feng said, "Big Brother will take you to a restaurant to eat good food, okay?" "Really?" Meng Meng was only 4 or 5 years old, and after hearing about food, she seemed to have forgotten her sadness. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "Of course it's true." Lin Feng patted Meng Meng's head. However, Meng Meng immediately said, "But Meng Meng still has to wait for Big Brother to come back. What if Big Brother doesn't find Meng Meng when he comes back? Can Big Brother buy Meng Meng a steamed bun?" Lin Feng looked at Meng Meng, who was looking at him expectantly, and he couldn't help but feel pity for this cute and sensible girl. He nodded and bought 2 steamed buns for Meng Meng. "Thank you, Big Brother. When Meng Meng's brother comes back, I'll definitely repay Big Brother." Meng Meng thanked him and walked toward a nearby alley filled with trash. Her small body curled up behind a pile of trash, hiding herself. She then carefully stuffed a steamed bun into her arms and took a small bite of the other steamed bun. Her watery eyes looked at the empty, dark, and smelly alley. From time to time, a look of fear would appear in her eyes. When night fell, the world became completely dark. Meng Meng's body trembled, and she didn't dare to raise her head to look at the pitch-black alley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen streaks of light flew over from the distance. The one in the lead was a middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator waved his hand and said, "He's down there. Look for him." "Yes, sir." Then, 2 cultivators landed in the alley. "Little girl, come out quickly. We've already seen you." One of the cultivators looked at Xiao Meng Meng, who was hiding with an indifferent expression. Xiao Meng Meng was so scared that her body kept trembling. Her teary eyes made her look pitiful. "Grab this little girl and bring her out," the other cultivator said as he reached out to grab Xiao Meng Meng. Bang! Bang! A mysterious person stepped out of the void and sent the 2 cultivators flying. "Big Brother!" Xiao Meng Meng looked excited when she saw the familiar figure. "Let's go. Big Brother will take you away. Your Big Brother won't come back," Lin Feng said. "Big Brother said that he will come back for Xiao Meng Meng." Xiao Meng Meng said seriously. "Ha ha ha ha, Big Brother? Are you talking about him?" The middle-aged cultivator threw a head at Xiao Meng Meng. The head fell in front of Xiao Meng Meng. It was a very young cultivator who was extremely handsome. He should be Xiao Meng Meng's brother. These people were able to find Xiao Meng Meng because they had used the soul-searching technique on her brother. When Xiao Mingming saw the head, she immediately burst into tears as if she was heartbroken. Lin Feng picked Xiao Mingming up and put away her brother's head. He glanced coldly at the middle-aged cultivator who was floating in the air and said in a cold voice, "Sir, you've gone too far. Kid, it's not up to you to interfere with the evil insect's business. Put that little girl down and break one of your arms. Otherwise, you'll die here today," the middle-aged cultivator said with a cold smile. The evil insect was cruel and merciless. Lin Feng was well aware of that. He said indifferently, "You're just a bunch of stray cats and dogs. How dare you show up in front of me? I think you're tired of living. This young master will give all of you a chance to live. Cripple your own dantian and scram as far as you can. Otherwise, you will die without a grave today." The face of the middle-aged cultivator from the evil insect sank when he heard Lin Feng's words. He said coldly, "Kid, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Since that's the case, this will be where you die. Go, kill this kid." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the dozen or so evil insect cultivators hovering in midair all charged towards Lin Feng. The two evil insect cultivators in the alley also charged towards Lin Feng. "You're courting death." Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he waved his right hand. Whoosh, dense sword chi flew out. Puff. Puff. Puff, ripping sounds could be heard. One by one, the evil insect cultivators were killed by Lin Feng. Not good. Seeing how powerful Lin Feng was, the middle-aged cultivator's expression changed abruptly. He quickly fled into the distance. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He quickly chased after him and slapped his palm towards the evil insect cultivator. "Thousand evil demon fist." The middle-aged cultivator shouted coldly. He threw a powerful punch that seemed to be able to destroy the sky. The middle-aged cultivator's strength was around the 7th or 8th level of the heavenly god stage. In the 9 provinces, he could be considered a top expert. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, it was not enough. Lin Feng broke the man's attack with one palm and suppressed him. "Tell me, what are you looking for?" Lin Feng looked coldly at the middle-aged cultivator. "Kid, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, the evil insect will not let you go," the middle-aged cultivator said coldly. Lin Feng sneered. "Is that so? I'd like to see how the evil insect will not let me go." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his right hand. He slapped the middle-aged cultivator's forehead with his right hand. "Ah!" The middle-aged cultivator screamed in pain. "You dare to search my soul? Kid, you won't succeed." The middle-aged cultivator roared with resentment. Bang! In the next moment, his soul directly shattered. All of his soul memories disappeared. Soul restriction? Lin Feng frowned slightly. There was a soul restriction set up in the middle-aged cultivator's soul. This kind of soul restriction was not a defensive restriction that protected the soul. Instead, it was a destructive restriction. When he sensed that someone was about to search his soul, this destructive restriction would be activated. Then, it would instantly destroy the other party's soul. This method was domineering and ruthless. Usually, very few forces would use it. However, an evil force like the Eveline sect was an exception. The Eveline sect was not only ruthless to the cultivators of the outside world. They were also ruthless to their own disciples. Her brother's death was a huge blow to little Meng Meng. He was her only family in the world. Little Meng Meng lay in Lin Feng's arms and cried sadly. Only when she was tired from crying did she fall into a deep sleep. He could not stay in Black Demon Town any longer. Lin Feng carried the sleeping little Meng Meng and left. Originally, he could have sent the little girl into the mountain river ring. However, Lin Feng was worried that the little girl would wake up after losing her family and find that he was not by her side. At that time, her emotions might directly collapse. Therefore, Lin Feng kept holding her. In the forest, the roars of beasts continued. Lin Feng checked the storage ring on little Meng Meng's body. There were many origin crystals, pills, and a few giant divine weapons inside. However, these things should not have caused a super force like the evil insect to go to such great lengths to exterminate the Emo family. What are those people from the evil insect looking for? Lin Feng could not help but frown. The people from the evil insect obviously did not find what they were looking for. If they had found it, there was no need to look for a little girl who was only 4 or 5 years old. Lin Feng could only keep these doubts in his heart. He ordered his godly realm clone to dig a hole and bury little Meng Meng's brother's head. Then, he erected a tombstone. Big brother. After little Meng Meng woke up, she hugged Lin Feng tightly with both hands. The little girl's body was trembling. She was still in a state of extreme fear. Big brother is here. Little Meng Meng, don't be afraid. Lin Feng said softly. Big brother, little Meng Meng's brother is also dead. Little Meng Meng no longer has any family. Will Big brother abandon little Meng Meng? When little Meng Meng grows up, I can help Big brother wash clothes and cook. Big brother, don't abandon little Meng Meng, okay? Little Meng Meng begged in a trembling voice. Lin Feng said, Big brother will not abandon little Meng Meng. Little Meng Meng will follow Big brother in the future, okay? Okay. Little Meng Meng nodded heavily. Roar. A low roar came from the forest. A terrifying beast shrouded in darkness walked out step by step. When night falls, you're all alone, and you're even bringing a little burden into the Black Devil Forest. Are you here to die? The terrifying beast spoke in human language and looked coldly at Lin Feng. Its voice was filled with dense killing intent. Big brother, I'm scared. Seeing the beast shrouded in darkness, Meng Meng curled up in Lin Feng's arms and said with a trembling voice. Meng Meng, don't be scared. Big brother is here. Lin Feng said with a smile. Meng Meng said, Big brother will definitely protect Meng Meng. Of course I will protect Meng Meng. Big brother will send Meng Meng to a special place. There will be someone there to play with you. Is that okay? Lin Feng said. Meng Meng doesn't want to leave Big brother. Meng Meng's big eyes were filled with tears. She was too young and thought that Lin Feng didn't want her anymore. Lin Feng said, Meng Meng, don't be scared. Big brother won't leave you either. Once Big brother chases this beast away, I'll bring Meng Meng out, okay? Meng Meng nodded obediently. Lin Feng sent Meng Meng into his mountain river ring. Then, he looked at the beast shrouded in darkness. This is only the outer region of Black Devil Forest. I'm very surprised that someone as powerful as you would appear here. May I know your name? Lin Feng asked the beast shrouded in darkness. Black Hell Beast Emperor. The powerful beast replied. It seems that you are the master of Black Devil Forest? Lin Feng said indifferently. Black Devil Forest is much scarier than you think. The Black Hell Beast Emperor said. Lin Feng said. Yes, this place is indeed not simple. It's covered in restrictions and wild beasts. If you want to pass through Black Devil Forest, you need not only great strength, but also a deep understanding of formations. At the same time, you also need some luck. You obviously don't have such luck. The Black Hell Beast Emperor said coldly. Whether I have such luck or not, we'll only know after we fight. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Boom, the Black Hell Beast Emperor attacked, causing endless black fog to surge. The black fog condensed into a vast ocean. It was a black ocean. The vast sea directly enveloped Lin Feng. Dark Sea Demon! Dark Sea Demon! A series of low growls resounded. In this dark sea demons appeared one after another. Sea demons were demons of the sea. The sea devils were the mortal enemies of the sea god clan. It was said that the sea god tribe led by the sea god Poseidon had fought against the sea demon tribe led by the sea demon Lord Alls. In the end, the sea god clan defeated the sea demon clan with great difficulty. After that, the sea demon clan disappeared without a trace. He wondered if they had been exterminated. Lin Feng had heard of sea demons, but he had never seen one. Now, this ferocious beast condensed a powerful sea devil and launched a frenzied attack on Lin Feng. The ocean surged, and the sea demon wreaked havoc. I used ice to suppress water, and sealed you, the vast ocean, and the demon in the ocean. Lin Feng was in the middle of the black water. He used the great ice technique. The power of the 3,000 domains was immediately revealed, and the vast ocean was frozen. Crack, crack, the sea demons in the vast ocean were also sealed in ice. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the Black Hell Beast Emperor. He used ancient time rushes billions of years to attack the Black Hell Beast Emperor. This was one of Lin Feng's favorite moves. It could make the person hit by it age rapidly and weaken their power. Facing a powerful existence like the Black Hell Beast Emperor, it was not easy to defeat it. Hence, he needed to use some special methods to catch the Black Hell Beast Emperor off guard. Ancient time rushes billions of years was definitely the most suitable superpower. If the Black Hell Beast Emperor was hit, its combat power would be reduced to almost nothing. This was the best time for Lin Feng to defeat and even kill the Black Hell Beast Emperor. The Black Hell Beast Emperor frowned slightly. Seeing Lin Feng charging towards it, it did not choose to fight Lin Feng head-on. Instead, it quickly retreated and dodged Lin Feng's punch. Therefore, Lin Feng's punch hit nothing but air. He immediately frowned. The Black Hell Beast Emperor was too cautious. It did not seem like a beast cultivator at all. It should be known that these beast cultivators were all ferocious beasts that cultivated their Tao. Hence, their physical bodies were extremely strong. Beast cultivators also liked to fight in close range. This way, they could unleash the strength of their physical bodies. However, the Black Hell Beast Emperor was different. It did not give Lin Feng a chance to fight in close range. After dodging Lin Feng's attack, it spat out energy balls towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged the Black Hell Beast Emperor's energy balls. The energy balls did not hit Lin Feng. Instead, they landed in the forest. The surrounding forest was ravaged and devastated. Stone Man observes the sea of clouds. Lin Feng shouted coldly and used this powerful half-immortal technique. An illusory world of Stone Man watching the sea of clouds was formed. It descended from the sky and charged towards the Black Hell Beast Emperor. Heaven and Earth Reversal. The Black Hell Beast Emperor shouted coldly and also performed a powerful unique skill. Heaven and Earth Reversal. The sun and moon shattered. The world was destroyed. Tens of thousands of creatures died. This superpower was abnormally terrifying. It directly charged towards Lin Feng's Stone Man watching the sea of clouds. Bang bang bang, the two superpowers clashed 3 times in a row. Lin Feng's condensed superpower successfully broke the Black Hell Beast Emperor's attack. The Black Hell Beast Emperor's realm and spiritual power were much higher than Lin Feng's. However, Lin Feng's superpower was much stronger than the Black Hell Beast Emperor's. This battle was extremely intense. The two sides fought for 3,000 rounds. Lin Feng even used his qi, but he was still unable to defeat the Black Hell Beast Emperor. However, the Black Hell Beast Emperor was also unable to defeat Lin Feng. In the end, the Black Hell Beast Emperor chose to leave. Because the Black Hell Beast Emperor knew that if they continued to fight, both sides would be heavily injured. Lin Feng also left the battlefield. Not long after, many cultivators came to check on the situation. Because the battle between Lin Feng and the Black Hell Beast Emperor was too intense, it attracted many people. However, those people stood in the distance and did not dare to approach. After the battle ended, Lin Feng and the Black Hell Beast Emperor left. Those cultivators who came to check on the situation were also unable to find out any useful information. In the forest, a bonfire burned fiercely. Lin Feng made his best barbecued meat, snake soup. Xiao Meng Meng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit all had greasy mouths. Seeing the 3 of them eating so happily, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Swoosh, there was the sound of air being torn apart. A total of 7 people rushed over. Look, there's someone. One of the cultivators said. Let's go and take a look, another person said. A group of 7 people walked out of the dense forest. Then, they walked towards Lin Feng. There were 4 men and 3 women in this group of 7, and they were all young people. When they saw Lin Feng, little Meng Meng, and the 2 little beasts, their expressions became somewhat strange. However, these people were not ordinary people, and they did not show any abnormalities. They dared to enter the dangerous Black Devil Forest alone, and they even brought a burden with them. This showed that the person in front of them was very confident in himself. They did not think that Lin Feng was a person who was blindly arrogant. Brother, sorry to disturb you. May I know if we can sit here and rest for a while? The white-robed young man asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "The place is big, just find a place to sit." "Thank you, brother." The white-robed young man cupped his fists. Little Meng Meng was obviously a little afraid of strangers, and when she saw this group of people, she snuggled up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng indicated that she did not need to be afraid, and little Meng Meng nodded and ate the roasted meat in small bites. Lin Feng's roasted meat was the best. When the 7 people smelled the aroma of the roasted meat, they could not help but salivate, and they could not take their eyes off it. Among the 3 women, a cute female cultivator said, "Brother, you have so much roasted meat. You won't be able to finish it, right?" How about, Lin Feng guessed that this cute female cultivator was most likely a foodie. He smiled and said, "Don't be so polite, everyone. Let's all have a taste of the roasted meat." Lin Feng cut the roasted meat and distributed it to everyone. Then, the 7 of them began to eat. When they took the first bite, the eyes of the 7 people suddenly lit up. "It's too delicious. I've never eaten such delicious roasted meat in my life," the cute female cultivator said as she ate. Her mouth was stuffed with roasted meat, and her speech was unclear. Such a beautiful girl did not care about her image at all when she ate. It was as if she had never eaten in her previous life. However, this beautiful girl was completely revealing her true nature. This was something that Lin Feng rather appreciated. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin Feng sent Bibi and Dragon Rabbit back into the mountain river ring. The 7 people didn't think too much about it. They all thought that Lin Feng had sent the little beasts back into the beast slave bag. "My name is Lu Zikuan. How should I address you, brother?" asked the young man in white. Lin Feng said faintly, "We just met by chance, there's no need to ask for his name." Lu Zikuan and the others laughed bitterly. Clearly, Lin Feng had no intention of befriending them. Everyone found a place to rest. Lin Feng sat on a big tree while Xiao Meng Meng fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms. Lu Zikuan and the others were also very cautious. The 4 male cultivators took turns to keep watch. The night passed peacefully. The adorable female cultivator said, "Didn't they say that the Black Devil Forest is extremely dangerous? Why didn't we encounter any beasts last night?" The other 6 people were also puzzled. It was said that the Black Devil Forest was fraught with danger, but it was too peaceful last night. Could it be that we were still in the outer region of the Black Devil Forest, and the beasts only appeared in the central region or the inner region? Is that why we didn't encounter any beasts last night? A male cultivator said. Although this reason sounded extremely far-fetched, aside from this reason, it seemed that it was really difficult to find a more suitable reason. Lin Feng carried Xiao Meng Meng and walked into the distance. Lu Zikuan said, "Brother, it's too dangerous for you to bring your sister through the Black Devil Forest alone. Why don't you come with us? We can take care of each other." Lin Feng said. "No need." He didn't stay and quickly left. The 7 people laughed bitterly and didn't stay any longer. They quickly left this place. There were still no powerful restrictions in the outer region of the Black Devil Forest. When they reached the central region of the Black Devil Forest, extremely dangerous restrictions began to appear. Some of the restrictions could even float in midair. One had to know that restrictions were formed by large formations. They were usually formless and incorporeal, making them very difficult to see with the naked eye. Therefore, these restrictions that floated in midair were indeed very terrifying. If one was careless, they might die under the attacks of these restrictions. If one wanted to pass through the central region, it would be extremely difficult if one wasn't proficient in large formations. Apart from the restrictions, there were also many terrifying ferocious beasts in the central region. Furthermore, some vengeful spirits and evil spirits appeared one after another. The threat of these ferocious beasts, vengeful spirits, and evil spirits that were active in the central region was no less than the threat of the powerful restrictions here. Therefore, this place was filled with danger at every step. If one was careless, they might die. Of course, to Lin Feng, these threats were nothing. He passed through the central region of the Black Devil Forest and entered the inner region. The underground city was located somewhere in the inner region of the Black Devil Forest. As for where it was, Lin Feng didn't know. He needed to search slowly. The inner region of the Black Devil Forest was even more dangerous. There were a few terrifying beast emperors here. In addition, there were also some extremely powerful evil spirits, such as the Corpse Demon King and the Ghost King. Their strength was comparable to the giant god realm. Once they touched it, ordinary cultivators would only end up dead in the end. Boom! A shocking sound came from afar. Then, a demonic wind swept through the world. An incomparably violent demonic wind blew in the surrounding dozens of miles. The appearance of a demonic wind usually means that a powerful ferocious beast is about to appear. There must be an extremely terrifying ferocious beast nearby. Lin Feng's expression became slightly serious. He sent little Meng Meng into the mountain river ring. Fortunately, little Meng Meng was already familiar with Bibi and the dragon rabbit. Therefore, she wouldn't keep pestering Lin Feng. After sending little Meng Meng into the mountain river ring, Lin Feng flew into the distance. He flew for about 10 miles. He saw a huge mountain range. The main peak of the mountain range was an active volcano. The terrifying demonic wind surged out from that active volcano. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar came from within the active volcano. Lin Feng flew over and saw that in the rolling magma, a huge flood dragon was completing its final transformation. That flood dragon was about to transform into a real flaming dragon. It seems that it has tempered its own bloodline and already has the ability to transform into a dragon. No wonder it can produce such a violent demonic wind. Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he looked at the transforming flood dragon. At this moment, the demonic energy in the distance churned. A terrifying aura that was so terrifying that it made people suffocate spread out. Even though it was far away, he could feel the aura surging out from the demonic energy. Lin Feng felt a sense of suffocation. He hurriedly hid. There must be an extremely terrifying existence hidden in the demonic energy. Not long after, the demonic energy that blotted out the sky flew over. In the demonic energy, an old man in a black robe floated. The black-robed old man's ghastly eyes looked at the flood dragon that was undergoing metamorphosis. The black-robed old man's aura was too eerie and terrifying. His cultivation must have reached an unfathomable level. Lin Feng concealed himself and did not dare to show himself for fear of being attacked. A great demon like the black-robed old man must be someone who killed without batting an eyelid. The black-robed old man's eyes were fixed on the transforming flood dragon. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Once the flood dragon transformed, its life would change and become a true overlord dragon. Its entire body would be filled with treasures. Did the black-robed old man come specifically for this flood dragon? What was his goal? To kill it? To take the flood dragon's treasures, such as its heart, eyes, blood, tendons, and so on. Or is there another purpose? One had to know that the transformation of a flood dragon into a dragon was very different from that of the dragon race. The dragon race gave birth to children. However, the strength of these heirs was uncertain. It was too difficult for a flood dragon to transform into a dragon. It must have gone through countless hardships and difficulties to break through the suppression of the heavens and go against the heavens. Only then could the transformation succeed. Therefore, a flood dragon transformed into a dragon. It was extremely powerful. Once the transformation succeeded, it would be an overlord that looked down on the world. Therefore, after a flood dragon transformed into a dragon, its entire body would be filled with treasures, be it dragon scales, dragon tendons, dragon flesh, dragon blood, dragon eyes, dragon bones, and so on. They were all supreme treasures. They could be used in medicine or refining treasures. There were many uses. Of course, it was very difficult to kill a transformed dragon. After a flood dragon transformed into a dragon, its strength would be too great. However, there was a time when it was the best time to kill a dragon. That was when it had just completed its transformation. When a flood dragon transformed into a dragon, the energy stored in its body would have been greatly depleted. Therefore, even if it transformed into a dragon, it was still in a weak state. This was the best time to make a move. Roar! A series of loud dragon roars resounded through the sky. The flood dragon's huge body kept rolling in the magma. This flood dragon was obviously a fire elemental flood dragon. It could control the magma's power. Demonic wind swept through the world. Large amounts of forests were destroyed by the demonic wind. Crack! Crack! The the scales on the flood dragon's body began to crack. In terms of appearance, the flood dragon was very similar to the Eastern Dragon clan. His body was tall and slender, and he looked exceptionally valiant. However, if one were to examine it carefully, there were some differences between the flood dragons and the Eastern dragons. The reason why the flood dragon was not a real dragon was because it did not have claws, horns, or a tail. Dragons had 2 pairs of claws. The flood dragon only had 1 pair of claws. This was a rather obvious distinction. There was another very obvious difference. The dragon clan had horns. But the flood dragon didn't. Dragon horns were a very important characteristic of the dragon clan. It was also a manifestation of the dragon clan's identity. Normally, a flood dragon would only grow horns when it was about to transform into a real dragon. On the other hand, there was a huge difference between the tails of dragons and flood dragons. The lower half of the dragon's body was long and slender. Most importantly, the dragon's tail looked like the tail of a carp. When a carp leaps over the dragon gate, it exerts force on its tail and its body soars into the air, jumping over the dragon gate and turning into a dragon. It could be seen that there seemed to be some blood relationship between dragons and carps. Otherwise, how could a carp become a dragon? The tail of a flood dragon was no different from the tail of a snake. Lin Feng had once read a story in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. This story told about the process of a flood dragon killing a tiger. According to legend, a tiger went to a pool in Sea Prefecture to drink water. The flood dragon in the pool thought that the tiger had invaded its territory, so it jumped out of the water and fought with the tiger. In the end, the tiger was no match for the flood dragon and was eaten by its tail. The flood dragon knocked the tiger unconscious with its tail and swallowed it. The illusion of a hungry flood dragon in its hidden scales and a thirsty tiger by dropping its tail was derived from this story. The dragon's tail couldn't be entangled because it was similar to the tail of a carp. The flood dragon's tail was exactly the same as the tail of a snake, so it could entangle a tiger. Boom, huge waves surged into the sky. The magma was rolling violently. The flood dragon soared into the sky. Crack! Crack, the outer layer of the flood dragon's skin kept cracking and falling off. A new body. It appeared in Lin Feng's sight. After the flood dragon's transformation, its body was covered in fiery red dragon scales. Its winding body was like a mountain lying in the void. Roar, roar, obviously, this kind of transformation wasn't easy for the flood dragon. It was constantly letting out dragon roars. And amidst the dragon roars, it was obviously mixed with the sound of pain. However, the flood dragon's body finally transformed successfully. The flood dragon once again grew a pair of dragon claws. Then, it grew dragon horns. The snake tail had also completely evolved into a real dragon tail. The fiery red scales were emitting scorching energy. Rumble, in the sky, dark clouds were dense and thunder rumbled. The flood dragon had transformed into a dragon. This was going against the heavens. The heavenly Tao naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, so it sent down a lightning tribulation. It wanted to destroy the flood dragon. In fact, this was the same principle as a cultivator transcending a tribulation. If one wanted to go against the heavens, they would have to suffer a lightning tribulation. Boom! Boom! Terrifying lightning tribulation blasted down one after another. Roar, the fire dragon roared. Its huge body rushed towards the lightning tribulation. The fire dragon that the flood dragon transformed into was very powerful. Ordinary lightning tribulation couldn't hurt its body at all. One after another, the lightning tribulation was blocked by the flame dragon. Lin Feng hid in the dark and observed the fire dragon that was transcending the tribulation. The aura of this fire dragon is so terrifying. Its cultivation should have reached the late stage of the giant god realm, right? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but move. The late stage of the giant god realm referred to the 7th, 8th, and 94th layer of the giant god realm. Lin Feng couldn't determine what level of cultivation the fire dragon was at now. However, the fire dragon was definitely incomparably terrifying. This was because the dragon's bloodline was powerful and its talent was powerful. And the dragon that the flood dragon transformed into had a more condensed bloodline, which was even more powerful than many real dragons. So, the fire dragon in front of him was definitely the kind of existence that could easily challenge those of a higher level. A total of more than 1,500 lightning tribulation descended. The fire dragon resisted the lightning tribulation quite easily. After the 1,000th lightning tribulation, the fire dragon encountered some trouble and its body began to be injured. The last 100 lightning tribulation was the most terrifying. The fire dragon's body was blasted into flesh and blood. The fire dragon also suffered serious injuries. But fortunately, the fire dragon resisted the lightning tribulation's attack. The lightning tribulation dissipated. The fire dragon knew that this was not a place to stay for long because it had already seen the black-robed old man in the distance. In addition to the black-robed old man, the fire dragon also sensed many cultivators lurking in the surrounding forest. So the fire dragon wanted to leave as soon as possible. Keek keek. The black-robed old man laughed sinisterly and quickly flew towards the fire dragon. There should be quite a number of people hiding in the surroundings, but other than the black-robed old man, the rest were like Lin Feng, hiding in the dark and silently observing. Lin Feng was hiding because the black-robed old man was too powerful. Moreover, it was obvious that he was a great demon. Therefore, he had to be cautious. The rest had similar thoughts as Lin Feng. The black-robed old man charged toward the flame dragon, and a terrifying aura spread out, shaking the void. It was as if the world was about to freeze. What is this guy's cultivation level? He can't be a boundary emperor, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. A boundary emperor was the most powerful existence in the 9 states. Lin Feng guessed that the Red World Fairy should be a powerhouse of this realm. People of the quasi-emperor level were definitely extremely rare. However, some antiques who had lived for millions or tens of millions of years might be able to reach this level. However, antiques at this level rarely appeared in the world. Perhaps they would leave the 9 states one after another and then search for the Undying Realm. They hoped to break through to the Great Emperor level. Boom, the black-robed old man attacked and slapped the flame dragon with his palm. An endless amount of black smoke was rolling. Within the black chi, a huge palm appeared. That palm was the manifestation of a divine ability. It gently grasped in the void. It could destroy the world. That huge palm grabbed toward the flame dragon. The flame dragon's body was 3,000 meters long, but in front of that huge palm, it seemed a little small. Facing the huge palm's grab. Naturally, the flame dragon wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The flame dragon's thick tail suddenly swept. Bang, the attacks of both sides collided. Although the flame dragon broke the grasp of that huge hand. However, its body was also scratched by that huge hand, so deep that its bones could be seen. Flame of the flame dragon. The flame dragon opened its dragon mouth. Dense flames were spewing out of his mouth. Those flames swept out. It turned into a sea of fire. It directly enveloped the black-robed old man in the sea of fire. In the sea of fire, huge fireballs appeared one after another, and those fireballs blasted toward the black-robed old man. Bang bang bang, one by one, the fireballs exploded. The flaming dragon wanted to blast the black-robed old man to death with its fireball. Ideals are beautiful. But reality was cruel. The black-robed old man was too powerful. After those fireballs exploded, they didn't cause any harm to the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man walked forward in the sea of fire, his voice as cold as ice. After transforming into a dragon, your strength has indeed increased a lot, but you're seriously injured. How can you fight against me? The black-robed old man's voice faded. He leaped into the air and charged toward the head of the flame dragon. Dragon Tide. The flame dragon roared. Huff, 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 immediately after. It breathed out waves of tidal force. The tidal force. It was like a huge wave. It swept out. Those tides were formed by the power of the fire dragon. It was extremely powerful. After the black-robed old man was hit by the tide, his body was sent flying. Although this dragon is seriously injured, it's still unusually strong. However, the black-robed old man's strength is too strong. I'm afraid this dragon won't be able to escape this calamity. Lin Feng muttered as he observed the battle. If the flame dragon was in its peak state. With the racial talent of the dragon race, it might still be able to fight against the black-robed old man. But now, it was obviously no match for the black-robed old man. 1,000 demonic blade cut. The black-robed old man roared. He suddenly leaped into the air. Swish. The next moment, the black-robed old man turned into a blade gleam. It was a pitch-black blade gleam. A light strike. As if it could shatter heaven and earth. A blade slashed out. Thousands of blade gleams condensed and slashed forward. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. The dragon-tide attack that the flame dragon spewed out. It was instantly torn apart. Immediately after, the pitch-black blade gleam slashed the flame dragon's body. The flame dragon's dragon scales were extremely hard. When the pitch-black blade gleam slashed the flame dragon's dragon scales, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was as if it had slashed a piece of metal. 1,000 blades in one. At this moment, the black-robed old man's voice was heard again. There were layers of blade shadows. Thousands of blade gleams condensed. All the blade gleams instantly merged into one. The power of the black-robed old man's blade gleam suddenly increased greatly. Puff. Blood splattered. The blade gleam formed by the black-robed old man directly tore the flame dragon's dragon scales and then cut open the flame dragon's body. However, the terrifying blade gleam didn't completely tear the flame dragon's body apart. It wasn't that the black blade gleam couldn't tear the flame dragon's body apart, but that the black-robed old man didn't do so. The flame dragon was injured and didn't have much strength to resist. The blade gleam turned into the black-robed old man's appearance. The black-robed old man waved his right hand. Dense threads wrapped around the flame dragon's body. What is this old man trying to do? He could have killed the flame dragon, but he didn't. Could it be that he wants to subdue the flame dragon? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but move. There were some dragon knights in this world. But the mounts of those dragon knights were mostly from the Western Dragon Clan. The Western Dragon Clan was relatively weak. But there were more of them. The Eastern Dragon Clan was powerful, but they were few in number. Many people naturally wanted to subdue an Eastern Dragon Clan. And the flame dragon in front of him belonged to the fire dragon of the Eastern Dragon Clan. With such a powerful mount, Yizichen could not help but sigh. Not only could it be a good helper when facing enemies. The most important thing was, with such a mount, it was definitely a symbol of identity and status. People lived for a breath. Buddha fought for an incense. Whether it was an ordinary person or a powerful cultivator. Who didn't care about face, who didn't want others to think highly of them, even someone as powerful as the black-robed old man was no exception. Submit to me. I'll spare your life. The black-robed old man's voice was indifferent. Sure enough, he wants to subdue this flame dragon as his mount. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. If he had such a powerful flame dragon as his mount. It was indeed too domineering. It would give him too much face. The flame dragon roared, "Don't even think about it, you don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'll enslave you by force." The black-robed old man's voice was indifferent. He used the great enslavement technique, and runes surged into the flame dragon's body. The black-robed old man wanted to enslave the flame dragon by force. The dragon clan will never be enslaved. The flame dragon roared furiously, and its body began to swell. Not good. The black-robed old man's expression changed abruptly. He turned around and rushed into the distance. Bang! The next moment, the flame dragon's huge body exploded. The terrifying energy wave destroyed the forest within a dozen miles. Even someone as powerful as the black-robed old man was sent flying by the explosion, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries. The dragon race will never be slaves. Lin Feng had also heard of this sentence before. It was said that the dragon world ruled by the dragon race was invaded by the creatures of the foreign world, and a large number of dragons died in battle. The foreign creatures wanted to enslave the dragon race. The dragon emperor roared, "The dragon race will never be slaves." Under the lead of the dragon emperor, the remaining dragon race experts fought a bloody battle and finally expelled the foreign creatures from the dragon world. After this battle ended, the dragon world was in ruins. The dragon race originally had hundreds of branches, but after this battle, 90% of the dragon race was exterminated. Since then, the sentence "the dragon race will never be slaves" spread out. And this sentence also became the ancestral teachings of the dragon race. However, a long time had passed. The dragon race had even forgotten this ancestral teaching. Of course. Perhaps they still remembered. But there were very few dragons who still had the courage of their ancestors. Back then, the ancestors of the dragon race were faced with the choice of kneeling to live or standing to die. And the ancestors of the dragon race chose to die standing. But now, there was a more popular saying, "A bad life is better than a good death." Of course, if one wanted to describe it better. It could also be said that as long as there is life, there is hope. Therefore, the current dragon race had long abandoned the ancestral teaching of "the dragon race will never be slaves." Or else, there wouldn't be so many dragon knights now. But this fire dragon, it actually still remembered the ancestral teachings of the dragon race's ancestors. And it also used its own life to protect this ancestral teaching. One had to know. This fire dragon was only an evolved flood dragon. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even a real dragon. But it was still abiding by this ancestral teaching that even the real dragon race had abandoned. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel deep respect for it. Whether it is a real dragon or not, the bloodline is not important. The most important thing is to have a real dragon's heart. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng pondered over the Demon Lord's words. Perhaps it was just as Zhao Jun had said. Strictly speaking, the fire dragon might not be a pure-blooded dragon clan, not a true dragon clan. But it had a dragon's heart. Therefore, it would rather die. And it wasn't willing to become someone else's slave. Dragons will never be slaves? Pedantic. How pedantic. You deserve to die. The black-robed old man roared furiously. But he soon left. Because the self-destruction of the fire dragon had injured him. He was in a hurry to go back and recuperate. The self-destruction of the fire dragon means that the fire dragon's inner core, Dao bone, and so on won't be destroyed. They must be scattered in the surrounding forest. Let's look for them, a cultivator hiding in the dark whispered. Because the black-robed old man was in a hurry to treat his injuries, he did not carefully search for these things. This, on the other hand, benefited the cultivators hiding in the forest. Swish swish swish, one by one, silhouettes rushed out. He began to search for the various treasures on the fire dragon's body. And Lin Feng also began to search in the forest. There were many treasures on the fire dragon. If he could find one or two, that was definitely a great opportunity. Dao bone of the fire dragon. A surprised voice came from not far away. A cultivator found the Dao bone of the fire dragon. The fire dragon Dao bone was imprinted with the fire dragon's divine ability. Incomparably precious. That cultivator had 7 or 8 companions. They ran over together and put away the Dao bone of the fire dragon. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Getting the Dao bone of the fire dragon is enough. Let the others find the rest. That's right. Let's go quickly. This group of people whispered to each other. They were not greedy. With such a character, it was easy for them to survive in the world of cultivators. However, it was not so easy for these people to leave because they had been targeted by another group of cultivators. That group of cultivators had more than 20 people. In terms of numbers, they had an absolute advantage. The leader was a rather young man. He sneered and said, "Everyone, leave the Dao bone of the fire dragon before you leave." Break out. These people who had obtained the Dao bone of the fire dragon were naturally unwilling to give it away so easily. They had a tacit understanding. They worked together to break out. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The young man said coldly. Yes, young master. Then, the group of people charged toward the group of cultivators who had obtained the Dao bone of the fire dragon. Killing people for treasures was too common. Lin Feng would not make a fuss about it. He could not care less about such things. There were too many injustices in the world. Everyone had their own fate. Lin Feng was not a savior. Naturally, he would not help others when they were in trouble. In the end, helping others might not be rewarded and cause trouble instead. He continued to search for treasures on the fire dragon's body in the forest. After searching for a long time, he could not find anything, which made Lin Feng feel rather depressed. Roar! Suddenly, a series of low tiger roars came from afar. A 10-meter-long piebald tiger was roaring at something. Lin Feng looked over and realized that there was a fist-sized inner core about 5 to 6 meters away from the piebald tiger. The inner core actually revealed the shadow of a 1-meter-long fire dragon. The piebald tiger wanted to devour the inner core. However, the fire dragon kept baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at the piebald tiger. It even let out a series of low roars. Hence, the piebald tiger did not dare to pounce on the inner core directly. Fire dragon's inner core. After seeing the inner core, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The inner core was emitting a scorching energy. It was obviously a fire attribute inner core. Such a huge Niden contained an ocean-like amount of origin energy. Moreover, the fire dragon's shadow appeared on the inner core. Apart from the fire dragon's inner core, it definitely could not be any other inner core. Of all the things on the fire dragon, the most precious one was this fire dragon's inner core. What a stroke of good luck. Good luck is here. I can't stop it. Big tiger, I'm in a good mood. I'll spare your life. Hurry up and scram. Lin Feng walked towards the fire dragon's inner core. When the piebald tiger saw Lin Feng, it pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand casually. Powerful dermic power surged out and directly swept the piebald tiger away. With a plop, the piebald tiger fell to the ground. It let out 2 wails. It realized that Lin Feng had no intention of taking its life. It turned around and fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the forest. And Lin Feng came to the side of the fire dragon's inner core. The fire dragon's shadow let out a low roar at Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng dared to take another step forward, the fire dragon's shadow seemed to be about to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng pointed at the fire dragon's shadow. A stream of dragon-elephant power surged out and instantly suppressed the fire dragon's shadow. The fire dragon's shadow retracted into the fire dragon's inner core. Lin Feng picked up the fire dragon's inner core and was about to leave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, cultivators flew over from afar and surrounded Lin Feng. After being surrounded by these cultivators, Lin Feng still had a calm expression on his face. The human heart was sinister. Killing and robbing. Since this kind of thing could happen to others, it could also happen to him. Lin Feng did not find it strange at all. It was hard to tell if this group of people was good or evil. The leader was a middle-aged cultivator who looked to be in his 40s. This cultivator had a square face and a pair of particularly intimidating eyes. Kid, you're quite lucky to have found this fire dragon's inner core first. I'm afraid you won't be able to take it away. Leave the fire dragon's inner core and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die. The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. His tone was unquestionable. Lin Feng said, If you want the fire dragon's inner core, I'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Humph, the middle-aged cultivator snorted coldly and waved his hand. More than 20 cultivators behind him immediately launched a fierce and crazy attack on Lin Feng. These people had extraordinary cultivation bases. Their attacks were tyrannical. All kinds of divine abilities blasted over, wanting to kill Lin Feng directly. Judging from the way these people attacked, their attacks were not sloppy at all. Obviously, they had rich combat experience. Most importantly, although these people had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, they did not underestimate Lin Feng because of that. They attacked Lin Feng. It was also because everyone was working together. They launched a storm-like attack on Lin Feng. They had to ensure that there were no casualties. Encountering such a group of cautious, powerful, and experienced experts, it was hard to imagine. If it were someone else, it might really be difficult to resist the siege of these people. However, these people's opponent was Lin Feng. In the face of the overwhelming attacks, Xianxia was stunned. Lin Feng directly used his epic aura. All the attacks were scattered. Epic aura enveloped these people. Under the deterrence of epic aura, everyone's movements became sluggish. Oh no, this kid is strange. These cultivators' expressions changed abruptly. There might be many people in the world who had heard of aura. However, very few people had seen domineering aura before. Therefore, when Lin Feng released his epic haki, they did not know that this was the legendary haki. Of course, even if they didn't know it was domineering. But Lin Feng's methods were too shocking. Everyone was suppressed. These people wanted to retreat quickly and break away from Ji Yuan's domineering aura. But at this time, Lin Feng had already made his move. Lin Feng would not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He flicked his finger. Sword chi flew out one after another. Puff. Puff. Puff, tearing sounds could be heard one after another. One cultivator after another was ripped apart by the sword beams unleashed by Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 cultivators were killed by Lin Feng. The middle-aged leader's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Without a second thought, the man turned around and fled into the distance. It's too late to leave now. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He quickly chased after the middle-aged cultivator and threw a punch at him. Bang, accompanied by a dull collision sound, the two sides collided fiercely. The middle-aged cultivator couldn't block Lin Feng's attack at all. His body exploded and he died on the spot. After taking these people's storage rings, Lin Feng quickly left. He found a secluded cave and sealed it with a restriction. Then, he entered the mountain river ring and comforted little Meng Meng. Little Meng Meng got along well with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. After all, she was only 4 or 5 years old. Although she had experienced a lot of pain before, it was relatively easy for a child of her age to walk out of the pain and fear. Lin Feng came out of the mountain river ring and sat cross-legged. He adjusted his body's condition. Then, he took out the fire dragon's inner core. This was the inner core condensed from the fire dragon's origin. It contained powerful origin energy. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. After swallowing the fire dragon's inner core, would he be able to break through his current cultivation? Lin Feng's accumulation was too strong, so it would be difficult for him to break through. Therefore, he wasn't confident. He swallowed the fire dragon's inner core in one gulp. Then, he activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill and began to refine the fire dragon's inner core. Waves of scorching energy spread throughout his body. Then, the fire dragon's inner core spewed out a large amount of flames. The flame surged in Lin Feng's body. The burning flame seemed to want to burn Lin Feng's body into ashes. The dragon fire contained in the fire dragon's inner core was very powerful. It should be the fire dragon's origin. Heavenly fire. Suppress. Lin Feng activated the heavenly fire in his body to suppress the burning dragon fire in his body. Under the suppression of the heavenly fire, the dragon fire was successfully suppressed. Then, Lin Feng continued to refine the fire dragon's inner core. Roar, a dragon's roar came from the fire dragon's inner core. Then, a fire dragon's shadow appeared, wanting to destroy Lin Feng's body. You're already dead. I also feel sad about your death, but I admire you. The dragon race will never be slaves. This sentence deeply shocked me. Since you've fallen, this last obsession should also dissipate. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The fire dragon's shadow roared again and again. Finally, a divine thought was transmitted into Lin Feng's mind. The dragon race will never be slaves. Even if I die, I have no regrets. I hope you can make good use of the fire dragon's inner core. As the voice fell, the fire dragon's shadow rushed out of the fire dragon's inner core. It dissipated. The fire dragon's last obsession also dissipated. The fire dragon's inner core began to be refined by Lin Feng into the purest energy source. Lin Feng's chi was becoming more and more powerful, it was becoming purer and purer. 6 hours later, Lin Feng finally broke through from the 4th heaven of True God Realm to the 5th heaven of True God Realm. What surprised Lin Feng was that the fire dragon's inner core's effect was far more powerful than he had imagined. After breaking through, Lin Feng's realm did not stop. It continued to increase steadily. Lin Feng suppressed the surprise in his heart. The fire dragon's inner core was continuously refined into pure energy. Very quickly, Lin Feng's cultivation rose to the peak of the fifth heaven of True God Realm. He was close to the sixth heaven of True God Realm. There was only one step left. Lin Feng refined all the fire dragon's inner core into pure medicinal power. The energy gathered together and then began to crazily attack the barrier of the sixth heaven of True God Realm. Bang! 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 Again and again, the impact came. After dozens of attacks. Finally, Lin Feng successfully broke through the barrier of the sixth heaven of True God Realm. Powerful magic power flowed in his body. Breaking through two realms at once, the magic power in Lin Feng's body increased by dozens of times. It gave him a sense of excitement that made him want to roar into the sky. There was a beast riot in the depths of the forest, and the roar shook the sky. Many powerful beasts appeared, hunting the cultivators who entered the depths of the Black Devil Forest. During this period of time, there were many cultivators who entered the depths of the Black Devil Forest, because the underground city lord was about to issue a mission. Every 100 years, a mission would be issued, and those who completed it would have the opportunity to enter the mysterious place controlled by the underground city lord. Naturally, countless people would flock to it. But even more people died on the way to the depths of the Black Devil Forest. After entering the Black Devil Forest, everyone scattered to search for the location of the underground city. The underground city was rather mysterious, and it was said that the entrance could change at any time. Therefore, it was rather troublesome to find it. And the reason for the beast riot was said to be because the egg of a beast emperor-level beast was stolen. Lin Feng knew very well how powerful a beast emperor-level expert was. Previously, he had fought with the Black Hell Beast Emperor, but he was unable to defeat it. Moreover, Lin Feng could clearly sense that the Black Hell Beast Emperor was hiding its cultivation. Most importantly, the Beast Emperor was not only powerful, it could also control a herd of beasts. The Beast Emperor gave an order. Who would dare to disobey? Therefore, stealing the Beast Emperor's egg was simply plucking the fur from a tiger. It was simply courting death. This beast egg riot was extremely terrifying, and the earth was constantly trembling. The roars of beasts could be heard everywhere. Traces of beasts could be seen in the sky and on the ground. For many cultivators, this was simply a calamity. As a result, many people died tragically in this ferocious beast rampage. Many people who died were also undeserved disasters. Originally, the theft of the beast egg had nothing to do with them. But now, these people were dying tragically. It was truly tragic. The world of cultivators had always been so cruel. Lin Feng stood on top of a mountain and looked into the distance. Thousands of cultivators were surrounded by beasts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A terrifying beast emperor appeared, and its cold eyes swept towards those cultivators. The beast emperor had a pair of golden wings, and its entire body was dark green. It had a dragon head, a lion body, and a scorpion tail. This was a dual-winged scorpion-tailed dragon-lion beast. It was a primordial variant. Its bloodline was incomparably powerful. The beast emperor did not attack the group of cultivators below at all. Perhaps it was because he felt that it was beneath him to make a move. It looked at Lin Feng in the distance and quickly flew over. The twin-winged scorpion-tailed dragon-lion beast emperor swiped its claw at Lin Feng. Buzz. A claw the size of a mountain condensed in the void. The huge claw smashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched out, breaking the attack of the dual-winged scorpion-tailed dragon-lion beast emperor. He looked at the dragon-lion beast emperor with an indifferent expression and said, "The theft of the eggs has nothing to do with me. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Don't provoke me." Humph. The dragon-lion beast emperor snorted coldly. It looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. With this beast emperor's strength, it could clearly sense the powerful bloodline in Lin Feng's body. That kind of bloodline. Let it have a feeling of excitement. If it swallowed Lin Feng, the dual-winged scorpion-tailed dragon-lion beast emperor felt that it could evolve again. But after the battle just now, the dual-winged scorpion-tailed dragon-lion beast emperor knew Lin Feng was definitely an exceptionally powerful opponent. The dual-winged scorpion-tailed dragon-lion beast emperor was not confident that it could kill Lin Feng. It glanced coldly at Lin Feng and then left. This egg hunt lasted for 5 days. Too many cultivators died in the eggs. It was really a disaster. The beast tide dispersed. The dual-winged scorpion-tailed dragon-lion beast emperor also returned to its territory. It was just unknown if it had found the eggs. At night, the bright moon hung high in the sky, dotted with stars. Because of the beast tide, Lin Feng was also unable to find the entrance to the underground city. Now the beast tide had finally dispersed. The next step was to find the entrance to the underground city. This mysterious underground city made Lin Feng extremely curious. The bonfire burned. The roasted meat emitted a tempting fragrance. Little Meng Meng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit were eating with relish. Big brother, do you want more? Little Meng Meng stretched out her oily little hand and said. Lin Feng cut another piece of roasted meat and handed it to Little Meng Meng. The meat soup was ready at this time. He scooped a bowl of meat soup for Little Meng Meng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit and set it aside to dry. Rustle, 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 a soft sound came from the forest. Who is it? Come out. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, looking warily to the left where the sound came from. A woman in white walked out. This woman in white looked very young. She was tall and had a palm-sized face. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Feng had seen too many peerless beauties. Purely in terms of beauty. Perhaps only the Empress's beauty could be compared to this woman's. Moreover, this woman was born with a pair of very beautiful eyes. After looking into such a pair of beautiful eyes, Lin Feng felt that he was about to get lost in those eyes. What a beautiful person. Lin Feng looked at the woman in shock. This woman's snow-white clothes were stained with a lot of blood. Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. Could she be a cultivator who was lucky enough to survive the beast tide? The female cultivator stood more than 30 meters away and did not walk forward. She also did not look at Lin Feng. She looked at the roasted meat on the bonfire, as if attracted by the meat. Do you want to eat? Lin Feng asked. The woman was slightly stunned. After a long while, she nodded. Lin Feng was about to faint. Beautiful woman, your reaction arc is a little too long, isn't it? Come and sit. Lin Feng said. The female cultivator hesitated for a moment, then finally came to Lin Feng's side and sat down. Lin Feng cut a piece of roasted meat for her. The female cultivator ate in small bites. Not long after, she finished the roasted meat in her hand and pointed at the meat soup. Do you want to drink? Lin Feng asked. The female cultivator nodded. Lin Feng gave her a bowl of meat soup. The female cultivator tasted it spoonful by spoonful. After eating, Bibi and Dragon Rabbit were playing around the bonfire, while Xiao Meng Meng was snuggling in Lin Feng's arms, sleepy. Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator and asked. What's your name? The female cultivator looked at Lin Feng without saying anything or doing anything else, she just kept looking at Lin Feng. You can't speak? Lin Feng asked. The female cultivator thought for a bit, then nodded. Can you write? Lin Feng asked. The female cultivator thought for a bit, then shook her head. Lin Feng muttered in his mind. Did this female cultivator hurt her head during the beast tide? That's why she reacted a lot slower, and she can't speak or write. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. Do you still remember who you are? Lin Feng continued to ask. The female cultivator pondered. After a while, she shook her head. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Isn't it a bit too long for her to think? She's such a beautiful woman. She should be a goddess of heaven. But now she's hurt her head. She's lost her memories, can't even speak, and looks a bit sluggish. What a pity. Under the night sky, the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. Xiao Meng Meng was curled up in Lin Feng's arms, sleeping soundly. Lin Feng was leaning against a tree, occasionally looking at the female cultivator who was sitting on a rock in a daze. The next day, Lin Feng planned to continue searching for the entrance to the underground city. The female cultivator followed behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't want the female cultivator to leave. Even if she was a burden, she would be a burden. She might be a burden, but it was better to keep her by his side than to let her die here. You have a jade pendant hanging here. Could it be related to your origin? Lin Feng said as he looked at the jade pendant hanging on the female cultivator's waist. The female cultivator also looked at the jade pendant hanging on her waist. Then, she took it off and handed it to Lin Feng. Xianxia. Lin Feng softly said the name. Perhaps that's your name? He looked at the female cultivator. The female cultivator nodded and smiled. One had to admit that if a person was beautiful, they would be beautiful when they smiled. Just like Xianxia, when she smiled, she was simply mesmerizing. Lin Feng tried to use his spiritual will to sense the jade pendant. However, he found that his spiritual will couldn't penetrate the jade pendant. This jade pendant didn't have any mysteries. It was just an ordinary jade pendant. Lin Feng returned the jade pendant to the female cultivator. He didn't care if this female cultivator was really called Xianxia. She didn't have a name now anyway. Lin Feng called her Xianxia. Moreover, the female cultivator seemed to like this name. 3 days later, Lin Feng suddenly heard a piece of news. It said that someone had found the entrance to the underground city. Many people were rushing over. Lin Feng and Xianxia quickly headed over. By the time they arrived, quite a number of people had already gathered. Do you see that cliff in front? There's a bridge there. If you want to reach the underground city, you have to cross that bridge first. This is the first test to enter the underground city. A cultivator said. Lin Feng could not help but recall the rumors he had heard. Finding the dungeon did not mean that one could enter the dungeon. To enter the dungeon, one had to pass the dungeon's test. If they couldn't pass the dungeon's test, it was impossible to enter the underground city, and the test in the underground city was obviously extremely difficult. It wasn't easy to pass the dungeon's test. The black fog lingered in front of them, and the cliff was covered by the black fog. And an ancient stone bridge spanned across the cliff. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and said, "Hold my hand, I'll take you there." Xianxia nodded. She stretched out her jade-like hand and allowed Lin Feng to grab it. This pair of jade-like hands was extremely soft. Lin Feng wasn't in the mood for romance. His mind was on how to enter the dungeon. This was related to whether or not he could cultivate the 8-9 mysteries. It was a matter of life and death. Nothing mattered in the face of life and death. Lin Feng grabbed Xianxueling's hand and entered the stone bridge. All eternity is but a dream. The boundless world of mortals is but a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, a mysterious voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Let go of the obsession in your heart and return to yourself. Walk towards the light. That is the path you should take. Following that, the voice resounded in his mind. Immediately after, Lin Feng saw a bright path appear in front of him. He didn't know where it led to. That voice enticed Lin Feng to walk towards the bright path. You want to confuse me with a mere illusion? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The power of the dragon elephant surged into his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, the mysterious voice in his mind disappeared. The bright path in front of him also disappeared without a trace. He returned to the bridge. Black fog lingered around him. He couldn't see anyone else. He could only see Xianxueling standing beside him. Lin Feng originally thought that Xianxueling should be immersed in the illusion. Who would have thought? Xianxueling stared at him with wide eyes. This caused Lin Feng to be extremely shocked. Xianxueling's aura wasn't very strong. Her cultivation didn't seem to be very high either. Why did she wake up earlier than him? Could it be that there was something wrong with Xianxueling's head? Could it be that even illusions had no effect on her? Let's go, Lin Feng said. Xianxueling nodded and allowed Lin Feng to hold her hand and walk forward. The two of them left the stone bridge and walked towards the depths. The deeper they went, the more sinister and terrifying the aura became. Boom, not far away, there was a terrifying fluctuation. More than a dozen cultivators were surrounded by hundreds of evil spirits. Those evil spirits were crazily attacking more than a dozen cultivators. However, those cultivators' methods were also extremely extraordinary. A group of people joined forces and actually blocked the attacks of hundreds of evil spirits. Screech! A sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the depths. Endless ghost chi swept through heaven and earth. Within the ghost chi, there was an evil spirit with disheveled hair and wearing blood-red clothes. The aura of that evil spirit caused Lin Feng to turn pale with fright. Ghost King, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. He pulled Xian Yueling and quickly left. The Ghost King that these evil spirits evolved into was different from the Ghost King that ordinary ghosts evolved into. Evil spirits evolved into Ghost Kings. They were incomparably powerful. Their strength should be between the peak of the Giant God stage and the Boundary Emperor stage. Of course, there might be some especially powerful Ghost Kings that were at the Boundary Emperor stage. The most terrifying thing wasn't the strength of the Ghost King. It was that the Ghost King had an almost immortal ability. The Ghost King was very powerful and very difficult to kill. It made people feel a chill run down their spines. Lin Feng and Xian Yueling quickly left. Those cultivators were killed by the Ghost King's claws. Although these people had decent cultivation, they didn't even have the ability to resist the Ghost King. Not long after, Lin Feng and Xian Yueling were also seen by a group of evil spirits. Over 200 wraiths roared as they charged at the two of them. Lin Feng was about to deal with these evil spirits when he saw a pitch-black jar appear in Xian Yueling's hand. The pitch-black jar suddenly sucked. The evil spirits were instantly sucked into the jar. Damn, what kind of Dharma treasure is this? It's so powerful? Lin Feng was shocked. Xian Yueling shook her head. She didn't know what kind of treasure it was. However, she subconsciously knew how to use it. At that moment, the Demon Lord said, "This is the ghost-raising jar. This woman is not simple. She actually has something like this on her. Although she has lost her memories and looks a little sluggish, she is still a dangerous person. Be careful. The best way is to quickly separate from her." "What's the ghost-raising jar?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Ask her to release the evil spirits that were sucked into the jar," the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at Xian Yueling and said, "Release those evil spirits." Xian Yueling opened the ghost-raising jar. Keek keek, sinister laughter rang out. Then, an evil spirit flew out, its sharp claws clawing at Lin Feng and Xian Yueling. F***ck, what's going on? Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the Ghost King. The ghost-rearing jar had only swallowed over 200 ordinary evil spirits. Why was it a Ghost King that came out of the jar? Of course, there were differences in strength between Ghost Kings. For example, when Lin Feng and the Empress went to Nuwa's land of inheritance, they met a female Ghost King on the way to the underworld. She was definitely one of the strongest Ghost Kings. That female Ghost King had most likely reached the Pseudo-Emperor realm. The Ghost King in front of them was probably at the second or third firmament of the Giant God realm. A Ghost King at this level was not a threat to Lin Feng. Facing the Ghost King's attack, Lin Feng punched out and sent the Ghost King flying. Screech. The Ghost King let out a sharp screech and turned into a cloud of ghostly energy. It charged into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Let me see the ghost-raising jar." Lin Feng stared at the ghost-raising jar in Xian Yueling's hand. This ghost-raising jar was extremely terrifying. It had swallowed so many evil spirits. Could it be that they had swallowed each other in an instant? Then, under the effects of the ghost-raising jar, the last remaining evil spirit turned into the Ghost King. Lin Feng observed for a while. He did not see anything special about the ghost-raising jar. He looked at the ghost-raising jar and almost drooled. It was really a good treasure. Xian Yueling seemed to see that Lin Feng wanted the ghost-raising jar. She pointed at the jar and then at Lin Feng. "You're giving it to me?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Xian Yueling nodded. I don't deserve it. This isn't good," Lin Feng said politely. However, he did not seem to have any intention of returning the ghost-raising jar to Xian Yueling. "Let's see if the ghost-raising jar has been refined. If it has, we'll need to remove the imprint on it," the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he carefully inspected the ghost-raising jar. To his surprise, the ghost-raising jar had not been refined. He hurriedly used his magic power to refine the ghost-raising jar. "Come with me, we're going to catch ghosts." Lin Feng grabbed Xian Yueling's jade-like hands and said. The two of them wandered around. Wherever there were many evil spirits, that was where they would run. Then, Lin Feng took out the ghost-raising jar to devour the evil spirits. It didn't take long for the ghost-raising jar to devour over 10,000 evil spirits. The disappearance of a large number of evil spirits naturally couldn't be hidden from the Ghost Kings here. A powerful Ghost King found Lin Feng and Xian Yueling and charged towards them. Devour it. Lin Feng took out the ghost-raising jar, wanting to use it to devour this Ghost King. Bang! Who knew that this Ghost King was so powerful that it sent the ghost-raising jar flying with a single swipe of its claws? F***ck. What a freak. Seeing how tyrannical the Ghost King was, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Screech, a few ear-piercing screeches came from afar. Ghost Kings flew over one after another. There were a total of 7 Ghost Kings. Including the first Ghost King, there were a total of 8 Ghost Kings charging towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept the ghost-raising jar, grabbed Xian Yueling, and fled into the distance. Lowly human brat, you dare to use that broken jar to devour so many of our subordinates? You're dead, a Ghost King's hoarse voice rang out. Lin Feng shouted, you must have mistaken me for someone else. It's not me. That guy who used the broken jar to devour evil spirits ran towards the northwest. Hurry up and chase after him. The group of Ghost Kings rolled their eyes. Because Lin Feng had the ghost-raising jar in his hand. Now, he actually said that it wasn't him. Isn't this too shameless? The group of Ghost Kings chased after Lin Feng and Xian Yueling relentlessly. Many cultivators who came to this area were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Being chased by 8 Ghost Kings, what did that man and woman do? What made the Ghost Kings so angry? Help! Which kind-hearted person can help block these Ghost Kings? Lin Feng grabbed Xian Yueling's hand and rushed towards the crowd. Fuck, you're too wicked. You actually lured the Ghost Kings towards us. Many people yelled and cursed loudly, and then quickly dispersed in an uproar. Lin Feng said, you're the wicked ones. I only wanted you to have a close and friendly encounter with the Ghost Kings. Many people wanted to cry but had no tears. We don't want to have any close contact with the Ghost Kings. Unless you're crazy, you wouldn't want to have any close contact with the Ghost Kings. The Ghost Kings didn't even care about the surrounding cultivators. They only wanted to get rid of the despicable Lin Feng. But after chasing for a long time, the 8 Ghost Kings still couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. Instead, they were left behind by Lin Feng without a trace. The 8 Ghost Kings roared furiously. We've finally gotten rid of these guys. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He and Xian Yueling found a place to rest. Then, he transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. I wonder how to control the Ghost Kings raised by the ghost-raising jar. Demon Lord, do you know how to do it? The Demon Lord replied, I'm guessing that there's a technique that works with the ghost-raising jar. It's just that you haven't obtained it yet. Perhaps this woman knows. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Look at her current state. She can't even remember her own name or where she came from. How can she remember these techniques? The Demon Lord replied, if that's the case, then we'll have to use another method. What method? Lin Feng asked. Try to convert the Ghost Kings. The Demon Lord replied. Lin Feng said, the Great Purification Technique is a Buddhist technique that can restrain the Ghost Kings. If we use it to convert the Ghost Kings, I'm afraid that the Ghost Kings will be killed before they can be converted. Lin Feng then asked, how about the Great Enslavement Technique? The Demon Lord replied, the Great Enslavement Technique can only enslave cultivators weaker than you. If a Ghost King raised by more than 10,000 evil spirits is born, even you won't be a match for it. How can you possibly enslave it? Let's wait until we reach the underground city before coming up with a solution. Lin Feng transmitted his voice. He then put the ghost-raising jar away. They rested for a while. He and Xian Yueling continued their journey. After passing through the stone bridge and the ghost domain, they still didn't see the underground city. Lin Feng knew that there would definitely be more dangers waiting for the cultivators who wanted to enter the underground city. After traveling for a while, they saw an incomparably huge valley. It was a valley. It was about 7 or 8 kilometers long. On both sides were steep, pitch-black mountains. The two demonic mountains emitted a sinister aura. Many cultivators gathered outside the valley. Lin Feng asked around and found out that the gigantic valley was filled with demonic sword insects. If they wanted to pass through, they would have to resist the insects' attacks. The sword demon insects were too terrifying. Once they attacked, it was equivalent to countless terrifying sword rays attacking at the same time. They could instantly shatter the void. Some people have already tried to cross the valley, but many of them have been killed by the sword demon insects. Only a small number of people have successfully crossed the valley. A cultivator said. Then, another cultivator said, if we cross the sword demon valley, we will be very close to the underground city. If we want to cross the sword demon valley, we have to wait. We need more people to gather together and cross the valley together. The more people there are, the stronger. Yes, if we have fewer people, we will be at a disadvantage when facing those sword demon insects. The surrounding cultivators were discussing. Lin Feng and Xian Yueling did not act rashly. Instead, they were waiting for an opportunity. Many cultivators looked toward Lin Feng. Of course, they were not looking at Lin Feng. They were looking at Xian Yueling. This woman was really too beautiful. No matter where she went, she would definitely become the center of attention. Who is that kid? He looks ordinary, but he has such a peerless beauty by his side. Yes, how can that kid have such a peerless beauty? Many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. They really hoped that Lin Feng had no relationship with Xian Yueling. But the most important thing was that Lin Feng was holding Xian Yueling's hand. Xian Yueling allowed Lin Feng to hold her hand. As the saying went, men and women should not touch each other. Therefore, when everyone saw Lin Feng holding Xian Yueling's hand, they guessed that the two of them had a close relationship. These people felt that they were not inferior to Lin Feng, but they did not have such a beautiful woman by their side. They were naturally envious of Lin Feng's good fortune. How they wished that they could be the one standing beside that peerless beauty, the one holding her jade-like hand. Lin Feng chose to ignore the gazes of the surrounding cultivators. It was very normal for a peerless beauty like Xian Yueling to attract the attention of others. It was just like if they met a peerless beauty on the street. Would they take a few more glances at her? Of course, they would take a few more glances at her. Admiring beauty. This was the common trait of countless people. Time passed. 3 days later. Thousands of cultivators had already gathered outside the Sword Devil Valley. A middle-aged cultivator said, "Everyone, the Sword Devil Valley is filled with danger. Let's pass through the Sword Devil Valley together. If we encounter danger, don't panic. Let's deal with the Sword Devil insects in the Sword Devil Valley together. We will definitely be able to pass through the Sword Devil Valley safely." That's right. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to smoothly and safely pass through the Sword Demon Valley. Immediately, another cultivator shouted loudly. The auras of the surrounding cultivators also surged. Everyone gathered together and entered the Sword Devil Valley. At first, it was still relatively safe, but when they flew to the middle of the Sword Devil Valley, buzzing sounds came from all directions. Look! A cultivator pointed around. Everyone looked over and saw a dense swarm of sword devil insects flying out from the top of the two demonic mountains and the bottom of the valley. Those sword demon insects looked rather strange. He took a closer look. They looked like pitch-black demonic swords. The sword demon insect was about the size of a palm. It also had a pair of black wings. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a strange insect. It actually looked like a sword. It was really unimaginable. Everyone, be careful. The sword demon insects are coming. Take out your defensive magic treasures, attack magic treasures, and advance and retreat together. Kill your way out. The middle-aged cultivator who had encouraged everyone earlier shouted once again. Swish. Swish, treasure light flashed. One by one, powerful magic treasures were taken out. Among these magic treasures, there were defensive magic treasures and also offensive magic treasures. At the same time, everyone quickly flew towards the opposite side of the Sword Devil Valley. But at this moment, the densely packed sword demon insects launched an attack. One by one, the sword demon insects directly turned into streaks of pitch-black sword chi, and then slashed towards the cultivators who had entered the Sword Devil Valley. Clang 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 clang. The densely packed attacks came crashing down. The sword chi formed by the sword demon insects bombarded the defensive magic treasures that everyone had taken out, one after another. A series of clanging sounds of collision rang out. The many cultivators naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. They all took out their magic treasures and attacked the sword demon insects. One after another, powerful attacks bombarded the sword demon insects' bodies. However, what was shocking was that the sword demon insects' bodies were too hard. It was simply like the bodies of magic treasures. Everyone's attacks bombarded the sword demon insects' bodies. However, they were simply incapable of causing any damage to the sword demon insects. When he saw this scene, he was shocked. Lin Feng felt that this was a serious problem. If they were unable to kill off these sword demon insects, the difficulty that the cultivators faced would greatly increase. Sure enough, it was as Lin Feng had guessed. Due to the fact that these sword demon insects were incapable of being killed, the more sword demon insects rushed over, the greater the pressure that everyone faced. Wave after wave of attacks came crashing down. In the beginning, the defensive magic treasures that everyone had taken out were able to block off the sword demon insects' attacks. However, it did not take long before many of the defensive magic treasures were destroyed by the sword demon insects' attacks. A gap appeared in the originally perfect defense and the densely packed sword demon insects flew into the crowd through the gap. Next, they unleashed a frenzied attack on the cultivators. Pooh! 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 Ripping sounds rang out one after another. Many of the cultivators were killed by the sword demon insects. The fleshly bodies of these sword demon insects were indestructible. Additionally, their attacks were incomparably powerful. They were simply the most terrifying killers. Most importantly, these sword demon insects lived in groups. With so many sword demon insects together, it was simply despairing. Thus, the group of cultivators was directly scattered by the sword demon insects. Some of the more powerful cultivators were trying their best to break through the encirclement of the sword demon insects. As for some of the weaker cultivators, they were directly torn to shreds by the sword demon insects' attacks. Lin Feng grabbed Xianxueling's jade-like hand with his left hand and quickly rushed to the opposite side. The densely packed sword demon insects rushed over, but all of them were sent flying by the fist lights that Lin Feng sent out. These sword demon insects were very difficult to kill. Thus, the most important thing was to quickly escape. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary. In the end, he successfully brought Xianxueling out of the Sword Demon Valley and broke away from the densely packed sword demon insects. One after another, cultivators escaped. However, most of them died miserably in the Sword Demon Valley. The cultivators that escaped from the Sword Demon Valley did not dare to stay and quickly left. 6 hours later, a huge ancient city appeared in their line of sight. "We've arrived at the underground city," many people shouted excitedly. Everyone flew forward. However, no matter how hard they flew, they could not reach the ancient city. Could it be an illusion? Someone said with a grave expression. Lin Feng observed his surroundings. He did not sense any fluctuations of an array. This place did not seem to be an illusion. "It's a mirage," an old cultivator said with an incomparably solemn voice. Clearly, a mirage was definitely a terrifying sight. It made the old cultivator's heart heavy. What's a mirage? Many people looked at the old cultivator with puzzled expressions. A mirage is a type of projection. When we see a mirage, no matter how far we walk, we can't reach the place we see, the old cultivator said with a gloomy voice. Since the underground city we saw was just a projection, let's go in another direction. A cultivator said. It's not that simple, the old cultivator said. Hearing the old cultivator's words, many people's expressions changed slightly, because they realized that the situation might be a little serious. The old cultivator said, "Have you heard of magnetic fields?" Many cultivators shook their heads. It was obvious that they were unfamiliar with this term. Lin Feng said, "I've heard of it before. It's said that some extremely powerful cultivators, such as great emperors, will form a special magnetic field at the place where they died. Also, some special places, such as the places near the passage to the netherworld, will form a special magnetic field. Once you fall into the magnetic field, if you can't walk out of it, it's very easy to be trapped inside. The magnetic field is so strange? Old Senior, you're not trying to say that we're trapped in a magnetic field, are you? Many people said with trembling voices. More than 100 people looked at the old cultivator. The old cultivator said, there is indeed a magnetic field here. Although I don't know why, the magnetic field here is abnormally powerful. Then what should we do now? A cultivator asked. This was the question that they were most concerned about. The old cultivator said, the magnetic field will form a very special world, and the world we're in can be called a mirage world. Right now, we have no other choice but to continue walking toward the underground city we saw and hope to find a way out. Lin Feng thought about the incident when they entered the netherworld waterway. At that time, they had been affected by the magnetic field. Later on, it had been very difficult for them to find a way out. Therefore, Lin Feng was very clear that it would not be easy to walk out of such a place. Of course, this old cultivator seemed to be very experienced. Perhaps he had a way to bring everyone out. Moreover, Lin Feng had many shocking methods. Perhaps they could find a way out. Everyone flew toward the underground city. However, after flying for a long time, they still did not discover anything. The magnetic field created by the mirage was simply too powerful. It was very difficult to find a flaw in it. Are we really going to be trapped to death in this mirage? A cultivator said dejectedly. After being trapped in Fata Morgana for such a long time, the faith in his heart was crumbling. At that moment, the old cultivator took out an ancient bronze book. He opened the bronze book and then squatted down in front of the bronze book to carefully ponder over it. 9 Palaces Arithmetic? Lin Feng looked at the picture drawn on the bronze book. There were all kinds of squares on the picture. Different things were drawn on these squares. Flowers, plants, trees, insects, fish, birds, beasts, and so on. There were 81 such squares. Horizontal 9. 9 vertical lines. It just so happened to fit the 81 grid. This was the so-called 9 Palaces Arithmetic. The 8 trigrams technique. 9 Palaces Arithmetic. These were 2 types of deduction techniques. Moreover, they were deduction techniques that had been developed to the pinnacle. Lin Feng had come into contact with the 8 trigrams before. However, he had never come into contact with the 9 Palaces Arithmetic. This old cultivator was truly not to be underestimated. He actually knew the 9 Palaces Arithmetic. Old Xiao looked at Lin Feng and asked, young friend, have you come into contact with the 9 Palaces Arithmetic as well? Lin Feng said, that's not true. However, I've heard many friends talk about the 9 Palaces Arithmetic. It's said that this 9 Palaces Arithmetic is based on the various things drawn on the grid, such as flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, rivers, etc., to deduce some things that one wants to know. Old Xiao said, it's exactly as young friend said. Since the 9 Palaces Arithmetic is so mystical, why hasn't Senior deduced it yet? Why have you been looking at the grid all this time? A cultivator asked, wanting the old cultivator to quickly deduce the way out. Old Xiao said, under the interference of the magnetic field, the deduction technique will be greatly affected, so I can't guarantee that I'll be able to deduce the correct path. That's still better than just looking at it. Senior, please deduce it quickly. That's right. Senior, please use the 9 Palaces Arithmetic to deduce it quickly. The surrounding people said one after another. Old Xiao frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Lin Feng said, deduction isn't child's play. How can it be casually deduced? Everyone, just wait. Everyone could only wait patiently at the side. After 2 hours, the old cultivator's eyes lit up slightly. Then, he began to deduce. One after another, spells were sent into the 9 Palaces Arithmetic. As the spells were sent into the 9 Palaces Arithmetic, the 9 Palaces Arithmetic began to change. The various diagrams on the 9 Palaces Arithmetic seemed to have come alive. Mountains and rivers flowed, insects, fishes, birds, and beasts flew, and cultivators of various races came alive. Some were offering sacrifices to the heavens, some were praying. People of all shapes and sizes, All sorts of phenomena appeared. It was truly mystical and unfathomable. This 9 palaces arithmetic seemed to be very mystical. After a series of deductions, old Xiao closed the book and put it away. "Senior, did you find anything?" Immediately, someone asked impatiently. Old Xiao said, "I can faintly see a path, but I don't know if it will lead to the exit." "Everyone, follow me, and take a look." Everyone nodded and followed behind old Xiao. "It's getting dark," Lin Feng frowned. Previously, they had been walking for a long time, but the world of the mirage hadn't changed at all. Now, however, the mirage had changed. Black fog curled up, covering the sky and the sun. The surrounding heaven and earth had become so strange. In the darkness, a sinister sobbing sound could be heard. It said that 100 years of cultivation is enough to cross the same boat, and 1,000 years of cultivation is enough to sleep on the same bed. "Why are you doing this to me?" That voice was sinister and terrifying, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Could it be that some powerful ghost is about to appear? Someone said with a trembling voice. "Everyone, don't look back. Follow old Xiao and walk forward," Lin Feng said in a low voice. He held Xianxueling's hand and walked forward. The others followed behind them. "Why are you so cruel? Why did the vows of eternal love become nothing but lies?" In the darkness, the sobbing sound could be heard again. That voice was faintly discernible. They couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. But when that voice rang out, it was as if it had been struck by lightning. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. "There is no path ahead. Turn back and you will be able to transcend." That voice was no longer sobbing. Instead, it spoke slowly, as if it was whispering into their ears. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. That terrifying existence must have come close to this place. "There is no path ahead. It's not too late to turn back," that voice resounded again. It was filled with a bewitching power. This bewitching voice resounded. Many people could not resist this bewitching power. Then, they gradually fell into depravity. Finally, a cultivator turned his head. Suddenly, a miserable scream was heard. "What's going on?" Many people felt their scalps go numb. Some people wanted to turn their heads to check the situation behind them. At this moment, Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "Don't turn your head. Walk forward. Hope that you won't be bewitched in front." The old cultivator also said, "This little brother is right. Don't look around. Let's walk forward. We'll be able to get out of here soon." The rest of the people suppressed the fear in their hearts and followed behind him. Walala. Walala, in the darkness, the sound of chains colliding could be heard. The black fog rolled around, as if some terrifying creature was walking out of the darkness. The situation was developing in a worse direction. Many people were pale with fright. In such a strange situation, it was not easy to remain calm. Walala. The sound of chains colliding rang out again. In the darkness, chains actually appeared and wrapped around those cultivators. "Cut the chains!" Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Everyone hurriedly took out their magic weapons in an attempt to cut off the chains. But when all kinds of attacks landed on the chains, it was as if they were about to explode. Suddenly, there was a series of clanging sounds of collisions. Those chains were very strange. They were surrounded by terrifying runes, like the legendary Nether runes, and blocked everyone's attacks. Then, the chains wrapped around the cultivators one by one. Those cultivators were immediately pulled into the darkness by the chains. Mournful screams came from the darkness. The dozen or so cultivators who were pulled into the darkness had probably been killed. "I don't want to die. I've only cultivated for more than 700 years this year. I still have a long life ahead of me. I still have a beautiful fiancée waiting for me to marry her. I can't die here. My child is only 3 years old, and my wife is pregnant. I can't die here." Many people's voices trembled, and they were crying. Although cultivators possessed great strength and had a relatively long lifespan, but in reality, speaking of which, cultivators were no different from ordinary people. They had joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, as well as the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Family, love, friendship, and so on were all things that they could not give up. When faced with danger or even death, they would also consider these feelings that were difficult to give up. The great devil enters the dream, seeking immortality. The land of bliss is here. Heaven and hell. With a thought, the path of light can lead to eternal life. Suddenly, the bewitching voice resounded in everyone's mind once again. Paths of light appeared in the darkness. Those were the paths of light one after another. It seemed to be the path to leave, the path to survival, and also the path to eternal life. Many people's mental pressure. Many people were even in a state of near mental collapse. Therefore, after hearing this voice, he could no longer control his body. He quickly rushed towards the paths of light. In the blink of an eye, only 20 or so people remained where they were. The surrounding paths of light were instantly swallowed by the darkness. In the darkness, there was an extremely tragic and shrill cry. It was the cultivators who had just left. They were suffering in the darkness. The magnetic field here is very terrifying. It is constantly creating all kinds of scenes and sounds to confuse us. But I guess that we are really about to get out. The closer we are to the exit, the stronger the magnetic field will be. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. It seems that we need to use some real skills. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be easy to break the magnetic field here. The old cultivator at the front said. Senior, do you have a way to get out? Many people's eyes suddenly lit up. The old cultivator said. I can try the method, but if it can't get us out, then it's not something I can control. As soon as the old cultivator's voice fell, he took out a talisman. The talisman was covered in dense runes that looked like scribbles on the ground. It was very mysterious. The old cultivator began to chant an incantation. No one knew what kind of incantation it was. After chanting an incantation, the old cultivator bit his finger. Blood immediately flowed out. The old cultivator dripped the blood on the talisman. With blood as the guide, burn. The old cultivator shouted in a low voice. The talisman began to burn fiercely. Not too long later, the talisman was burned to ashes. Waves of powerful energy surged out. That energy flowed into the old cultivator's eyes. The old cultivator's eyes turned into a pair of golden eyes. With my eyes, I can now faintly see the structure of the magnetic field around us. We need to find the weakest point of the magnetic field and then pass through it. Everyone, follow me, the old cultivator said. Everyone followed behind the old cultivator. There was a saying, extreme prosperity leads to decline, decline leads to prosperity. This was the place where the magnetic field was the strongest. But it was also the place with the biggest flaw. If they could find the weakest point of the magnetic field, it would be the best chance for Lin Feng's group to leave. Obviously, this old cultivator was quite proficient in these kinds of things. Under the old cultivator's lead, everyone finally found such a place. Just as the old cultivator was about to lead everyone to rush out, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a terrifying figure appeared in the darkness. This figure was wearing a dark green robe. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly, only a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen. Previously, no one had even noticed that he had appeared in front of him. When that pair of blood-red eyes lit up, only then did everyone realize that such a terrifying existence was blocking their path. That pair of blood-red eyes met with the old cultivator's eyes. Ah, my eyes! The old cultivator couldn't help but scream as he covered his eyes with both hands. Blood flowed out from his eyes. The terrifying creature in the darkness wounded the old cultivator's eyes. Shwa! Its sharp claws swiped towards the old cultivator's chest. The terrifying being wanted to dig out the old cultivator's heart. Humph! Lin Feng snorted coldly. He channeled the power of karma and condensed a powerful punch, which he punched toward that terrifying being. Ah, the power of karma Buddhism. This is the great karma technique. That terrifying being exclaimed. He didn't fight Lin Feng head-on. Instead, he chose to retreat. Go, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He held Xianxueling's hand with one hand and grabbed the old cultivator with the other and rushed forward. The others followed behind him. Shwa! There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and the others rushed out of this strange world created by the magnetic field. After rushing out of the world formed by the magnetic field, they saw the huge ancient city in the distance. It's the underground city. We're really in the underground city. Haha, this is great. Many cultivators shouted in surprise and then quickly rushed towards the underground city. Senior, how do you feel? Lin Feng looked at the old cultivator. I'm fine. The old cultivator said. Although his eyes were injured, they had almost recovered. The three of them did not stop and walked towards the underground city. The gate of the underground city was always open and there were no cultivators guarding it. Those who came here would be able to enter the underground city without any obstructions. After entering the underground city, Lin Feng and the old cultivator parted ways. Then, Lin Feng and Xian Yueling found an inn to rest. There were people from all walks of life in the underground city. Who knew how many heinous people were gathered here? Therefore, this place was not a place where good people would appear. Most of the people who came and went in this place were extremely vicious and evil people. After seeing such a beautiful girl like Xian Yueling enter the underground city, many people revealed evil looks. Brat, I've taken a liking to this girl. Get lost. A cultivator with a scar on his face sneered. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to touch Xian Yueling's face. Swoosh. Lin Feng raised his hand and slashed down. A ray of sword light tore through the void. Puff. Blood splattered. A severed arm flew out. Ah, the cultivator with a scar on his face screamed and covered his severed arm that was spurting blood. His body staggered backward. His face was as white as a sheet. If not for the fact that killing is not allowed in the underground city, you would be a dead man by now. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the cultivator with a scar on his face and then pulled Xian Yueling forward. The rest of the people opened up a path for Lin Feng. In the world of cultivators, the strong were revered. It was even more so in a place like the underground city. There were too many heinous people gathered here and these people preferred violence to solve problems. Seeing how powerful Lin Feng was, they were naturally in awe of him. They all stepped aside. Lin Feng and Xian Yueling booked a courtyard in a high-class inn. There was even a hot spring in the courtyard. An immortal tree grew beside the hot spring. He didn't know what kind of immortal tree it was. It was full of fruits. They could soak in the hot spring while eating spirit fruits. Lin Feng's mind moved. Little Meng Meng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit flew out from the mountain and river ring. The three little fellows were very excited when they saw the hot spring. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit jumped into the hot spring and started swimming. Xiao Meng Meng looked at Bibi and Dragon Rabbit eagerly, eager to try. Xiao Meng Meng was only 4 or 5 years old, so there was nothing to hide. She took off her outer clothes. He was only wearing a pair of underpants. The little girl also jumped up. The hot spring pool was not deep. Little Meng Meng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit began to play around. Xian Yueling sat at the side and watched quietly. At night, Lin Feng carried Xiao Meng Meng and went with Xian Yueling to a very famous restaurant not far from the inn. They ordered a table full of good wine and food. Naturally, Bibi and Dragon Rabbit ate and drank to their heart's content. After enjoying the food and paying the bill, Lin Feng did not plan to stay outside. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit drank until they were dead drunk. Lin Feng sent them back to the mountain and river ring to sleep. Xiao Meng Meng was also sleepy after eating. Lin Feng carried Xiao Meng Meng and Xian Yueling back to their residence. In a small alley, 7 to 8 cultivators were gathered. The leader was an old man. If Lin Feng saw this old man, he would definitely recognize him. This old man was none other than the expert from the Evil Een sect who led people to exterminate the Emo family in Black Demon Town. This person was called Ding Maotong. His cultivation was profound and he was the supreme elder of the Evil Een sect. Sir, the little girl in that guy's arms should be. A middle-aged cultivator said. Ding Maotong waved his hand and interrupted him. Find an opportunity to make a move. If you can't do it in the city, wait until he leaves the city. Ding Maotong said. Yes. The group hurriedly said. After returning to their residence, Lin Feng placed Xiao Meng Meng, who was sleeping soundly, on the bed. Xiao Meng Meng could not leave Lin Feng's side for the time being. Therefore, she stayed with Lin Feng. As for Xianxia, she went to another room. Late at night, Lin Feng woke up when he realized that Xiao Mingming's body was heating up. He quickly checked on Xiao Mingming's condition. After checking carefully, Lin Feng's expression became serious. Xiao Mingming's body was burning up. Moreover, Lin Feng could feel that there was a strange power flowing within her body. This shocked Lin Feng. He tried to wake Xiao Mingming up. However, Xiao Mingming was in a deep sleep. No matter how he tried, he could not wake her up. "Demon Lord, what's wrong with Xiao Mingming?" Lin Feng said hurriedly. Shua. With a flash of light, the Demon Lord appeared. Then, the Demon Lord checked on Xiao Mingming's condition. He said with a serious expression, "This Xiao Mingming is actually..." The Demon Lord looked at Xiao Mingming with a bewildered expression. Sometimes, he frowned. Sometimes, he sank into deep thought. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Xiao Mingming's identity might be more complicated than he had imagined. Lin Feng asked, "Demon Lord, what did you discover?" The Demon Lord said, "She's not from this era." "Not from this era? It can't be, right? Isn't Xiao Mingming from the Mahast family?" Lin Feng could not help but frown. This might just be a fake identity to hide her true identity. The Demon Lord said. "In that case, she's sealed in the stone?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. He thought of the lives that were sealed in the stone. Every one of them had an extraordinary origin. That should be the case. The Demon Lord said. Then, he reached out and tapped on Xiao Mingming's dantian. Swish, divine light surged in Xiao Mingming's dantian. The divine light that surged out enveloped Lin Feng and the Demon Lord. The two of them were instantly enveloped by the divine light. Then, Lin Feng felt the world spin. The next moment, he found that he had actually arrived in an ancient world. The Demon Lord stood to the side with a bewildered expression. The Demon Lord said in a deep voice, "I wanted to resist that power and did not want to enter this world, but I was still pulled in. This little girl's origin is not simple." Lin Feng said, "Since we've already entered this world, let's see if we can find the mystery of Xiao Mingming's origin." Lin Feng and the Demon Lord walked in this mysterious world. They wanted to see some special situations. But after a long time, they didn't find anything. This world was a desolate world. There seemed to be no life. After a long time, Lin Feng and the Demon Lord finally saw a tribe. The Demon Lord said, "The existence of tribes is too ancient." Tribes were a way of survival for the various races in the early days. The cities appeared after the tribes. Tribes existed for many eras. For example, humans, monsters, demons, immortals, and other races. In the beginning, they all existed in the form of tribes. Until countless years later, tribes developed into cities. Tribes were gradually replaced by cities. But obviously, this didn't happen now. Lin Feng and the Demon Lord still saw an ancient era dominated by tribes. The people of the tribes were performing sacrifices. They prayed to the heavens for a year of good weather. Lin Feng and the Demon Lord went to many places and saw many tribes. There were large tribes and small tribes. Later, a great war broke out between the tribes. And this war was started by the leader of the demon tribe, Qiyu. Qiyu was the chief of the tribes in the absolute beginning era. His name was Yang, and his nickname was Qiyu. He was the martial god of war in the legends. Only now did Lin Feng know that everything they saw was actually from the absolute beginning era. The absolute beginning era, this ancient era, was also a dazzling era. This era. After the first great war between Xiantian life forms, there were many things waiting to be done. Xiantian life forms were no longer the absolute dominant force in the world. Many races began to walk towards power and glory. And in this era, humans were also pregnant with hope. Humans experienced the rule of the three emperors. In these long years, humans completed the transformation from eating raw meat and drinking blood to cultivating magic arts. After the three emperors' rule ended, a new era of the five emperors' rule began. Of course, the emergence of the five emperors required a process. In the early days, the Yellow Emperor, Great Emperor Xianyuan, head of the five emperors, and the Flame Emperor, one of the ancestors of the human race, became the two leaders of the human race after the three emperors. Under the leadership of the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor, the human race gradually grew stronger. And at this time, the ambitious Qiyu broke the peace between heaven and earth. Hence, that was why the war between the tribes started. Legend has it that Qiyu had 8 legs, 3 heads and 6 arms. His head was made of copper and his forehead was made of iron. He was invulnerable. They were good at using sabers, axes, and halberds to fight. They would fight to the death and were incomparably brave and fierce. Under the attack of Qiyu's army, many tribes either resisted and were slaughtered or chose to surrender and be enslaved by Qiyu. At that time, the human tribes were not particularly powerful among the many tribes. However, it was precisely this human tribe that didn't even take Qiyu seriously. Burying his life. Kill them. The deafening battle cries resounded through the clouds. Qiyu's army and the alliance led by Yellow Emperor and Yan Emperor began the final battle. Qiyu had 81 brothers, and each of them controlled a huge tribe. Moreover, his brothers were all valiant and skilled in battle. They were extremely powerful. In addition to the tribes that submitted to Qiyu. No matter how one looked at it, Qiyu's army should have won the battle. However, unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. This battle ended with Qiyu's defeat. The alliance led by Yellow Emperor and Yan Emperor won with fewer people, winning with the weak. In the end, they defeated Qiyu's army. Lin Feng and the Demon Lord looked at Qiyu from afar. Qiyu was tall and muscular, his black hair spread out. He was like a war god, majestic and extraordinary. Yellow Emperor and Yan Emperor couldn't bear to kill Qiyu. Thus, they wanted to recruit Qiyu. However, Qiyu didn't have any thoughts of submitting to others. In the end, Yellow Emperor beheaded Qiyu. After Qiyu was killed by Yellow Emperor, his head turned into a blood maple forest. His valiant image still made people fearful. Yellow Emperor drew his image on the army flag to encourage his troops to fight bravely. When the lords saw Qiyu, they surrendered without fighting. In the ancient books, the most mentioned Qiyu was the battle between him and the alliance led by Yellow Emperor. There were 3 specific details. The first was recorded in the historical records of the 5 emperors. After the Yellow Emperor defeated the Yan Emperor in the Battle of Banquan, Qiyu rebelled. The Yellow Emperor defeated Qiyu in the Battle of Zhuolu and consolidated his position as the emperor. The second was in the Izhou Shu, Tasting Wheat chapter. Qiyu chased Yan Emperor away, Yan Emperor pleaded with Yellow Emperor, and the 2 of them worked together to kill Qiyu in Zhongji. The third was in the Mountain and Sea scripture, Great Desolate scripture. Qiyu attacked Yellow Emperor, and Yellow Emperor ordered Yinglong to fight. The 2 sides fought in the wilderness of Jizhou, and Qiyu was defeated and killed. In the past, his understanding of Qiyu came from these ancient books. Now, Lin Feng saw the entire battle. Only then did he know that the reason why the battle broke out was because Qiyu wanted to rule the world, while Yellow Emperor and Yan Emperor wanted to protect their people. It was hard to say whether this matter was right or wrong. That was because their standpoints were different. Different standpoints naturally had different understandings of what was right or wrong. At this moment, Lin Feng was shocked. That was because he thought of something else. The reason why he and the Demon Lord entered this mysterious world was because of Little Meng Meng. This meant that Little Meng Meng's origin was very likely related to Yellow Emperor, Yan Emperor, and even Qiyu. Whoosh, the scene changed. Qiyu tribe. After Qiyu died in battle, some people chose to surrender to Yellow Emperor and Yan Emperor. Yellow Emperor and Yan Emperor were merciful. They did not kill them. Instead, they took them in. There were also some who migrated to other places. Keek keek, black fog rolled. The living beings in the black fog appeared. Tribal era. The living beings in the black fog were very active and very powerful. The living beings in the black fog attacked the group of Qiyu tribesmen who migrated away. Rivers of blood flowed in this battle. Everyone died in the hands of the living beings in the black fog. Where is Qiyu's daughter? Where is Qiyu's daughter? Where is Qiyu's daughter? A series of low growls could be heard. The living beings in the black fog roared angrily. They were looking for Qiyu's daughter. But they could not find her. There are actually 2 souls spying on these secrets. Just as the living beings in the black fog were about to leave, they suddenly looked at the forest on their left. That area was where Lin Feng and the Demon Lord were standing. What? They saw us? How is that possible? Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an expression of disbelief. This was something that happened countless tens of thousands of years ago. He and the Demon Lord only saw some imprints of something that had already happened. But why could the living beings in the black fog see them? This made Lin Feng very puzzled. It was also very shocking. The creature in the black fog was so terrifying that it made people tremble. Now, it was quickly pouncing towards the Demon Lord and Lin Feng. Not only was Lin Feng puzzled, but even the Demon Lord was puzzled. He didn't know why such a situation would happen. This really went against common sense. Attack! Lin Feng and the Demon Lord attacked the creature in the black fog. Lin Feng directly took out Luya's star chart. Buzz! Luya's star chart shook the void and charged towards the creature in the black fog. Then, the Demon Lord attacked. He condensed a god-devouring diagram. Lin Feng and the Demon Lord joined forces to attack the creature in the black fog. He. It's useless. No matter what cultivation you have, you are destined to die today. The creature in the black fog let out a sinister laugh. That laughter was too terrifying. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. He felt goosebumps all over his body. The creature in the black fog didn't appear. He was still hiding in the black fog. Then, he waved his right hand. Swoosh, light flickered. A black light swept out. The creature in the black fog displayed its might. It directly broke Lin Feng and the Demon Lord's attacks. Then, Lin Feng and the Demon Lord were sent flying at the same time. Refine. The creature in the black fog laughed sinisterly. A cloud of black fog surged over and imprisoned Lin Feng and the Demon Lord inside. Then, he wanted to forcefully refine Lin Feng and the Demon Lord. Lin Feng and the Demon Lord struggled violently. But no matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free from the black fog that enveloped their bodies. This made Lin Feng and the Demon Lord's expressions turn ugly. The creature in the black fog began to refine Lin Feng and the Demon Lord. The expressions of the two men became increasingly gloomy. At this critical moment, the situation suddenly changed. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a dazzling light appear in the sky. The light shone down from above, enveloping Lin Feng and the Demon Lord. Swish! Lin Feng left this strange world and returned to the real world. Inside the room, Xianxia used her hands to push the motionless Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng's spiritual will returned. He then saw Xianxia pushing his body, trying to wake him up. Perhaps it was because Xianxia had sensed the strange situation in the room. She came to Lin Feng's room and discovered that Lin Feng seemed to be in trouble. He wanted to wake Lin Feng up, and accidentally woke up Lin Feng. The Demon Lord returned to the demon orb. As for the existence of the Demon Lord, Xianxia only glanced at it and did not pay much attention to it. If it wasn't for you, I would have died. Lin Feng took Xianxia in his arms. Xianxia's body was a little stiff. She then smiled and placed her stiff hands on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng felt that this action was a little too intimate. He did not know if Xianxia would be at a loss for what to do. He let go of Xianxia and said, I was too excited just now. Sister please don't be angry. If you are angry, you can beat me up. Ling looked at Lin Feng and could not help but laugh. Big brother, Sister what are you doing? At this moment, little Meng Meng woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Lin Feng and Xianxia. When Lin Feng saw that little Meng Meng had woken up, he could not help but feel happy. He then checked her body. He found that little Meng Meng's body had recovered. How strange. This little girl's body is completely fine? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. He could now confirm little Meng Meng's identity. Qiyu's daughter. Her background was so great that it could scare people to death. One had to know that even the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor were not Qiyu's match. He really did not know how terrifying Qiyu was. If the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor had not invited the gods to help, the outcome of that battle would have been hard to say. Lin Feng guessed that the Mo family was destroyed because of little Meng Meng. Perhaps the Mo family's ancestors were related to Qiyu, that was why they protected little Meng Meng. And in this life, little Meng Meng, who was originally sealed in the stone, was born. For some reason, the evil insect knew of little Meng Meng's existence. That was why they attacked the Mo family. In the end, the Mo family was destroyed. As Jiyu's daughter, little Meng Meng's body was a treasure. Not to mention anything else, the bloodline in little Meng Meng's body. It was definitely one of the purest bloodlines. Because she was Jiyu's direct descendant's daughter, her bloodline was definitely the strongest in this generation. If the evil insect had evil intentions and used little Meng Meng as a medicine, who knew how many precious pills she could refine? Big brother, little Meng Meng wants a hug. Little Meng Meng opened her arms and said. Lin Feng carried little Meng Meng. Little Meng Meng kissed Lin Feng and then giggled. During this period of time, little Meng Meng gradually walked out of her sadness. This made Lin Feng feel very gratified. At this stage, little Meng Meng's memories were probably all about the Mo family. As for her father, Qiyu's memories, they might not have awakened yet. Lin Feng guessed that when little Meng Meng was sealed, she might have been just a baby. As little Meng Meng gradually grew up, the memories in her bloodline would gradually recover. Lin Feng guessed. Previously, little Meng Meng's body became boiling hot. It was very likely that some changes had occurred in her bloodline. As the underground city lord had yet to issue a mission, Lin Feng could only wait in the underground city for the time being. More and more cultivators poured into the underground city from the outside. Some cultivators entered the underground city to avoid their enemies. Some cultivators were here to participate in the underground city lord assessment. Obviously, many people were more interested in the mysterious place controlled by the underground city lord. Taking advantage of the large number of cultivators pouring into the underground city held a grand trade fair at the celestial worthy palace. At the trade fair, many precious treasures would appear. Some treasures could not be seen at all. This trade fair attracted countless people. Lin Feng and Xianxia also headed towards the trade fair. When they arrived at the celestial worthy square, they saw a huge palace from afar. That palace. It was the celestial worthy palace. It was said that the celestial worthy palace was built by the third city lord of the underground city. That city lord was called Celestial Worthy Blazing Sunday. People came and went in the square. In the huge square, stalls could be seen everywhere. The trading items in the square were cheaper. The trading items in the celestial worthy palace were more expensive. There was an ancient statue of a deity standing in the middle of the square. That statue was tall and mighty, pointing to the sky and stepping on the ground, surrounded by divine light. It was none other than the celestial worthy blazing Sunday. The first thing many people did after arriving at the square was to kowtow to the celestial worthy blazing sun, praying that he would bless them. Celestial Lord Blazing Sun was an awesome person in the past. When the underground city was facing a calamity, Celestial Lord Blazing Sun used a heaven-defying ability to create a magnetic field around the underground city. Since then, no one can threaten the underground city. Yes, the underground city has now perfectly merged with the magnetic field outside. With the protection of the magnetic field, it is said that if an emperor-level expert comes to the underground city, once the city lord activates the power of the magnetic field, he can even injure the emperor. The scariest thing about the underground city lord is that he can control the magnetic field outside the underground city. This almost makes the underground city lord invincible. Have you heard? The new underground city lord is the direct descendant of Celestial Lord Blazing Sun. I have not heard of this before. However, I heard that there are 7 lineages of the underground city lord. Every time the city lord changes, only one of the 7 lineages can survive. The one who survives in the end will be the underground city lord. That's right. 7 lineages. Although it is bloody, they can choose the strongest descendant to control the underground city. This is also the reason why the underground city has been prosperous for so long. Many cultivators were discussing. Lin Feng did not know about this news. Now that he heard these cultivators' discussion, he could not help but feel shocked. He did not expect the underground city lord selection to be so cruel. Of course, as these cultivators had said, only such a cruel selection method could select the strongest descendant. Lin Feng carried little Meng Meng and looked at the items on the stalls with Xianxia in the public square. The stalls outside were selling all kinds of things. For example, there were Dharma treasures, jade talismans, ores, talismans, elixirs, spiritual herbs, cultivation techniques, divine abilities, etc. Everything was available. Naturally, there would be some really good items among them. However, one would need to have a good eye to pick them out. Lin Feng looked at many items on the stalls and did not see any treasures that interested him. Therefore, he decided to enter the celestial worthy temple to take a look. If one wanted to set up a stall here, they would have to pay rent. The rent in the public square was cheap. Therefore, the items sold here were also relatively cheaper. The rent in the celestial worthy temple was expensive. Naturally, the items sold here were also of extraordinary value. Therefore, it was easier to find some good stuff. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, Xiao Mengmeng said, "Big brother, Xiao Mengmeng feels like there's something calling out from that thing." As Xiao Mengmeng spoke, she even stretched out her fair and tender little finger and pointed at a stall. Lin Feng walked over, squatted down, and asked, "Which one are you talking about?" Little Mengmeng pointed at a black metal ball. This iron ball was covered with rust. It looked very ordinary. Lin Feng didn't see anything special about this black iron ball. He probed with his divine will. He didn't find anything special about this iron ball. "Young lady, you have a good eye. This metal ball is a supreme treasure, an extremely ancient treasure. Once activated, its might will be boundless," the stall owner said with a smile. It was as if he was going to cheat someone to death without paying for it. Such a rusty iron ball was about to be blown out of the sky, unparalleled on the earth. Lin Feng tossed 10 origin crystals to the owner and said, "I'll take them." "Alright, I'll sell this treasure to you at a huge discount today," the owner said with a smile. However, from the way he was acting, he didn't look like he was going to sell at a huge discount. He looked like he was going to take it for granted after getting a bargain. This guy must be stupid. He actually spent 10 origin crystals to buy such a rusty iron ball. This is the kind of person who is stupid with too much money. Many cultivators in the surroundings pointed at Lin Feng and mocked him from time to time. Lin Feng ignored those people. 10 origin crystals were naturally nothing to him. It was fine as long as they could make Xiao Mengmeng happy. "Big brother, the thing inside is calling out again," Xiao Mengmeng said. "Something is calling out? How is that possible? Why didn't we hear it?" "Little girl, we can't hear it even though our cultivation bases are so powerful." "How can you hear it? You must have heard wrongly." Immediately, many people began to talk at the same time. Xiao Mengmeng said, "Xiao Mengmeng didn't hear wrongly. Xiao Mengmeng really heard something calling out." Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but move. Xiao Mengmeng was Chiyu's daughter. Perhaps she had some unknown abilities, so that was why she could hear something that even Lin Feng couldn't hear. Thinking of this, Lin Feng rubbed Xiao Mengmeng's face and said, "Big brother believes that Xiao Mengmeng must have heard that cry. Let's cut open the iron ball and take a look, okay?" Xiao Mengmeng nodded heavily. Xianxia helped Lin Feng look after Xiao Mengmeng. As for Lin Feng, he tried to cut open the iron ball. A ray of sword chi slashed out. It slashed at the iron ball. Following that, a clang sound was heard. This attack seemed to have slashed at an indestructible treasure. It was actually unable to break open the iron ball. This iron ball seems to have another mystery. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. Previously, he had carefully observed the iron ball and used his spiritual will to probe it, but he didn't find anything. But now, he must have sensed wrongly. He rubbed off the rust on the iron ball bit by bit. Divine runes. Lin Feng was surprised. Divine runes appeared on the iron ball, forming a special diagram. Lin Feng was temporarily unable to see what the diagram on the iron ball was. From the looks of these divine runes, the iron ball seems to be able to be opened. However, when I used my spiritual will to probe it, the iron ball seems to be solid and there's nothing inside. But maybe I was wrong. If this iron ball is really extraordinary, it shouldn't be difficult to avoid my detection. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He tried to use his spiritual will to open the iron ball, but he failed. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, he thought of using his blood to open the iron ball, but he didn't know if it would work. Lin Feng dripped a drop of blood on the iron ball. His blood was immediately absorbed by the divine runes on the iron ball. Crack, crack. Next, the iron ball quickly cracked open. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a shocked expression. There really was another mystery to the iron ball. This iron ball is actually so extraordinary. Could there really be some treasure inside? Many people looked in shock at the iron ball in Lin Feng's hand, which kept cracking open. The round iron ball had turned into a cluster of flowers. The parts that cracked open had turned into iron petals. They spread out in all directions. Finally, a groove appeared. Heavens, that's... When everyone saw what was in the groove, they all cried out in shock. A fiery red bug was lying in the groove. Now, this fiery red bug was looking at everyone around it with its eyes wide open. It had been trapped in the metal ball for tens of thousands of years, yet it was still alive. It was unbelievable. Anyone who saw such a thing would probably have an expression of disbelief. Even Lin Feng felt the same way. Did the bug not eat or drink after all these years? It was simply too inconceivable. A primordial fiend refining bug. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. What? A primordial fiend refining bug? No way. Weren't these insects extinct a long time ago? Someone immediately cried out in alarm. That's a primordial fiend refining bug? Lin Feng stared at the bug in shock. Primordial fiend refining bugs were too famous. In terms of one-on-one combat prowess, they couldn't compare to creatures like the primordial ancestral worm or the emperor archaic. However, the prehistoric demon refining insects had a unique trait, which was that they lived in groups. The primitive demon refining insects moved out in groups. Moreover, the prehistoric demon refining insect was extremely powerful. They couldn't compare to the primordial ancestral worm or the emperor archaic in one-on-one combat, but that didn't mean they weren't strong enough. In reality, the great desolate demon refining insect was extremely powerful. It wasn't strong enough, but that was only relative. Lin Feng had nurtured a group of emerald mantis scorpions before. However, they didn't have much potential. Ordinary emerald mantis scorpions could only reach the demigod realm at most. The bug king was only at the void god realm. That was the limit of the emerald mantis scorpions. However, the primordial fiend refining bugs were different. Legend had it that during the primordial era, there had been a bug king among the primordial fiend refining bugs that could rival a great emperor. From this, one could see how frightening their potential was. Over the years, many people had tried to find the eggs of the primordial fiend refining bugs to evolve. However, there hadn't been any news. Now, there was a primordial fiend refining bug sealed inside the metal ball. Could it be a queen bug? Some cultivators immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Every large group of bugs would give birth to a queen bug. The mother insect laid eggs. And these eggs would hatch into great desolate demon refining insects. As long as the insect queen did not die. Then, they would be able to continuously produce new eggs and hatch new primitive demon refining insects. If the insect queen died, within the swarm, a new insect queen would be born. Under normal circumstances, the insect queen was not the insect king. It was the queen. The queen's main ability was to give birth, not to fight. Only the ordinary prehistoric demon refining insects were powerful. Whoosh, the great desolate demon refining insect spread its wings, wanting to fly away quickly. Whoosh, Lin Feng waved his right hand. He directly used his magic power to seal the primitive demon refining insect. If those cultivators could think of this, then Lin Feng could naturally think of it as well. However, he did not know how this desolate demon refining insect managed to survive. However, Lin Feng could guess that this primordial demon refining insect was very likely a mother insect. As long as the queen insect was here. At that time, he would be able to think of a way to cultivate the great desolate demon refining insects. Once the swarm was cultivated, giant god and quasi-emperors had arrived. The swarm would still eat you clean. As the swarm continued to grow and strengthen. In the future, if he encountered a great emperor, he might be able to kill a great emperor with the help of the swarm. It was not as if such a thing had never happened in the primordial era. It could appear in the past. Naturally, it could appear now. Seeing Lin Feng put away the primordial demon refining insect, many people were envious and jealous. For countless years, many people had been searching for the primordial demon refining insect, but they could not find it. Lin Feng had spent 10 source crystals to buy an iron ball. Surprisingly, there was a living ancient desolate era's demon refining insect sealed inside. The funny thing was that there were many people who mocked Lin Feng for being rich and foolish. Little darling, good job. If you see something like this later, you must tell Big Brother. Lin Feng carried little Meng Meng up. If it were not for this little girl, how could he have obtained the primordial demon refining insect? Little Meng Meng's big eyes instantly curved into crescents as she said, Big Brother, little Meng Meng is not lying. Lin Feng rubbed little Meng Meng's head dotingly and said, Little Meng Meng is the most obedient. Of course, she is not lying. When little Meng Meng heard Lin Feng's praise, she immediately let out a tinkling laugh. Little brother, name a price for the primordial demon refining insect. No matter what the price is, as long as little brother can name it, I will definitely satisfy little brother. An old man walked out and said eagerly. It was obvious that he wanted to obtain the primordial demon refining insect in Lin Feng's hands. Little brother, how about a quasi-emperor weapon? I will use a quasi-emperor weapon to exchange for your primordial demon refining insect. Not 1, but 5 quasi-emperor weapons. They are a set. Once activated, their power is limitless. It is most suitable for someone of your age. With a quasi-emperor weapon set, you can easily deal with any danger. Then, another old man walked out. He was also very interested in the primordial demon refining insect. Little brother, one by one, cultivators walked out, wanting to exchange the primordial demon refining insect with Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, Everyone, I have no intention of exchanging the primordial demon refining insect with anyone. Therefore, I will have to disappoint everyone's good intentions. Little brother, don't be in such a hurry to reject us. We can discuss this further, many people said, unwilling to give up just like that. These people knew what the primordial demon refining insect represented. Once they successfully cultivated a swarm of insects, when the time came, what kind of powerful assistance would that be? Lin Feng naturally understood this as well. Therefore, he would not exchange with anyone. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of exchanging. Lin Feng still refused. Someone in the dark sneered and said, You should know when to stop. If you don't know what's good for you, it would be bad if you lose your life because of this. Lin Feng's expression turned gloomy. This person had many tricks up his sleeve. Lin Feng could not find out who was threatening him. However, it was clear that there were many people who had such thoughts. Lin Feng was only a young cultivator. Since he had obtained the primordial demon refining insect, he would naturally attract the attention of many people. You can give it a try. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Then, he carried little Meng Meng and walked towards the celestial worthy palace with Xianxia. The primordial demon refining insect is the primordial demon refining insect. How can we let this kid have it so easily? You don't know what's good for you. You don't know what's good for you. Many experts secretly communicated with each other using their divine wills. Their killing intent was clear. Many people were looking at Lin Feng's silhouette in a cold and detached way. This was the underground city of Sin City. It was unknown how many vicious and evil people were gathered here. To these people, killing others for their treasures was a common thing. Now, many people had their eyes on Lin Feng. The hall of the exalted celestial palace was divided into rows and rows of stalls, all of which were rented. There were all sorts of items displayed in the stalls. The items displayed here were much more valuable than those outside, and there were also many high-quality items. The hall of the exalted celestial palace was bustling with people coming and going. Little Meng Meng looked around curiously. Lin Feng asked, Do you see anything special? Little Meng Meng asked, What do you mean? Said Lin Feng. It's just like the iron ball. You heard a voice inside the iron ball. Little Meng Meng will definitely tell Big Brother after hearing it. Little Meng Meng smiled. Good girl. Lin Feng patted little Meng Meng's head. Then, he walked inside with Xianxia. Not long after, they saw a shop selling stones. Stones were used to seal precious treasures. Many people liked to gamble on stones. Back then, Lin Feng had gambled on stones in Tianwu Continent's Holy Stone City. Because Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, he had obtained many good items. Thus, he had been respectfully called the Little Stone Saint. However, many years had passed, and Lin Feng had not gambled on stones for many years. "Come, let's go take a look." Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and said. Xianxia nodded and followed Lin Feng to the shop. The shop was very large. There were hundreds of different types of stones displayed outside. Inside the shop, there were also all sorts of stones. The shop's business was very good, and many people were choosing stones and cutting them. It was very easy to get addicted to stone gambling. Many people had lost their family fortune because of stone gambling. Even if they knew that stone gambling could cause them to lose everything, however, there were still countless cultivators who entered the stone workshop one after another to gamble on the stones. There were too many things that could be sealed in stones. Powerful magic treasures, powerful inheritances, immortal medicines, peerless sage medicines, immortal pills, and so on. They could even seal living people. Anything that could be thought of. There was no stone that could not be sealed. Of course. The most powerful thing about stones was not sealing. Instead, it was nurturing new life. Who did not know the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and the sacred battle ape? Who did not know? Countless years passed. Their legends were still being told by people. These two world-shaking figures were born from immortal stones. And the immortal stone that gave birth to them was a kind of stone material. Therefore, stone gambling was very exciting. If he could really cut out a living being that was in the process of being nurtured, he could directly imprint his spiritual sense into the soul of this living being. This was equivalent to refining the most perfect external avatar. Of course. The cultivator could even abandon his own body and completely fuse his soul with the avatar. At that time, he would possess heaven-defying talent. In the future, he might even become an expert like the great sage, Heaven's Equal, or a sacred battle ape. Lin Feng carried little Meng Meng and Xianxia to the side of the shop. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation was emitted from a piece of stone that was being cut open. Many people were alarmed when they felt the violent fluctuations. Heavens! Is he going to find something amazing? Immediately, a cultivator exclaimed. The cultivators in the surroundings quickly gathered around. He waited for the result of cutting the stone. The cultivator who was cutting the stone was a middle-aged cultivator. At that moment, he had an extremely excited look on his face as he carefully cut the stone with a stone-cutting knife. Swish! Swish, pieces of stone peeled off. Finally, the thing inside the stone finally appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a palm-sized piece of pitch-black bone, which was densely covered with veined patterns. The fluctuation just now was emitted by the demon bone. It's the demon god bone. Many people cried out in alarm. The demon god bone was the bone of an expert from the demon god clan. The demon god bone that the cultivator cut out was densely covered with Dao runes. Clearly, it was a Dao bone. This Dao bone was usually branded with the most powerful legacy of a dead demon god. Many people looked at the demon god bone with burning gazes. The cultivator who cut out the demon god bone also had an ecstatic expression on his face. Congratulations, congratulations, the shop owner said with a smile. You're too polite. To be able to cut out a demon god bone is an extremely fortunate matter. The cultivator who cut out the demon god bone cupped his fists and said with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the cultivator, the shop owner looked at the surrounding cultivators and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, I'm sure you've heard of the reputation of our Zhou Stone Workshop. Now, our Zhou Stone Workshop has cooperated with the underground city to open this shop. The stones we brought were all dug out from the death zone of Taitsong God Burial Valley. Therefore, these stones are extremely precious. The chances of obtaining treasures from them are much higher than ordinary stones. If you're interested in stone gambling, you can come to our shop to choose some stones." Zhou Stone Workshop? The Zhou Stone Workshop of the 9 prefectures' 5 great stone workshops? Immediately, a cultivator exclaimed in surprise. Apart from this Zhou stone workshop, is there another stone workshop in the 9 prefectures that dares to use this name? This Zhou stone workshop is really capable. They actually opened a branch in the underground city. It's very likely that it has something to do with the higher-ups of the underground city. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to open a shop in the underground city. The surrounding cultivators started discussing. Let's go. Let's pick out a few stones and see if we can cut out some treasures. If we can cut out a treasure like the demonic god bone, we'll be rich. Many cultivators started picking out the stones. Lin Feng was also observing the stones. He felt that many of the stones were extraordinary. The stones of this Zhou stone workshop were indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng looked at Xian Yueling beside him and said with a smile, "If you see any stone that catches your eye, tell me. I'll buy it for you." Xian Yueling smiled. Many people were about to look at her. This woman was really too beautiful. Even Lin Feng was a little dazed by her beauty. Only when Xian Yueling's beautiful face blushed did Lin Feng quickly retract his gaze. Lin Feng didn't identify the stones because he needed the heavenly demon snake eye to do so. This place was filled with all sorts of people. The heavenly demon snake eye was a big secret. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't intend to expose the secret of the heavenly demon snake eye. Xian Yueling tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve. Lin Feng looked at Xian Yueling. Xian Yueling pointed at a piece of stone. Lin Feng looked over and realized that it was a round stone. Its surface was as black as ink. This stone looked like a very ordinary onyx stone. Among all kinds of stones, onyx stone could only be considered a mid-grade stone. It wasn't easy to cut out something good from such a stone. However, when Lin Feng carefully observed this onyx stone, he vaguely felt that this stone was somewhat special. Lin Feng was quite knowledgeable when it came to choosing stones. Even if he didn't use the heavenly demon snake eye, he could rely on the dragon-searching formula and some inheritances of the celestial master sect. He could still sense things that others couldn't. Just like what he sensed for the stone in front of him. He could vaguely sense that this stone was extraordinary. Of course, it was impossible to choose a good stone based on one's intuition during stone gambling. There was also an element of luck involved. Back when he was choosing stones in the Holy Stone City, Lin Feng had failed more than once. This lady has good taste. This nether stone is a superior grade stone and is worth 1,500 origin crystals. A shop assistant introduced with a smile. Lin Feng said, "I'll take this stone then." "Alright, young master, this is a stone-cutting knife." The shop assistant handed the stone-cutting knife to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was carrying little Meng Meng and said, "You can help me cut the stone." The shop assistant said, "Young master, there might be some precious treasure in the stone. If it's damaged, I can't afford to compensate you." Usually, the buyer would cut the stone himself during stone gambling. Just as the shop assistant said, if some precious treasure was damaged by them, the shop was naturally afraid of taking responsibility. Lin Feng said, "It's okay. If it's damaged, I won't blame you. If you can cut out something good, I'll reward you handsomely." "Thank you, young master." When the shop assistant heard that he wouldn't take responsibility and would be rewarded handsomely, he was instantly happy. Now, he was praying that he could cut out some precious treasures. Lin Feng had made a fortune. He could also make a fortune. Swoosh! 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 The shop assistant picked up the stone-cutting knife and began to skillfully cut the stone. In fact, these shop assistants were much more skilled at cutting stones than the buyers. These shop assistants had all received formal training. Therefore, looking for them to cut the stone was often safer than cutting it themselves. However, many cultivators wouldn't look for shop assistants to cut the stone. That was because stone gambling was not only about cutting some treasures. These buyers were also very happy to experience the excitement of cutting the stone. That kind of feeling was indescribable with simple words. However, Lin Feng wasn't a gambler, so he didn't feel anything special about that kind of excitement. Pieces of the stone were cut off. Xian Yueling's beautiful eyes also stared at that piece of stone. She was the one who chose the stone. Naturally, she also saw a good outcome. The stone kept getting smaller and smaller. However, he had not been able to cut out anything. Lin Feng had already expected this situation. Stone gambling was always like this. Other than having superb stone selection skills, there was also an element of luck involved. Both were indispensable. Crack. The shop assistant made the final cut. Then, a clang sound was heard. This voice was sonorous and forceful. It was obvious that he had cut something. The shop assistant suddenly became excited. He was even more excited than Lin Feng. Because he could already see Lin Feng's reward. Lin Feng was also a little surprised. He didn't think that he would actually find something. He just didn't know what it was. The shop assistant carefully cut the last piece of stone bit by bit. Then, a golden tooth appeared in Lin Feng's sight. "Young master, it's a beast tooth," the shop assistant said. Then, he handed the beast tooth to Lin Feng. Seeing that he had really cut out something, Xianxia revealed a smile. She didn't care if the item was valuable or not. What she cared about was whether or not it could be cut out. Lin Feng carefully observed the beast tooth. The beast tooth was about 15 centimeters long. It was completely golden, and there was a layer of extremely hard material on top. Lin Feng tried to break the beast tooth. However, he found that the beast tooth was not damaged at all. The toughness of the beast tooth shocked Lin Feng. "Little brother, can you let this old man take a look at this beast tooth?" An old man walked over and asked. Lin Feng nodded and handed the beast tooth to the old man. "It's actually the beast tooth of such a ferocious beast." The old man stared at the beast tooth in shock. Lin Feng was slightly startled. Seeing the old man's shocked expression, he wondered if the beast tooth had an extraordinary origin. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, may I know the origin of this beast tooth?" Many people gathered around and looked curiously at the beast tooth, waiting for the old man to explain. The old man said, "This beast tooth is not simple. Little brother, have you heard of the extreme nether glow?" I've never heard of it." Lin Feng shook his head. "Extreme nether glow? I remember seeing this name in an ancient book, but it was only a name that was passed down. There was no explanation or introduction. Could it be that this extreme nether glow has some great origin?" A cultivator asked. The old man handed the beast tooth to Lin Feng. He then said, "There's a story in the legends that goes like this: after Pangu created the world, his body fell. The sun and moon formed by his eyes fused with the yin and yang energies of the two elements, giving birth to the extreme nether glow and the extreme nether glow. Later on, the extreme nether glow and the extreme nether glow gave birth to the four symbols, which gave birth to all the divine beasts, ferocious beasts, strange beasts, mortal beasts, and sacred beasts in the world. The extreme nether glow looks like a white ring in the air, while the extreme nether glow is a huge black sphere. Some people believe that the extreme nether glow is the creation of all things, while the extreme nether glow is the creation of the grand Tao laws of the world. In the past, I once obtained a relatively complete book called The Classic of Mountains and Seas. Many of the contents of this book are now incomplete. In the book, there's a sentence: "At the beginning of the world, Pangu's eyes obtained 2 innate chi, and each of them turned into a noble god. One was the extreme nether glow, and the other was the extreme nether glow." Of course, I don't know if these legends are true or not, but the origin of the extreme nether glow is indeed related to Pangu. It's said that the extreme nether glow gave birth to an ancient sacred beast called the extreme sacred beast. This extreme sacred beast has golden teeth, and the surface of the teeth is very rough. If you look carefully, you can faintly see a white ring in the air. After hearing the old man's words, everyone was astonished. How could the teeth have such a great origin? Lin Feng looked carefully and actually saw a hollow ring in the teeth. It was exactly the same as what the old man had said. "What's the use of the teeth?" asked Lin Feng. The old man said, "It can be refined into a powerful weapon." Of course, it's said that the extreme sacred beast clan is a holy item. If you can find the extreme sacred beast clan with this holy item, they can take you to see the legendary extreme nether glow. It's the birthplace of the grand Tao of the world. The place where the grand Taos of all eras were born meant that the extreme nether glow gave birth to all kinds of Taos. It was said that even the heavenly Tao was born from the extreme nether glow. If one could really find this place, the benefits would be unimaginable. Little brother, this old man is willing to exchange 3 of the 3,000 grand daos for this extreme sacred beast tooth. An old man with white hair and a youthful face said. Little brother, this old man is willing to exchange an extremely precious bronze artifact for this extreme sacred beast tooth. A black-robed old man said. Little brother, following that, one cultivator after another wanted to exchange for the extreme sacred beast tooth with Lin Feng. Some of them even wanted to exchange for the desolate demon refining insects with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not agree. Now, these people wanted to exchange for the extreme sacred beast tooth. Lin Feng naturally did not agree. If he really met the extreme sacred beast clan in the future, with this token, the extreme sacred beast clan would bring him to see the extreme nether glow. At that time, he would definitely be able to comprehend it. This was something that no other treasure could compare to. Lin Feng said, I have no intention of exchanging. He no longer paid attention to the cultivators who wanted to exchange for the extreme sacred beast tooth. He looked at Xianxia Ling and said with a smile, Ling your eyes are really good. You actually managed to cut out such a treasure on the first stone. Let's see if there are any other stones that you like. Xianxia Ling nodded. Then, she looked at the surrounding stones. However, she did not choose any new stones. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. Seeing Xianxia Ling like this, could it be that Xianxia Ling really knew how to identify stones? Big brother, little Meng Meng also took a fancy to a stone. Little Meng Meng whispered into Lin Feng's ear. As Chio's daughter, little Meng Meng had many unimaginable abilities. If she took a fancy to some stones, those stones would definitely be extraordinary. Lin Feng asked, which stone did little Meng Meng take a fancy to? That one. Little Meng Meng pointed at a piece of stone. Lin Feng looked over and discovered that it was a human-shaped stone. He pointed at the stone and asked, how much is this stone? The shop assistant enthusiastically introduced, Sir, this stone is called Immemorial Guides the Way. It's the best stone in the shop. It's worth 320,000 origin crystals. Hiss, so expensive. When the surrounding cultivators heard that this stone called Immemorial Guides the Way was actually worth 320,000 origin crystals, they couldn't help but gasp. It was just a piece of stone, but it was so expensive. To many people, 320,000 origin crystals was not a small sum. But for Lin Feng, it was just a drop in the ocean. Cut it open. Lin Feng said. Yes. The shop assistant responded and began to cut the stone. This piece of stone was very valuable. It attracted a lot of people to watch. Even the owner of the shop was attracted. This brat actually wants to cut this piece of stone. Just now, I was hesitating whether or not to cut it. A cultivator muttered. You don't have to hesitate now, haha. Someone immediately said with a laugh. That cultivator nodded with a bitter smile. His gaze landed on the shop assistant who was cutting the stone. Under the shop assistant's skillful movements, the stone skin flew everywhere. Soon, a large amount of stone skin piled up on the ground. As time passed, many people began to whisper to each other. That was because the stone had been cut more than half, but they didn't find anything. It can't be that there's nothing. That's very likely. This stone is worth 300,000 origin crystals. If nothing is cut out, it'll be a huge loss. Some people discussed while looking at Lin Feng. Originally, those people wanted to see Lin Feng's pained expression, but they found that Lin Feng's expression was calm. This caused many people to mutter to themselves. Doesn't this guy know that his 320,000 origin crystals are going to be wasted? As the size of the stone continued to shrink, the shop assistant's expression gradually became ugly. After all, if he helped Lin Feng cut out something good, Lin Feng would give him a lot of rewards. If he couldn't cut it out, there would be no reward. Therefore, the shop assistant also hoped that he could help Lin Feng cut out something good. Soon, the stone was completely cut open, but nothing was found. Fortunately, I didn't cut this stone just now, otherwise it would be a huge loss. The cultivator who wanted to cut this stone just now said with a look of relief. There's still an arm, cut this arm too. Lin Feng pointed to the arm of the human-shaped stone and said aloud. The shop assistant nodded and then began to cut the arm of the stone. Swish. Swish. Swish, stone chips flew everywhere. Clang. Suddenly, a sonorous and dull collision sound was heard. When this sound came out, everyone's eyes widened and their expressions were full of disbelief. Nothing was cut out of such a large piece of stone, but something was cut out of the last arm. It was too dramatic. Everyone's eyes were unblinkingly looking at the arm. Everyone was very curious about what was in the arm. Soon, the treasure in the arm was cut out. It was a dagger. A dagger made of stone. It turned out to be a stone tool. Lin Feng's face showed a look of surprise. Stone tools are often born from heaven and earth, just like the Stone Clan. Stone tools born from heaven and earth. They have extremely terrifying power, and once activated, they can cause a shocking attack effect. Oh my god, it's actually a stone tool. We're rich, we're rich. The value of stone tools is simply unimaginable. This is a treasure that can't be bought at all. Yeah, I heard that some time ago. Someone offered 500 billion origin crystal stones to buy a stone tool, but he didn't get anything. Now this kid actually cut out a stone tool from the stone. It's really a blessing from his ancestors. Many people began to talk about it, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Oh. If I had known, I would have cut it. The cultivator who wanted to cut the stone but failed in the end was suddenly very annoyed. He was simply pounding his chest in regret. Hee hee, big brother, is the thing you cut out very good? Little Meng Meng laughed. Lin Feng smiled and said, the thing you cut out is a treasure, it's all thanks to Little Meng Meng. Little Meng Meng can help big brother earn money, Little Meng Meng is so happy. Little Meng Meng said with a grin. She looked so innocent and lovable. Lin Feng put away the stone dagger. This was not the place to refine stone tools, he would refine it when he got back. At that moment, Xianxia pulled Lin Feng and pointed at a piece of stone. Obviously, Xianxia had taken a fancy to another piece of stone. The stone that Xianxia had chosen earlier contained the teeth of a sacred beast. Lin Feng also felt that Xianxia seemed to have some experience in choosing stones. Xianxia would not easily make a move. However, once she did, it was very likely that she would find some unimaginable treasures. The stone that the fairy chose earlier contained the teeth of a sacred beast. Do you think that the fairy made a lucky guess? I think she made a lucky guess. That fairy looks so young. She shouldn't be an expert in choosing stones. Choosing stones requires experience. When some cultivators saw Xianxia choose the second stone, they immediately whispered to each other. Xianxia was really too beautiful. They didn't know Xianxueling's name, so they called her fairy. Of course, Xianxueling was indeed as beautiful as a fairy. The stone that Xianxueling pointed at looked a little like a wooden block. It was ash green in color. Lin Feng asked, how much is that stone? The shop owner smiled and said, this stone is called green serpent stone. It is densely covered with green serpent patterns. The price of this stone is slightly higher. It is worth 450,000 origin crystals. Cut it open. Lin Feng said. Alright, I will be the main knife for you this time. The shop owner smiled and said. This person was called Zhou Hongguang, and he was a member of the Zhou clan. He had contracted the Zhou clan stone shop in the underground city. After deducting the cost of purchasing the goods, he would receive 70% of the profits from selling the stones, and the remaining 30% would be handed over to the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's business philosophy was to contract the various businesses to their clan relatives. They would let the clan relatives manage the business. This way, they could be more attentive. Hence, the Zhou clan's business was growing. Swish. Swish. Swish, the stone knife in Zhou Hongguang's hand was like a butterfly weaving through flowers. Pieces of the stone were cut off. Everyone's gaze fell on the stone. This stone-like stone did not look good. However, it was a rare green serpent stone. This kind of green serpent stone usually contained powerful spirituality. It was easier to cut out treasures. Of course, when it was said that it was easier to cut out treasures, it was a relative term. This was because the probability of something being cut out from the stone was extremely low. The probability of this happening was less than 1%. And among the things that were cut out, only a very small percentage of them were truly valuable. However, the probability of something being cut out from the green flood dragon stone was about 1 in 10. Relatively speaking, this probability was already extremely high. However, whether or not the item cut out from the green dragon stone was valuable, and what its value was, this was unknown. As the stone skin fell off piece by piece, the size of the stone gradually decreased. Before long, the green flood dragon stone was only the size of a bowl. There shouldn't be anything left now, right? Many people began to murmur. Lin Feng cut out 2 items from the stone he bought before, and both were incomparably precious, making everyone around him envious and jealous. Now, if he were to cut out another item, it was likely that many people had thoughts of robbing Lin Feng. Zhou Hongguang cut open the last piece of stone. After the stone was cut open, a stone tortoise appeared in front of everyone. I found something again. Stone turtle. It can't be a member of the stone race, right? If it's the stone clan, then it's too shocking. Many people cried out in surprise. The commotion caused by the stone tortoise was much greater than the Taiyin sacred beast's tooth and stone dagger. Although the tooth was a keepsake of the Taiyin sacred beast clan, and if one could find the Taiyin sacred beast clan, they could even bring the cultivator with the tooth to the Taiyin nether glow. However, the Taiyin sacred beast clan was an existence that only appeared in legends. Who knew if this clan was still alive in this world? Even if this clan wasn't wiped out, where could one find them in this vast world? Therefore, this Taiyin sacred beast tooth seemed precious. However, if one couldn't find the Taiyin sacred beast clan, it was basically useless. As for the stone dagger Lin Feng obtained, stone tools were indeed precious, but in this world, some stone tools could still be found. Some top factions might even have stone tools in their collections. However, the stone tortoise was different. If the stone tortoise was the stone clan, then it would be heaven-defying. The stone clan was born from heaven and earth. If it was in the absolute beginning era, they would be connate lifeforms. However, after the absolute beginning era, heaven and earth changed drastically. It was very difficult for the stone clan born from heaven and earth to reach the cultivation level of connate lifeforms. However, even if they couldn't reach the level of connate lifeforms, however, the birth of the stone clan was exactly the same as the birth of connate lifeforms. The stone clan was still very heaven-defying. Lin Feng quickly put the stone tortoise into his mountain river ring. This was because he could feel the aura of life from the stone tortoise. This meant that the stone tortoise was definitely from the stone clan. The stone tortoise shouldn't be exposed in front of these people anymore. After putting away the stone tortoise, Lin Feng gave the origin crystals he had spent to cut the 3 stones to Zhou Hongguang. He also rewarded the shop assistant with 1,000 origin crystals. Then, he carried little Meng Meng and left with Xianxia. It was enough to cut the stones and obtain 3 treasures here. One should know when to stop. However, if one was too greedy, perhaps something unexpected would happen. If something like that happened, it might cause serious harm to oneself. After that, Lin Feng carried little Meng Meng and strolled around with Xianxia. The Heavenly Venerate Palace had a total of 72 floors. All kinds of strange things were placed on each floor. Many of the items on the stalls wouldn't be sold no matter how many origin crystals one had. Those cultivators planned to barter. This kind of trading method was relatively common in the world of cultivators. Cultivators would take out treasures they didn't need and exchange them for treasures they did need. Lin Feng purchased a large amount of immortal iron and divine stone. These materials could be brought back to the dragon sect to create a large number of divine artifacts. They could be used to equip the dragon sect's cultivator army. Lin Feng also bought a lot of array materials. As a spirit array master, he had to prepare all kinds of array materials because he didn't know when he would need them. I heard that a small trade fair is being held on the 72nd floor. Countless treasures will definitely appear at that fair. It's said that someone will take out the immortal elixir to trade. I heard that someone obtained a clue about the heavenly flame and plans to trade it. What? A clue about the heavenly flame? Why don't they find the heavenly flame themselves and refine it? First of all, they might not be able to find it. Second, even if they found it, they might not be able to refine it. The heavenly flame is too terrifying. It's easy to get burned by it and turn into ashes. It's better to exchange it for something they need. After arriving at the 49th floor, Lin Feng heard a few cultivators talking about the small trade fair on the 72nd floor. When he heard news about the heavenly flame, Lin Feng was shocked. Although the heavenly flame had countless uses, in reality, when people talked about the heavenly flame, their faces would be filled with fear. Because the heavenly flame usually had its own fire spirit. If it had its own fire spirit, this kind of heavenly flame would be abnormally terrifying. Go and collect the heavenly flame. The heavenly flame could not be collected. Perhaps he would die in the hands of the heavenly flame. Of course, there was another situation. The heavenly flame's fire spirit had died for some reason. At this time, the cultivator did not have to worry about the fire spirit's attack and could refine the heavenly flame. However, the heavenly flame was not something that could be refined just because one wanted to. The flames of the heavenly flame were extremely terrifying. If a cultivator wanted to refine the heavenly flame, he had to swallow it into his body and fuse it with his own magic power. But the key problem was, the insides of a cultivator's body were extremely soft. To resist the burning of the heavenly flame, this wasn't an easy task. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had tried to refine the heavenly flame, but in the end, they were burned to ashes by the heavenly flame. Ordinary cultivators naturally had to worry about these things, so they would rather take out the information of the heavenly flame and trade it with others. They would not look for the heavenly flame themselves. However, Lin Feng did not care about these dangers. If the heavenly flame's fire spirit was still alive, then he would extinguish the heavenly flame's fire spirit. If the heavenly flame's fire spirit had died, it would be even simpler. He could just refine the heavenly flame directly. Other cultivators might be worried about the backlash when refining the heavenly flame. In the end, he died and his Tao vanished. Lin Feng was not worried about this at all. He had already refined 4 types of heavenly flame and was extremely experienced in refining the heavenly flame. Let's go to the small trade fair on the 72nd floor to take a look, Lin Feng said. Xianxia nodded and obediently followed beside Lin Feng. Countless people looked at Lin Feng with deep jealousy. This kid did not seem to have anything special about him, right? Why was there such a beautiful goddess following him? After being out for a while, Xiao Mengmeng was also a little tired. She lay in Lin Feng's arms and fell asleep. Lin Feng then sent little Mengmeng into the mountain river ring to let her rest. He and Xianxia arrived at the 72nd floor. Naturally, not just anyone could enter such a small-scale trade fair. At the entrance of the small trade fair, there were more than 20 guards guarding the entrance. Unauthorized people were not allowed to enter. Lin Feng gently flicked his right hand, and a dense array of runes appeared on his fingertips. Those runes intertwined to form a void array diagram. The guard commander glanced at it and felt dizzy. Spirit Array Master. The guard commander's heart skipped a beat. He was a peak heavenly god cultivator, but he felt dizzy when he saw the void array diagram that Lin Feng casually condensed. The guard commander knew that this seemingly young cultivator's attainments and formations had reached the pinnacle. A spiritual array master of this level would be the center of attention no matter where he went. Sir, please come in, the guard commander hurriedly said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the hall with Xianxia. There were a total of 50 to 60 cultivators sitting in the hall where the trade fair was held. Obviously, those who could enter this place were not simple people. Lin Feng and Xianxia attracted a lot of attention when they entered. However, when everyone saw that it was just 2 young people, they all retracted their gazes. I have a piece of true dragonwood here. This true dragonwood is a treasure of the 5 elements. It is a sacred item for cultivators who cultivate wood elemental techniques and skills. I want to exchange it for a peach of immortality tree. A cultivator took out a piece of true dragonwood and said. The peach of immortality tree is a divine tree that can only be found in the undying realm. It is not easy to find it in the mortal world. Perhaps you can choose to exchange it for something else, a cultivator said. Obviously, the cultivator who said this wanted to trade with the owner of the true dragonwood. However, he did not have a peach of immortality tree. There were many peach of immortality trees in the undying realm. There were hundreds of thousands of peach of immortality trees in the peach garden. However, in the mortal world, it was far too difficult to find a heavenly peach tree. I will exchange it with you. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and realized that it was actually the young cultivator who had just entered the hall. "This kid can take out a peach of immortality tree?" Many people muttered. "You have a peach of immortality tree?" The owner of the true dragonwood looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng had obtained 10 peach of immortality trees from the White Crane Boys training ground. Lin Feng had transplanted those peach of immortality trees into his mountain river ring. Over the years, Lin Feng had tried to cultivate new peach of immortality trees. He had tried many methods, but the results were minimal. In total, he had only managed to cultivate 5 saplings of peach of immortality trees. Currently, the tallest of the 5 saplings had already grown to a height of 1 meter. Lin Feng naturally would not give the mature peach of immortality trees to the owner of the true dragonwood. He planned to exchange them with a sapling of immortality tree. Lin Feng said, "I have a sapling of immortality peach of immortality tree here. If you think it's worth it, I can exchange it with this sapling of immortality peach of immortality tree." The cultivator thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll exchange it with you." Lin Feng took out the sapling of immortality peach of immortality tree from his mountain river ring and handed it to the cultivator. The cultivator then handed the true dragonwood to Lin Feng. Lin Feng fiddled with the true dragonwood. He loved it so much that he could not bear to part with it. The Great 5 Elements Technique. Lin Feng had successfully cultivated the Great Metal Elemental Technique, the Great Fire Elemental Technique, and the Great Earth Elemental Technique. Now, he also had the Great Water Elemental Technique. However, he did not succeed in cultivating the Great Wood Elemental Technique. Now, he had obtained this true dragonwood. Soon, he would be able to cultivate the Great Wood Elemental Technique. If he could cultivate the Great Water Elemental Technique in the future, he would be able to circulate the 5 elements. It was said that the Great 5 Elements Technique was the basic divine ability for becoming a great emperor. He wondered if the rumors were true. "Little friend, do you have any more saplings of immortality peach of immortality tree? If there is, this old man also wants to use treasures to exchange for one." "Little friend, don't worry, this old man's things are absolutely not inferior to the true dragonwood," a green-robed elder said. "Young friend, I also want a sapling of the immortality peach tree." "Young friend, this," immediately after, 7 or 8 experts spoke out. They all wanted to exchange a sapling of the peach tree with Lin Feng. Lin Feng still had 4 saplings of the immortality peach tree. It was not a problem for him to take them out to trade with these experts. However, Lin Feng understood that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Since so many people wanted to get their hands on the saplings, he would take one out and let them compete for it. The highest bidder wins. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, "Seniors, I do have some saplings of the immortality peach tree, but I only have one. If all of you want it, I don't know who to exchange it with." "There's only one left?" Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Many of them were sly old foxes, so they naturally doubted Lin Feng's words. It was not uncommon for them to raise the price. But sometimes, if you really want something badly, you can't do it. Even if the other party raised the price, you would have to cut off your own flesh to buy it. Or else, you wouldn't be able to buy it. Lin Feng didn't care about what these people thought or how they slandered him. He was planning to sell a sapling of the immortality peach tree. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. There's only one sapling left. Which senior wants to trade with me? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one." Lin Feng smiled and looked at everyone. "Little fox," many people muttered in their hearts. However, these cultivators really wanted to get their hands on a sapling to cultivate. This was the divine tree of the undying realm. The peaches of immortality were the most precious sacred fruits. It could extend a cultivator's lifespan, so naturally, people would go crazy for it. "Young friend, I want the immortality peach tree. I'll trade it with a boundary emperor weapon, the blood shadow demonic blade." "Young friend, I can trade it with a piece of fiery phoenix metal. It's a supreme material for forging emperor weapons." "Young friend, I have a bottle of 9 heavens mysterious liquid. It's formed from the immortal realm's immortal origin energy. It's very beneficial to cultivation. I'd like to trade it with you." "Young friend, I have a boundary emperor weapon, the purple gold heavenly ball. I'd like to trade it with you. One cultivator after another took out precious treasures to trade with Lin Feng. Some of the treasures even surprised Lin Feng. Right now, he really wanted to rob everyone of their belongings. However, he could only think about it in his heart. The people in front of him were all ancient experts. Each of them was stronger than the last. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. Lin Feng wouldn't lose out if he traded any of these treasures. However, Lin Feng still planned to trade for the Boundary Emperor weapon, the purple gold heavenly ball. He just so happened to be lacking a powerful defensive magic treasure. With this purple gold heavenly ball, he could use it in many situations. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, I plan to exchange with this senior who has the purple gold heavenly ball, so I'm sorry. The others felt a little regretful, but they didn't say anything. A small trade fair like this would only be conducted when both parties were satisfied. Young friend, this treasure is now yours. Yi Zichen said. The cultivator took out the purple gold heavenly sphere and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng handed the sapling over to the old man. The value of the purple gold heavenly sphere was much higher than the true dragon wood. In fact, the things that these cultivators brought out were much more valuable than the true dragon wood from before. Clearly, they knew that with so many people competing for a single sapling of the immortality peach tree, there would be a lot of competition. Therefore, they brought out extremely precious treasures. However, in the end, Lin Feng chose the purple gold heavenly ball, a defensive magic treasure, to trade. The others were envious of the cultivator who traded with Lin Feng for the first time. He was really lucky to be able to trade a piece of true dragon wood for a sapling of the immortality peach tree. Lin Feng returned to his seat and fiddled with the purple gold heavenly ball. The purple gold heavenly ball was a purple gold metal sphere, and its surface was densely covered with runes. Lin Feng could sense the powerful energy waves contained within the treasure. With this treasure, he could use it to create a powerful defensive system when facing enemies in the future. Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed that he could trade a sapling of the immortality peach tree for such a treasure. The sapling of the immortality peach tree was not very useful to him since he had 10 immortality peach trees. On the other hand, it would take many years for the sapling to mature. Besides, Lin Feng could also grow more and more immortality peach saplings. The trade fair continued. One treasure after another was brought out for trade. However, Lin Feng did not participate. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and said, if there's anything you like, tell me and I'll help you trade for it. Xianxia smiled beautifully at Lin Feng. There was a saying that went, looking back with a smile, all the beauties in the 6 palaces would pale in comparison. A woman like Xianxia was simply too beautiful. This treasure of mine is called the Wolverine Mace. It's a bronze tool with the soul of a primordial Vajra king as its artifact spirit. It's made from thunder firmament immortal copper. At this moment, a middle-aged cultivator with a square face took out a treasure and started to introduce it. After seeing this treasure, many people's eyes lit up. Bronze tools were rather special. Bronze tools came from the Bronze Age, and the Bronze Age was a long time ago. During that time, the cultivation system, magic treasure system, and other systems did not have a complete and systematic division. Therefore, it was very difficult to use the current method of dividing magic treasures to classify bronze tools. Of course, there were strong and weak bronze tools. However, even the weakest bronze tool was often unimaginably powerful. It was rumored that some strong bronze tools were even stronger than imperial weapons. The Wolverine mace that the middle-aged cultivator took out emitted a terrifying aura. It was obvious that it was a top-grade bronze tool. What does fellow Taoist want to trade for? Someone immediately asked impatiently. Clearly, he was very interested in this bronze tool. Lin Feng also narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Wolverine mace. What a good treasure. This treasure was suitable for cultivators with great strength. Wasn't it just right for him? Of course, Lin Feng also needed to hear what this middle-aged cultivator wanted to trade for. If he did not have the item he wanted to trade for, then there was nothing he could do. I want the Great Calamity technique. Does anyone have it? The middle-aged cultivator asked. The 9th-ranked Great Calamity technique of the 3000 Great Tao? That's a long-lost divine ability. Someone said. The cultivators who were interested in the Wolverine mace could not help but shake their heads and give up on the idea of getting it. Any of the top 10 Great Dao of the 3,000 Great Dao. They were all incomparably heaven-defying divine abilities. How could anyone take out such a divine ability to trade with others? No matter how powerful a magic treasure was, it was destined to be an external object. Divine abilities, on the other hand, were real things. Once successfully cultivated, the benefits would be endless. Does no one have it? The middle-aged cultivator frowned slightly. He was not that disappointed because he had already expected such an outcome. All right, I'll trade with you, at this moment. A voice sounded. Everyone looked over. They were all stunned. Why was it this kid again? Previously, he took out 2 immortal peach tree saplings, so everyone had a deep impression of Lin Feng. Now, he wanted to trade the legendary Great Calamity technique for the Wolverine mace with that middle-aged cultivator. Who was this kid? He was so young, but he had so many heaven-defying things. Many people narrowed their eyes as they looked at Lin Feng, guessing Lin Feng's origin and identity. Experts like these old antiques rarely paid attention to the younger generation of cultivators. They didn't even pay much attention to the famous geniuses on the prodigy list. These people were all people who stood at the peak of the 9 regions. The people they usually came into contact with were all people of the same level or the same generation. Lin Feng was probably the first person to be able to attract the attention of so many ancient experts. Everyone didn't know Lin Feng, but seeing that Lin Feng had so many good things on him at such a young age, they knew that Lin Feng's identity was definitely not simple. Lin Feng took out a jade tube and said, "The cultivation method of the Great Calamity technique is in here." Many people looked at the jade tube with burning gazes. Some people's breathing became heavy. The Great Calamity technique was rumored to be able to help cultivators safely pass through the lightning tribulation. This kind of 3,000 Great Calamity technique was simply the 3,000 Great Calamity technique that everyone dreamed of. For so many years, countless people had been searching for this 3,000 Great Calamity technique, but there were no clues. Now, this 3,000 Great Calamity technique had actually appeared. What is this kid thinking? He actually used the 3,000 Great Calamity technique to exchange for a magic treasure. Although the Wolverine mace is incomparably precious, it's only a worldly possession after all. The Great Calamity technique is the foundation of cultivation. Shouldn't such a magical ability be cherished? Who knows what this kid is thinking? He's probably still too young and doesn't know how precious the Great Calamity technique is. Some cultivators whispered to each other. The middle-aged cultivator took the jade tube and sensed it. His face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He said, "There's no problem with the magical ability. You can check the Wolverine mace. If you feel that there's no problem, our deal is officially completed." The middle-aged cultivator handed the Wolverine mace to Lin Feng. Lin Feng checked the Wolverine mace treasure and found that there was no problem with it. Then he said, "There's no problem with the Wolverine mace too." Haha, that's good. The middle-aged cultivator suddenly laughed. Although the Wolverine mace was powerful, it wasn't suitable for him. Now that he had exchanged the Wolverine mace for the Great Calamity technique, the middle-aged cultivator was simply bursting with joy. As for Lin Feng, he was also very happy. Although the Great Calamity technique was precious, Lin Feng had already successfully cultivated it. He didn't mind others cultivating it as well. Using this divine ability to exchange for a top-grade bronze artifact. Naturally, this was something that made people feel incomparably happy. Little friend. This old man also wants to exchange for the Great Disaster technique. What does little friend want? Whatever little friend wants, this old man will do his best to satisfy little friend. An old man said. Following that, many people started asking questions at once. The allure of the Great Disaster spell was simply too great. Who wouldn't want such a divine ability? The reason why these people were looking for Lin Feng instead of the middle-aged cultivator was because there was a rule in the world of cultivators. That was, the divine abilities obtained through exchange could not be exchanged with others. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. Many people abided by such rules. In particular, these experts would abide by such rules. If anyone violates these rules, they will be punished. His reputation was tarnished. At that time, he would become a rat crossing the street and be shouted at by everyone. For cultivators who valued face the most, this was naturally unacceptable. Lin Feng said, I believe everyone knows how precious the Great Calamity technique is. For us cultivators, the Great Calamity technique is far more useful than any other divine ability. The heavenly Tao is unpredictable. If we cultivate the Great Calamity technique, we will be able to calmly deal with the punishment of the heavenly Tao in the future. Everyone naturally understood this logic. Everyone also knew that Lin Feng was now talking about this matter. It was obvious that he was paving the way for the conditions he was about to raise. Many people muttered in their hearts. This kid was young, but he was scheming and astute. Lin Feng said, one of the top 10 3,000 great Daos, or 20 ordinary 3,000 great Daos, can be exchanged for my Great Calamity technique. When everyone heard that Lin Feng actually wanted to exchange for their 3,000 great Daos, many people immediately sat down and stopped talking about this matter. Lin Feng was not a person who kept things to himself, but it did not mean that others were not the same. Many cultivators wanted Lin Feng's 3,000 great Daos, but they were unwilling to give their 3,000 great Daos to Lin Feng. Seeing that these people were so insincere, Lin Feng naturally gave up on the idea of trading with them. At this moment, an old man with a sage-like demeanor said, I have a 3,000 great Daos here called the Grand Longevity Technique. I can exchange it with you. The Grand Longevity Technique of the 3,000 great Daos ranked 8th? Lin Feng was shocked. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. Rumor had it that the Grand Longevity Technique could infinitely extend a cultivator's lifespan. Once one cultivated the Grand Longevity Technique, it was equivalent to grasping the ability of longevity. The Grand Longevity Technique. It's actually this 3,000 great Daos. Rumor has it that the Grand Longevity Technique has endless uses. Cultivators in the giant god realm usually have a lifespan of about 20 million years. If one cultivates the Grand Longevity Technique, their lifespan can reach 100 million years. Many cultivators began to discuss. When they talked about the Grand Longevity Technique, their faces were full of hope. For cultivators, one's lifespan represented one's cultivation level. With a long enough lifespan, even if one's talent was a little lacking, one could often achieve a breakthrough if they spent more time cultivating. Every time they broke through, their lifespan would increase greatly. This way, they could live for even longer. The attraction of the Grand Longevity Technique was definitely not lower than that of the Great Calamity Technique. Hearing that this sage-like cultivator wanted to exchange the Grand Longevity Technique for his Great Calamity Technique, Lin Feng was naturally very willing to trade with him. He took out a jade tube with the cultivation method of the Great Calamity Technique and handed it to the sage-like old man. The sage-like old man also handed a jade tube with the cultivation method of the Grand Longevity Technique to Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the jade tube in his hand and sensed it. He found that there was no problem. The sage-like old man also sensed the jade tube that Lin Feng gave him. He also found that there was no problem. The two of them reached a deal. Lin Feng put away the jade tube. He would study this 3,000 great Daos properly when he returned. It seemed that he had made the right choice to come to this small trade fair. In a short period of time, he had traded so many precious things. Everyone, I have a treasure here. I wonder if everyone is interested? A skinny and withered old man stood up. Swish, a light flashed in his hand. A small porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. The old man gently tapped the small porcelain bottle. The small porcelain bottle instantly became transparent. That is. When they saw what was sealed in the small porcelain bottle, many people's expressions changed slightly. There was actually an angel sealed within the bottle. The angel had 36 pairs of wings, and its body exuded a divine power. It was actually a radiant angel. The cultivation of the angels was based on how many pairs of wings they had. 2 wings, 4 wings, 6 wings, 8 wings, 10 wings. It was said that one could have up to 36 pairs of wings. If one had 36 pairs of wings, that was the legendary radiant angel. This was the most powerful god of war among the angels. A radiant angel, the royal family of the angels. This is a radiant angel's primordial spirit. The skinny old man said. Many people were shocked. A radiant angel's primordial spirit was very precious. It could increase a cultivator's soul power, and it could be refined into a powerful treasure's weapon spirit. Many people were very interested in the radiant angel's primordial spirit. Lin Feng's gaze was also fixed on the radiant angel's primordial spirit. In the early days of Lin Feng's cultivation, he had refined 9 clones of the emperors. Now, he had awakened 3 of them. They were the golden-winged rock king, the Xianxia, and the sky-eyed demon snake. The other 6 had yet to be awakened. Among the 9 that had yet to be awakened, there was a radiant angel's clone. Lin Feng needed a radiant angel's primordial spirit to awaken a radiant angel's clone. Lin Feng had never thought that a radiant angel's primordial spirit would appear here. "Senior, what do you want to exchange for?" Lin Feng asked. "Oh? You want it too, young friend?" The skinny old man looked at Lin Feng. He had originally wanted to exchange for an extremely rare immortal material, but after hearing Lin Feng's question, he changed his mind. Lin Feng said, "That's right." The skinny old man smiled and said, "Since you want it, young friend, exchange it for the great calamity art." Lin Feng said, "No problem." He took out a jade tube and imprinted the cultivation method of the great calamity art into it. Lin Feng then handed the jade tube to the skinny old man. The skinny old man checked the bottle and found that there was no problem. He then handed the bottle that sealed the light angel's original soul to Lin Feng. The trade fair continued, and one treasure after another was taken out for trade. However, Lin Feng didn't participate in it. Xianxia Ling, who was sitting at the side, did not seem to be interested in anything. She just kept looking at the other people trading. Suddenly, a middle-aged cultivator said with a smile, "Everyone, I have a batch of immortal wine here. It is the immortal wine produced by the royal family of the Litang immortal country during the primordial era. It is called the Litang Imperial Wine. This immortal wine has been infused with 3,725 types of materials. After drinking it, it can temper the fleshly body and expel toxins and impurities from the body. It can also prolong one's life. Of course, the most important thing is that this wine can increase one's cultivation base. I've heard of this wine before, but the recipe has long been lost." A cultivator immediately said, "Can a bottle of wine really increase my cultivation by 1,000 years? Are you trying to trick me?" Some people also raised their doubts. The 1,000 years of cultivation base referred to the increase of magic power. The 1,000 years of cultivation base referred to the magic power accumulated by an ordinary cultivator after cultivating for 1,000 years. The increase of a cultivator's cultivation base was actually a kind of increase in magic power. The stronger one's magic power was, the more powerful one's magic power would be when activating it. A bottle of wine that could increase one's magic power by 1,000 years sounded a little unbelievable. The middle-aged cultivator said, "I am a descendant of the Litang immortal country. Naturally, I wouldn't use such a thing to deceive everyone." Everyone thought about it and agreed. Who wasn't a reputable person here? If he dared to deceive everyone, would he be tired of living? "Senior, how many bottles of this Litang Imperial wine do you have?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng was a person who loved wine. A man in this world had to have some hobbies. Women and wine were things that a man couldn't live without in his life. 2,700 bottles. The middle-aged cultivator said. "Senior, how much do you plan to trade?" Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged cultivator said, 1 bottle of wine and 10 stalks of sacred herbs that are more than 100,000 years old." Many people began to frown. That was because the age of spirit herbs was limited. 90% of spirit herbs couldn't cross the threshold of 10,000 years. The older a spirit herb was, the rarer it was. Spirit herbs that were more than 100,000 years old were even rarer. These spirit herbs were different from cultivators. As a cultivator's cultivation base increased, their lifespan would also increase. And spirit herbs would wither very easily. Especially those that were older, they would wither and die more easily. The dozens of cultivators here definitely had sacred herbs that were more than 100,000 years old. However, they would still feel the pain of exchanging a bottle of wine for 10 stalks of sacred herbs. "It's too expensive." "It's cheaper," someone said. "That's right. 1 bottle of wine for 10 stalks of sacred herbs. You're asking for a sky-high price. Then, a second person said. One after another, people expressed their dissatisfaction. The middle-aged cultivator said, "Fellow Taoists, the recipe for immortal wine has been lost. This is the last batch of immortal wine. 1 bottle can increase one's cultivation base by 1,000 years. Isn't that worth 10 stalks of sacred herbs? Moreover, this immortal wine can also temper the body and extend one's lifespan. Therefore, 1 bottle of immortal wine for 10 stalks of sacred herbs is a very fair price." Everyone saw that the middle-aged cultivator wasn't going to let up. They could only exchange 10 stalks of sacred herbs for 1 bottle of immortal wine. Many people bought some. Lin Feng initially wanted to buy more, but there was a limited amount of celestial wine. He only managed to purchase 120 bottles of it. The rest of the immortal wine was divided among the others. The trade fair continued. Many treasures were taken out for trade. Lin Feng didn't participate in the trade of the items that were taken out later. After about 50 to 60 treasures were traded, a middle-aged woman in a fiery red dress said, "Fellow Taoists, I have a piece of news for sale." "What kind of news is it?" someone immediately asked. The middle-aged woman said, "It's news about heavenly flames." Many people looked surprised. Lin Feng's expression suddenly brightened. He had heard some cultivators talking about someone selling heavenly flames. He didn't expect those people to be so well informed. Lin Feng had refined 4 types of heavenly flames. He knew the importance of heavenly flames. Therefore, he was determined to get the heavenly flame that the middle-aged woman wanted to sell. "What kind of heavenly flame is it?" someone asked. Everyone looked at the middle-aged woman. Clearly, the news about heavenly flames had piqued everyone's interest. "It's the 22nd ranked dragonsnake blazing sun fire," the middle-aged woman said. Many people couldn't help but be shocked. It was a heavenly flame with such a high ranking. If he could refine such a heavenly flame, he would be able to obtain endless benefits. The higher the ranking of the heavenly fire, the more valuable it was. The dragonsnake flaming sun fire was ranked 22nd, so its value went without saying. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, what do you want to exchange for?" The middle-aged woman said, "I want to exchange for 300 types of ancient star maps." The ancient star maps depicted the routes of the extraterrestrial starry world, the coordinates of the stars, the location of the star field, and so on. The extraterrestrial starry world was a dark and cold world. If one didn't have the ancient star chart, it was very easy to get lost in it and die a horrible death. The ancient star map was extremely precious. The extraterrestrial starry world was rich in resources. Many of the planets were planets that had never been explored by humans. On those stars, they had endless resources. If these resources were mined, how many experts could they nurture? The middle-aged woman wanted the ancient star maps of the extraterrestrial starry world. Either she wanted to travel to the extraterrestrial starry world, or she wanted to go to the extraterrestrial starry world to look for unmined planets. Lin Feng guessed that the second possibility was more likely. 300 ancient star maps are too much, someone said. Even if we do obtain news about the sky flame, we still don't know if we can find the sky flame. Most importantly, even if we do find the sky flame, we still don't know if we can refine the sky flame. I believe that at our level, not many would be willing to take the risk to refine the sky flame, right? Someone said. Many people nodded. Refining the heavenly fire was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could turn them into ashes. These old experts did not want to take such a risk to refine the heavenly fire. Of course, some people wanted to give it a try. If they could really refine the dragonsnake flaming sun fire, when the time came, the benefits would be unimaginable. Seeing that everyone was haggling, the middle-aged woman frowned slightly and said, 240 ancient star maps. This is my bottom line. All right. I'll take it. Lin Feng said hurriedly. He wanted to make a deal when the price of 300 ancient star maps was raised. Now, the middle-aged woman had lowered the price to 240 ancient star maps. This price was indeed more sincere. Lin Feng guessed that it was close to the middle-aged woman's bottom line. Even if they haggled, it would not be lower than 200 ancient star maps. If they really talked about 200 ancient star diagrams, the person who made the deal with the middle-aged woman might not necessarily be him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. This brat really has a lot of things on him, and he's so extravagant. Many ancient experts narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had attacked a few times and had shown how strong he was. There were many things that these old antiques who had lived for millions of years did not have. Now, Lin Feng had taken out another 240 ancient star diagrams. Naturally, everyone was even more shocked. Good deal. The middle-aged woman also smiled. Lin Feng took out a jade tube and imprinted the ancient star map on it. Back in the great exiled world, he had obtained 3,000 ancient star charts. One of the ancient starry sky diagrams even led to the undying realm. It was just a pity that Lin Feng later discovered that the ancient starry sky diagram was incomplete. An incomplete starry sky map would not be able to find the whereabouts of the undying realm. Lin Feng had enough ancient star maps, so he did not feel the pinch when he took out 240 ancient star maps to exchange with the middle-aged woman. If he could really find the dragon snake flaming sun fire, not to mention 240 ancient star charts. Even if there were 3,000 or 30,000 ancient star maps, they would not be as valuable as the dragon snake flaming sun fire. He handed the jade tube with the ancient star map to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman checked it and immediately smiled. Then, the middle-aged woman took out two things. The first thing was a jade tube. The second thing was a token. The token was pitch black, with a giant dragon drawn on the front. On the back was a giant snake. The middle-aged woman said, "The location of the dragon snake flaming sun fire is recorded in the jade tube, and this token is said to be the key to opening the place where the dragon snake flaming sun fire is trapped. There is also a saying that this token can suppress the dragon snake flaming sun fire and is the nemesis of the dragon snake flaming sun fire. Whether these rumors are true or not, we need to investigate. I can't give you a definite answer." Lin Feng nodded and said, "This is not a problem. I will personally verify it in the future. I hope I can really find the dragon snake flaming sun fire and refine this kind of heavenly fire." The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "I hope my little friend's wish will come true." "Thank you," said Lin Feng before leaving with Xian Yuling. He was not interested in participating in the following trade fair. Moreover, he had obtained many good things from this trade fair. Lin Feng could not wait to examine these treasures he had obtained. After coming out of the Heavenly Venerate Palace, Lin Feng and Xian Yuling returned to their residence. After returning, he went into seclusion to examine the various items he had obtained. Lin Feng first formed a blood bond with the stone dagger and the bronze wolverine mace, the two most valuable treasures. Then, he took out the stone turtle and studied it carefully. He discovered that although the stone turtle had life aura, this life aura was extremely weak. It was difficult to determine whether the stone turtle was alive or dead. Therefore, he could only keep the stone turtle for the time being. Then, Lin Feng took out the jade tube that contained information about the heavenly fire and the dragon snake token. He used his divine will to enter the jade tube and a large amount of information flowed into his mind. It turned out that the location of the heavenly fire was actually in the extraterritorial world. Moreover, it was in a star field that was very, very far away from the 9 prefectures. Traveling through the starry sky was dangerous. It wasn't an easy task to reach this star field. Lin Feng studied the dragon snake token again. This token emitted a cold aura. After channeling his dermic powers into it, a dragon and a snake came to life. Then, they swam around the token. How magical! Lin Feng looked at the token in shock. He put away the jade tube and the token. Then, he took out the true dragon wood. Then, he directly refined the true dragon wood. The true dragon wood was a wood attribute sacred item. It could help Lin Feng successfully cultivate the great wood elemental technique. After refining the true dragon wood, Lin Feng's Qing Emperor Demon Dragon Fist finally completed a breakthrough. This was the wood attribute magic of the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. It was also the foundation of the Great Wood Elemental Technique. After the breakthrough, it directly transformed into the Great Wood Elemental Technique. Haha, I have also successfully cultivated the Great Wood Elemental Technique. Now, only the Great Water Elemental technique has not been successfully cultivated. Lin Feng's face revealed a smile. Then, he began to comprehend the Great Longevity technique, which was ranked 8th among the 3,000 Great Daos. Once successfully cultivated, Lin Feng would have a lifespan of 100 million years. Dong. Dong. Dong, dong. 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 Dong, everyone in the underground city was alarmed. The mission is about to begin. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. The underground city lord gave out a mission once every 100 years. If they could complete the mission, they would be able to enter the secret realm controlled by the underground city lord to cultivate. So many cultivators risked their lives to enter the underground city just to participate in this mission. Now, the underground city lord was finally going to give out a mission. Countless people rushed out. Shua, a mysterious light screen appeared in the void, and a hazy figure appeared on the light screen. It was impossible to tell whether the figure was male or female, old or young. Once every 100 years, the cycle of reincarnation will restart. The new mission will allow some lucky people to enter the 9 mystical secret realm. A faintly discernible voice sounded. Many people became excited. The 9 mystical secret realm was controlled by the underground city lord. Once one entered, they would be able to benefit greatly. I will send you to a mysterious place. There is a type of ore there called the demonic stone Oregon. The demonic stone ore can produce demonic stone's heart. Everyone needs to collect 1,000 demonic stone's heart to be qualified to enter the 9 mystical secret realm. I will give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I will send you to that mysterious place. The underground city lord continued. Shua, as soon as he finished speaking, the light screen disappeared. This is the first time I've seen the underground city lord. Unfortunately, her body is covered. I don't even know if she is a man or a woman. Who cares if she is a man or a woman? I only care about the demonic stone's heart. Looks like the place we are going to is dangerous. Mining the demonic stone's heart won't be easy. Everyone needs to be mentally prepared. Then let's gather more people. If we can't collect the demonic stone's heart, we can steal from others. Ha ha ha. That's a good idea. Many cultivators started to discuss. Many of them started to have evil ideas. Demonic stone's heart. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It was said that the demonic stone's heart was the heart of a demonic stone. The rock demons were similar to the stone race, but they were not part of the stone race because they were not as powerful as the stone race. It was said that stone demons were born from some spiritual stones that had absorbed the power of a powerful demon origin. For example, places where demon emperors had fallen were more likely to give birth to stone demons. The process of nurturing a stone demon was much simpler than that of the stone tribe. The first step to nurturing a golem was to nurture a golem's heart. When the golem's heart was successfully nurtured, then, he began to nurture his body. The biggest difference between the stone demons and the stone tribe was the difference in their body structure. The stone race was actually no different from the other races. They also had all kinds of organs. He was like a stone man. He had a complete body with various internal organs and even meridians. Furthermore, as they cultivated, the stone clan could transform into flesh and blood. The stone demon was different. The golem only had one body. There was only one heart in the golem's body. There were no other organs. There was one more point. No matter how hard the golem tried to cultivate, its body could not transform into a body of flesh and blood. Forever and ever. Both of them had stone-like bodies. Lin Feng guessed that the underground city lord had asked everyone to collect the stone demon's heart not just to test them. He had collected so many stone demons' hearts. There might be some unspeakable secrets. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the underground city lord would not reveal these unspeakable secrets to the public. As for what kind of unspeakable secrets, no one knew. The next step was to wait. During these 3 days, the underground city could be said to be extremely lively. Many people were looking for their own allies. Of course, many people were also looking for some powerful treasures, jade talismans, and other treasures. They carried some precious treasures with them. When they encountered danger, they could be more at ease. Lin Feng was very calm. With his current cultivation, completing such a task was not difficult. Time flew. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone arrived at the central square of the underground city. There was already a sea of people here. Rumble, a series of loud noises were heard. A huge whirlpool appeared above the central square of the underground city. That whirlpool was obviously the entrance to that mysterious place. Lin Feng placed little Mang Mang in the mountain river ring. Fortunately, little Mang Mang was now more familiar with Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. He let her stay in the mountain river ring. With Bibi and Dragon Rabbit accompanying her, she would not feel afraid or bored. Lin Feng and Xianxia flew toward that huge whirlpool. More and more people entered that whirlpool and were transported away. Lin Feng felt a powerful space-time teleportation force. He grabbed Xianxueling's hand. When that powerful force enveloped the two of them would not be separated. Swish! Light flashed before their eyes. Lin Feng and Xianxueling disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in a forest. Many people were also transported into this forest. Many people looked at the surrounding forest in bewilderment. Some cultivators landed in the forest. Just as they landed, they found that their bodies were already sinking. Not good, it's a swamp. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. They wanted to soar into the sky and get out of the swamp. Roar, however, at this moment, a series of deep roars were heard. Many huge crocodiles charged out of the swamp. They opened their bloody mouths. Many cultivators were swallowed by those crocodiles. Some cultivators narrowly avoided being swallowed by the crocodiles. However, a silver-white bone spur left the crocodile's back and flew toward those cultivators. The bone spikes that soared into the sky were like flying swords. They were as fast as lightning. Pooh! 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 The sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. One after another, the fleshly bodies of the cultivators were pierced and they died on the spot. Their bodies fell towards the swamp. Then, they were swallowed by those huge crocodiles. Silver Spike Man-eating crocodiles. Run! These crocodiles are desolation mutants. They are extremely terrifying. Many cultivators who were lucky enough to avoid this disaster screamed in horror and quickly fled into the distance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, densely packed bone spurs flew over. Pooh! 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 Then, many cultivators were killed by those bone spurs. Clang clang clang, Lin Feng grabbed Xianxueling's hand with one hand and used his other hand as a blade to block the bone thorns coming towards him. But at that moment, a large amount of grayish-brown fog appeared in the surrounding forest. There seemed to be some terrifying creature hidden in the grayish-brown fog. The grayish-brown fog exuded a cold and terrifying aura. Now, the grayish-brown fog was enveloping everyone. Ah! A mournful scream rang out as a cultivator was enveloped by the grayish-brown fog and let out a mournful scream. Then, his corpse fell to the ground. Look, his facial features have disappeared. Someone pointed at the dead cultivator. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw a hair-raising scene. That cultivator's facial features had actually disappeared. This was too strange, and it made one's hair stand on end. Keek keek, a sinister voice came from the grayish-brown fog. Obviously, the disappearance of that cultivator's facial features must have something to do with the creature in the black fog. We can't stay here for long. Let's go, many cultivators shouted and quickly rushed outside. Lin Feng grabbed Xianxueling's hand and rushed outside as well. A grayish-brown fog enveloped them. When the brown fog enveloped Lin Feng's expression changed. Lin Feng immediately felt as if his entire body was being restrained by a terrifying force. This grayish-brown fog was very strange. It could actually produce a strong restraining force. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared from the grayish-brown fog. These two mysterious people were dressed in white. Their backs were facing Lin Feng and Xianxueling. The two of them couldn't see clearly what these two mysterious people looked like. The grayish-brown fog should be related to these two mysterious people. Suddenly, the two mysterious people slowly turned around. Lin Feng and Xianxueling finally saw clearly what these two mysterious people looked like. These two mysterious people didn't have facial features. I want your face, the two mysterious people spoke at the same time. One of the mysterious people pounced at Lin Feng. The other mysterious person pounced at Xianxia. These two mysterious people seemed to be able to snatch away other people's faces. Seeing that these two people were about to succeed, Lin Feng, who was originally being restrained, suddenly raised his right hand and used the great yin-yang art. A yin-yang image immediately condensed in the air. The yin-yang image spun violently. It swept towards the two mysterious people. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive muffled sounds of collision were heard, and the two mysterious men were sent flying. Immediately after, their bodies exploded. After their bodies exploded, no blood flowed out. This meant that they weren't made of flesh and blood. These are faceless demons. They are evil demons formed by energy. They don't have facial features. Therefore, they are jealous of cultivators with facial features. Then, they erase these cultivators' facial features. They make those cultivators become like them. The demon lord said. There are actually such evil demons. Lin Feng couldn't help but mumble. In the distance, the silver man-eating crocodiles also rushed. The silver crocodiles and faceless demons wanted to surround the surrounding cultivators. Then, he killed off all the surrounding cultivators. Lin Feng grabbed Xianxia and broke through the encirclement. He killed 7 or 8 faceless demons and broke through. And Xianxia quickly left. There were cultivators who succeeded in breaking through, but there were also many who died tragically under the attacks of the silver man-eating crocodiles and faceless demons. This space was extremely large. Lin Feng guessed that this should be a mysterious space parallel to the land of the 9 prefectures. It formed a small world of its own. A place like this could give birth to some terrifying creatures. For example, the silver man-eating crocodiles and faceless demons. After the two of them left the area, they found a place to rest. Xianxia sat down on a rock, looking like a goddess. Lin Feng was lying down on a rock, panting heavily. Lin Feng hoped that Xianxia could speak. This way, the two of them could chat. Unfortunately, Xianxia couldn't speak. This place is not simple. Lin Feng exclaimed and jumped up. Looking for the dragon path, one must look at the winding mountains. If there were 1,000 locks on the door, there must be a noble living here. Lin Feng chanted the formula of the dragon search formula, and then walked through the forest. This place was not ordinary. Lin Feng felt that there was a great tomb here. He tried to fix the position of the tomb, but failed after several attempts. Looks like my dragon-seeking formula is still lacking. If Taoist Wu Liang was here, he would be able to easily find the location of the great tomb. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Then, he remembered that Wu Liang Taoist was already dead. He couldn't help but feel sad. He collected his thoughts and continued searching for the dragon-seeking cave. After a dozen attempts, Lin Feng finally arrived in the direction of the tomb. Searching for the dragon-seeking cave, pointing to the east. There are stones in the wood and gold in the stones. Looks like this is the mountain. Lin Feng looked at a 3,000-meter tall mountain. Although this mountain was not particularly tall, it extended for a very long distance. It gave off a majestic and heavy feeling. Wait here for a while. I'll go down and take a look. Lin Feng said as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. Lin Feng used the earth escape technique and entered the ground. After diving for more than 300 meters, Lin Feng saw a huge rock lying on the ground. The rock was pitch black and emitted a dark and cold luster. It looked like a huge meteorite. There was a cave abode on the rock, and the entrance was covered by a restriction. Lin Feng broke the restriction and entered the cave abode. He found a dozen cultivator corpses lying in the cave abode. When Lin Feng saw those corpses, he quickly walked over and examined them carefully. He was surprised when he saw that there were many corpses. The corpses were perfectly preserved. However, the corpses had become dried corpses. The blood in their bodies seemed to have been sucked dry by something. Among the corpses, there were even 2 demon god experts. The blood of demon gods would never dry up. Naturally, corpses would never become dried corpses. Now that they had become dried corpses, Lin Feng felt extremely strange. What exactly happened? The blood of the demon god clan cultivators has been sucked dry. It's really strange. Lin Feng was puzzled. He looked at a bronze cauldron in the cave abode. The bronze cauldron looked quite old. It emitted a sense of vicissitudes of time. This bronze cauldron is a treasure. Lin Feng muttered. He carefully walked towards the bronze cauldron. At the same time, Lin Feng carefully observed every corner of the cave abode. He originally thought that there would be a huge tomb here, but he only found a cave abode. Moreover, there were more than a dozen dried corpses in the cave abode. It was really strange. When Lin Feng came to the side of the bronze cauldron, he found that, in the bronze cauldron, there was blood flowing out. F***ck, so strange? How many years has it been? There's still blood flowing out. Lin Feng muttered when he saw the blood flowing out of the cauldron. This cauldron was too strange. What kind of blood is this? Lin Feng stared at the blood flowing out of the cauldron, feeling very strange. The blood kept flowing out. It had no intention of stopping. He walked around the blood and came to the side of the cauldron. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the cauldron, suddenly, clang! A loud sound came from the cauldron. When the sound came out, Lin Feng suddenly felt dizzy. The next moment, the blood flowing out of the ground quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. The blood seemed to have its own spirituality. It was extremely strange. The blood wrapped around Lin Feng's body. Then, it began to seep into Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng woke up. Lin Feng's soul power was strong enough, so he was able to resolve the soul attack just now. Only then did he quickly wake up. After Lin Feng woke up, he found that the blood was attached to his body and then drilled into it. Lin Feng also found that, the blood that had entered his body was actually devouring the blood in his body. Those dried corpses have something to do with this strange blood? Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility. His expression changed again and again. This blood was filled with a demonic power. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it demonic blood. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his sovereign emperor blood. The sovereign power flowed in his body. The powerful sovereign power. It quickly circulated. Then, the sovereign power in Lin Feng's body forced out all the demonic blood that had entered his body. Go, Lin Feng didn't even think about it. He turned around and rushed outside. This demonic blood was too strange. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Swish, blood-red light gushed out. A large amount of demonic blood flew out of the cauldron and chased after Lin Feng. Heavenly fire, burn! Seeing the devil blood chasing after him, Lin Feng quickly brought out the heavenly flame. The heavenly fire enveloped the demonic blood. Then, it burst into flames. Chi, Lin Feng's face lit up when he heard the sound of something burning. He thought that the demonic blood had been severely injured. However, Lin Feng's expression quickly changed. Because the demonic blood rushed out of the heavenly fire. This demonic blood was too strange. It was actually able to resist the burning of the heavenly flame. Lin Feng kept the sky fire and quickly rushed up. For the time being, he had not thought of a way to destroy this demonic blood. Therefore, he could only choose to escape. Soon, Lin Feng rushed out from the ground. The demon blood followed Lin Feng out. The demon blood had no intention of letting Lin Feng go. Lin Feng grabbed Xianxua's jade-like hand and quickly flew into the distance. The demon blood chased after them. F***ck, did the demon blood turn into a spirit? It actually chased after me. Lin Feng could not help but look at the demon blood that was chasing after them. Roar! An earth-shaking roar came from the forest. A dragon-tailed tiger rose up in the air and threw itself at Lin Feng and Xianxia. The dragon-tailed tiger was 100 meters long and had a fierce aura. It was very tyrannical. Facing the dragon-tailed tiger's attack, Lin Feng activated the dragon elephant arm and punched at the dragon-tailed tiger. Bang! That tyrannical punch collided with the dragon-tailed tiger and sent it flying. Then, Lin Feng and Xianxia quickly left. At this time, the demon blood chased after them. The demon blood enveloped the dragon-tailed tiger's huge body. Then, the dragon-tailed tiger turned into a dried corpse. All the blood in its body was devoured by the demon blood. Too terrifying. When Lin Feng turned his head and looked behind him, he saw the demon blood devouring the dragon-tailed tiger's blood. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The demon blood was too terrifying and strange. If his sovereign emperor blood was not strong enough, he might have ended up like the dragon-tailed tiger. However, Lin Feng also knew that it was almost impossible to completely resist the demon blood's devouring. The demon blood was too strong. The sovereign emperor blood could only last for a while. Soon, it would be difficult to endure. And that would be the time when his blood would be devoured. Therefore, he could not let the demon blood catch up. Fortunately, Lin Feng was fast enough. Although the demon blood was fast enough, compared to Lin Feng, there was still a certain gap. The distance between the two of them was increasing. Finally, Lin Feng successfully broke away from the demon blood's pursuit. Then, he took a detour and returned to the cave. He collected the bronze cauldron and the storage rings of the dead cultivators before leaving. Lin Feng could not help but laugh. When the demon blood returned and saw this scene, would it be angered to death, 100 miles away, in a hidden cave? Lin Feng took out all the storage rings he had obtained. He picked up a storage ring and sensed it. He found that the space inside the storage ring had collapsed. Everything inside had been destroyed as well. Xianxia also picked up a storage ring. She also sensed the space inside the storage ring like Lin Feng and found that the storage ring was destroyed. Then, she threw the storage ring on the ground. After a thorough search, he still couldn't find an intact storage ring. This made Lin Feng feel a little regretful. Those dead cultivators were all very strong. There must be many treasures in their storage rings. But now, those treasures were not fated to be with him. Fortunately, Lin Feng also obtained a mysterious bronze cauldron. This trip was not in vain. Lin Feng took out the bronze cauldron. He carefully observed the bronze cauldron. He found that the surface of the bronze cauldron was covered in runes and diagrams. These runes were very complicated. Lin Feng wanted to take a closer look at the contents of these runes. However, he felt a strong sense of dizziness in his head. This made Lin Feng reveal an extremely shocked expression. What level are these runes? They could actually make him feel dizzy. No one dared to believe that this was real. One must know. Lin Feng's soul power was very strong. But he could not resist the influence of these runes. From this, one could see how terrifying these runes were. Lin Feng quickly retracted his gaze. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. Then, Lin Feng's spiritual sense entered the bronze cauldron and began to refine this mysterious and terrifying bronze cauldron. Lin Feng heard a faint voice as his divine sense entered the cauldron. Gods perish and demons perish. Only the demon gods are immortal. When the voice sounded, Lin Feng felt a powerful force trying to devour his divine sense. Lin Feng was shocked. The cauldron seemed to be even stranger than he had imagined. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly activated Luya's stargazing atlas. His divine sense transformed into an immortal diagram, blocking the invisible force from devouring him. At this moment, Lin Feng's divine sense was finally able to clearly see the interior of the cauldron. There were 81 demon gods drawn in the interior of the cauldron. The 81 demon gods were vivid and lifelike. It was as if they had come alive. Their bodies exuded a powerful aura. The most frightening thing was the eyes of the 81 demon gods. Those pairs of eyes stared at him like eyes of truth. They could see through everything in his heart. Those 81 pairs of eyes were very demonic. They seemed to have a bewitching power. It could make people lose themselves in them. However, Lin Feng's divine sense had transformed into Luya's stargazing atlas. The eyes of the demon gods couldn't confuse him. Lin Feng's divine sense began to invade the demon god drawings. He felt that the key to refining the cauldron lay in these demon god drawings. Lin Feng's divine sense transformed into Luya's stargazing atlas. It flew directly towards the first demon god drawing and entered it. Demon gods are immortal. Slaughter all living beings. A deep roar suddenly rang out. A demon god phantom formed. It pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground. It charged towards Lin Feng's Luya's stargazing atlas. Endless demonic light surged. The demon god phantom was incomparably powerful. Its 3 heads and 6 arms shook together. It was like an immortal god. It was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. 10,000 demons were immortal. Sun and moon were immortal. Gods fell. Heaven and earth crumbled. Only the demon gods were immortal. Eternal and immortal. The demon god phantom displayed incomparably powerful combat strength. It waved its arms and attacked Lin Feng's Luya's stargazing atlas. The 2 sides immediately clashed. After 32 consecutive collisions, Luya's star chart finally broke through the demon god's phantom. Bang, the fiend celestial phantom exploded. But right after that, the demonic god phantom that had exploded was reborn. Immortal demon god, who can destroy me? The fiend celestial phantom sneered and once again charged towards Luya's star observation map formed by Lin Feng's divine will. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng shattered the demon god's phantom with great difficulty. However, the demon god's phantom was reborn again. Lin Feng's Luya star-gazing chart clashed with the demon god phantom for the 3rd time. Lin Feng was also a little overwhelmed by the repeated battles. Because he was constantly consuming energy. The demonic god's phantom had an inseparable relationship with the bronze cauldron, so there would be no consumption. Therefore, Lin Feng's repeated battles were obviously extremely disadvantageous to him. After the demon god's shadow was shattered for the 3rd time, the demon god's shadow began to regenerate again. The path of purification can purify all living things. Lin Feng's divine will transformed into his appearance. He stepped forward and arrived in front of the demon god's shadow. Then, he used the great purification technique. He slapped the demon god's body with his palm. An endless stream of purification power surged into the demon god's body. As the purification power surged into the demon god's body, the demon god's shadow suddenly became peaceful. This was because the demon god's shadow was gradually being purified. This great purification technique was simply too domineering. It didn't matter if you were a human, a demon, a beast, a soul, an artifact spirit, a god, or something else, it could be purified. Bah. Excellent, excellent. My heart belongs to Buddha. Only then can I attain the great Tao. Suddenly, the demon god's shadow became peaceful and calm. His eyes flickered with the light of wisdom. It was as if in an instant he had become a senior monk. After purifying the first demon god, Lin Feng rested for a while. He used the same method to purify the other 80 demon gods' shadows. As these demon gods' shadows were purified by Lin Feng finally gained control of this mysterious bronze cauldron. This bronze cauldron was made of heavenly grasping devil copper. It was called the demon god cauldron. Its origin was unknown. It was infused with the undying battle spirits of 81 demon gods. Once it was activated, it could summon the undying battle spirits of the 81 demon gods. Of course, it wasn't so easy to do this. Summoning these undying battle spirits consumed a lot of Lin Feng's energy. However, now that he had finally refined this treasure, as his cultivation increased, the use of this treasure would definitely become greater and greater. After refining the demon god cauldron, Lin Feng rested for a while. Then, he left the cave with Xianxia. In the distance, Lin Feng saw cultivators fighting. There were 2 groups of cultivators. They were fighting for the right to mine the golem's heart. Lin Feng glanced at the mountain range. There were indeed golem's hearts in that mountain range. A cultivator needed to collect 1,000 golem's hearts. This was not a small number. Therefore, many cultivators would fight to the death for the golem's heart, even to the point of fighting to the death. Lin Feng took Xianxia to many places. He had the dragon searching formula. So, it was relatively easy to find golem's hearts. Lin Feng dug out some golem's hearts from many mountain ranges. But a normal mine could contain 3 or 4 golem's hearts. This was already a great harvest. He needed to find the golem mine. Only then could he mine a large amount of golem's hearts. However, obviously, it wasn't easy to find a golem mine. That mine isn't simple. Although it's not a golem mine, I can faintly feel that it contains a lot of golem's hearts. Lin Feng looked at a mine in front of him. It was a mountain range only 1,000 meters high. Such a mountain range was too inconspicuous. But it just had to be such an inconspicuous mineral vein. For the first time, Lin Feng felt slightly moved. He and Xianxia descended. Xianxia waited at the side. Lin Feng began to excavate the mine. Soon, Lin Feng dug out 60 to 70 golems' hearts. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the mine split open. Endless demonic chi rolled. When Lin Feng saw that, he hastily came out of the mine. Roar! A low roar was heard. A golem rushed out and punched at Lin Feng. This mine actually gave birth to a golem. After seeing the golem, Lin Feng was shocked. The golem's attack was very powerful. After punching out, it tore through the void. Good, I was just about to see the golem's attack power. Lin Feng roared and punched at the golem. Bang, a muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng and the golem collided. A powerful force vibrated out, with the two of them as the center. Cracks began to appear on the ground. The collision between the two was too fierce. Thump! Thump! After the collision, Lin Feng and the golem couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Lin Feng was very surprised. The golem's power was too strong. That collision just now, it made his arm feel numb. Roar! The golem roared and pounced on Lin Feng again. Dracofant arm! Lin Feng looked indifferent as he stepped forward. The 4th level of the Archean Dracofant art was activated. Lin Feng activated the Dracofant arm suddenly. He felt that the power contained in his arm was as if he could blow up a planet with one punch. The Dracofant arm waved. Lin Feng also attacked the golem. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The two sides collided for the second time. Lin Feng, who activated the Dracofant arm, didn't move at all. The golem was sent flying by Lin Feng. However, the golem's body was too hard. It took on Lin Feng's attack. It was as if it didn't suffer any damage. Lin Feng was very surprised. At this time, the golem's body surface had some shocking changes. Demonic patterns appeared one after another. Those demonic patterns densely covered the golem's body. As the demonic runes appeared one after another, Lin Feng immediately felt it. The golem's power began to increase crazily. Those mysterious demonic patterns could provide the golem with great power. Roar! The golem roared to the sky, and its body was densely covered with runes. Then, it pounced on Lin Feng again. At this moment, the golem's battle power had greatly increased. It was many times stronger than before. The two sides collided again. However, the current Lin Feng was too strong. After activating the Dracofant arm, it was invincible. It had the aura of killing gods and Buddhas. Even the powerful golem couldn't withstand the attack of Lin Feng's Dracofant arm. Bang! 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 The two sides collided again and again. After hundreds of collisions. Crack! 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 Finally, the golem's body couldn't take it anymore and kept cracking. Break! Lin Feng took the opportunity and shouted. And punched the golem's body. That tyrannical punch smashed the golem's body into smithereens. Lin Feng took a deep breath. That stone demon wasn't easy to deal with, especially because its body was extremely tough. If it didn't have such a tough body, it would have been killed by Lin. After destroying Shiremo, Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia. She discovered that Xianxia was standing at the side, watching the battle in boredom. And Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Even such an intense battle couldn't affect Xianxueling's emotions. Maybe it had something to do with Xianxueling's head injury. With her head injury, Xianxueling would always be calm no matter what. It was as if she didn't know the meaning of fear. Lin Feng continued to dig for the golem's heart. One by one, the golem's heart was dug out. The harvest in this mountain range was quite good. He had collected a total of 103 golem's hearts. Including the golem's hearts that he had collected before, he had a total of 129 golem's hearts. Of course, it was still far from the number that Lin Feng needed. Lin Feng was about to leave with Xianxueling when more than 20 cultivators flew over. These cultivators landed. The leader of this group of cultivators was a young master. What surprised Lin Feng was that he actually knew this young master. Before Lin Feng entered the underground city, the fire dragon was unwilling to be enslaved. It chose to self-destruct. The fire dragon's body was full of treasures. Many treasures such as the Dao bone, the fire dragon's inner core, and so on were scattered everywhere. Therefore, many people were scattered in the forest to search. At that time, a few cultivators found a piece of the fire dragon's Dao bone. However, he was targeted by another group of people and was besieged by another group of people. Killing people to steal treasures was a common occurrence. The group of people in front of him was the same group that had surrounded and killed those cultivators to steal the fire dragon's Dao bone. This group of people was led by the young master in blue. This person had a slender figure and was very handsome. However, his eyes were long and narrow, giving people a feeling that he had a dark mind. What a dense aura of the golem's heart! One of the guards cried out in alarm. Then, all of them looked at Lin Feng and Xian Yueling. When they saw Xian Yueling beside Lin Feng, many of them were stunned. When the young master in blue looked at Xian Yueling, he revealed a burning gaze. It was a kind of deep greed. Kill the man and capture the woman alive for me, the young master in blue said indifferently. He had killed people to steal treasures too many times. Therefore, killing Lin Feng was a very ordinary thing to him. It didn't even cause him to be too emotional. However, Xian Yueling made him very excited. She was such a fairy. It was hard to find someone like her even in the land of the 9 prefectures. Yes, young master. Immediately, the 2 guards responded and stepped out. They pounced towards Lin Feng. These people naturally didn't care about a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. These people should feel lucky that he didn't find trouble with them. They actually dared to find trouble with him. They simply didn't know what death was. Lin Feng took a step forwards and threw 2 punches in a row. Bang bang, 2 muffled sounds of collision were heard. The 2 guards pouncing towards Lin Feng were immediately sent flying by Lin Feng as if they had been struck by lightning. Barf, the 2 of them vomited mouthfuls of blood. They fell to the ground. They were already dead. I didn't expect you to be so capable. After killing my people, no one in this world can save you. Everyone, attack. I want this brat to die without a burial place. The young master in blue shouted coldly. Yes, young master, said the other guards. They all threw themselves at Lin Feng to kill him. A bunch of ants actually dares to jump around in front of me. You are simply courting death. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He flicked his finger. Shua, dense sword energy flew out. In midair, sword energy shot out in all directions. Pooh. Pooh. Pooh, next. Ripping sounds could be heard. The bodies of the guards were directly torn apart. Many of them didn't even have time to scream before they were killed by Lin Feng. There were more than 20 people. In the blink of an eye, they were all dead. The young master in blue's expression changed drastically. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. The strength of the person in front of him was too terrifying. He wasn't someone he could fight against. The young master in blue didn't even think about it. He turned around and fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly chased after the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man wanted to kill him. He even had evil thoughts about Xian Yueling. How could he let him go? Soon, Lin Feng caught up to the blue-robed man. Then, he threw a punch at the blue-robed man. It was an extremely powerful punch. Even the void was shattered by the impact. Faced with such a powerful attack, the blue-robed man's expression turned extremely ugly. He waved his right hand, and 2 treasures flew out. The first treasure was a palm-sized golden shield. The shield quickly expanded and blocked Lin Feng's attack. That shield was obviously an extremely powerful defensive treasure. When Lin Feng's fist collided with the shield, it didn't cause any damage to it. The second treasure was a demon-subduing pestle. The demon-subduing pestle directly smashed toward Lin Feng. The void was shattered. It was extremely powerful. Let's see how you're going to die. The blue-robed man glared at Lin Feng fiercely. It was as if he could already see Lin Feng being killed. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he waved his right hand. Swoosh. Light flashed. A defensive crystal wall appeared in front of Lin Feng. This was a defensive crystal wall that Lin Feng had created using the great defensive art, the 3000 Great Daos. Clang, the demon-subduing pestle smashed into the defensive crystal wall that Lin Feng had set up. A sonorous sound of collision rang out, but it didn't break through Lin Feng's defensive crystal wall. Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar released a powerful devouring power and directly devoured the demon-subduing pestle and the golden sacred shield. After the two treasures were devoured, the heaven-devouring jar directly erased the divine consciousness that the blue-robed man had left in the two treasures. Ah! The blue-robed man let out an incomparably shrill scream. The destruction of the spiritual sense in the Dharma treasure had caused him great harm. Lin Feng rushed forward and slapped the blue-clothed young master with his palm. Bang! With a dull collision sound, the blue-clothed young master was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm. Wow! The blue-clothed young master fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. All the magic power in his body was scattered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng landed on the ground with his hands behind his back. He looked at the blue-clothed young master with an indifferent expression and said, "You reckless thing. Don't you know that there is always someone better than you? Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some background and some strength?" He was simply courting death. In your next life, don't offend this young master again. Otherwise, I will kill you. Lin Feng was a decisive person. If he wanted to kill someone, he would not show any mercy. Lin Feng raised his right hand and was about to kill the blue-clothed young master. At this moment, the blue-clothed young master said loudly, "I'm from the Levitation Celestial Sect. If you dare to kill me, do you know the consequences?" Lin Feng was surprised. The Levitation Celestial Sect was actually such a force. As one of the 10 major celestial sects in 9 provinces, the Levitation Celestial Sect had a strong foundation and many experts. In 9 provinces, the Levitation Celestial Sect was a colossal force. At this moment, Lin Feng thought of Huangfu Qingtian, the Levitation Celestial Dynasty, and Xiru, and Huangfu Qingtian's mysterious and powerful mother. The enmity between Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian was needless to say. The peak battle of the Tianwu continent. Under the eyes of everyone, Lin Feng had killed Huangfu Qingtian, his nemesis for 10 years. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was unable to destroy Huangfu Qingtian's body at that time. This was because Huangfu Qingtian's body was snatched away by a mysterious woman. Later on, Lin Feng learned that Huangfu Qingtian was not a prince of the Levitation Celestial Dynasty. The Levitation Celestial Dynasty was just a branch of the Levitation Celestial Sect. Huangfu Qingtian's mother was the saintess of the Levitation Celestial Dynasty. This saintess was stunning and unimaginably powerful. Later on, he had a dream. He connected with the heavens. He was pregnant with Huangfu Qingtian. It sounded incredible. It was just a dream. He was actually able to conceive a child. However, such an incredible thing was true. Xianxia was sent by the saintess to kill Lin Feng. However, Xianxia failed. After coming to 9 provinces, Lin Feng heard that Huangfu Qingtian's mother had gradually taken control of the Levitation Celestial Sect. Therefore, Lin Feng had always been wary of the Levitation Celestial Sect. After coming to 9 provinces for so many years, the Levitation Celestial Sect had not made any big moves. There was also no direct conflict between Lin Feng and the Levitation Celestial Sect. Unexpectedly, the blue-clothed young master turned out to be a member of the Levitation Celestial Sect. Seeing Lin Feng's uncertain expression, the blue-clothed young master's face suddenly showed a trace of pride. The Levitation Celestial Sect was a golden signboard. 9 provinces great world. Who would not give face to the Levitation Celestial Sect, offending the Levitation Celestial Sect? It was no different from courting death. Boy, are you afraid now? Let me go now, and I can consider sparing your life. The blue-clothed young master said arrogantly. Afraid? Lin Feng could not help but sneer and said, "I never knew how to write the word afraid." He waved his fist and blasted toward the blue-clothed young master. Just as the punch was about to hit the blue-clothed young master, a divine light suddenly swept out from the blue-clothed young master's glabella. The divine light condensed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. How dare you kill the people of the Levitation Celestial Dynasty? You're courting death. The middle-aged man shouted coldly and blasted his palm toward Lin Feng. You want to kill me with a mere divine sense imprint? How ridiculous! Lin Feng sneered. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the middle-aged man's illusory figure. Bang, the punch. It ruthlessly landed on the middle-aged man's body. Following that, the middle-aged man's body began to crack. He was formed from divine sense. Although he was strong, compared to Lin Feng, he was still too weak. He could not even block a single attack from Lin Feng. Boy, I'll remember you. Just you wait, I'll grind your bones to dust. Before the middle-aged man's illusory figure dissipated, he looked coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's not certain who will be the one to kill who." He threw another punch. Bang, the middle-aged man's illusory figure shattered. It vanished into thin air. Spare me. Spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to give you all my wealth. The blue-clothed young master begged. He had completely collapsed. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Don't you think it's too late to beg for mercy now?" As soon as he finished speaking, his hand rose and the blade fell. Poochie. Blood splattered. A head flew into the sky. The blue-clothed young master's headless corpse fell to the ground. Lin Feng collected all their storage rings. Then, he quickly left with Xianxia. Lin Feng did not care about the threat of that expert from the Feather Immortal sect at all. These people from the Feather Immortal sect had an irreconcilable enmity with him. It was just that the two sides had not met before, so the conflict did not erupt. Once they met, conflict was unavoidable. That was why Lin Feng did not care about the threat from the Feather Immortal sect. They were already irreconcilable enemies. Since they were irreconcilable enemies, what was there to worry about? Lin Feng and Xianxia found a quiet place. Lin Feng began to check the treasures in the storage rings of the blue-clothed young master and the others. Actually, Lin Feng was not interested in the wealth of these people. What really interested Lin Feng was how many golem devil's hearts they had collected. Lin Feng checked. These people had collected more than 500 golem devil's hearts. Their speed of collecting golem devil's hearts left Lin Feng speechless. Because Lin Feng knew the dragon searching formula, he only managed to collect 129 golem devil's hearts. The blue-clothed young master and the others definitely did not know the dragon searching formula. If they used normal methods to find golem devil's hearts, they would not be faster than Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the blue-clothed young master's character. This fella had killed many people to steal treasures. In such a short time, this fella had actually collected so many golem devil's hearts. This could only mean one thing. And that was, the blue-clothed young master and the others had probably killed many people and stolen their golem devil's hearts. For scum like the blue-clothed young master and the others, it was simply an ordinary thing. Break out! Break out! In the forest, more than 20 cultivators shouted loudly. Their faces were covered in blood. 5 or 6 of their companions were lying on the ground. At this moment, more than 50 cultivators were attacking these 20 cultivators. The besieged cultivators had discovered a small golem devil or vein. Then, they dug out more than 600 golem devil's hearts. This was a large number of golem devil's hearts. But who would have thought that the news would be leaked and they would be besieged? The besieging cultivators had many people and high cultivation. Therefore, the battle between the two sides did not last long. 7 or 8 of the besieged cultivators had already died. Leave the golem's heart behind, or everyone will die. A white-robed cultivator said coldly. If you want the golem's heart, come and take it. The besieged group was naturally unwilling to hand over the golem's heart. 7 or 8 of their companions had died on their side. The hatred in their hearts was monstrous. It was even more impossible for him to reconcile with the white-robed cultivator and the others. These besieged people tried to break out of the encirclement a few times, but they all failed. Furthermore, 4 or 5 of them died. Ha 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 ha, it's too late to surrender now. All of you are going to die. The white-robed cultivator laughed sinisterly, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. He had already made up his mind to kill this group of cultivators. The attacks on their side were getting more and more intense. Seeing that the besieged cultivators were gradually unable to hold on. Suddenly, a man and a woman flew over from afar. The man and woman both had their faces covered. The man shouted loudly, "I was the one who planted this tree and opened this road. If you want to pass through, leave the money to buy the road and hand over the golem's heart. Only then will I let you go." The cultivators from both sides who were engaged in a fierce battle were stunned. Immediately after, these people could not help but be speechless. Someone actually wanted to rob them. And it was only two people. The cultivators on both sides could not wrap their heads around it. Could it be that these two fellows were here to die? Reckless fools, kill them directly. The white-robed cultivator shouted coldly. Yes, sir. Immediately, 6 or 7 cultivators pounced towards Lin Feng and Xianxia. Slash. Lin Feng condensed a powerful saber light. Swoosh, the saber light flew out and tore through the void. Poof, immediately after, blood splattered. The cultivators were directly killed by the saber light. Blood splattered everywhere and they died tragically on the spot. Courting death. The white-robed cultivator roared angrily and rushed towards Lin Feng. At this moment, the white-robed cultivator's companions also abandoned the group of cultivators they had surrounded and turned to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng was about to suppress these people in one fell swoop. However, a light flashed in Xianxueling's hand and more than 10 jade talismans appeared in her hand. These jade talismans emitted powerful fluctuations. The blood was an extremely high-grade jade talisman. Xianxueling activated the jade talismans. The jade talismans emitted shocking fluctuations. Bang bang bang, immediately after, the jade talismans exploded in the crowd. Shrill screams could be heard one after another. Cultivators were directly killed by the explosions. Those who were not killed by the explosions were severely injured. The white-robed cultivator had one of his arms blown off. Damn, so savage. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng could not help but pat his forehead. Xianxueling would either not attack. If she did, it would be earth-shattering. Robbery, robbery. If you want to live, hurry up and hand over the stone devil's heart. Lin Feng shouted. We'll hand it over, the white-robed cultivator and the others hurriedly said. Although they could not wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces, they did not dare to say these words now. If they said it now, wouldn't they be courting death? These people quickly handed over the stone devil's heart. Lin Feng collected the storage rings of the dead cultivators and took out the stone devil's heart. Then, he put it together with the stone devil's heart he had collected earlier. Scram, after robbing these people of their stone devil's heart, Lin Feng said coldly. The white-robed cultivator and the others did not dare to stay any longer. After collecting the corpses of their companions, they quickly left. The group of cultivators who had been besieged by the white-robed cultivator and the others cupped their fists towards Lin Feng and Xianxueling and said, "Thank you for saving us." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You're welcome. When I see injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help. This is what I should do." A cultivator said, "Young hero is really righteous. I admire you. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay the two of you for saving our lives." These people collected the corpses of their companions and were about to leave. Lin Feng said, "Wait. Young hero, do you have any other orders?" A cultivator asked. The other cultivators also looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. We want to rob you. If you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over the stone devil's heart." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. There's no free lunch in this world. Hurry up and hand over the stone devil's heart. Otherwise, this young master will make a move. Lin Feng threatened loudly. Xianxueling was even more direct. She took out more than 10 jade talismans and held them in her hands. It was as if she was going to use these jade talismans to kill these cultivators at any time. Seeing so many jade talismans in Xianxueling's hands, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. How many high-grade jade talismans does this girl have? Such powerful jade talismans. Using 4 or 5 of them at once could kill a group of people. She didn't need to use more than 10 of them at once. It was too wasteful. Lin Feng's heart ached. The group of cultivators' faces were extremely ugly. Lin Feng and Xian Yueling were much more ferocious than the group of cultivators in white. The group of cultivators in white almost died in the hands of these two. If they continued to fight, these cultivators also knew that they would die without a doubt. It's better to give these golem demons' hearts to you than to give them to those people. Since you want them, I'll give them to you, one of the leading cultivators said. Then he took out all the golem demons' hearts and gave them to Lin Feng. Let's go. After Lin Feng took the golem demons' hearts, he quickly flew away with Xian Yueling. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. And soon, the news of the male-female duo began to spread in this space. A man and a woman. They specialized in robbing cultivators of their golem demons' hearts. Whoever dared to resist would die without a burial place. The male-female duo appeared again and robbed the group of cultivators from the Firmament Immortal sect. The male-female duo appeared and robbed the group of cultivators from the ancient Moron clan. The male-female duo appeared in the northeast. This time, they robbed the group of experts from the Azure Fall Demon sect. The male-female duo appeared in the Twin Lakes territory. This time, they were even more ferocious. They robbed the group of people from the Vice City Lord's residence of the underground city. All kinds of news spread. Now, the male-female duo had obviously become unpardonable devils. Anyone who talked about the male-female duo, their faces would change color. The night was as cold as water. A bonfire burned in the forest. An alluring aroma of roasted meat. Little Meng Meng, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit were also called out from Lin Feng's mountain river ring. The 3 little guys ate until their mouths were full of oil. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit, these 2 little fellows, each took a bottle of Li Tang Guiyan Imperial wine from Lin Feng, and then drank until they were dead drunk. Even little Meng Meng couldn't help but sneak a bite when Lin Feng wasn't paying attention. Then, she fainted in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sent little Meng Meng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit into his mountain river ring. After that, Lin Feng and Xian Yueling ate meat and drank wine. The Li Tangua Imperial wine he bought from the middle-aged cultivator was indeed a top-grade immortal wine. Not only was the taste excellent, most importantly, it could also increase a cultivator's cultivation base. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, tens of cultivators flew over from afar. There were men and women, young and old, and all of them were extremely powerful. They landed not far away and glanced at Lin Feng and Xian Yueling, but didn't pay them too much attention. Because Lin Feng and Xian Yueling were relatively young, they only treated them as ordinary cultivators. It smells so good. A pretty female cultivator with some baby fat said as she stared at the barbecued meat on the bonfire. She was almost drooling. Clearly, she was also a foodie. A few old men and a dozen middle-aged cultivators found a place to rest. They took out spirit fruits and ate them. They didn't eat anything like the barbecued meat. This was because, in their opinion, things like barbecued meat contained much more impurities than spirit fruits. Eating it would hinder one's cultivation. However, the group of young cultivators didn't have such perseverance. Moreover, after entering this space, in order to collect the stone devil's heart, they had gone through many battles. Some were with ferocious beasts, and some were with cultivators. Therefore, their stamina consumption was relatively high. Clearly, eating meat was the easiest way to recover one's stamina. If you want to eat meat, you have to see if it's given to you, an old man said. Hearing this, the group of young cultivators knew that the old man didn't object to them eating meat. Of course, whether they could eat meat or not, that would depend on their own abilities. The group of young cultivators responded and walked toward Lin Feng and Xian Yueling. Soon, they arrived at Lin Feng and Xian Yueling's place. Young master, can you give us some meat? We can give you origin crystals, the foodie female cultivator asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Sit down and eat. The female cultivator smiled so widely that her eyes turned into crescents. She hurriedly thanked Lin Feng and found a place to sit down. Then, she took out a dagger and cut off a piece of barbecued meat without hesitation. Then, she ate it. The female cultivator's eyes instantly lit up. Delicious. Too delicious. I've never eaten such delicious barbecued meat in my life. The foodie female cultivator said vaguely as she ate. The others also quickly sat down and began to share Lin Feng's barbecued meat. It's so delicious. It's simply a delicacy. The taste is simply too good. Brother, your cooking skills are simply too good. The group of young cultivators was intoxicated by the delicious food. The older cultivators and middle-aged cultivators who were eating spirit fruits in the distance couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they smelled the aroma of the meat. Now, they also wanted to taste the barbecued meat. However, they couldn't swallow their pride in the end. They could only force themselves not to think about it. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at the 20-odd young cultivators who were chomping down on the meat. It was as if they were looking at fat sheep. How's the taste? Are you satisfied? Lin Feng asked with a smile. It's too good. 100 likes. The group of young cultivators spoke as they ate. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's good that everyone likes it. Don't stand on ceremony and don't waste food. We'll definitely finish it. The group of young cultivators said. After everyone had finished eating, Lin Feng stood up and smiled at the group of young cultivators. He said, if everyone is done eating, I'll formally introduce myself. The group of young cultivators looked at Lin Feng. I wonder if everyone has heard of the male and female demons? Lin Feng looked at everyone with a smile. Of course I've heard of them. The male and female demons are evil beyond redemption. They've stolen many people's golem hearts. Yeah, I heard that many factions are looking for the male and female demons. It's said that those factions are joining forces to deal with the male and female demons. Many people started discussing. At that moment, a cultivator who looked rather simple and honest asked, Brother, why are you asking about the male and female demons? Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm not that talented, but I'm one of the male and female demons that you're talking about. When they heard Lin Feng's words, everyone's expressions became very interesting. Many of them even thought that Lin Feng was joking. This guy's smile was so harmless to humans and animals. The woman beside him was like a fairy. Could these two be the male and female demons? They didn't really believe that Lin Feng and Xianxia were the male-female duo. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like it. There was no resemblance between the two of them and the wicked and vicious double fiends of the male and female fiends of the legends. You didn't hear wrongly. There's no need to doubt our identities. We are the male-female duo. Hurry up and hand over all your golem hearts. Lin Feng covered his face and looked at the crowd ferociously. Xianxia quickly covered her face as well. When the group saw that Lin Feng and Xianxia had covered their faces, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We've all seen what you look like. What was the point of covering their faces now? This is a robbery. Hand over all your golem hearts. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. After covering his face, Lin Feng spoke again. Xianxia took out a dozen jade talismans and held them in her hand. She seemed to have an endless supply of jade talismans. Whenever she wanted to use them, she could take them out endlessly. Rumor has it that the male-female duo likes to use powerful jade talismans to kill people. You are really the male-female duo? When those people saw Lin Feng and Xianxia, they all looked terrified. If Lin Feng and Xianxia were just two ordinary young people, they wouldn't be afraid. However, Lin Feng and Xianxia were no ordinary young people. They were the legendary male-female duo. These people had heard too much about the male-female duo. Therefore, he had a fear that came from the depths of his soul towards the twin demons. You two are the male-female duo? How unexpected. A few old men and a dozen middle-aged cultivators noticed the situation and walked over. The green-robed old man in the lead narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng. This is a robbery. Hand over the golem hearts. Lin Feng looked at the old men and the middle-aged cultivators. Ignorant brat, do you know who we are? How dare you rob us? I think you don't want to live anymore. A middle-aged cultivator said coldly. That's right, we're robbing you. Judging by how strong your cultivation bases are and how many of you there are, you must have obtained a lot of golem hearts. Who else should we rob but you? Lin Feng said with a cold snort. Shameless boasting. Leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The middle-aged cultivator said in a deep voice. I say, big brother, you should hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to later. That's right. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Some people began to persuade Lin Feng to leave Lin Feng. Although these youths were very afraid of the duo, they didn't think that their seniors would be afraid of them as well. No matter how powerful the dual fiends were, they were still very young cultivators. How could he defeat so many experts of the older generation? Could he be an expert of the middle generation? Obviously, this was not realistic. Humph. Xianxia lightly snorted. Whoosh, light flashed from his hand, and another dozen or so jade talismans appeared. There were over 30 jade talismans in total. These jade talismans emitted violent waves of energy. The experts of the older generation and the experts of the middle generation couldn't help but frown. The power of those jade talismans was too strong. If Xianxia had taken out those jade talismans, there would have been severe casualties among them. As for the younger cultivators, they might even be completely wiped out. Therefore, these people couldn't help but be very afraid of Lin Feng and Xianxia. How about this? Let's fight to determine the winner. What do you think? The green-robed elder said. Xianxia shook her head. She preferred to take the initiative. She had dozens of powerful jade talismans in her hand. She would be able to take the initiative. However, Lin Feng and Xianxia had different thoughts this time. He felt that this group of people was not bad. In that case, he would simply rob these people. Today was not a good time to shed blood. Thinking of this, Lin Feng communicated with Xianxia. Xianxia had always followed Lin Feng's opinion. Therefore, she didn't refute Lin Feng's idea. Lin Feng said, okay, then let's fight. If I win, everyone will obediently hand over their golem hearts. If I lose, immediately leave. Brat, you have some guts. The middle-aged cultivator sneered and stepped forward, as if he wanted to fight with Lin Feng. The green-robed elder said, Chusher, let me do it. 13th uncle, you want to fight personally? The middle-aged cultivator's face was filled with disbelief. He clearly knew how terrifying his 13th uncle's cultivation was. Now, his 13th uncle wanted to fight personally. Obviously, his 13th uncle was worried that he couldn't take down that brat. This made Chusher very unconvinced. How could he not be able to deal with this brat? Of course, Chusher also knew that his 13th uncle wouldn't make such an unbelievable decision. Since his 13th uncle had done so, it meant, perhaps this brat really did have some terrifying ability. The 13th ancestor wants to fight personally. The cultivators of the younger generation looked at each other in dismay. Lin Feng was just a young cultivator. Why would he need the 13th ancestor to fight personally? They couldn't understand why the 13th ancestor wanted to fight personally. Could it be that he wanted to stretch his muscles, or perhaps, this brat had the qualifications to make the 13th ancestor fight personally? Thinking of this possibility, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The older and middle-aged cultivators couldn't help but frown. It was obvious that the 13th ancestor's decision made them very shocked and moved. The green-robed elder looked at Lin Feng and said, if I can't defeat you within 10 moves, then I'll forfeit. This battle is my loss. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, if you underestimate your opponent like this, then you'll definitely lose today. Whether or not I'll lose, we'll only know after we fight. The green-robed elder stepped forward, and the space around him began to distort. Erotic runes swirled around his body. The green-robed elder seemed to have turned into an immortal Qing emperor. Boom, the green-robed elder threw a punch at Lin Feng. The power of that punch was really powerful. It was as if the void was about to freeze. Feeling the elder's tyrannical punch, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but turn serious. This green-robed elder's cultivation was indeed terrifying. It was much stronger than he had imagined. The 13th ancestor has made his move. I don't think he needs 10 moves at all. The 13th ancestor can defeat that brat in one move. I don't think so. That brat should have some tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, the 13th ancestor wouldn't have taken the initiative to fight. Some of the younger cultivators whispered as they stared unblinkingly at the green-robed elder and Lin Feng. In the eyes of these young cultivators, the 13th patriarch was an undefeatable figure. Perhaps the only one who had confidence in Lin Feng was Xianxia. Of course, Lin Feng was also very confident in himself. Facing the 13th patriarch's attack, Lin Feng immediately activated the fourth stage of the archaic dragonesque elephant technique and activated his dragonesque elephant arm bang. As the dragonesque elephant arm was activated, a majestic force as powerful as the sea erupted. Lin Feng and the 13th patriarch collided fiercely. It was as if two primordial divine mountains had collided. The entire forest shook violently. Many people looked at the scene in shock. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would be defeated by the 13th patriarch in one move. Who would have thought that the two of them would be evenly matched? How many years had the 13th patriarch cultivated? How many years had Lin Feng cultivated? Therefore, many people were in disbelief when they saw this scene. However, this was happening right in front of their eyes. No matter how unbelievable it was the truth. How is this guy so powerful? No wonder he robbed so many people. If the 13th patriarch uses his true strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to defeat him. However, if the 13th patriarch doesn't use his true strength, it won't be easy for him to defeat this guy within 10 moves, right? A group of people started discussing. What a powerful force. Little friend, take another punch from me. The 13th patriarch's body moved. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into an endless amount of lightning. The endless amount of lightning condensed into a fist. The fist contained the force of a thunderbolt. It seemed to be able to destroy the sky, the sun, and the moon. 10,000 lightning strike. A deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. The punch unleashed by the 13th patriarch had the divine might of a god slaying a god, a Buddha blocking a Buddha's path. The spectators had no choice but to retreat quickly. The fist force formed by the 13th patriarch's fist was too powerful. It was difficult for them to withstand such a powerful fist force. Therefore, they had no choice but to retreat. The 13th patriarch has already cultivated the 10,000 lightning strike to the 9th stage. His fist is like a divine lightning strike from the heavens. It's really powerful. The 13th patriarch is getting serious. Just wait and see. Once the 13th ancestor gets serious, that brat will definitely not be a match for him. Many people said excitedly. They had also cultivated the 10,000 lightning strike, a top-notch technique. Now, he was watching the 13th ancestor use the 10,000 lightning strike. It would be a great boost to their cultivation. If he could gain an epiphany, the benefits would be endless. What a great move. Lin Feng let out a long roar and rushed over without fear. The 5 devouring martial spirits began to revolve. Lin Feng's physical strength began to rise. No matter if it was the Dracophant arm or the 5 devouring martial spirits. What he improved was his physical strength. He had cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Being able to kill a true dragon with one's physical body was not just empty words. In addition, Lin Feng's devouring martial soul had increased his physical strength by 5 times. Now, Lin Feng's physical strength had been raised to an extreme. The arm of the dragon and elephant once again became thicker. Lin Feng's invincible fist was surrounded by the powerful reincarnation force. It fiercely charged towards the 13th ancestor. Bang, the two sides collided once again. This time, the collision was much more violent than the previous one. The previous collision was like the collision of 2 ancient divine mountains. And this time, it was as if 2 planets had collided with each other. Many people were sent flying by the shockwaves from the collision. The group of young cultivators had already become incoherent. They had originally thought that the 13th ancestor would definitely be able to defeat Lin Feng after using the 10,000 lightning strike. But they had not expected such an outcome. Lin Feng was still unscathed. How could this guy be so powerful? He was so young. How could he cultivate to such a high level in such a short period of time? Look at the 13th ancestor. Suddenly, the gluttonous female cultivator exclaimed. She covered her mouth with her jade-like hands, her face filled with shock. How is this possible? The rest of the people looked at the 13th ancestor and exclaimed as well. Their faces were filled with shock. The 13th ancestor's body. He was actually aging. And he was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 13th ancestor was already very old. After aging, it gave people the feeling that he was about to die. The reincarnation force, the 13th ancestor said in shock. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng could multitask. That was why he had attacked just now. He had simultaneously activated his 5 devouring martial souls. The arm of the dragon and elephant, ancient times, billions of years. Whoosh, Lin Feng made his move and launched a thunderous attack on the 13th ancestor. The 13th ancestor was powerful. But now that he had been hit by Lin Feng's ancient times, billions of years, he was aging and his combat strength had greatly weakened. Even though this person was an old antique-level existence. But after being hit by ancient times, the 13th ancestor's combat strength was far from that of an ancient existence. At this moment, this was the best opportunity for Lin Feng to defeat the 13th ancestor. Seeing Lin Feng rushing over, the 13th ancestor quickly retreated. Now, the 13th ancestor did not dare to face Lin Feng head-on. From his point of view, Lin Feng's physical strength was too terrifying, and his methods were strange. Now that he was in a weakened state, he would be at a disadvantage if he faced Lin Feng head-on. Therefore, the 13th ancestor wanted to increase the distance between him and Lin Feng. Then, he would suppress Lin Feng from afar. Although the 13th ancestor's cultivation had decreased greatly, the 13th ancestor was still very confident in himself. He believed. With his vast magic power, it would not be difficult for him to suppress Lin Feng. When his magic power recovered, Lin Feng would lose without a doubt. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Lin Feng did not give the 13th ancestor a chance to escape. Lin Feng unleashed his Era Aura and used it to suppress the 13th ancestor. Bang! The Era Aura contained a powerful attack power that fiercely bombarded the 13th ancestor. The 13th ancestor was sent flying. Lin Feng quickly rushed over. He directly used the 8 God-forbidden seals. Swoosh, light flashed. Runes intertwined. The runes condensed from the 8 God-forbidden seals formed into chains. Then, they directly wrapped around the 13th ancestor's body. The 13th ancestor was directly sealed by Lin Feng. Looks like I've won this battle. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could the 13th ancestor be defeated? The young cultivators all shouted in disbelief. The 13th ancestor was an ancient expert. But now, he was defeated by a young man who was much younger than them. And that young cultivator only used 4 moves to suppress the 13th ancestor. This result. The first move was a test. The second move was the real killing move, which caught the 13th ancestor off guard. The third move was a killing move, which directly defeated the 13th ancestor. The fourth move was the 8 divine seals, which sealed the 13th ancestor. Lin Feng's 4 moves could be said to be well planned. Every step was perfect to the point of being a hair's breadth. The 13th ancestor's expression was uncertain. In the end, he sighed and said, "Truly, each generation produces a new talent. Each of them has been in the limelight for hundreds of years. This old man admires little friend's cultivation. I only defeated you because of a trick," Lin Feng said with a smile. He removed the seal of the 8 divine seals. The 13th ancestor was a man of his word. He took out all the golem hearts and handed them to Lin Feng. The golem hearts are all here. There's a total of 6,700 pieces. The 13th ancestor said. Ha ha ha, thank you very much. We won't stay here any longer. Let's meet again, Lin Feng said with a smile. Many people muttered in their hearts, who wants to meet you again? It would be best if they never met again, have you heard? Even the people from the great desolate era's Chu family were robbed. It can't be. The Chu family is one of the most powerful ancient worlds in the 9 prefectures. Who could rob them? Who else could it be? The male and female demons. Damn, aren't the male and female demons too fierce? That's right. The male and female demons are simply monsters. They even dared to rob the Chu family. Moreover, they really did rob the Chu family. I really don't know how capable these two guys are. The 13th ancestor of the Chu family personally oversaw the situation. I heard that he wanted to find more golem hearts for the younger generation of the family. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Even the 13th ancestor was defeated. The male and female demons are too terrifying. I hope we don't meet them. Many people were discussing the robbery of the Chu family. I heard that the archaic Wang family was also robbed by the male and female demons. The Yin-Yang mysterious heaven ancient sect was also robbed by the male and female demons. Magnificent Sky Gates people also had their golems' hearts snatched away by the twin fiends. The group of peerless fairies from the fairy pavilion were also robbed clean. Holy shit. He even has the heart to lay his hands on those pretty girls from the fairy pavilion? Isn't he too much of a beast? The male and female double demons are notorious bandits. They don't care about people, old people, children, women, and so on. As long as they can rob, they won't be polite. The people from the Supreme Immortal sect have been robbed. It is said that the losses of the people from the Supreme Immortal sect are extremely heavy. News spread like wildfire. Almost all the cultivators were talking about this brutal duo. Wherever the fiendish male and female fiends went, even the grass and trees would turn into soldiers. Kill the male and female fiends, and return the world to its former glory. Defeat the twin demons and take back the golem's heart that we worked so hard to find. The anti-male and female demons duo alliance was established. Many people gathered together to search for the male and female demons. There was strength in numbers. Countless cultivators were gathered together. Naturally, he would be courageous enough to run into the male and female demons. There were so many cultivators. Each person had one divine ability. It could also smash the twin demons to death. The male and female demons continued to appear, but they still didn't encounter the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. The duration of this examination was 1 month. Therefore, there were only a few days left before the examination ended. More and more cultivators and forces joined the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. Many people wanted to capture the male and female demons. Then, they would be able to obtain the golem's heart. People from the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. Most people had never seen the male and female demons duo alliance. Very few people had actually been robbed by the male and female demons duo alliance. Because those who had been robbed by the male and female demons duo alliance knew how brutal and terrifying the duo was. They really didn't want to have any more interactions with the male and female demons duo alliance. Therefore, those cultivators who had been robbed by the male and female demons duo alliance wouldn't join the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. Occasionally, there would be some people who were unwilling to give up and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get back at them. Therefore, they joined the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. As for those who didn't have any interactions with the male and female demons duo alliance, they formed the anti-male and female demons duo alliance mainly because of the golem's heart. For such a long time, the male and female demons duo alliance had been fighting over the golem's heart. How many golem's heart did the male and female demons duo alliance have? If they could snatch the golem's heart from the male and female demons duo alliance, everyone would divide it up. Then, they would be able to pass the examination. In the forest, Lin Feng counted the golem's heart that he had snatched during this period of time. There were a total of 270,000 golem's hearts. Looking at these golem's hearts, Lin Feng grinned. He planned to find a time to sell these golem's hearts. When the time came, he would ask for a sky-high price. He was going to make a windfall again. Defeat the male and female demons duo alliance. Take back the golem's heart that was stolen from us. Defeat the male and female demons duo alliance. Uphold justice and eradicate evil. Thousands of cultivators from the anti-male and female demons duo alliance shouted. They were searching for the male and female demons duo alliance. At this time, a middle-aged cultivator flew over from afar. This middle-aged cultivator was none other than Lin Feng, who had transformed into himself using the great walking technique. Fellow cultivators, I found the male and female demons duo alliance's resting place. Lin Feng shouted. What? Brother, you found the male and female demons duo alliance's resting place? Is this true? Many people asked excitedly. They had been searching for the male and female demons duo alliance for so long, but there was no news at all. These people were also very anxious. The examination was about to begin. They didn't have enough golems' hearts to pass the examination. So they were in a hurry to find the male and female demons duo alliance. Then, they would rob the male and female demons duo alliance. As long as they could rob the male and female demons duo alliance, then, they would be able to make up for the lack of golems' hearts. Of course it's true. Everyone, follow me. I'm afraid that if we're late, the male and female demons duo alliance will escape. Lin Feng said. Yes, yes, yes. Brother, please lead the way. Many people said. No need to be so polite. This is what I should do. Lin Feng smiled and said. He led the way in front. Behind him was a large group of cultivators from the anti-male and female demons duo alliance. Under Lin Feng's lead, the group arrived at a large mountain range. The male and female demons duo alliance are inside. Lin Feng said. Seal the mountain range, don't let the male and female demons duo alliance escape. A cultivator shouted. Then, many people scattered and sealed off the mountain range. At this time, white fog began to swirl around. It blotted out the sky. The entire mountain range was covered by the white fog. In the air, formation runes intertwined. Great array. Not good. There's a trap here. Where's that guy? How did he disappear? He must be a spy who lured us here. Everyone, don't be afraid. There's so many of us. Why should we be afraid of the male-female duo? That's right. There's no need to be afraid. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks won't work on us. Everyone discussed fervently. Then, the courage of these people seemed to have grown. At that moment, two masked men jumped out from afar. This mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. If you want to pass, pay the toll. Lin Feng shouted. You're the male-female duo? Many people exclaimed. That's right. We're the male-female duo. Now, I'm officially informing you that we're going to rob you. Hurry up and hand over all the golem hearts you have. Lin Feng shouted. We have more than 3,000 people, and you want to rob us with just the two of you? Is there something wrong with your brain? You're overestimating yourselves. You're courting death. Now, we're informing you as well. Hand over all the golem hearts you have. Otherwise, the two of you won't be able to escape today. Many people began to clamor. Although they were trapped by the great array, they quickly calmed down after a brief moment of panic. Lin Feng said, You want to rob me? How dare you? It seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Everyone, don't waste your breath on the male-female duo. Attack. Kill them. Someone shouted. Boom. 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 Immediately after, divine abilities and treasures covered the sky as they blasted toward Lin Feng and Xianxia. You asked for it. Lin Feng snorted coldly. He waved his right hand. The array runes around him and Xianxia twisted. Then, the two of them disappeared. The attacks of the anti-male double fiend alliance's cultivators all hit empty air. Lin Feng and Xianxia arrived at the Immortal Extermination Array and the Mystic Pincushion Array respectively. Lin Feng had learned the Xianxia Grand Array from Wenziren. Together with his Immortal Extermination Grand Array, they could form the most perfect complement. In order to set up these two formations, Lin Feng had used more than 10,000 types of formation materials. Lin Feng and Xianxia controlled the Grand Immortal Extermination Array and Grand Mystic Pin Array respectively to unleash ferocious attacks on the cultivators trapped within the Grand Arrays. The Gate of Xianpin manifested all things in the world. All kinds of things were condensed, such as mountains, rivers, beasts, and so on. All of these things pounced towards the cultivators trapped within the Great Array. As for the immortal extermination grand array, it condensed one immortal Dao giant after another. These immortal Dao giants were all extremely powerful. There were a total of 108 of them. The 108 immortal Dao giants joined the battle as well. Boom boom boom, a fierce battle broke out. Although the anti-male double fiend alliance had the advantage in numbers, however, the array that Lin Feng had set up was simply too powerful. The members of the anti-male double fiend alliance tried to break through Lin Feng's grand arrays again and again. However, they all failed. Lin Feng did not kill them. He only suppressed many of them. However, physical pain was unavoidable. Many of them had their arms and legs broken. Spare me, spare me. I'm willing to hand over the stone devil heart. I only beg you to spare my life. Many people began to beg. More and more people began to beg for mercy. A small number of cultivators who resisted were beaten half to death by Lin Feng. Haha, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Lin Feng said with a hearty laugh. Lin Feng plundered all of the stone devil hearts from more than 3,000 cultivators. He had plundered a total of about 1 million stone devil hearts from these people. Soon, the news of the anti-male double fiend alliance's cultivators being plundered by the anti-male double fiend alliance spread throughout the entire space. After hearing this news, many people were astonished. Then, they laughed bitterly. The anti-male double fiend alliance was far more ferocious than they had imagined. Was there anyone that they could not rob? Not long after, the news that the anti-male double fiend alliance wanted to sell the stone devil hearts quickly spread. I knew that the two of them wanted to sell the stone devil hearts. Many people could not help but mutter. They might as well just rob people's storage rings. Someone said. Many people don't actually have many things in their storage rings. Because they don't know if they will survive in this trial, many people did not bring anything too valuable. Moreover, you should know that if the anti-male double fiend alliance only wanted to rob the stone devil hearts, many cultivators would have given the stone devil hearts to the anti-male double fiend alliance. If the anti-male double fiend alliance wanted to rob their storage rings, many people would have fought to the death. Indeed, many cultivators are still hot-blooded. Since the anti-male double fiend alliance wanted to rob them of their storage rings, they would rather die than live in dishonor. Perhaps they would really fight the anti-male double fiend alliance to the death. If such a thing happened, the anti-male double fiend alliance might die at the hands of those people. The smartest thing about the anti-male double fiend alliance is that they don't rob other people's storage rings, and they rarely kill people. Although they have robbed many people, the phenomenon of double-crossing is too common and can be seen everywhere. There are many similar double-crossing cultivator groups, but they are not as fierce as the anti-male double fiend alliance. Yes, there are too many double-crossing cultivator groups, and even some of the top forces are doing it. Let's go and buy some stone devil hearts. Once we have enough stone devil hearts, we will pass the trial. The group of cultivators hurried to the place where the anti-male double fiend alliance sold the stone devil hearts. By the time they arrived, many people had already gathered. When did they start selling stone devil hearts? Many people shouted loudly. Everyone, don't be anxious. Everyone can buy stone devil hearts. I am selling stone devil hearts here. No pills, no origin crystals, and no spiritual herbs. Lin Feng shouted. If you don't want these things, then what do you want? Many people couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Feng said, everyone can use immortal iron, godly stones, treasures that are at least divine artifacts, the 3,000 grand daos, half-immortal techniques, emperor techniques, bronze tools, stone tools, or some extremely precious natural treasures such as heavenly Dao fruits, Dao sources, immortal sources, and so on. These can directly increase one's cultivation to exchange for stone devil hearts. Damn, the things you want are all real treasures. Many people shouted in dissatisfaction. It was too painful to exchange these treasures for stone devil hearts. I have a piece of phoenix immortal iron here. How many stone devil hearts can I get? A cultivator asked. A piece of broken iron for 200 stone devil hearts. Brother, you must be mistaken. This is immortal phoenix iron, a treasure that can be used to forge a giant divine weapon. The cultivator wanted to cry but no tears came out. Since you're my first customer, I'll give you more golem demon's hearts. 1 piece of scrap iron for 300 golem demons' hearts. Lin Feng said. The cultivator's expression changed, but in order to enter the 9 mystic realm, he had to make up his mind. The cultivator gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll do it." "That's more like it. Give me the scrap iron and these are for you." Lin Feng took out 300 golem demons' hearts and gave them to the cultivator. The cultivator then took out the immortal phoenix iron and gave it to Lin Feng. Damn, this kid is too evil. 1 piece of immortal phoenix iron for only 300 golem demons' hearts. He's even more evil than those landlords who only know how to exploit farmers. He's just a great thief. Do you expect him to be generous? This guy stole so many golem demons' hearts. He's counting on them to make a fortune. Even if he's being cheated, he can't do anything about it. Unless he doesn't want to enter the 9 mystic realm. Who doesn't want to enter the 9 mystic realm? It's a secret realm passed down from the Desolate Era. Why did I hear that it's a secret realm passed down from the Bronze Era? I heard that it's a secret realm passed down from the Absolute Beginning Era. It doesn't matter which era it's passed down from. The 9 mystic realm contains great opportunities and even contains the power of the world. As long as you can enter, you'll definitely benefit a lot. That's right. Even those old experts want to enter the 9 mystic realm. Many people were talking about the 9 mystic realm, and then they began to talk about the evil demon duo. Although they were unhappy with the demon duo for taking advantage of the situation, they could only accept it. The demon duo was too cruel. Previously, even the 3,000 cultivators from the demon duo's alliance had been defeated. Now, not many people dared to provoke the demon duo. As for robbing the demon duo, no one dared to think about it. How many golem demons' hearts can I exchange this white rock fruit for? A cultivator took out a white fruit and asked. White rock fruit? What the hell is that? Lin Feng asked. The white rock fruit can refine a cultivator's magic power and make it purer and purer. The cultivator said. In order to break through to the next realm, there were 2 aspects of improvement. The first aspect of improvement was the increase in the amount of magic power. The second aspect of improvement was the increase in the purity of his magic power. In order to break through one's realm, not only did one have to increase the amount of magic power, one also had to increase the purity of the magic power. Neither of these 2 conditions could be omitted. Not a single condition was missing. Cultivators were unable to break through. The white rock fruit could increase the purity of one's spiritual power. Such a treasure was extremely rare. 1 wild fruit is worth 200 golems' hearts. Lin Feng said. Big brother, this is a white rock fruit, not some wild fruit. Why are you only giving me 200 golems' hearts? Give me more. The cultivator said. Lin Feng said, all right. I'll give you more, 250 golems' hearts. I can't give you any more. All right. Deal. The cultivator nodded. More and more people came to trade with Lin Feng. Basically, these people who came to trade were all bartering. For example, some immortal iron, divine stone, precious treasures, and so on. Very few people used powerful divine abilities to trade with Lin Feng. There was a reason for this. Powerful divine abilities would be treasured by people like treasures. It was not a problem for them to cultivate it themselves or pass it on to their children or successors. Many people weren't willing to do such a thing as trading with outsiders. It was different if they used some treasures, immortal iron, divine stone, or even divine artifacts. These things were all worldly possessions. If they were lost, they could be found again. Lin Feng exchanged for a large amount of immortal iron, divine stone, treasures, and all kinds of treasures. Although he did not exchange for those powerful divine abilities, Lin Feng was already mentally prepared, so he did not feel disappointed. Moreover, the various things that he exchanged for were precious enough. Move aside, move aside. This is the underground city's business. Unrelated people, stay away. 20 to 30 cultivators rushed in from outside. People from the underground city's Yan clan. Someone whispered. The ancestor of the underground city's Yan clan was one of the vice city lords. Therefore, the underground city's Yan clan was very powerful in the underground city. Ordinary people could not afford to offend the Yan clan. A group of people surrounded Lin Feng and Xian Yueling. Brat, you dare to sell golems' hearts in public and go against the rules set by the city lord. Now, we are going to confiscate your golems' hearts. Do you have any objections? An expert from the Yan clan said coldly. Lin Feng said, of course I have objections. I am a law-abiding citizen. When did I violate the rules set by the city lord? The expert from the Yan clan said, the city lord set a rule that one must pay 1,000 golems' hearts to pass the test and enter the 9 arcana realm. Many people do not have that many golems' hearts. Now that you are openly selling golems' hearts, these people will be able to buy the golems' hearts from you. It is because of you that these people who did not have the qualifications to enter the 9 arcana realm have the qualifications to enter. Your actions have destroyed the city lord's original intentions. If this is not a blatant violation of the city lord's rules, what is it? Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, you are not the city lord of the underground city. How do you know what the city lord is thinking? Maybe the city lord is encouraging me to do this. Go do what you are supposed to do. Don't disturb me when I am selling. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, we will have to take your golems' hearts by force. The expert from the Yan clan said coldly. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, don't think that I don't know who you are. Aren't you from the Yan clan? As I recall, some time ago, a fellow named Yan Quan came looking for the two of us. He said that he wanted to work together with us to rob the cultivators inside this space. However, he was too greedy. He wanted 70% of the stone demon's heart. Naturally, we refused. Thus, Yan Quan decided to take advantage of the fact that he had the advantage in numbers to rob us. In the end, however, he was beaten black and blue by me. He had to kneel and beg for mercy. Are you fellows the helpers Yan Quan found? Lin Feng's words caused a huge commotion. The Yan clan was the vice-city lord of the underground city, yet they were openly leading the group to rob other cultivators. Everyone, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. This kid is a heinous bandit. His words have no credibility at all. The Yan clan's expert hurriedly said. Naturally, they couldn't admit that what Lin Feng said was done by their Yan clan. If other forces were to rob others of their golem heart, it would be fine. After all, the Yan clan was a deputy city lord clan and was half the owner of the underground city. After the underground city's city lord issued the assessment mission, the Yan clan actually took the lead to rob other cultivators of their golem heart. Wasn't this undermining the city lord's authority? The Yan clan's people entered this space to supervise the various major powers, so that they wouldn't go overboard. Who would have thought that the Yan clan would steal from their own people? Previously, when the twin demons robbed a cultivator from a deputy city lord's residence, I thought it was just a rumor. Now, it seems like it's true. The ones who were robbed were Yan Quan and the others from the Yan clan. I've seen this Yan Quan before. He's arrogant and greedy by nature, so I'm not surprised that he would rob others of their golem heart. Many people started to discuss. They didn't believe a single word of the Yan clan's expert's explanation. What kind of place was this underground city? It was the city of sin. For the Yan clan to be able to become a deputy city lord clan, they must have been stained with blood. Therefore, it wasn't strange that the Yan clan would rob others of their golem heart. Not only the Yan clan, many people believed that even the other deputy city lord clans were doing this kind of thing. But why didn't the news leak out? Wasn't it simple? Kill them to silence them, and no news would spread. If this matter wasn't exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Everyone would turn a blind eye. But the key was that this matter was exposed by Lin Feng. The problem involved in this was very serious. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, the Yan clan's expert's face suddenly turned ugly. This kid is disrupting the order. He's ruining the city lord's plan. He has ulterior motives. As a deputy city lord clan, the Yan clan must protect the city lord's dignity. Attack. If he dares to resist, kill him. The Yan clan's expert said coldly. As soon as this person's voice fell. In an instant. Under the leadership of this Yan clan expert, the 20 to 30 cultivators of the Yan clan all pounced towards Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. They're about to attack. The twin demons have robbed so many people. Their methods must be extraordinary, right? We'll know when we see it. Many people said excitedly. Everyone also wanted to see what was so special about the famous male and female demons. You're courting death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped out. He immediately unleashed his epic hegemony, boom. Epical chi enveloped all the cultivators of the Yan family. After these people were enveloped by Epic's domineering aura, their combat strength was instantly suppressed. Moreover, under the awe of Ji Yuan's domineering aura, these people's fighting spirit was instantly shattered. This was the terrifying aspect of Ji Yuan's domineering nature. Oppression. Intimidating. Attack. Defense, it was omnipotent. Stoneman watching the sea of clouds. After displaying his epic domineering aura to intimidate the experts of the Yan family, Yi Mo's expression changed. Lin Feng immediately used this half-immortal technique. The power of this half-immortal technique was too strong. The shadow of the stoneman watching the sea of clouds condensed. Then, the void trembled slightly. Bang, 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 one by one, the Yan clan experts were sent flying. After that, Lin Feng used his great oppressive technique to oppress all those people. Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? He suppressed this group of experts of the Yan clan so easily? The leading cultivator of the Yan clan has a great background. His name is Yan Yudao. He's a 5th celestial layer giant god realm expert, but he was easily suppressed. The key is that the rest of the cultivators of the Yan clan are also quite strong. They are at least in the heavenly god realm, and there are 3 giant god realm experts. So many experts attacked together, but they were still suppressed. This is the most terrifying part. I really don't know how that guy cultivates. He's so strong at such a young age. No wonder he can live so freely after robbing so many cultivators. It's because he's too strong. Seeing Lin Feng suppress the group of experts of the Yan clan in an instant, many people cried out in surprise. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng, they were astonished and moved. Lin Feng's strength shocked too many people. This is robbery, hand over the stone devil's heart on you. Lin Feng shouted. Humph. You want our stone devil's heart? Dream on. A cultivator of the Yan clan said coldly. His words were very unyielding. He was sure that Lin Feng wouldn't dare to go too far with the Yan clan. After all, the Yan clan was the Vice City Lord's clan. If Lin Feng went too far, would he still be able to leave the underground city alive? But this guy was wrong this time. Lin Feng hated people threatening him the most. So what if you're from the Yan clan? I won't give a damn about you. Lin Feng directly lifted the expert of the Yan clan and walked towards a small stream not far away. What is this guy trying to do? Many people couldn't help but mutter. Kid, what are you trying to do to me? Hurry up and put me down, otherwise, my Yan clan won't let you off. The cultivator also panicked and couldn't help but shout loudly. He began to threaten Lin Feng. To clear your head. Lin Feng curled his lips and directly turned the cultivator's body upside down. Then, he stuck the cultivator's head into the stream. Then, he set up a few restrictions, imprisoning the cultivator's body so that he couldn't struggle. Damn, he's stabbing an onion upside down. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. Lin Feng's method was simply too cruel. Hee, this is a self-awakening method that I learned a long time ago. In the past, I stuck a blind guy in a pond, and that guy's mind quickly became clear. Now that I've stuck this guy in a stream, I'm guessing that this guy's mind will soon become clear. Lin Feng grinned. He's really handsome. Many female cultivators looked at Lin Feng as if they were seeing stars. Lin Feng was young, powerful, and carefree. He was simply the perfect candidate for a partner. Many female cultivators even began to inquire about Lin Feng, but unfortunately, no one knew where Lin Feng came from. The male cultivators were covered in cold sweat, thinking that Lin Feng was simply as terrifying as a demon. If they offended this guy, they would definitely be in for a bad time. Lin Feng smiled and walked towards the rest of the Yan clan. This is robbery. Obediently hand over the golem's heart, or I'll let you be like that guy, your head in the stream to clear your head. How could he face others with his head stuck in the stream? Everyone lived for their reputation. It was the same for cultivators. They valued their reputation a lot. Hence, the Yan clan members' faces turned green when they heard Lin Feng's words. They didn't want to end up like that. This guy is really a devil. Even if the Yan clan members don't agree, they still want to be adults. Yeah, if they were really stuck upside down, it would be so embarrassing. How are they going to survive in the future? If that really happens, they will definitely become the laughingstock of everyone. Evil people need evil people to deal with evil people. The Yan clan members are arrogant and domineering, and they do whatever they want. However, the Yan clan is too powerful, and no one dares to provoke them. But now, the Yan clan members have kicked an iron plate. Hee, the Yan clan members deserve it. The male cultivators all looked at the cultivators of the Yan clan with a gloating expression. This guy is so handsome. It's over. My heart is going to melt. I want to hug him. I like this little brother so much. The female cultivators looked at Lin Feng with infatuated expressions. Between male and female cultivators, the things they cared about were naturally different. We'll hand it over. Please don't stick us upside down. The Yan clan members said with tearful faces. After Lin Feng released the seals on these people, they took out the golem heart and handed it to Lin Feng. Take that guy stuck in the stream and get the hell out of here. Lin Feng said. The group of people from the Yan clan was so angry that they wanted to die. When had they ever been humiliated like this, and now, they were humiliated by Lin Feng again and again. The Yan clan members were about to explode from anger, but they were no match for Lin Feng. They could only suppress their anger for now. Kid, just you wait. When you return to the underground city, we'll teach you a lesson. The Yan clan members thought viciously. Even though Lin Feng was wearing a mask, a top aristocratic family like the Yan clan would definitely have a way to identify Lin Feng. Therefore, if they wanted to look for Lin Feng, they would not be able to find him. Perhaps he could really find Lin Feng. The group of people from the Yan clan brought along the cultivator that Lin Feng had stuck in a small stream and quickly fled into the distance. They did not want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. Lin Feng continued to peddle his golem's heart. Many people lined up to trade with Lin Feng. After the trade, they secretly cursed Lin Feng for being a black-hearted guy. He actually lowered the prices of everyone's treasures to such a low level. Little brother, what's your name? How old are you this year? Did he have a wife? What do you think of me? Young master, my name is Mu Yunqi, the only daughter of the ancient Mu clan. I am still single. May I know if I can get acquainted with you? Young master, my surname is Chu and my name is Xiao Wan. Many beautiful female cultivators surrounded him and began to introduce themselves. It was truly a dazzling sight. This guy is really lucky. So many fairies are throwing themselves at him. Many people said sourly. Lin Feng faced these young fairies with an indifferent expression and said, everyone, don't have any ideas about me. I am already taken. This is my wife. Their child is already a few years old. Everyone, disperse. As Lin Feng spoke, he grabbed Xian Yueling's jade-like hand and displayed his affection in front of the group of young fairies who wanted to marry him. When the young fairies heard Lin Feng's words and saw Lin Feng and Xian Yueling holding hands, their hearts almost shattered. It's fine. I am willing to be a concubine. Immediately, one of the young fairies said. She looked as if she was willing to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire for love. I am also willing to be a concubine as long as I can stay by your side. Another little fairy elder sister said. When there was one, there would be two. When there were two, there would be three. When there were three, there would be four. The group of young fairies pestered Lin Feng. Since they couldn't become his wife, they wanted to be his concubine. Aya, you are all too enthusiastic. I am embarrassed. Your families won't object, right? Lin Feng rubbed his hands and said with a smile. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a sudden pain at his waist. He realized that Xian Yueling had pinched his waist. When he looked at her, she even revealed a charming smile. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It seemed that any woman would use this trick. We are willing to go through fire and water for love. The group of young fairies said. You have fallen in love with the wrong person. We are destined not to be together. I wish you all the best in finding your own happiness. Lin Feng said. The group of young fairies still wanted to pester him. Xianxia took out dozens of jade talismans and looked as if she was going to throw them over. The group of young fairies were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They quickly left. Lin Feng only kept 2,000 golem devil's hearts. 1,000 of them were his. 1,000 of them were Xianxueling's. These were used to pass the underground city lord test. As for the various treasures obtained from selling the golem devil's hearts, Lin Feng took half and Xianxueling took the other half. Lin Feng put the other half that belonged to Xianxueling into a storage ring and gave it to her. Xianxueling didn't even look at it. She casually kept the storage ring. Then, the surrounding crowd dispersed. After that, a few mysterious cultivators began to sell large amounts of golem devil's hearts. Clearly, they had also stolen them. These people weren't like the fiendish male and female duo. This was because they directly killed people and stole their treasures. They didn't leave behind any clues. On the other hand, Lin Feng and Xianxueling rarely killed people. They only stole other people's golem devil's hearts. Therefore, their reputations were spread by the cultivators that they had plundered. Soon, everyone realized that they had wronged the fiendish male and female duo. Many people still felt that the fiendish male and female duo had sold the golem devil's hearts at too low a price. Therefore, many people didn't make a deal. Even after making a deal, those people secretly cursed Lin Feng for being a black-hearted guy. He was even more black-hearted than those landlords who exploited farmers in the secular world. However, when the other forces began to sell the golem devil's hearts, everyone realized how kind Lin Feng was. The same piece of phoenix immortal iron could be exchanged for 300 golem devil's hearts from Lin Feng. At other forces, they could only exchange for 120 to 150 golem devil's hearts. Many cultivators who didn't exchange for golem devil's hearts from Lin Feng were filled with regret. If they had known earlier, they would have exchanged for golem devil's hearts from Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was in trouble. Because he and Xianxueling had encountered the demonic blood. The demonic blood was terrifying. It swept over heaven and earth, wanting to devour Lin Feng and Xianxueling. Unlucky. Lin Feng shouted gloomily. He pulled Xianxueling and quickly fled into the distance. The demonic blood chased after him relentlessly as Lin Feng fled frantically. Last time, Lin Feng had managed to shake off the demonic blood without much difficulty. This time, however, the situation was different. The demonic blood chased after him like a shadow. It was not easy to shake off the demonic blood. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The demonic blood seemed to be even stronger than before. The demonic blood was very strange. It seemed to be able to continuously devour blood to increase its strength. What puzzled Lin Feng was that he did not know what the demonic blood was. It was actually so terrifying. Why are you chasing after me? Lin Feng could not help but look at the demonic blood speechlessly. He hoped that the demonic blood would quickly distance itself from him. However, the demonic blood clearly had no intention of letting Lin Feng and Xianxueling go. It continued to chase after them. Could it be that this demonic blood got angry because I stole the demonic god furnace? So it won't give up until it kills me? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. At that moment, the demon lord said, "It's not because of the demonic god furnace. I'm guessing that the demonic blood has taken a liking to your powerful bloodline." Lin Feng frowned slightly. If that was the case, it would be even more troublesome. Facing Lin Feng's question, the demonic blood did not seem to have any intention of answering Lin Feng's question. Waves of terrifying energy fluctuation spread out. Within the demonic blood's body, a suffocating power surged out. Perhaps there was no bloodline in this world that the demonic blood could not devour. A bloody light filled the sky, covering the sun. If it was covered by the demonic blood's bloody light, at that time only death would await them. Lin Feng said, "Give me some jade talismans. I'll see if I can blow this demonic blood to death." Xianxueling nodded, then took out more than 30 jade talismans and handed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out all the jade talismans. Rumble. Following that, more than 30 jade talismans exploded. Xianxueling's jade talismans were extremely powerful. With so many jade talismans exploding, the energy generated could destroy heaven and earth. A large amount of the forest was destroyed. The destructive energy drowned the demonic blood. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy. Was the HP going to be destroyed? He couldn't help but look at the center of the explosion with anticipation. Swish, but at this moment, a blood-red light gushed out, and the demon blood rushed out from the center of the explosion. The demonic blood emitted a cold aura. After that cold aura enveloped Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The demonic blood was clearly enraged. F***ck, even this can't destroy you. What a pervert. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. Immediately after, he grabbed Xian Yueling's jade hand and flew off into the distance. As for Mo Shui, he continued his pursuit. The fluctuations emitted by the demonic blood were getting stronger and stronger. Lin Feng guessed that the demon blood must be accumulating power. Then, once it caught up to him, it would explode with a thunderous attack. One was fleeing while the other was chasing. As time passed, the distance between the two got closer and closer. Lin Feng's expression became more and more unsightly. If the demonic blood caught up to them, it would be troublesome. When the demonic blood was only 1,000 meters away from Lin Feng felt a terrifying killing intent from the demonic blood. Perhaps in the eyes of the demonic blood, Lin Feng and Xian Yueling were turtles in a jar, unable to escape. At this moment, Xian Yueling's right hand slightly waved in the direction of the demonic blood. An invisible force gushed out. Bang, immediately after. That invisible force slammed into the demonic blood. The demonic blood actually exploded. The demonic blood did not die. After the explosion, it actually reformed. After Lin Feng flew a few thousand meters away, he looked behind him and realized that the demonic blood was actually not chasing after them. This caused him to be very puzzled. Lin Feng couldn't help but stop. Then, he muttered, "What's going on with the demonic blood? Why did it stop? That's really strange. It was still chasing after us." Lin Feng was very puzzled. Xian Yueling, on the other hand, shook her head. Lin Feng said, "Could it be that it can't bear to kill me because I'm too handsome?" Pfft, Xian Yueling couldn't help but chuckle. This woman's smile was really too beautiful. It was so beautiful that it made one's soul tremble. Feeling Lin Feng's burning gaze, Xian Yueling's face blushed. Xian Yueling blushed and pinched Lin Feng's nose. Lin Feng grabbed Xian Yueling's hand and quickly left with her. The demonic blood did not chase after Lin Feng. Instead, it wandered around for a while before flying in another direction. Time flew by. On this day, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Above the 9 heavens, a huge vortex appeared. It was time for the test. Everyone was about to leave the golem space. I'm still missing over 100 golem hearts. Just over 100 more. Give me a few more days and I'll definitely be able to gather 1,000 golem hearts. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. I'm still missing over a dozen golem hearts and I'll be able to gather 1,000 golem hearts. I'm so close to success, but it's all for naught. I can't accept this. Many people roared with unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling they were, what was done could not be undone. The result could not be changed. If they didn't leave, they would be trapped in this golem space until they died. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless cultivators soared into the sky and entered the huge vortex. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, with a flash of light, the cultivators who charged into the vortex all disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared above the underground city's plaza. Whoosh, as for the devil blood, it drilled into the body of one of the cultivators. He also charged into the vortex. A flash of light. The cultivator possessed by the demonic blood also arrived above the underground city's plaza. 2 hours later, the whirlpool disappeared. A huge light screen suddenly appeared above the plaza. The hazy figure of the underground city's city lord walked out of the light screen. The trial is over. You can hand in the golem heart to the underground city's mission palace. Those who pass the trial will receive an exclusive identity token. This identity token is the token that allows you to enter the Night Arcane Secret Realm. You can now head to the mission palace to hand in the golem heart. The 9 arcane secret realm will open in 10 days. As for those who have not gathered 1,000 golem hearts, you can also head to the mission palace. The mission palace will buy your golem heart at a high price. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, the light screen disappeared. The underground city's city lord also disappeared without a trace. The cultivators on the plaza all rushed to the mission palace. There were also some cultivators who wanted to buy the golem heart at a high price. They wanted to make up for the 1,000 golem hearts and obtain the token to enter the 9 arcane secret realm. However, at this time it was too difficult to purchase the golem heart. Many people would rather sell it to the mission palace than to other cultivators. These people's mentality was that since they couldn't enter the 9 arcane secret realm, no one else could. Lin Feng and Xianxia walked toward the mission palace. A pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Feng's back from the dark, occasionally revealing a murderous intent. After paying 2,000 rock devil's heart in the mission palace, Lin Feng and Xianxia each received an identity token. Then, the two of them recorded their basic information and made a backup in the mission palace. After that, Lin Feng and Xianxia left and returned to their residence. After returning to their residence, they could finally have a good rest. During the month in the rock devil space, they had not been able to have a good rest. Therefore, whether it was physically or mentally, they were exhausted. After returning, Lin Feng called out Little Meng Meng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit from the mountain river ring. The three of them started playing in the courtyard. After resting for a day, Lin Feng decided to go into seclusion. He had obtained many treasures in the rock devil space. It was time to properly digest these treasures. Lin Feng counted the various items he had obtained. Then, he took out the natural treasures that could increase his cultivation and refined them. After 5 days of seclusion, Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through from the 6th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer. After breaking through, Lin Feng's mood was very good. At night, Lin Feng held a small bonfire party in the courtyard. Late at night, Little Meng Meng fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit each hugged a wine jar and drank until their eyes were hazy. Lin Feng sent the two of them back into the mountain river ring. Sometimes, Lin Feng wished that he was Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. The two of them lived a carefree life without any worries. It was really enviable. And now, Lin Feng had too many things to consider. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia. He noticed that Xianxia's mood seemed a little off today. Lin Feng asked, Ling did something happen? Xianxia turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Then, she smiled. Her smile was peerlessly beautiful. Then, she shook her head. Lin Feng and Xianxia returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, Lin Feng noticed that Xianxia had yet to appear, so he knocked on Xianxia's door. There was no movement for a long while. Lin Feng pushed open the door and discovered that Xianxia wasn't there. There was a letter on the table. There was a line of words on the letter. I was very happy during this period of time. I will remember you forever. There was no signature on the end of the letter. Clearly, Xianxia had left. He can write now. Has his memory recovered? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He was very happy for Xianxia that she was able to recover. However, Xianxia's departure caused Lin Feng to feel a sense of loss. Parting might always be a little sad. Despite the many departures they had experienced. But every time they bid farewell to their loved ones, friends, and lovers, they would never leave. Lin Feng was always a little sad. Even if countless years had passed, this feeling might not have changed. This was related to Lin Feng's personality. He was a rather emotional person. With such a personality, he was destined to value all kinds of relationships very much. For the next few days, Lin Feng didn't go out. He guessed that the Yen clan would be looking for him during this period of time. It was also good that he didn't go out. If the Yen clan found him, it would inevitably cause some trouble. Although Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the Yen clan, he didn't want to cause any more trouble now. Xianxueling's departure made him a little sad. He just wanted to stay here quietly for a while. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the 9 mysterious realm to open. Everyone entered the underground city's plaza once again. the mysterious underground city's city lord appeared. It was hazy and they still couldn't see his or her appearance clearly. It was unknown whether he or she was a man or a woman. Congratulations to everyone for passing the test. You can enter the 9 mysterious realm to cultivate. There are many opportunities inside. However, whether you can obtain those opportunities will depend on your own abilities. Yes, the underground city lord said with a smile. Swish. Following that, a light flashed and a spacetime gate appeared. The cultivators holding the token rushed into the sky and flew towards the spacetime gate. After the identity token was sensed by the spacetime gate, the cultivators could enter without any obstructions. Some people even created fake tokens in an attempt to sneak in. However, they couldn't do so. After the spacetime gate sensed the aura of the fake token, it shot out a spacetime force. Bang! The cultivators who tried to sneak in had their bodies explode. They died on the spot. Many of the cultivators who were trying to bluff their way through turned pale when they saw this scene. How would they dare to try? Lin Feng entered the spacetime gate. A powerful spacetime shifting force enveloped his body. Then, Lin Feng felt his body being teleported. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast forest. Kid, you made us look for you so hard. Let's see how you can escape today. A cold voice came from the sky. More than 10 powerful cultivators flew over. One of them was holding a mirror that was surrounded by immortal qi. The mirror locked onto Lin Feng's aura. The mirror was called the aura-seeking mirror. Previously, when the people of the Yen clan were in the golem space, they sensed some of Lin Feng's aura. After those people returned to the Yen clan, they sent Lin Feng's aura into the aura-seeking mirror. Once Lin Feng appeared, no matter what disguise Lin Feng used, he couldn't hide from the aura-seeking mirror. The leader is called Xianxia. This person is a big shot in the Yen clan. He is one of the top 3 experts in the Yen clan's middle generation. It is said that he has cultivated to the 7th or 8th layer of the giant god realm. So many experts from the Yen clan have been mobilized for the sake of a young cultivator? Isn't this a little too much? Isn't that so? I think this matter is definitely not simple. There are too many strange and thought-provoking things. Many people discussed and couldn't help but guess the ins and outs of the whole matter. The people of the Yen clan didn't seem to have any intention of announcing Lin Feng's identity. They were worried that after announcing Lin Feng's identity, other major forces would snatch Lin Feng's treasures from them. The people of the Yen clan were seeking revenge on Lin Feng. Although it was called revenge, it was more to rob Lin Feng of his treasures. Lin Feng glanced at the group of Yen clan experts and said, "When have I ever escaped? Why are you looking for me?" "To kill you, of course." Yan Shengyu's voice was cold. "Do it," he waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 experts of the Yen clan rushed towards Lin Feng. Their killing intent soared to the sky. The people of the Yen clan are going to make a move. Heavens, with so many experts attacking together, that kid won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Even Yan Shangyu is attacking together. That kid is dead for sure. Seeing Yan Shangyu and the others attack, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Those cultivators who were watching the show looked at Lin Feng as if he was a dead man. Yan Shangyu and the rest were very powerful. They were very confident when they joined forces. They didn't believe that Lin Feng could do anything. Lin Feng looked indifferent when he was surrounded by Yan Shangyu and the rest. He looked at them coldly and said, "You bunch of reckless fools. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me, and I'll spare your lives. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Everyone was stunned when they heard Lin Feng's words. They looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? He was surrounded by Yan Shangyu and the rest, and he still dared to say such words. Did he really not care about Yan Shangyu and the rest? "You're courting death." Yan Shangyu and the rest shouted angrily and attacked Lin Feng with their palms. They were used to being high and mighty. How could they swallow their anger after being humiliated by Lin Feng? Therefore, they were all filled with killing intent. They couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Feng looked indifferent. He directly used epic dominance when he was surrounded by more than 10 experts. Boom, the epic domineering chi emitted a destructive wave that intimidated the group of experts from the Yan clan. Even an expert as powerful as Yan Shengyu was forced to retreat by Lin Feng's epic dominance. Epic dominance's deterrence effect on cultivators was extremely terrifying. It could easily destroy a cultivator's fighting spirit. It could make the opponent lose all fighting spirit. Moreover, cultivators who were intimidated by epic dominance couldn't circulate their magic power smoothly. Their cultivation level would be severely suppressed. It was considered good if they could use 60% or 70% of their original cultivation level. Ordinary cultivators couldn't withstand Lin Feng's epic dominance at all with his current cultivation level. Many experts from Yan clan were as pale as paper. Stone Man observes the sea of clouds. After releasing the epic hegemony, Lin Feng immediately used this powerful half-immortal technique. The stone golem was formed by the sea of clouds, and it pressed down on the cultivators of the Yan clan. Bang bang bang, the sound of flesh exploding could be heard. The first attack condensed by the stoneman watching the sea of clouds had already killed several powerful cultivators. So powerful? Yan Shengyu and the others have kicked an iron plate. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng was dead for sure. Who would have thought that? It turned out that the experts of the Yan clan had been suppressed in an instant. Moreover, many of the Yan clan's experts had died. Many people were incomparably shocked. Lin Feng was such a young cultivator. Wasn't his cultivation too terrifying? The faces of Yan Shengyu and the rest also changed greatly. These people clearly did not expect Lin Feng to actually have such tyrannical strength. Retreat, Yan Shengyu shouted in a deep voice. He planned to stay away from Lin Feng. Then, a group of people would circulate their magic power and condense a powerful super technique to suppress Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had displayed powerful combat strength, Yan Shengyu could clearly feel it. In fact, Lin Feng's magic power was not particularly strong. It was just that some of the super techniques that he had mastered were too powerful. Lin Feng's situation was exactly the same as what Yan Shengyu had sensed. However, Lin Feng would not give Yan Shengyu such a chance. He quickly rushed over and released an even more powerful epic hegemony. The experts of the Yan clan who were enveloped by the epic hegemony found it difficult to move. Even the strongest Yan Shengyu found it difficult to move. Lin Feng walked step by step towards the experts of the Yan clan like the Grim Reaper. The biggest mistake you people have made is to provoke me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. He continued to use the stoneman watching the sea of clouds to attack the experts of the Yan clan. Bang! 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 Sounds of violent collisions rang out one after another. The experts of the Yan clan were blasted out one after another. These experts of the Yan clan were directly killed and died tragically on the spot. Not long after, only Yan Shengyu was left alive among the dozen or so experts of the Yan clan. It's your turn. Lin Feng's killing intent was awe-inspiring. He leaped out and charged towards Yan Shengyu. Devil Prison Evil Technique. Yan Shengyu gave a low cry and condensed a huge devil prison. This was a very powerful devil prison. After the devil prison was successfully condensed, it directly charged towards Lin Feng. It was as if it could destroy the firmament of the world and destroy the stars and universe. The devil prison descended from the sky and suppressed towards Lin Feng. Yan Shengyu was indeed worthy of being a high-level giant god realm expert. His strength was indeed powerful. After this tyrannical super technique was displayed, Lin Feng was quite surprised. Bang! The super techniques condensed by the two sides collided. Powerful energy shockwaves surged out. Both Lin Feng and Yan Shengyu were shaken until they retreated repeatedly. And Yan Shengyu was quite rich in combat experience. He took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to quickly rush out and shake off the suppression of epic haki on him. Yan Shengyu gave Lin Feng a hateful look, turned around, and flew into the distance. You can't escape. Lin Feng sneered and chased after Yan Shengyu. Let's go and take a look. Many cultivators shouted loudly. This battle made many people feel shocked and moved. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would be powerful to such an extent? So many experts had fallen in this battle. The Yan clan's losses were too great. Lin Feng caught up with Yan Xianxia and the two of them started fighting. Both sides fought for hundreds of rounds. Yan Xianxia was no match for Lin Feng and was seriously injured by Lin Feng. Do you really want to kill me? Think carefully. If you really kill me, you'll have to face the endless fury of my Yan clan. Yan Xianxia shouted coldly. He wanted to use the Yan clan to intimidate Lin Feng. So what if you're from the Yan clan? No matter how powerful you are, you still have to hide in the underground city. Lin Feng sneered. He rushed forward and unleashed an unprecedented battle prowess. 9 punches in a row. Bang! Yan Xianxia's body exploded. He was killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. Yan Xianxia is also dead. Many people looked at this scene in shock. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with deep respect and shock. This guy's cultivation was too terrifying. Even a powerful cultivator like Yan Xianxia was killed by him. How did this guy cultivate? Many people muttered in their hearts. Lin Feng was about to leave. Crack! Suddenly, the void split open. A thin cultivator walked toward Lin Feng and slapped at Lin Feng. Endless blood-red light surged out. The blood-red light contained an extremely strange power. It's you. When he felt the strange power contained in the blood-red light, Lin Feng's expression changed. He did not fight with the thin cultivator. Instead, he quickly retreated and dodged the thin cultivator's attack. The skinny cultivator was none other than Mo Shui. However, Lin Feng speculated that Mo Shui must have entered the skinny cultivator's body to take control of it. For Mo Shui, such a feat was a piece of cake. It was an easy feat. I say, you're going overboard. Why do you keep staring at me? Lin Feng could not help but look at Mo Shui with a gloomy expression. This bastard was like a maggot attached to his bones. He could not shake him off even if he wanted to. I want your bloodline. Mo Shui said before pouncing at Lin Feng again. Young master, I won't lower myself to your level. Lin Feng turned and ran. Mo Shui pursued him relentlessly. You won't be able to escape. Mo Shui said sinisterly. What is going on here? Many of them were stunned. The combat power that Lin Feng had displayed earlier was simply too strong. Yet, such a formidable character had turned and fled the moment he saw the skinny cultivator. Just who was that skinny cultivator? How could he be so powerful? Everyone was puzzled. So many of the cultivators gave chase, wanting to see the outcome of the battle between the two of them. However, they quickly discovered, to their dismay, that Lin Feng and the skinny cultivator were simply too fast. They were simply incapable of catching up to Lin Feng and the skinny cultivator. Let's not watch anymore. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Let's find our own fortune. A cultivator said. Next, the group of cultivators dispersed. Lin Feng would occasionally look behind him to see Mo Shui chasing after him. Mo Shui was truly persistent. Just what kind of damned thing are you? Lin Feng asked. Mo Shui is undying. I am a paramount existence. Even if the epic is destroyed, I will live forever. Mo Shui said. Boast. Keep boasting. Lin Feng pursed his lips, a look of disbelief on his face. Who's boasting? Mo Shui could not help but feel speechless. It's just the two of us. Don't you know who's boasting? Lin Feng said. Mo Shui said. I don't care if you believe me or not. As long as I devour your bloodline today, I will be able to recover even more strength. So, Mo Shui increased his speed. Mo Shui. Mo Shui sinisterly said, without that woman, you won't be able to escape today. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Mo Shui was implying something. That woman? This fellow was referring to Xianxia. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked calmly, what do you mean? Mou. How? Of course. Said Lin Feng, twitching his mouth. Bah. How can you be so shameless? With your little bit of cultivation, you want to marry such a powerful wife? If I were that woman, I wouldn't fall for you either. Mo Shui sneered. Lin Feng sneered. If you were a woman, do you think I would be interested in you? You should be thanking the heavens if I don't beat you into a pulp. Mo Shui sneered and said, "Tsk tisk, I'm too lazy to talk so much nonsense with you. You will soon be devoured by me. Talking so much to a dying man is simply a waste of saliva." World of Eight Corners. Lin Feng pushed the power of World of Eight Corners to its limits. He moved as fast as lightning. So, next, Lin Feng transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. The distance between him and Mo Shui was gradually increasing. After Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through, his speed had increased greatly. Mo Shui's face turned gloomy. A large amount of blood gushed out from the thin cultivator's body. This was Mo Shui's main body. When Mo Shui's main body completely flowed out from the thin cultivator's body, the thin cultivator's body instantly turned into a dried corpse. He fell from midair into the forest. Mo Shui's real body chased after Lin Feng. Mo Shui's speed was much faster than when he had possessed the skinny cultivator's body. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Boy, you want to get rid of me? You must be dreaming. Mo Shui laughed strangely. Actually, I think we can work together. I will help you look for powerful bloodlines, such as the Holy Son of the Supreme Immortal Sect or the Saintess of the Ascension Immortal Sect. When the time comes, I will lure them out and you can devour their bloodlines. Lin Feng said. Mo Shui said. Powerful bloodlines are destined to be mine. You and I will devour them. Those people you mentioned will also be devoured by me. Humph. It's too early to be happy. Lin Feng snorted coldly and increased his speed again. The 8 small worlds that appeared under his feet became more and more real. Lin Feng's speed increased again. The distance between him and Mo Shui gradually increased. Previously, Mo Shui had almost caught up to him because he was holding Xianxia. He had to fly with someone else. Naturally, his speed would be affected. This time, Lin Feng was flying alone. Moreover, not long ago, Lin Feng's speed had increased by a lot when he broke through. Mo Shui, on the other hand, did not change much. That was how Lin Feng managed to get rid of him. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief after completely shaking off Mo Shui. He had finally gotten rid of Mo Shui. He did not stop and flew toward the depths of the 9 mystic realm. This time, Lin Feng did not enter the 9 mystic realm to look for opportunities or orthodoxies. He came to cultivate the 3rd level of the 8-9 arcane art. The 3rd level of the 8-9 arcane art required him to absorb the power of the world. According to his chief master, Master Tortoise, there was a storm valley in the 9 mystic realm. The depths of the storm valley were connected to the 4 small worlds. The power of the world would surge out from the spacetime cracks. Normally, the storm valley was not difficult. The storm valley was located in the central region of the 9 mystic realm. Within a radius of 300 miles, there were violent storms. It was said that these storms were formed in the storm valley. Many cultivators came to the storm's periphery. Lin Feng saw many cultivators taking the risk to enter the storm. Why are these people so crazy? Could it be that they want to cultivate in the storm as well? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. What? Big brother, you want to cultivate in the storm? A burly cultivator looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. I do plan to. The cultivator said, look at the cultivators who are entering the storm. Actually, only a small portion of them are going there to cultivate. Most of them are going there to harvest natural treasures. Lin Feng said, top-grade natural treasures have spirituality. They really like to hide in dangerous places like this. Yeah, if we can harvest a few top-grade natural treasures, this trip will be worth it, the burly cultivator said. Lin Feng chatted with the burly cultivator for a while. After learning that the burly cultivator was also planning to cultivate in the storm, the two of them entered together. The storm was very fierce. Lin Feng held the hurricane pearl in his hand, so the storm outside had no effect on him. The burly cultivator took out an air-frozen pearl, and the storm had no effect on him. Haha, brother's air-frozen pearl is a powerful treasure. Lin Feng said with a smile. The hurricane pearl and the air-frozen pearl were different magic treasures. With the hurricane pearl, one could travel through the storm. With the air-frozen pearl, one could freeze the surrounding storm. Therefore, the air-frozen pearl was much more valuable than the hurricane pearl. The burly cultivator said, I got it by chance and rarely use it. This time, it came in handy. Lin Feng said with a smile, there are some treasures that you don't need most of the time, but if you need it one day and don't have it on you, that would be sad. Haha, it's exactly as brother said. The burly cultivator said with a smile. The two of them walked into the depths of the storm. Not long after, they saw a mountain range. In the storm, there was a strong smell of blood. The two of them couldn't help but look solemn. Something seems to have happened. The burly cultivator said. Lin Feng nodded and said, it should be in the mountain range in front of us. Let's go and take a look. The burly cultivator and Lin Feng walked towards the mountain range in front of them. After arriving here, they found many broken limbs. These people should be the cultivators who came in before. They died miserably. Their bodies were torn apart, scattered all over the ground. It should be some fierce beast that attacked them. The burly cultivator said with a solemn expression. Lin Feng said, it seems that this place is not safe. Let's go quickly. The two of them did not stay and quickly rushed into the depths. Along the way, they saw many heaven and earth treasures. Then, the two of them wantonly collected the heaven and earth treasures here. Screech, in the storm, there was a sharp and ear-piercing sound. The fierce beasts are here. Lin Feng said. The tall and sturdy cultivator licked his lips and said with a sinister smile, I'll be here sooner or later. I want to see what kind of ferocious beasts can kill so many powerful cultivators. Lin Feng could not stop himself from revealing a wry smile. It would appear that this muscular cultivator was also a warmonger. Waves of gloomy and cold aura filled the air. Within the violent storm, terrifying creatures appeared one after another. When one looked carefully, one could see them. Each of the creatures had a pair of wings, and their bodies were covered in spikes. Of course, the most hair-raising thing was that the heads of these creatures were similar to the heads of blood-colored bats. They had extremely sharp fangs and thick, powerful tails. What kind of monster is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. It was his first time seeing such a ferocious beast. The burly cultivator said, this ferocious beast should be a wind beast. It's said that it's an evil beast born in hurricanes. It's extremely evil. Whoosh. As the burly cultivator spoke, a large machete appeared in his hand. Looking at his excited expression, it was obvious that he couldn't wait to fight with these ferocious beasts. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took out the black dragon sword. Holding the sword in his hand, he looked at the densely packed wind beasts around him. The number of wind beasts was constantly increasing, and their bodies emitted an evil and cold aura. Screech! The wind beasts let out sharp and ear-piercing cries, and the densely packed wind beasts screamed together. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator immediately felt a sharp pain in their heads. Clearly, the cries of the wind beasts were equivalent to a powerful sound wave attack. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator were caught off guard and were hit by the sound wave attack. However, Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator were not ordinary people, and they were able to block the soul attack of the wind beasts. At this time, the densely packed wind beasts were already charging towards the two of them. These wind beasts were as fast as lightning. In an instant, they were in front of the two of them, and their sharp claws clawed at the two of them. Lin Feng held the sword with both hands and slashed at the wind beasts. Clang! 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 When the black dragon sword clashed with the wind beast's sharp claws, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. It was as if the sword had clashed with the most powerful magic treasure. The wind beast's claws were simply too hard. After the exchange, Lin Feng knew that he was in trouble. No wonder so many powerful cultivators had died tragically under the wind beast's sharp claws. There was a reason why those cultivators had died so tragically. The tall and sturdy cultivator, who was originally full of confidence and fighting spirit, now had a serious expression because he was also in trouble. These wind beasts were not so easy to deal with. Epic Hegemony. Lin Feng released his epic hegemony, enveloping all the wind beasts within a 20-meter radius. After being intimidated by epic hegemony, the combat strength of these wind beasts immediately decreased sharply. Moreover, their speed was also greatly reduced. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator seized the opportunity and killed more than 10 wind beasts in a row. Ha 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 ha, brother, this move of yours is awesome. The tall and sturdy cultivator laughed loudly. Lin Feng smiled. Just as he was about to say something, a series of ear-piercing cries could be heard from afar. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator looked into the distance. They saw an overwhelming number of wind beasts. They did not know how many of them there were. All of them were flying toward them. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator were surrounded by hundreds of wind beasts that were eyeing them covetously. They did not know if there were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of wind beasts flying toward them. Even when Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator saw so many wind beasts flying toward them, they were so scared that their faces were as pale as paper. Let's go, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. They had to break out of the encirclement quickly. If they were surrounded by the army of wind beasts, even if he and the tall and sturdy cultivator had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would still be unable to escape. In the end, only death awaited them. The two of them worked together to break out of the encirclement before the army of wind beasts could arrive. Behind them, the army of wind beasts was majestic as they chased after the two of them. Lin Feng and the tall and sturdy cultivator fled frantically. They fled for a total of 6 hours before they managed to shake off the army of wind beasts. The two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, Lin Feng said, I plan to head to the depths of the storm valley to cultivate. Where do you want to go, brother? When the tall and sturdy cultivator heard that Lin Feng wanted to enter the storm valley to cultivate, he was shocked. Clearly, he had heard of the storm valley before. The tall and sturdy cultivator knew that Lin Feng's abilities were extraordinary. He also knew that Lin Feng was not a reckless person. Since Lin Feng wanted to enter the storm valley to cultivate, he should have a way to adapt to the environment. The tall and sturdy cultivator said, I want to go to the Rift Valley. It's also in the storm valley. Then let's part here. Lin Feng said. The tall and sturdy cultivator smiled and said, all right. We'll part here. If we meet outside, we'll definitely drink until we're drunk. Of course. Lin Feng cupped his fists and bid farewell to the tall and sturdy cultivator. He flew toward the storm valley. The tall and sturdy cultivator flew toward the Rift Valley. Lin Feng stood outside of the storm valley and gazed into the distance. The void in the storm valley was distorted. This place was connected to 4 small worlds. It was obviously an extremely dangerous place. Lin Feng entered the storm valley. Suddenly, a powerful space-time power bombarded his body. Crack, crack, even his powerful physical body began to crack. Lin Feng's expression became serious. The storm valley was indeed worthy of its reputation. He began to operate the 8-9 mysteries. The characteristic of the 8-9 mysteries was that it could fight to survive. As the 8-9 mysteries was operated, Lin Feng began to absorb the space-time power. Crack, crack, Lin Feng's body looked like a broken piece of porcelain. He looked extremely miserable. However, under the effect of the 8-9 mysteries, his body was on the verge of collapse, but not on the verge of collapsing. Through the most serious injuries. To stimulate the body's potential. This was a characteristic of the 8-9 mysteries. Of course, the cultivation principle seemed simple, but it was not easy to cultivate. The torture of the body might not be the most important. The most important thing was the destruction of the mind. If one's willpower was not strong enough, it was impossible to cultivate the 8-9 mysteries. Because the mind would immediately collapse. For survival. For myself. For my family. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. His body was fragmented again and again. However, under the repair of the immortal divine body, the broken body was restored to its original state. The reason why Master Tortoise valued Lin Feng more was because of Lin Feng's immortal divine body. The immortal divine body's repair effect on the body was incomparable to other cultivators. The serious injuries caused by the 8-9 mysteries could be repaired. Therefore, Master Tortoise believed that Lin Feng was the most suitable candidate to cultivate the 8-9 mysteries. This point of view was also reasonable. After adapting to it, Lin Feng began to walk toward the depths of the storm valley. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure he endured and the more serious the injuries he suffered. However, under the dual effect of the 8-9 mysteries and the immortal divine body, Lin Feng's body was constantly in a cycle of destruction and repair. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Lin Feng finally arrived at the depths of the storm valley. He saw 4 large rifts appearing in the depths of the distorted spacetime. Powerful spacetime power emanated from the cracks. Those large cracks were pitch black, and it was unknown what world they were connected to. I heard that one can travel between different worlds through a world crack. I wonder if that's true? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. It is indeed possible to jump through different worlds. However, jumping through different worlds through world cracks is not an easy task. The central areas of the world cracks contain a terrifying amount of world power. Additionally, the world power here is different from ordinary world power. Ordinary world power is very mild. After refining the world power, cultivators will be able to advance by leaps and bounds. The world power inside the world cracks, on the other hand, is very violent. Absorbing and devouring the world power inside the world cracks is very violent. Absorbing and devouring the world power inside the world cracks will result in self-destruction. The world power contained within the world rift is simply too vast. It will not be easy for cultivators to pass through it. Lin Feng nodded. If one could casually pass through such a place, wouldn't the various worlds fall into chaos? Buzz. A stream of world power descended from the sky and flew toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had been cultivating in the Storm Valley for more than half a month. He had also gradually adapted to the power of the storms here. However, Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art showed no signs of a breakthrough. Lin Feng knew this. The reason why there were no signs of a breakthrough in the 8-9 arcane art was because only the power of the world could make a breakthrough. Lin Feng had never absorbed world power. Now, Lin Feng finally saw world power descend. He hurriedly devoured the world power. Bang bang bang, however, after absorbing the world power, Lin Feng's body began to self-destruct. The world power contained a terrifying destructive power. No matter who absorbed the world power, they would not be able to escape unscathed. No one would have a good ending. Lin Feng was no exception. Lin Feng's face was as pale as paper. He hurriedly operated the 8-9 arcane art to devour the world power that was wreaking havoc in his body. At the same time, he operated the immortal divine body to heal his injuries. Finally, under the joint recovery of the 8-9 arcane art and the immortal divine body, the world power that was wreaking havoc in Lin Feng's body gradually calmed down. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Fortunately, he had the immortal divine body. Otherwise, he might have really gone to meet the King of Hell. He didn't know if his dead senior brothers had successfully cultivated the 8-9 mysteries, which was the 3rd level of heaven. They did not have the immortal divine body. If they had cultivated the 1st level of the 8-9 arcane art, they would have been heaven-defying. After the world power calmed down, it began to be devoured by the 8-9 arcane art. When the first stream of world power was completely refined, Lin Feng immediately felt that the 8-9 arcane art seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. This made him very happy. If the 8-9 arcane art was cultivated to the 3rd level, when Lin Feng fought with the enemy, it could increase his battle strength to 8 times at most. Just the thought of an 8-fold increase in battle prowess was enough to make one's blood boil. In the next half a month, Lin Feng began to devour the world power to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. Over and over again, the torture was worse than death. But Lin Feng came back to life again and again. Lin Feng stayed in the Storm Valley for a month and a half. Finally, his 8-9 arcane art completed a breakthrough. From the 2nd level, he successfully broke through to the 3rd level. After the breakthrough of the 8-9 arcane art, Lin Feng was very happy. First, it could increase his battle strength by 8 times. Second, it was because he was closer to the 5th level of the 8-9 arcane art. As long as the 8-9 arcane art was cultivated to the 5th level, Lin Feng would no longer have to worry about the 8-9 arcane art endangering his life. Phew! Lin Feng took a deep breath and was about to leave. Suddenly, one of the world rifts emitted powerful energy waves. When Lin Feng sensed that powerful qi, he couldn't help but look grave. He looked at the world scar emitting the powerful fluctuation and found that the space-time power in the world scar was becoming more and more violent. Demon Lord, there seems to be something wrong with that world scar. Something seems to have happened. Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord frowned slightly and said, if there is a change in the world scar, I'm afraid there will be some big changes. Heavens! What is that? Lin Feng pointed at the world scar and couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng could vaguely make out something crawling out of the world scar. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. He didn't know what it was. He could only vaguely make out a black shadow. That was because a black fog had wrapped around the thing that was crawling out. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the 9 demons painting, the 5 dragons wheel, and the Vitra wolf-tooth club. The 9 demons painting was an emperor weapon. The 5 dragons wheel was an immortal weapon. Although it was incomplete, it was still an immortal weapon with terrifying power. The Vitra wolf-tooth club was a top-grade bronze weapon. Of the 3 treasures, each one was stronger than the last. He didn't know what that thing was. Therefore, Lin Feng was on high alert. Finally, that terrifying creature crawled out of the world scar. Because the black fog had blocked Lin Feng's vision, Lin Feng opened the heavenly demon snake's eye. The heavenly demon snake's eye pierced through the black fog. Lin Feng clearly saw what that creature was. It was a pitch-black bug. It should have had 36 claws, but now it only had 12 left. The other 24 claws were all broken. Moreover, there were many wounds on that ugly bug's body. Many of those wounds were leaking a faint green liquid. Lin Feng guessed that the green liquid was probably the bug's blood. That ugly bug must have been severely injured. Did that bug come to the 9 states through the world scar? Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Any bug that could pass through the world scar was definitely not simple. Although the bug had suffered near-fatal injuries, Lin Feng still felt his heart palpitate. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. The Demon Lord said in a deep voice. Clearly, even the Demon Lord felt that the bug was troublesome. Lin Feng nodded and quickly rushed outside. However, that pitch-black bug had already set its sights on Lin Feng. Said the gigantic black insect while staring at Lin Feng. From time to time, its eyes were filled with killing intent. Whoosh! It quickly pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt as if the surrounding void was about to solidify. The pitch-black insect was too terrifying. Even though it was heavily injured, it still gave Lin Feng a feeling that it would be difficult to contend against it. Under the pressure emitted by the big bug, Lin Feng couldn't even muster the will to resist. This was because the big bug's cultivation level was too high. It had already formed a pressure on Lin Feng. Lin Feng guessed that this big insect had probably reached the boundary Emperor realm. However, when it crossed the world scar, the black bug had suffered a near-fatal injury. Its combat strength had greatly decreased compared to its peak. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated his epic hegemony. When he unleashed his epical haki, he felt that he had regained his mobility. Although it was heavily injured, the big bug's speed was still as fast as lightning. It closed the distance of several thousand meters in an instant. It only slowed down a little when it encountered Lin Feng's epic hegemony. Lin Feng hurriedly controlled the 9 demons painting to attack the big bug. The big bug's claws suddenly swept out. Lin Feng's 9 demons painting was swept away. Then, the big bug charged towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng held the Wolverine mace with both hands. With a loud shout, he smashed it towards the big bug. Bang, the attack landed heavily on the big bug's body. The big bug was unscathed from such a powerful attack. At the same time that Lin Feng smashed the big bug, one of its sharp claws swept Lin Feng's abdomen, sending Lin Feng flying. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. A huge wound appeared on Lin Feng's abdomen. It was dripping with blood as if it was cut open by a sharp blade. Lin Feng lowered his head to look at his wound. His expression became extremely solemn. The big bug's strength was too abnormal. It was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. It even displayed such terrifying combat strength. If it was in its peak state, wouldn't it be able to kill him in an instant? The only fortunate thing was that the big bug's current condition was extremely bad. Screech, the big bug let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. After seeing blood, it seemed to be even more excited. The big bug let out a series of low growls and quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly retreated. He was thinking of a way to deal with the big bug. The big bug's combat strength was too strong. Furthermore, his cultivation base was limited. If he wanted to kill the big bug, it would not be an easy task. Lin Feng looked at his other Dharma treasure. Immortal Weapon 5-Wheel Dragon. With Lin Feng's current cultivation, he was still unable to activate the 5-Dragon Wheel. However, if Lin Feng burned 1 or 2 million years of his lifespan, he could activate the 5-Dragon Wheel. The 5-Dragon Wheel only needed to release a portion of its power. Lin Feng guessed that he could kill this big bug. After all, no matter how strong this big bug was before. But now, this big bug was already heavily injured and could not exert much of its combat strength. Although burning so much of his lifespan made Lin Feng feel extremely pained. But if his lifespan was consumed, it could be replenished as his cultivation increased. Moreover, the Great Longevity Technique could also increase one's lifespan. But if he lost his life, then he would really be finished. Lin Feng smashed the Wolverine mace at the big bug through the air. Immediately after, he then controlled the 9 demons painting to attack the big bug. At the same time, Lin Feng began to burn his lifespan to increase the power of the 5-Dragon Wheel. Now, Lin Feng used his ability to multitask to deal with the big bug. Lin Feng instantly burned 1 million years of his lifespan. The life force that was transformed from the burning of his lifespan continuously poured into the 5-Dragon Wheel. However, the 5-Dragon Wheel did not react at all. Burning 1 million years of lifespan was simply unable to activate the 5-Dragon Wheel. The big bug, on the other hand, displayed its might and sent the 9 demons painting and the Wolverine mace flying. It once again charged towards Lin Feng, its sharp claws piercing towards Lin Feng's body. The situation was extremely dangerous. Shua, at this critical moment, Lin Feng used the Heaven Mending Technique. His body instantly disappeared from his original spot and appeared 200 meters away. The big bug's attack missed. Lin Feng once again burned 1 million years of his lifespan to support the 5-Dragon Wheel. Finally, the 5-Dragon Wheel reacted. Within the 5-Dragon Wheel, waves of powerful fluctuations shook out. It's done, Lin Feng's face revealed an ecstatic expression. He could feel that the power of the 5-Dragon Wheel was recovering. The big bug also sensed the terror of the 5-Dragon Wheel. Therefore, its mood became extremely irritable. Shua. The big bug turned into a ray of black light. It pounced towards Lin Feng as fast as lightning. Buzz. When the big bug attacked Lin Feng successfully activated the 5-Dragon Wheel. The 5-Dragon Wheel immediately shot out a terrifying killing light and swept towards the big bug. Bang! The killing light from the 5-Dragon Wheel collided with the big insect, and suddenly, there was a muffled collision sound. This time, the big bug was sent flying by the 5-Dragon Wheel's attack. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's spirit was greatly boosted. The 5-Dragon Wheel was indeed powerful, as expected of an immortal artifact. Even though the 5-Dragon Wheel was only an incomplete immortal artifact, when the 5-Dragon Wheel was activated, it could still display shocking power. Lin Feng's confidence was greatly boosted. He began to control the 5-Dragon Wheel to take the initiative to attack the big bug. Screech! The big bug roared angrily and quickly pounced towards Lin Feng. Its eyes flickered with a bloody light. A large amount of black mist surged in the big bug's body. In the black mist, ugly bugs appeared one after another. The group of bugs that appeared in the black mist were not real. They were formed by the big bug's divine ability. But their attack power was abnormally terrifying. Lin Feng's expression did not change. Facing the divine ability attack formed by the big bug, he was still controlling the 5-Dragon Wheel. He burned 2 million years of his lifespan to strengthen the 5-Dragon Wheel. The 5-Dragon Wheel should be able to be controlled for a period of time, and this period of time was the best time for Lin Feng to kill the big bug. If he could not grasp this opportunity, it would not be easy to kill the big bug. Bang! The tyrannical attack shook the void slightly. The insects formed by the giant insects were all shattered into pieces. Lin Feng, who was controlling the 5-Dragon Wheel, had an aura that said, "No matter how many spells you use, I will break them with one treasure." Crack, crack. Suddenly, the big bug's body began to grow. It did not grow much. The big bug's body became as big as a mountain peak. And the big bug's aura. It also increased by many times. Seeing the mutated big bug, Lin Feng could not help but feel shocked. Even after suffering such a serious injury, the big bug was still able to transform. What a freak. After its body enlarged, the big bug became even more ferocious. Its sharp claws stabbed towards Lin Feng. The 12 claws looked like 12 mountain ranges as they moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate when he felt the terrifying attack of the big bug. He hurriedly activated the 5-dragon wheel. Whoosh! Whoosh! Light flickered. The 5-dragon wheel shot out beam after beam of light towards the big bug. But to Lin Feng's dismay, the enlarged bug was able to block Lin Feng's attack. The 5-dragon wheel could only be used for a limited time. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before its power dissipated. The fact that the big bug was able to block the attack of the 5-dragon wheels was a very bad situation for Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that things were going to be tricky, so he decided to burn another 1 million years of his lifespan to enhance the 5-dragon wheels. Moan, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded. Inside the 5-dragon wheel, the image of a dragon appeared. The dragon's shadow roared. Then, it pounced towards the big bug as fast as lightning. When the dragon's shadow appeared, the big bug let out a series of terrified cries. The power of an immortal weapon. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The dragon's shadow was the real immortal power. The big bug wanted to dodge this attack, but its body was too huge. It wasn't easy for such a huge body to dodge this attack. Bang! The big bug was directly hit by the dragon's shadow. Its head split open and dark green blood flowed out, emitting a strong stench. Lin Feng attacked 3 times in a row. The big bug was killed. Its huge body fell towards the storm valley. After the 5-dragon wheel released 3 dragon shadows in a row. Its power also weakened. It became dim and lightless. Lin Feng let out a long breath and put away the 5-dragon wheel, 9 demons painting, and Wolverine mace. This big bug can be refined into a puppet avatar. Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, he wrapped up the big bug's corpse and quickly left the storm valley. A day later. In a cave abode 500 miles away. Inside the magic god furnace, flames were burning fiercely. Lin Feng threw one precious material after another into the furnace from time to time. All the materials were melted into boiling hot liquid. Then, they mixed together and emitted waves of violent fluctuations. After fusing more than 800 kinds of materials, Lin Feng threw the big bug's corpse into the furnace. There were more advanced methods to refine puppets, and there were also ordinary methods. Lin Feng obtained the method to refine the big bug from a storage ring, but Lin Feng didn't know whose storage ring it was. After all, many experts had died at his hands over the years. Lin Feng had many storage rings on his hands. It was difficult to distinguish the owners of these storage rings. It took about 3 days. The magic god furnace emitted a ferocious aura. After sensing the ferocious aura, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Obviously, the big bug was about to be refined successfully. That was why it emitted such a ferocious aura. Another half a day passed. The magic god furnace opened. A big bug that was pitch black but emitted a dark golden luster flew out. A pseudo-emperor puppet. Lin Feng looked at the big bug puppet in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. The only flaw was that the big bug puppet's body was incomplete. However, it was difficult for things to be perfect. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this big bug puppet. He put away the big bug puppet and then began to operate the 3rd layer of the 8-9 Mysteries art. After breaking through, Lin Feng still hadn't familiarized himself with the 3rd layer of the 8-9 Mysteries art. He could take advantage of this opportunity to familiarize himself with it. Time flew by. On this day, a loud rumbling sound resounded throughout the entire 9 mysterious realm. Everyone was alarmed. Even Lin Feng, who was in the middle of cultivating, was alarmed. He walked out of the cave where he was cultivating in seclusion and saw the spacetime gate floating in midair. Time's up. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Then, he soared into the sky and flew toward the spacetime gate. Why did it end so quickly? I still want to stay a little longer. Many people immediately sighed and groaned. However, the time for the 9 Mysterious Realms trial was up. Even if they didn't want to leave, they had to leave now. Whoosh! 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 Many figures flew toward the spacetime gate. When all the cultivators came out, the spacetime gate disappeared and the 9 Mysterious Realm closed. Lin Feng was standing in the middle of the public square and glancing around. He could sense that the atmosphere was filled with killing intent. People from the Yen clan? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had killed so many experts in the 9 Mysterious Realm, so the Yen family should have known. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't find it strange that the Yen clan's people were waiting outside. However, the Yen family would not make a move in the underground city. As the deputy city lord of the underground city, there were many taboos in the Yen family. If they wanted to make a move on Lin Feng, they would probably choose to do it outside the underground city. Shwa. A screen appeared. The underground city lord appeared on the screen. Everyone. Congratulations on successfully completing the cultivation in the 9 Mysterious Realm. I hope you have all gained something. Everyone can rest for a day. Tomorrow, the underground city will activate the teleportation array and send everyone out. The underground city lord said. This made many people very happy. Outside the underground city, danger lurked everywhere. They did not want to go out again. Taking the teleportation array was naturally the most convenient and safest way. Then, the screen disappeared, and so did the underground city lord. However, Lin Feng had a very strange feeling. When the leader of the underground city disappeared, Lin Feng had the impression that the leader of the underground city was looking at him in a profound way. The underground city lord's body was covered by the screen. Lin Feng could not see the underground city lord's eyes clearly. However, the feeling just now was very clear. This made him a little puzzled. What was the underground city lord trying to express by looking at him deeply? After the underground city lord disappeared, everyone left the underground city square and returned to their own residences to rest. Although he was targeted by the Yen family, Lin Feng did not take it to heart. Now, he had refined a pseudo-emperor puppet. This pseudo-emperor puppet was Lin Feng's greatest reliance and confidence. Hence, he was not afraid of the Yen family. If the Yen family recklessly came to seek revenge, they would only be courting death. On the way back, Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of cultivators. A fierce-looking cultivator looked at Lin Feng fiercely and asked, "Kid, do you still remember me?" "Who are you?" "I don't remember you," Lin Feng said indifferently. The corners of the fierce-looking cultivator's mouth twitched violently. He felt as though his punch had landed on cotton. He said with a sinister smile, "The Northern Icelands, the lost world." Lin Feng scratched his head and said, "It's you. You're tearing up when you see an old friend. You want to be a good host and buy me a drink, right?" The fierce-looking cultivator rolled his eyes speechlessly. This kid's head wouldn't be damaged, right? Did he think I would treat him to a drink? When the cultivator saw Lin Feng's half-smile, he was furious. He knew that Lin Feng was making fun of him. "Kid, how do you want to settle the score?" said the ferocious-looking cultivator looking at Lin Feng icily. He looked like a fiend. Lin Feng said, "You're talking about me robbing you." Thinking about this, the fierce-looking cultivator felt depressed. He had always been the one robbing others. That was until he met Lin Feng. He was actually robbed by Lin Feng. Thinking about it now made him very angry. The fierce-looking cultivator kept this matter in his heart, waiting for the day when he could take revenge. He didn't expect to meet Lin Feng in the underground city today. The fierce-looking cultivator was so excited that he almost cried. The heavens really have eyes, letting me meet this kid. The fierce-looking cultivator thought that Lin Feng would be afraid, but when he saw Lin Feng's indifferent expression, he knew that Lin Feng didn't care about meeting him again. Wasn't this looking down on him? This made the fierce-looking cultivator extremely angry. "You know about this? Now that you're in my territory, have you thought about how you're going to die?" The fierce-looking cultivator suddenly laughed sinisterly, looking at Lin Feng as if he was looking at prey that had fallen into a trap. In his opinion, even if Lin Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape today. Lin Feng said indifferently, "When old friends meet, shouldn't you cry 1,000 times? Don't fight and kill, okay? Damn, who's your old friend? Don't you have any shame?" The fierce-looking cultivator was almost speechless. This guy was too good at getting close to people. Lin Feng said, "Since you're not my old friend, I'm officially informing you now. This is a robbery. Hand over all the treasures on you." The ferocious-looking cultivator and his companion were stupefied. They stared at Lin Feng with their mouths wide open. What was this guy saying? The group of people looked at each other. "What are you waiting for? I'm going to rob you, didn't you hear? Hurry up and hand over all the treasures on you." Lin Feng shouted loudly. "Isn't that Zhang Yuanlong? This guy is using his brother-in-law as a steward of the city lord's mansion to strut around outside. Yeah, but no matter how unhappy he is, he can't offend this guy. The consequences of offending this guy are unimaginable. That kid is surrounded by Zhang Yuanlong and the others, and he even said that he's going to rob Zhang Yuanlong. I wonder if he's crazy. He probably doesn't know Zhang Yuanlong's identity and will be in trouble soon." Many people were pointing at the situation, watching the development of the situation. "Kid, you've got guts. You actually dare to be so arrogant in my territory. Kill him." Zhang Yuanlong waved his hand. Suddenly, 40 to 50 cultivators around Zhang Yuanlong pounced on Lin Feng. These people. Many of Zhang Yuanlong's friends. The other group of people were the guards that Zhang Yuanlong and his friends brought out. Because of Zhang Yuanlong's brother-in-law. So many people wanted to curry favor with Zhang Yuanlong. So Zhang Yuanlong gave the order. A group of people pounced on Lin Feng. Actually, they wanted to curry favor with Zhang Yuanlong. They're making their move. That kid is going to be finished. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Swish, at this moment, Lin Feng also made his move. He rushed into the crowd and punched out one punch after another. Bang 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 bang, a series of violent collisions rang out. One cultivator after another screamed miserably as they were sent flying by Lin Feng. Many people fell to the ground and screamed miserably. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators were all lying on the ground. Isn't this too savage? The cultivators who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. This was simply a one-sided battle. Who was that young cultivator? He was actually so powerful. Robbery. Hand over all the treasures on you. Lin Feng looked down at the fierce-looking cultivator from above. Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face, but that smile looked like the smile of a demon. You. The ugly-looking cultivator was so scared that he started to speak incoherently. So many people attacked together, but they were all suppressed by Lin Feng. There were quite a few peak heavenly god cultivators in his group. What cultivation level did this guy have to have such abnormal strength? Do you know who I am? The ugly-looking cultivator wanted to make a final struggle. He wanted to use his brother-in-law's reputation to intimidate Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng obviously didn't fall for it. Lin Feng said indifferently, I don't care who you are. Hurry up and hand over the treasures on you, otherwise, I don't mind chopping off your arms and legs. The ugly-looking cultivator's face turned pale. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He could only hand over his storage ring. When the others saw that the ugly-looking cultivator had handed over his storage ring, they also handed over their storage rings to Lin Feng. Although they were incomparably depressed, they had no choice but to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. After Lin Feng took all the treasures, he directly left. Let's go and find my brother-in-law. The ugly-looking cultivator was very unwilling. He angrily roared and went to find his brother-in-law. Outside the city lord's mansion. The ugly-looking cultivator told his brother-in-law about how Lin Feng robbed him. The ugly-looking cultivator's brother-in-law looked to be in his 40s, of course, his actual age was definitely more than that. After listening to the ugly-looking cultivator's words, he asked about Lin Feng's physical characteristics. The ugly-looking cultivator described Lin Feng's physical characteristics. His brother-in-law's face instantly changed. Brother-in-law, when are we going to deal with that kid? The ugly-looking cultivator couldn't wait to ask. In his opinion, as long as his brother-in-law was willing to act, Lin Feng would definitely die. Who would have thought that his brother-in-law would go up and slap the fierce-looking cultivator, causing him to be in a daze? Brother-in-law, why did you slap me? The ugly-looking cultivator asked in confusion. Bastard, you only know how to cause trouble outside. Don't provoke this person, otherwise, I'll skin you alive. The ugly-looking cultivator's brother-in-law said fiercely. The ugly-looking cultivator said, Brother-in-law, isn't that kid just an ordinary person? Do we have to be afraid of him in the underground city? The ugly-looking cultivator's brother-in-law said, Not long ago, the city lord personally summoned Vice City Lord Yin and told him to restrain his family members and not provoke that kid. What? There's such a thing? Does that kid have a grudge against the Yin family? Why would the city lord give such an order? The ferocious-looking cultivator said in disbelief. I don't know. So, if you want to live, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll personally kill you. The ugly-looking cultivator's brother-in-law coldly. Yes. Brother-in-law, I'll remember. The ferocious-looking cultivator said submissively. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng realized that the Yen family's people who were watching him had disappeared. This made him very puzzled. Why did the Yen family's people suddenly withdraw? It really made people feel strange. However, he did not think too much about it. A mere Yen family was nothing in his eyes. During this period of time, the 4 sacred birds had been in seclusion. However, Lin Feng realized that the 4 sacred birds seemed to have encountered some trouble. The demonic elemental energy in his body was very chaotic. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. However, he could not help much. He could only pray that the 4 sacred birds could get through this crisis. Every transformation of a ferocious beast was extremely difficult. However, once the transformation was successful, their cultivation would usually improve by leaps and bounds. The 4 sacred birds had been with Lin Feng for many years. Lin Feng naturally hoped that the 4 sacred birds could be safe. At night, he had a big meal with little Meng Meng, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit. When it was late at night, Lin Feng suddenly heard someone talking to him telepathically. Little boy, let's talk. When he heard the voice transmission, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The voice was actually coming from the ghost raising jar. A ghost king's voice transmission? Lin Feng was surprised. He asked calmly, What do you want to talk to me about? Let's talk about our cooperation. The ghost king's voice was heard again. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation can we have? Lin Feng's tone was indifferent. Naturally, there are countless ways to cooperate, the ghost king said sinisterly. Lin Feng asked indifferently, How do you want to cooperate? Set me free, and I can help you with many things, the ghost king said. The ghost raising jar had absorbed more than 10,000 evil spirits to cultivate this ghost king. It was extremely powerful. Lin Feng had wanted to subdue the ghost king before, but he had not thought of a way to do so. However, it was unrealistic for him to release the ghost king. The ghost king was very cunning. Who knew what kind of terrible things would happen when he was released? He might be the one to suffer when the time came. Since I have the chance to refine you, why should I? Why should I let you out? Lin Feng said indifferently. Refine me? In your dreams. The ghost king curled its lips, a look of disdain on its face. If I was just an ordinary ghost king, you might be able to refine me, but let me tell you, I have already become a ghost emperor. Wanting to refine me is simply a pipe dream. Ghost emperor? What realm is this ghost emperor at? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. A ghost emperor is equivalent to a human's quasi-emperor realm. The ghost emperor said. Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This guy was actually so powerful. Fortunately, he did not let him out earlier. With such a terrifying cultivation, if he were to suddenly attack him, wouldn't he be slapped to death? This ghost-raising jar was truly a terrifying treasure. It had even nurtured a ghost emperor. If he were to absorb more evil spirits, would he be able to nurture an emperor-level evil spirit? However, this seemed to be a little difficult. No matter what kind of living being became an emperor, they all needed to prove their Tao. Evil spirits were no exception. If evil spirits wanted to become an emperor, they also needed to prove their Tao. I think it's better for an existence like you to continue being suppressed in the ghost-raising jar, Lin Feng said indifferently. The ghost emperor said anxiously, kid, it's a win-win cooperation. This is something that benefits both you and me. Why are you in such a hurry to reject me? Lin Feng sneered and said, evil spirits are treacherous and cunning. I don't believe your words. Moreover, even if everything you say is true, I will not cooperate with you. The birth of a ghost like you will definitely cause a calamity. After saying that, Lin Feng cut off the connection with the ghost emperor. The next day, the teleportation array was activated, and Lin Feng successfully left the underground city. Half a month later, Lin Feng returned to the reincarnation immortal sect. Your trip to the underground city was quite fruitful, Lord Tortoise said with a smile when he saw Lin Feng return. Lin Feng took out a bottle of Li Tonggua's imperial wine and handed it to Lord Tortoise. He smiled and said, have a taste. Lord Tortoise was a wine addict. He quickly removed the cork and gulped down 3 mouthfuls. Good wine, this is really good wine. Where did you get such a top-grade wine? Lord Tortoise looked at Lin Feng with a grin. Lin Feng said, I spent a lot of money to buy this wine to show my filial piety to you, master. At least you have some filial piety. You must have a lot of such wine on you. Hurry up and take them all out, Lord Tortoise said. Lin Feng took out another 10 jars of wine and handed them to Lord Tortoise. Lord Tortoise said, no, there must be more. Take them all out and show your filial piety to me. Lin Feng said, I only exchanged a dozen jars of such good wine. I drank a few jars, and the rest are all here. Let me see your storage ring, Lord Tortoise said with a smile. Lin Feng quickly jumped up and looked at Lord Tortoise as if he was guarding against a thief. He said, Master, how can you be like this? As a senior, how can you invade a junior's privacy? If I still have such good wine, how can I not show filial piety to you? Master, can you drink it first? When you're done, I'll find a way to get more for you, Lord Tortoise said. I want it now. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Lin Feng. Damn, can we not be so shameless? Lin Feng was speechless. He turned around and ran. Lord Tortoise's master was indeed unreliable. There was nothing he couldn't do. I want wine. Hurry up and give it to me, Lord Tortoise shouted. Lin Feng ran outside while Master Tortoise chased after him. Save me. My master has gone crazy. Someone help me hold him down, Lin Feng shouted from within the sect. You little bastard. How dare you betray your master? You're really infuriating your master, Lord Tortoise shouted loudly. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. He said, Master, I just stopped you from stealing the underwear of the female disciples of the immortal sect. You say that I betrayed you and betrayed you. I'm innocent. If you like women's underwear, I can buy it for you. I can't watch you fall into the abyss and do nothing. Bastard brat, don't talk nonsense here. You were the one who stole the female disciples' underwear. I destroyed it to get you back on the right path. But you didn't recognize my good intentions. Now you're slandering me. I'm going to punish you according to the sect rules, Lord Tortoise shouted. Both parties, one fleeing and one chasing, caused a huge commotion within the sect. Damn, 2 scums. Little scum and old scum, many people muttered in their hearts. They're the disgrace of the sect. Some people wailed. These 2 clowns, some people couldn't help but laugh. They felt that Lin Feng and Lord Tortoise's master-disciple relationship was quite interesting. In the end, Lord Tortoise caught up with Lin Feng and gave him a good beating. Master, the wine is all yours. I'll give it all to you, Lin Feng wailed. He gathered 100 jugs of wine and gave them to Lord Tortoise. Do you have more? Lord Tortoise asked. Lin Feng quickly shook his head and said, I don't have any more this time. I'll give you more after you finish drinking. I don't care if you have more now. If you don't have it when I need it, I'll have to punish you, Lord Tortoise said with a smile. He held a jug of wine in each hand. As he spoke, he gulped down the wine. Lin Feng felt like crying. He originally wanted to show his filial piety to this cheap master with wine. Who knew that this cheap master would be so greedy? In the end, Lin Feng could only sigh. Who asked him to have such a master who specialized in cheating his disciples? This was his fate. Let's go back and cook. I'm hungry. Roast meat, snake soup, braised pork knuckle, Buddha jumps over the wall, and so on. Bring every dish you're good at tonight. Lord Tortoise said. Lin Feng said. Okay, no problem. I guarantee that you'll have a good time eating. Lin Feng personally cooked that night and made more than 20 dishes. Lord Tortoise, Duzu, Heretic Sovereign Sage, Lin Feng, Meng Meng, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit all gathered at the table to enjoy the food. Come to Grandmaster. Lord Tortoise waved at Meng Meng with a smile. Meng Meng glanced at Lin Feng before snuggling up to Lin Feng. Clearly, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity with Lord Tortoise. Lin Feng said with a smile, Go, let that old grandpa teach you some powerful techniques. Meng Meng asked innocently, If Meng Meng learns those powerful techniques, will I be able to protect Big Brother? Lin Feng patted Meng Meng's head and said, Of course I'll be able to protect Big Brother. Meng Meng said, In the future, Meng Meng will protect Big Brother and won't let Big Brother get hurt. There was a saying that children's words carried no harm. In fact, it meant that children were simple-minded and would say whatever they wanted to say. If they said something unpleasant, one shouldn't blame them. Now that Meng Meng said that she would protect Lin Feng when she grew up, it was the truest portrayal of the little girl's heart. Lin Feng was touched. This little girl is really cute. Not bad, not bad. Call me Grandmaster, and I'll teach you whatever you want to learn in the future. Lord Tortoise said with a smile. Lin Feng said, Meng Meng calls me Big Brother. Master, even if you want to take me in, I should be your little disciple. You're old enough to be Meng Meng's father, yet you still want her to call you Big Brother? Are you pretending to be young? You can't be so shameless. Lord Tortoise said with a pout. Duzu and the heretic dominator saint couldn't help but laugh. Lord Tortoise was indeed a weirdo. His actions didn't make him look like an expert at all. Lin Feng said speechlessly, What's wrong with Meng Meng calling me Big Brother? At the very least, I look young. Lord Tortoise glanced at Lin Feng with disdain before looking at Meng Meng with a smile and said, Little girl, quickly come and greet your Grandmaster. Meng Meng timidly came to Lord Tortoise's side, kowtowed to him, and said sweetly, Meng Meng greets Grandmaster. Lord Tortoise instantly laughed, Haha, you can dispense with the formalities. This little girl really knows how to behave. Meng Meng got up from the ground and said seriously, Grandmaster, Meng Meng wants to learn a very powerful ability. Only then will I be able to protect Big Brother. Of course. When the time comes, I'll teach you all my most powerful skills. Master Tortoise said with a smile. Lin Feng said. Forget about the 8-9 arcane art. Master Tortoise said, Don't worry about that. I won't teach this little girl the 8-9 arcane art. Besides, it's not suitable for her to cultivate. Little Meng Meng then followed Master Tortoise to cultivate. Little Meng Meng was Gio's daughter, and her talent was heaven-defying. Therefore, she learned everything very quickly. After learning from Master Tortoise for a period of time, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. The Chiyu bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Master Tortoise could not help but exclaim as he looked at little Meng Meng, who was floating in the air. In a month's time, little Meng Meng, who had no cultivation at all, could now float in the air. It was simply a miracle. One had to know that one had to be at least a martial king to be able to do this. Back then, Lin Feng had cultivated from martial disciple to martial king for a total of 13 years. Little Meng Meng, on the other hand, had only taken a short month. Lin Feng was not surprised that Master Tortoise could tell that little Meng Meng was Gio's daughter. This cheap master of his was very capable. He said, her Chiyu bloodline should have awakened, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to cultivate so quickly. Master Tortoise said, a trace of her bloodline has awakened. She's still too young, so it's not time for her bloodline to awaken. However, as she grows older and her cultivation increases, her Chiyu bloodline will be completely awakened. When that time comes, I'm really looking forward to seeing how much she'll grow. Lin Feng said, that's a matter for the future. Right now, I just hope that the little girl can grow up well. Master Tortoise narrowed his eyes and said, born in troubled times, everything in the future is unpredictable. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly and said, Master, there's a hidden meaning in your words. What are you trying to say? There are some things that are said in advance. It's not good for anyone. Master Tortoise said. Lin Feng nodded and did not ask any more questions. In the afternoon, Lin Feng called the red-crowned crane boy over. He and little Meng Meng sat on the crane boy's back and went out to play. The red-crowned crane boy flew through the air as fast as lightning. However, little Meng Meng was not afraid at all. Instead, she looked extremely excited. Xiao Meng Meng had a lot of fun. When she went back in the evening, she was still a little reluctant to leave. She kept asking when they could go out and play together again. When you learn how to use magic power, let's go out and play for a day. Lin Feng said with a smile. Meng Meng clapped her hands and said, Big brother, you have to keep your word. Of course, Big brother will keep his word. Lin Feng rubbed Xiao Meng Meng's head lovingly. When he returned to the sect, a bronze carriage came from afar. The carriage suddenly stopped and Xia Shiyan's voice came from inside. When did you return to the sect? Xia Shiyan's voice sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. Last time, she teamed up with Bai Yusen, Nangong Qiming, and Yuan Shan to scheme against Lin Feng. But in the end, he failed. And after he failed, the four of them were captured by Lin Feng. Now that she thought about what had happened in those few days, she couldn't help but feel ashamed and resentful. Little Yun Yun, where did you go? Did you just return to the sect? We are really fated to meet each other. You just came back, and you already met me. Lin Feng said with a smile. Who is fated to meet you? Xia Shiyan couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. Lin Feng let the crane boy go back first, while he carried Xiao Meng Meng and flew into Xia Shiyan's carriage. Who let you in? Get out now. Xia Shiyan gnashed her teeth and said. Why are you so fierce when meeting an old lover? I love you so much. If you treat me like this, I will be very sad. Lin Feng said. Only a ghost will believe you. Xia Shiyan snorted. Then, she looked at Xiao Meng Meng and said with a sour tone, Don't tell me you gave birth to him with some other woman? Xiao Meng Meng said, Big sister fairy, Big brother is not Xiao Meng Meng's father. He is Xiao Meng Meng's dearest big brother. Xiao Meng Meng's delicate appearance was too cute, and she was also very good at talking. Xia Shiyan's heart almost melted when she heard Xiao Meng Meng call her big sister fairy. Moreover, she knew that Xiao Meng Meng wasn't Lin Feng's daughter. Xia Shiyan found that her mood inexplicably improved. She said with a smile, So you are called Xiao Meng Meng. Come, let big sister hug you. Xiao Meng Meng jumped into Xia Shiyan's arms and asked innocently, Big sister fairy, are you big brother's lover? Xia Shiyan's pretty face turned red. She asked, Why do you ask? Xiao Meng Meng said, Big brother just said that he loves big sister fairy a lot. So, Xiao Meng Meng guessed that big sister fairy is big brother's lover. Will big sister fairy have a baby with big brother in the future? Xia Shiyan's pretty face turned red. Such a question made her very shy, and she didn't know how to answer Xiao Meng Meng. Lin Feng said with a smile, When the baby is born, Xiao Meng Meng will be able to take care of the baby. Hee hee, Xiao Meng Meng likes babies. Xiao Meng Meng laughed very innocently. Xia Shiyan reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's soft waist and twisted it. Lin Feng immediately grimaced in pain. Heroine, please spare me. He looked pitifully at Xia Shiyan. Xia Shiyan looked at Lin Feng proudly and lightly snorted, Let's see if you still dare to speak nonsense. Lin Feng said, I'm telling the truth. Two people who love each other will naturally have their own happiness in the future. Who is in love with you? Xia Shiyan lightly snorted. Of course it's my little Shiyan. Lin Feng took the opportunity to hug Xia Shiyan's slender waist. Xia Shiyan symbolically struggled twice, but she couldn't break free, so she stopped struggling. Instead, she started chatting with Xiao Meng Meng. The two of them looked as if they regretted not having met earlier. One adult and one child, they actually hit it off very well. Xiao Meng Meng, why don't you sleep with big sister tonight? Xiaoshiyun smiled and asked. Xiao Mingming said, but what about big brother? If I'm not here, big brother will miss me. Xiaoshiyun smiled and said, big sister has an inner and outer room. How about I let your big brother sleep outside? That way, you can talk to him. Lin Feng was secretly delighted. Xiaoshiyun could even bring up such an idea. It seemed that she had completely let down her guard against him. Lin Feng smiled and said, tonight, I'll be your escort and protect you two beauties. After Xiaoshiyun returned, she often played with Xiao Mingming. Her three best friends, Bai Yusen, Nangong Qiming, and Yuan Shaner, were all very fond of Xiao Mingming. Big sister fairy, are you big brother's lovers too? Xiao Mingming would ask from time to time. Xiaoshiyun was a bit better, as she was closer to Lin Feng. Every time Bai Yusen, Nangong Qiming, and Yuan Shaner heard Xiao Mingming's question, their faces would turn red and they would be incomparably embarrassed. They wouldn't know how to answer. On this day, Lin Feng received a letter from Shuizime of the Snow Clan. She said that the Snow Clan was in danger and hoped that Lin Feng could go to the Snow Clan to help them survive this crisis. However, Shuizime did not say what kind of danger the Snow Clan was in. Lin Feng could not help but think of the night before he left the Snow Clan. Shuizime was as gentle as water. The Snow Clan's matter had long been related to Lin Feng. Now that Shuizime had sent a letter asking for help, it was obvious that the Snow Clan was in trouble. Lin Feng left Meng Meng in the reincarnation immortal sect. During the day, Meng Meng would cultivate with Lord Turtle. At night, Xiaoshiyun would take Meng Meng away. Recently, the relationship between Meng Meng and Xiaoshiyun had improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have to worry about Meng Meng being unhappy when she left him. This time, Lin Feng brought Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint with him. With the help of these two and the half-step sovereign puppet, Lin Feng believed that no matter what kind of danger he faced, he would be able to deal with it calmly. The three of them took the teleportation array and arrived at Snow Eagle City. After flying north for another 10 days, they would arrive at the ice plains. The ice plains were filled with raging cold winds. However, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint were strong and did not fear the cold. When they passed by a huge rift valley, a terrifying aura spread out from the rift valley. Following that, a woman stepped out. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the woman. She was none other than Fairy Miaoqing. Fairy Miaoqing looked at Lin Feng coldly. She did not hide her killing intent towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, it's time for you to die. Lin Feng said indifferently. You want to kill me? Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Fairy Miaoqing sneered. Lin Feng, you think too highly of yourself. Hee, I think too highly of myself? I wonder who was captured by me back then? Lin Feng looked at Fairy Miaoqing with a faint smile. This woman was one of the fairies on the list of beauties. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless people. In the eyes of many, Fairy Miaoqing was a woman with beauty, wisdom, and character. However, Lin Feng knew that Fairy Miaoqing was a vicious and merciless woman. Fairy Miaoqing said coldly, that time, it was because I fell into your trap that I fell for it. However, in the end, you still failed to catch me. What is there to be proud of? Lin Feng mumbled in his heart. This Fairy Miaoqing was really lying through her teeth. I clearly suppressed you with my strength, okay, since when did they rely on crafty schemes, if it wasn't for the arrival of the divine servants? You're my slave now, okay? Lin Feng did not expose Fairy Miaoqing. This woman suddenly appeared here. Unless she was crazy, she wouldn't block his way alone. Lin Feng carefully scanned his surroundings with his inner sight. Immediately, he discovered some hidden auras. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It was as he had guessed. This woman didn't come here on her own. Instead, she brought along some experts. Fairy Miaoqing was in charge of attracting his attention. As for those experts, they were hidden in the dark, ready to launch a sure-kill attack on him at any time. Lin Feng glared at Fairy Miaoqing fiercely and said indifferently, call out the people you brought. There's no need to hide in the surroundings. I can already sense their auras. Kid, your sensing ability is really shocking. A cold voice sounded. following which, an old man with a sage-like demeanor flew out from the Rift Valley. This old man with a sage-like demeanor was abnormally powerful. Even Lin Feng felt a little shocked. "How should I address you?" Lin Feng asked. "Su Zhongtian," the old man said. "People from the Su family." Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Su Miaoqing's family was also a huge family with strong influence. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to marry into the Supreme Immortal sect. The Grand Elder of the Su family. Su Zhongtian smiled faintly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Su Miaoqing really went all out. In order to get rid of me, she even called the Grand Elder of her family. Not only is fellow Taoist Su here, but the people from the Supreme Immortal sect are also here." A cold voice sounded from the left. Following which, a middle-aged cultivator walked over. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "Du Gushao of the Supreme Immortal sect," the middle-aged cultivator said coldly. "I heard that Du Gu Tian's family is very powerful in the Supreme Immortal sect. Could it be that you're from Du Gu Tian's family?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "That's right. I'm Du Gu Tian's third uncle," Du Gushao said. "You guys are really scheming. You're joining forces to kill me here. However, I'm afraid you guys won't be able to kill me." Lin Feng sneered. "What if you count us in?" The void cracked open. 3 cultivators stepped out. These 3 cultivators were all men. One of them was dressed in a Taoist robe. The other 2 men were dressed in the Supreme Immortal sect's attire. A Taoist? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator in the Taoist robe. He couldn't help but frown. This person was clearly not from the Supreme Immortal sect. "I'm Wu Guangyuan of the Geomaster lineage," the cultivator in the Taoist robe said. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Shameless, truly shameless. You're not a Taoist, so why are you wearing a Taoist robe? You're an unfilial descendant of the Geomaster lineage. Wu Guangyuan's expression instantly turned ugly. He said coldly, "You should worry about your own life. As for what I'm wearing, what does that have to do with you? You're already so old, yet your temper is still so bad. No wonder your Geomaster lineage can't compare to our Heavenly Master lineage. There's a saying that goes, looking at a leopard through a tube. You can be considered a high-ranking member of the Geomaster lineage, right? If even you can't keep your cool, then the Geomaster lineage is clearly a terrible sect. You're destined to be trampled under our feet forever." Lin Feng continued to mock him. "My Geomaster lineage has deep roots, while your Heavenly Master lineage has been passed down for so long that even your Taoist teachings are about to be cut off. You've only learned a little, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly here? What a joke." Wu Guangyuan sneered. Lin Feng said indifferently. "That's right. I've only learned a little, but I can still use the Heavenly Master lineage's legacy to beat your Geomaster lineage. Ignorant brat, how dare you speak such arrogant words?" Wu Guangyuan couldn't help but shout angrily. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. "Brother Wu, why get angry? There's no need for that. Next, we can kill him however we want. However, I don't plan to kill him directly. I want to see him kneel before us like a dog and beg us to let him live." Du Gushao said sinisterly. "I think you've lost your minds. You're about to die, yet you're still indulging in fantasy." Lin Feng pursed his lips. Du Zhu said with a smile. "A bunch of trash. You don't even need to do anything. The zombie and I can easily get rid of him." "That's right. It's a piece of cake." The evil dominator saint nodded. Du Gushao, Wu Guangyuan, and the others' faces turned gloomy. "You don't know what's good for you. Kill these people." Du Gushao shouted coldly. Everyone moved. Du Gushao, Wu Guangyuan, Su Miaoqing, and Su Zhongtian. One of the other 2 experts from the Supreme Immortal sect was called Wang Chuyi. The other was called Xianxia. The 6 experts attacked together. They used their peerless skills right away. 9 Heavens Immortal Thunder Dao. 10,000 Heavenly Dragon Kill. Purgatory Reincarnation Fist. Supreme Celestial Destroying Palm. 10,000 Beast Subduing Demon Force. 9 Heavens God Falling Slash. The 6 experts' attacks were each more ferocious than the last. They were so terrifying that it was shocking. This won't do, young master. The two of us can't deal with them. You have to do it together. After feeling the terror of the 6 experts, the poison ancestor immediately cried out. His previous arrogance had already turned into fear and shock. The 6 experts looked cold. They were extremely confident in their combat strength. They looked at Lin Feng and the other two as if they were looking at dead people. In their opinion, Lin Feng and Du Zhu would not be able to escape today. Only death awaited them. Attack, Lin Feng shouted. Swoosh, then, he, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint began to attack. In the face of their attacks, Lin Feng took out the defensive treasure he had obtained not long ago, the purple gold heavenly ball. It was a defensive treasure at the level of a boundary emperor weapon. Its defensive power was extremely strong. When Lin Feng took out the purple gold heavenly ball, the treasure immediately made a buzzing sound. Then, the purple gold heavenly ball released beams of purple divine light. The purple light enveloped Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint. Bang 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 bang, the attacks launched by the 6 experts bombarded the defensive system constructed by the purple gold heavenly ball. However, they failed to break the defensive system constructed by the purple gold heavenly ball. Seeing this, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. As expected of a quasi-emperor level defensive magic treasure, its power was simply too awesome. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint were both experts among experts. They had rich battle experience. When Lin Feng took out the purple gold heavenly sphere to defend himself, the two of them launched their attacks. They locked onto one of the 6 masters who was closest to them. This expert was Wang Chui. This Wang Chui's cultivation should be between the peak of the giant god realm and the quasi-emperor realm. His combat prowess was abnormally terrifying. In order to kill him in one blow, Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint focused their power on this person. After Wang Chui made his move, he thought that even if Lin Feng and the other two could block his attack, it would be difficult for them to counterattack. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would take out a quasi-emperor level defensive magic treasure to block their attack? It should be known that defensive magic treasures were relatively rare, and high-level defensive magic treasures were even rarer. As for quasi-emperor level defensive magic treasures, they could be described as scarce. Therefore, after Lin Feng took out a quasi-emperor level defensive magic treasure, the 6 experts were caught off guard. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint had a clear division of labor. Du Zhu released a large amount of poison to envelop Wang Chui. By the time Wang Chui realized it and wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Wang Chui's body was enveloped by Du Zhu's poison. Wang Chui's cultivation was strong. Although he was poisoned, he was not poisoned to death. But at this time, the evil dominator saint had already rushed out and instantly arrived beside Wang Chui. His sharp claws pierced towards Wang Chui's chest. Wang Chui turned pale with fright and hurriedly threw a punch at the evil dominator saint. Courting death. The other 5 experts shouted angrily and all charged towards the evil dominator saint. If it was anyone else, they would definitely choose to dodge the attacks of the 6 experts. After all, if their bodies were to withstand the attacks of the 6 experts, they would definitely die. But the evil dominator saint was different from ordinary cultivators. The evil dominator saint was a corpse cultivator that had evolved from the emperor corpse. The emperor corpse was too powerful and had an unparalleled physical body. It was not easy for ordinary people to hurt the evil dominator saint's physical body. The evil dominator saint's weakness was the soul. But obviously, this was the first time the 6 experts had seen the evil dominator saint. They could not understand the evil dominator saint's weakness like Lin Feng. Great entanglement technique. Lin Feng quickly attacked and a dense number of threads condensed. Those threads wrapped around Wang Chui's body, making it impossible for him to attack. If Wang Chui had not been poisoned, he could have broken the threads wrapped around his body. But Wang Chui was poisoned. Now, Wang Chui's cultivation had plummeted. It was difficult for him to break free from Lin Feng's great entanglement technique, which was condensed from 3,000 great daos. Hence, Wang Chui's body was completely exposed in front of the evil dominator saint. Pooh, the evil dominator saint's sharp claws pierced through Wang Chui's chest. I'm going to die just like that? Wang Qi lowered his head and looked at the sharp claws that had pierced through his chest in disbelief. He could not help but laugh bitterly. Thinking back to his life, how many hardships had he experienced until now, but he did not expect that he would end up like this. Pooh! In the next moment, the evil Dominator Saint pulled out Wang Qi's heart. Die! The 5 experts roared as their powerful attacks landed on the evil Dominator Saint. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. The evil Dominator Saint was sent flying. But soon, the evil Dominator Saint stabilized his body. His body was unscathed. How is this possible? Su Miaqing cried out in disbelief. Even a half-step emperor should have been killed by such a powerful attack. But the evil Dominator Saint was unscathed. This was unbelievable. Su Zhongtian said, "This corpse cultivator's physical body is too strong. Use your soul technique to destroy his soul." Su Zhongtian was indeed an experienced antique. He immediately discovered the evil Dominator Saint's weakness after exchanging blows. These people condensed their soul technique to destroy Su Zhongtian's soul. But at this moment, the evil Dominator Saint hurriedly flew toward Lin Feng. He entered the defensive divine light released by the purple gold heavenly ball. Clang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. The soul technique of the 5 experts was blocked by the defensive divine light released by the purple gold heavenly ball. They could not hurt the evil Dominator Saint at all. You've already lost an expert. It seems like we're doomed to lose this battle. Lin Feng looked at the 5 experts indifferently. Kid, don't get too cocky. Today, I'll let you experience the ultimate inheritance of the Earth Masters. Earth Immortal World-Destroying Formation. Everyone, listen to my command. Return to your positions. Wu Guangyuan couldn't help but shout. Swish. 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 Swish, the 5 experts scattered in all directions. At the same time, white fog billowed in the surroundings, covering the sky and the sun. The visibility was reduced to 12 meters. Huh? Lin Feng frowned. He had a bad feeling. Even though he said he didn't care about the Geo Masters, he didn't care. Although he didn't say much about the Earth Masters, Lin Feng still attached great importance to them. This faction had existed for such a long time, and it was still so strong. It was obvious how powerful it was. Although he could look down on any opponent, he would never underestimate any opponent. This was Lin Feng's way of doing things. Young master, the auras of those 5 people have completely disappeared. Du Zhu said gravely. Lin Feng nodded. It seems like these people have been scheming. They set up a formation here in advance and waited for me to arrive. Heretic Sovereign Saint said, "What should we do now?" "Let's see what they're going to do for now." "Let's go," Lin Feng said. Du Zhu and Heretic Sovereign Saint nodded. This was probably the best method for now. Using stillness to deal with change, using constancy to deal with all changes. No matter what the other party did, they could sense it in advance. Eternal reincarnation in a single thought. Billions of gods and Buddhas can reach the heavens. Your lifespan is the same as the heavens. Only Earth Immortals can be immortal. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. When that voice rang out, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Only that deep and ancient voice could be heard. It was as if everything in the world had changed. The cycle of reincarnation is nothing more than a single thought from me. There are billions of gods and Buddhas in this world. Your lifespans can even be as long as the heavens themselves. But in this world, I am the only one who is indestructible. This was such a grand and heroic poem. Billions of gods and Buddhas had a long lifespan, but in the end, they could not escape death and were destined to become dust. Only Earth Immortals could transcend the fate of reincarnation. Earth Immortal. An unknown and terrifying existence. Lin Feng knew that there was a realm above the Emperor realm. Lin Feng was actually not too clear on what realm they were at. However, he had heard that there was a distinction between true immortal and false immortal. Hollow immortals were not considered true immortals, but they surpassed great emperors. Above the false immortal was the true immortal. As for what level an earthly immortal was, Lin Feng had no idea. This was because he had not come into contact with the specific division of realms above the Emperor realm. Even the demon lord did not know. It could only be found in some ancient books. He found a few scattered clues to deduce how the realms above the great emperor realm were divided. Shwa. Within the white mist, immortal light surged. An ancient existence stepped forward. It was a man in snow-white robes. He was so otherworldly that he did not look like a mortal at all. He had an indescribable temperament. That temperament. No one could see it. They all felt ashamed of their inferiority. Could he really be an immortal? Duzu could not help but mutter. Earth immortal is immortal, all spirits bow down. The mysterious man stepped forward. A terrifying aura spread out, as if it was really the aura of an earth immortal. When the aura enveloped Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil dominator saint, the three of them felt like they could not move an inch. Their bodies were also trembling. Lin Feng even felt that his knees were about to fall to the ground. This was a kind of spiritual aura. He had never felt such a powerful and terrifying aura. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his epic aura. When the epic aura was activated, the terrifying aura disappeared. Young master, we're in trouble. This guy's aura is so terrifying. I'm afraid we can't deal with him. Poison Ancestor cried out loudly. Then what are we waiting for? Run, Lin Feng shouted. He turned and ran with Duzu and the evil dominator saint. If they could win, they would fight. If they could not win, they would run. This was Lin Feng's way of doing things. If they could not win, they would have to be crazy not to run. The Earth Immortal was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Lin Feng and the other two to turn and run without hesitation. But then, the Earth Immortal sneered. His mouth was full of disdain. One had to admit that the array of the Earth Master lineage was really powerful. The Earth Immortal that was formed seemed to have his own thoughts. That was why this Earth Immortal was so terrifying. He quickly charged toward Lin Feng and the other two. Boom, then, a terrifying palm slammed into the defensive divine light formed by the purple-gold heavenly sphere. Crack! Crack, the defensive divine light formed by the purple-gold heavenly sphere shattered. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil dominator saint were all sent flying. Weak ants, only death awaits you. The Earth Immortal stood in the air and swept his cold gaze over Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil dominator saint. He flipped his right hand. Suddenly, an illusory world appeared in the air. In that illusory world, immortal palaces stretched endlessly. One could even vaguely see immortals discussing the Tao and fairies dancing gracefully. It was such a beautiful world. Just like the immortal realm, it was filled with infinite beauty. But when that world descended, Lin Feng felt endless killing intent from it. Retreat! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Swoosh! Swoosh, he, Duzu, and the evil dominator saint did not dare to stay and quickly retreated. Despicable ants, do you think you can escape? That's too whimsical. The Earth Immortal sneered. The illusory world continued to expand. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil dominator saint did not manage to escape from the illusory world. They were trapped by that illusory world. It directly enveloped them. Then, they were instantly swallowed up by that illusory world. In the next moment, that illusory world began to shrink. Soon, it had shrunk to the size of a bowl and floated in front of the Earth Immortal. Let us out! Duzu shouted. No need to shout. It's useless. We're trapped, Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the world that trapped them. Immortal light lingered around it. This world had now become a cage, trapping them inside. When they were outside, they saw that this world was filled with immortal palaces and immortals were discussing the Tao and fairies were dancing gracefully. Now, all they saw was an empty world. There was no sound at all. It was so quiet that it was suffocating. It was like a world of death. There was only darkness and coldness. We're fine, the Earth Immortal stretched out his hands, and the shrunken world floated between them. Waves of powerful magic power surged out of the Earth Immortal's hands and poured into the shrunken world. The magic power burned. The Earth Immortal wanted to refine Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretic dominator saint who were trapped inside. In the illusory world, Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretic dominator saint's faces were grim. They tried to break the illusory world, but failed every time. As their magic power surged into the world, it burned fiercely. Lin Feng immediately felt the magic power in his body burning as well. He wants to refine us, Lin Feng said in a low voice. What do we do now, young master? Du Zhu asked. He was out of ideas. I didn't expect the Geomasters to have such a powerful legacy. That's unbelievable. But it's not like there's no way to break this illusory world, Lin Feng said with narrowed eyes. Du Zhu and the heretic dominator Saint's eyes lit up when they heard that Lin Feng had a way to break the illusory world. Du Zhu asked. What method have you thought of, young master? Immortal artifact, 5-dragon wheel. Lin Feng waved his right hand and brought out the 5-dragon wheel. Oh my god! Young master even has an immortal artifact! Du Zhu exclaimed. His eyes shone as he looked at the 5-dragon wheel. If not for Lin Feng, Du Zhu would have pounced on the 5-dragon wheel to snatch it. Activating the 5-dragon wheel requires a few million years of lifespan. The earth immortal formed by this formation is too powerful. So, I'm afraid just activating the 5-dragon wheel won't be enough to kill the earth immortal. We need to unleash the full power of the 5-dragon wheel. Each of us will burn 4 million years of lifespan to activate the 5-dragon wheel, Lin Feng said. Although it pained Du Zhu and the evil dominator Saint to burn 4 million years of their lifespan, it was better than dying here, right? The two of them began to burn their lifespan. Lin Feng also began to burn his lifespan. Lin Feng had burned 3 million years of his lifespan in order to deal with that half-step emperor-level insect. Now that he had to burn another 4 million years of his lifespan, he was quite depressed. Originally, Lin Feng's lifespan had been greatly depleted when he had quadrupled his battle prowess. These breakthroughs, coupled with the fact that Lin Feng had cultivated the grand longevity technique, had continuously increased his lifespan. Therefore, Lin Feng's lifespan increased from 8 million years to 17 million years. However, after activating the 5-dragon wheel twice, Lin Feng only had 10 million years left in his lifespan. After burning 4 million years of their lifespan, each of them felt a little weak. Lifespan was one of the 9 great essences of cultivators. Burning one's essences would cause serious side effects to a cultivator's body. Burning too much of one's lifespan too frequently could even cause a cultivator to be unable to increase their cultivation in the future. Therefore, it was very taboo for cultivators to burn their lifespan. However, in order to survive, Lin Feng no longer cared about this. After burning 12 million years of his lifespan, he released a powerful essence energy. This essence energy was all poured into the immortal artifact, the 5-dragon wheel. The densely packed runes on the 5-dragon wheel began to awaken. Although only a small part of the runes had awakened, it was still terrifying enough. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the clouds and shook the void. The 5-dragon wheel's power had awakened. Slash! Lin Feng roared and directly activated the 5-dragon wheel to release a terrifying light beam that slashed at the illusory realm's crystal wall. Clang! The attack landed heavily on the crystal wall of the spectral world. Immediately, the crystal wall of the spectral world began to emit cracking sounds. Clearly, the illusory realm couldn't withstand the 5-dragon wheel's power. This made Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretical dominator Saint smile. As expected of an immortal artifact, its power was too strong. Burning 12 million years of their lifespan to activate the 5-dragon wheel wasn't a waste. Oh no! The Earth Immortal's expression changed slightly. Streaks of immortal light appeared in his hands. The streaks of immortal light turned into chains of order and entangled the illusory world. The Earth Immortal wanted to use this method to continue trapping Lin Feng and the others. However, his efforts were destined to be in vain. Clang! 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 3 consecutive strikes. Crack crack crack, the illusory realm shattered. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretical dominator Saint broke free. Ha 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 ha, since you've let us out, you'll be the one to die today. Die. Lin Feng sneered and controlled the 5-dragon wheel to attack the Earth Immortal. Eternal instant. The earthly immortal suddenly let out a long roar and unleashed an extremely terrifying sacred art. The moment the eternal instant was used, the illusory realm froze. The illusory realm froze. Even the five-dragon wheel froze in the illusory realm. The corner of the Earth Immortal's mouth curled into a smug smile. However, in the next moment, the smug expression on his face froze. The five-dragon wheel shook slightly. It broke the Earth Immortal's divine ability. Then, the five-dragon wheel shot out a terrifying beam of light. It slammed into the Earth Immortal's body. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. The Earth Immortal was sent flying by the five-dragon wheel. Wow, the five-dragon wheel is really powerful. Duzu yelled. A bunch of bastards. Do you think you can kill us just because you've set up some *** T formation and created some *** T Earth Immortal? You're daydreaming. We were just teasing you. If we want to kill you, it'll be a matter of minutes. Now that Duzu was full of confidence, he became arrogant again and kept provoking the five experts who were hiding in the dark. However, the five experts did not respond to Duzu. They probably did not want to expose their location. In fact, Lin Feng knew that Duzu had another purpose in provoking the five experts. He wanted to find out where they were hiding. If he could kill them, the formation would collapse on its own. Unfortunately, the five experts did not fall for his trick. They're all 1,000-year-old foxes. Duzu could not help but mutter. Eternal slash. Suddenly, the Earth Immortal attacked again. He leaped into the air and turned into a beam of eternal immortal light. The eternal immortal light seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. It slashed down in an instant. Lin Feng suddenly realized that there was something different about him. The ultimate moves of this Earth Immortal were all related to the eternal Tao. It seemed that Wu Guangyuan, who set up this formation, was very good at the eternal path. He used the eternal path as the foundation to set up the formation. Therefore, the Earth Immortal he created was also good at the eternal path. There were many types of eternal Tao. There were powerful eternal Taos and weak eternal Taos. The Grand Eternity Technique was the general outline of all eternal Tao. If one learned the Grand Eternity Technique, they could deduce all kinds of eternal Tao. Among the 3,000 great Taos, the Grand Eternity Technique was ranked 7th. The 3,000 great Taos were quite heaven-defying. There might be many people who knew eternal Tao, but those who knew the Grand Eternity Technique could be counted on one hand. Lin Feng didn't know if Wu Guangyuan had cultivated the Grand Eternity Technique. However, even if Wu Guangyuan didn't know the Grand Eternity Technique, the eternal Tao he cultivated must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, the eternal Tao wouldn't be the foundation of such a powerful formation. Facing the attack of the eternal light formed by the Earth Immortal, Lin Feng continued to control the five-dragon wheel to launch a fierce counterattack. Lin Feng now had a divine ability that allowed him to transform into a myriad of forms. He could break it with a single blow. Under Lin Feng's control, the five-dragon wheel released waves of destructive energy. A powerful light beam swept out again. This light beam blasted toward the eternal light formed by the Earth Immortal. Clang, the two sides collided violently in the void. The light beam from the five-dragon wheel dissipated. The Earth Immortal also changed from the eternal light form to his true form. Lowly ant, you've successfully angered an immortal. The Earth Immortal looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was speechless. He couldn't help but curse, do you really think you're an immortal? You're just a condensation of the formation. Wake up now. Stop daydreaming that you're an immortal. Lowly ant, you dare to blaspheme the dignity of an immortal. You'll pay with your life. The Earth Immortal looked coldly at Lin Feng. Poison Ancestor said, in this guy's mind, he might really think that he's an immortal and not someone who was created. That's too sad. Evil Sovereign Saint said, yes, the saddest thing in this world is not even knowing who you are. All of you ants deserve to die. Hearing Lin Feng and the other two discussing him, the Earth Immortal flew into a rage. Just as Duzu had said, this Earth Immortal might really think that he was an immortal and not someone who had created him. It was because of this that this Earth Immortal was so arrogant. Boom, a terrifying aura permeated the air. The Earthen Immortal stepped forward in midair. I am the embodiment of eternity. I will become the eternal divine sun, illuminating every corner of the world and expelling the darkness. Evil will have nowhere to hide, the Earth Immortal's deep voice resounded throughout the area. F***ck, don't you have any shame? Have we become evil? After hearing what the earthen immortal was chanting, Lin Feng could not help but feel speechless. Shameless people are invincible in this world. Rumble. A loud rumbling sound reverberated through the world. At this moment, the body of the earthly immortal began to change. His body was emitting boundless immortal light. The immortal light covered the sky and the sun. It surged in all directions. It shone for eternity. Clouds moved in all directions. Billions of lives were destroyed. All of a sudden, the earth immortal's body disappeared. What replaced it was a divine sun. The immortal light also disappeared. The light from the divine sun turned into eternal light. Rumble, the divine sun flew in the sky, crushing the void. Crack. Crack, wherever the divine sun passed. The void split open. Such power was truly shocking to the extreme. The huge divine sun headed straight for Lin Feng and the other two. They felt a sense of oppression that they had never felt before. Transforming into a divine sun should be the earth immortal's ultimate technique. Lin Feng and the other two did not dare to be careless. Activate the 5-dragon wheel with me. Lin Feng shouted. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint did not dare to hesitate. The two of them and Lin Feng activated the 5-dragon wheel together. Powerful magic power surged into the wheel, causing it to fluctuate more and more violently. Roar, a loud dragon roar came from the 5-dragon wheel again. The dance runes seemed to have awakened and kept twisting. The most shocking thing was that a dragon-shaped shadow appeared in the 5-dragon wheel. The dragon-shaped shadow circled outside the 5-dragon wheel and kept moving. The 5-dragon wheel quickly slashed towards the divine sun that was suppressing it. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. The 5-dragon wheel unleashed its might and split the divine sun into 2 halves. This immortal was killed. How is this possible? The divine sun turned into an immortal. However, this immortal had already been split into 2 halves. Then, the immortal disappeared. The array also gradually dissipated. The 5 experts who were hiding in the array all revealed themselves. Now, the 5 experts' faces were pale. They could not believe what had just happened. Such a powerful immortal had actually been slain. Immortal weapon. He has an immortal weapon. Du Gushao cried out in horror. The Taisheng immortal sect had immortal weapons. He had seen immortal weapons before. Therefore, he had some understanding of immortal weapons. He felt the aura of an immortal weapon from the 5-dragon wheel. Run, 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 the 5 experts shouted in horror. The fact that Lin Feng had an immortal weapon was too shocking. They no longer had the courage to fight against Lin Feng. Unless they also had an immortal weapon. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight against Lin Feng. The 5 powerhouses shot off in 5 different directions. They were smart. They knew that if they ran together, they would be killed in one fell swoop. If they ran separately, they might be able to escape. Do you think you can escape? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he activated the immortal weapon. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! The immortal weapon shot out 4 terrifying beams of light at Su Zhongtian, Du Gushao, Wu Guangyuan, and Zhang Zhiyao. The 4's expressions changed drastically. They quickly took out all kinds of defensive magic treasures to block the attacks. However, it was useless. The magic treasures they took out were instantly destroyed by the 5-dragon wheel. Then, the 5-dragon wheel's attacks landed on their bodies. Bang, 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 4 dull sounds of collisions were heard. The 4 experts' bodies exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed on the spot. The immortal weapon was indeed an immortal weapon. It was so powerful that even they could not resist it. Go and take their storage rings, Lin Feng said. Then, he quickly chased after Su Miaoqing. Su Miaoqing's face was as pale as paper when she saw the other 4 experts killed. Lin Feng, are you really going to kill us all? Su Miaoqing asked with a pale face. Lin Feng smiled and said, if I wanted to kill you, do you think you would still be alive? What do you want in order to let me go? Su Miaoqing asked. Let you go? Lin Feng sneered, do you think that's possible? I'm very interested in keeping a peerless beauty like you as my slave. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Miaoqing's expression turned even uglier. She knew very well what would happen to her if she fell into Lin Feng's hands. Naturally, it was impossible for Su Miaqing to become a slave obediently. Who was Su Miaqing? She was a goddess. She was a fairy on the beauty chart. She had countless admirers in the 9 provinces. Her fiancé was one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses in the 9 provinces, Duga Di Tian. Su Miaqing was also from an ancient family. With her noble status, she would become a slave. Su Miaqing didn't even dare to think about it. I'd rather die than become a slave. Su Miaqing gnashed her teeth. Hee, that's not up to you. Lin Feng chuckled and quickly chased after Su Miaqing. After Du Zhu and the heretic dominator saint collected the dead expert's storage rings, the heretic dominator saint quickly rushed over. The evil dominator saint hurriedly said, "Let's hurry up and chase after them, and help master kill that woman." What's there to chase? The young master clearly doesn't want to kill that woman. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to kill that woman either. She's such a beautiful woman. Du Zhu curled his lips and said, "Let's wait for a while and let the young master deal with it himself." The heretic dominator saint nodded after hearing Du Zhu's words. Su Miaqing's speed was far from Lin Feng's. Even though she took out a powerful flying treasure, she still couldn't shake off Lin Feng. Lin Feng was simply too fast, so fast that Su Miaqing felt despair. Lin Feng, everything in this world can be negotiated. Am I right? Su Miaqing said. Lin Feng said, "You're right. Everything in this world can be negotiated." Su Miaqing said, "Then we can negotiate too." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Sure. I won't let you become my slave, but you have to stay by my side for 3 months. During these 3 months, you will become my concubine. In your dreams." Su Miaqing flatly refused. If she became Lin Feng's concubine, how was she going to face others in the future? If Duga Di Tian found out, would Duga Di Tian want Lin Feng's used shoes? Since you don't know what's good for you, then there's nothing to talk about between us. Lin Feng sneered. Su Miaqing bit her lips and continued to control her flying-type magic treasure to fly forward. Soon, Su Miaqing saw a huge abyss. Su Miaqing and the others had seen this abyss when they were looking for a place to set up the array. There were many terrifying ice beasts in this abyss. Su Miaqing flew here to lure Lin Feng into the giant frost beast's lair. When the time came, she would create chaos and deliberately anger those giant ice beasts. When the time came, he would be able to withdraw and leave. It had to be said. Su Miaqing's plan was perfect. Whoosh. Su Miaqing quickly flew towards the abyss. There was a thick layer of ice on both sides of the abyss. And the abyss was very deep. From time to time, fierce cold winds would blow from the bottom of the abyss. It was as if the void was about to be frozen. The cold wind blowing from the abyss was very terrifying. Ordinary God Realm experts would be blown by this cold wind. They might freeze to death here. After flying for more than 10,000 meters, they still hadn't reached the bottom of the abyss. This ice abyss was really deep. They flew down again for another 5,000 meters. Finally, Su Miaqing and Lin Feng reached the bottom of the ice abyss one after another. The bottom of the ice abyss stretched out for dozens of miles. After reaching the bottom, Su Miaqing flew deeper into the abyss. Lin Feng chased after him, unwilling to give up. Su Miaqing, no matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape. You are destined to become my slave. This is an unchangeable fact. Of course, I don't have any violent tendencies, so even if you become my slave, I won't abuse you. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. If you want me to become your slave, wait until your next life. Su Miaqing said coldly. She sped up. Finally, Su Miaqing saw a group of ice beasts. These ice beasts looked very similar to earth dragons. The scales on the surface of their bodies were the same color as the ice. After seeing those ice beasts, Su Miaqing directly threw a few jade talismans at them. Rumble, the jade talismans exploded. The ice beasts were extremely powerful and were not injured at all. But Su Miaqing threw the jade talismans at the ice beasts, which was equivalent to provoking these ice beasts. Therefore, the group of giant ice beasts roared furiously. Then, the ice beasts pounced on Lin Feng and Su Miaqing. The two were immediately separated by the ice beasts. Su Miaqing's face was pale as she dodged the attacks of the ice beasts. But there were too many ice beasts. There were more than 2,000 of them here. All kinds of attacks came one after another. Bang! A giant ice beast slapped Su Miaqing with its claw and sent her flying. Su Miaqing coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then, another ice beast rushed over and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Su Miaqing in one bite. Swoosh! Su Miaqing's pretty face changed abruptly. She quickly moved to the left and narrowly avoided the giant ice beast's attack. But more ice beasts pounced on her, which made Su Miaqing's heart heavy. Su Miaqing gritted her teeth. She took out a jade talisman and activated it. Swish! A divine light gushed out from the jade talisman and wrapped around Su Miaqing. Then the jade talisman cracked. That jade talisman could only be used once. When the ice beasts flew towards Su Miaqing, their bodies exploded the moment they touched the divine light that wrapped around Su Miaqing's body. The power of that divine light was too strong. Many ice beasts quickly retreated, not daring to get close to Su Miaqing. And Su Miaqing rushed to the distance. Those ice beasts gave up on Su Miaqing and pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the Vajra Wolf Fang mace and smashed out again and again. Any ice beast that was hit by the Vajra Wolf Fang mace was smashed to death. The Vajra Wolf Fang mace was a treasure that was suitable for extremely powerful cultivators. It could be used with the most violent power to destroy everything. Those ice beasts were immediately frightened by Lin Feng and quickly retreated, making way for Lin Feng. Lin Feng chased after Su Miaqing as fast as lightning. You can't escape. He sneered and smashed the Vajra Wolf Fang mace at Su Miaqing. With Lin Feng's current strength and the Vajra Wolf Fang mace, even a peak giant Godrealm powerhouse would be smashed to death by him. Bang bang bang, 3 consecutive attacks were launched. The energy that wrapped around Su Miaqing was smashed away by Lin Feng. Su Miaqing's magic power was scattered and her body fell down. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly flew over and grabbed Su Miaqing's waist. Let go of me. Su Miaqing's beautiful face turned pale. What? Are you afraid now? Lin Feng sneered at Su Miaqing. This woman who looked like a goddess on the outside but was actually a scheming woman on the inside had finally fallen into his hands. Do you only know how to bully a little girl like me? What kind of man are you? Su Miaqing snorted. What the hell? How can someone like you be called a little girl? Many men aren't as black-hearted as you. Please don't insult the word little girl, alright? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Su Miaqing gritted her teeth, but she still put on a pitiful expression and said, I was wrong in the past. I can guarantee that I won't cause trouble for you in the future. I can give you endless wealth, and I can even persuade Dugadi Tian not to make an enemy out of you. I'm sure you know what kind of power the Su clan is. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy, right? Lin Feng said indifferently, Su Zhongtian has already died at my hands. The hatred has already been sown. What's the point of saying all this now? Su Miaqing was delighted when she saw that Lin Feng's tone seemed to have softened. She hurriedly said, as long as I deal with them, the Su clan won't make things difficult for you. Don't worry about that. I'm still confident in myself. Lin Feng said indifferently, is that so? But why don't I believe you? I've always wanted to take you as a slave. Since the hatred between the Su clan and me has already been sown, I have nothing to worry about. When Lin Feng finished talking, he raised his right hand. Purification power swirled around Lin Feng's fingertip. Su Miaqing was very knowledgeable, so she immediately recognized the purification power. Her pretty face couldn't help but turn ugly. Lin Feng tapped Su Miaqing's forehead lightly, and the purification power entered her mind. It then quickly flew towards Su Miaqing's soul. When Lin Feng found Su Miaqing's soul, he frowned. This was because Su Miaqing's soul was hidden in a small golden bell. This small golden bell was Su Miaqing's natal magic treasure. Su Miaqing had placed it in her mind to protect her soul. This was what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng placed his natal treasure, the primal chaos ancient lamp, in his mind. Its purpose was to protect one's soul. If one's physical body died, one could even possess another body and be reborn. However, if one's soul died, death's soul would be beyond redemption. The purification power that surged into Su Miaqing's mind was blocked by the small golden bell. Su Miaqing's natal treasure was very special, but it was Su Miaqing's soul. You're not bad. Lin Feng glanced at Su Miaqing indifferently. Su Miaqing said, I have this little golden bell protecting my soul. You won't be able to refine me. Why don't we talk about the terms of our reconciliation? Lin Feng said. Do you really think I can't break your golden spiritual bell? You are gravely mistaken. Of course, I have a way to break your golden spiritual bell. However, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I won't waste any more time. As for you? I will first suppress you for a period of time. Once I have the time, I will break your golden spiritual bell and convert you into my slave. Lin Feng took out the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Then, he threw Su Miaqing into the cauldrons to suppress her. Lin Feng, you can't do this to me. Lin Feng, we can talk about conditions. You can name any conditions you want. Su Miaqing shouted. Lin Feng said indifferently. I'm not interested in talking about conditions with you. Lin Feng then kept the cauldrons in his mountain river ring. Lin Feng did not stay any longer and flew upward. He flew for more than 1,000 meters. Lin Feng saw that there was a huge crack on the ice wall. Inside the crack, there was an astonishing fluctuation that was being emitted. Lin Feng was shocked. He looked inside the crack. His expression changed slightly. There was a man sitting cross-legged inside the crack. The man had a tall and sturdy body, like a god of war. He did not deliberately release his aura. That kind of chi came out naturally, but even if it was just a natural chi, Lin Feng still felt a chill run down his spine. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this cultivator's cultivation was. He doesn't look like a living person. The demon lord said. Could it be a corpse? Lin Feng muttered. He carefully flew toward the crack. However, when Lin Feng approached the crack, a terrifying pressure enveloped his body. Crack, crack, that oppressive strength was too strong. Lin Feng's physical body started cracking. He was astonished. Lin Feng tried to release his epic aura to dissolve the pressure, but it was useless. The epic aura was dispersed by the pressure emitted from the man's body. Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. How powerful was this mysterious man's cultivation to be able to release such a terrifying pressure? Senior, this junior did not mean to offend you. Please forgive this junior's rash behavior. Lin Feng hurriedly said. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the terrifying pressure on him dissipated. Thank you, senior. Lin Feng thanked the man and quickly left. Demon Lord, is that really a corpse? Said Lin Feng. His heart was pounding. How powerful was that mysterious man? It was hard to imagine. The demon lord said, I can't be sure whether it's a corpse or not. It's too strange. Lin Feng put away the fear in his heart and said, there are always some unknown and terrifying existences in this world. He didn't stop and quickly left the huge glacial abyss. Then, he met up with Du Zhu and the evil dominator wholly outside. The poison ancestor grinned and said, did that woman run away? Lin Feng said, no, she's been sealed in the 4 vicious cauldrons. Du Zhu said, young master, are you trying to keep a mistress in a golden house? Keep a mistress my ass. At most, she's just a slave. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the Snow Tribe. I wonder how they are doing. Lin Feng said. If not for the Snow Tribe's crisis, Lin Feng would not have been in the mood. Otherwise, he would not have minded taking his relationship with Su Miaqing a step further. Du Zhu and the evil dominator wholly nodded and quickly flew to the depths of the Arctic tundra with Lin Feng. Half a month later, Snow City finally appeared in Lin Feng's sight. We're here. Lin Feng said. The Snow Tribe has many beauties. I wonder how many of them are your old lovers, young master? That's why you're in such a hurry to come here. The poison ancestor asked with a grin. Of course, Du Zhu was a scoundrel. However, Du Zhu's guess was not completely wrong. Lin Feng said calmly, I do have one close female friend. Just one person? Du Zhu laughed mischievously. Lin Feng said, of course. At least for now. Ha 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 ha, it seems like there's a new target. Du Zhu grinned. How about you introduce me to a few? Lin Feng laughed. Don't even think about it. If you have any bad ideas, don't think about those big sisters of the Snow Clan. Du Zhu said. I'm just kidding. The three of them continued flying forward. When they got close to the Snow Clan, Lin Feng saw that the Snow Clan's restrictions had been fully activated. Outside the Snow Clan's territory, there were many cultivator armies. These cultivator armies were probably from the Ice Clan. The Snow Clan has been surrounded. The ground in front of the city is blood-red. It seems like there have been many fierce battles here. Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded. Fortunately, the Snow Clan's territory has not been breached yet. Are we going to barge in now? Du Zhu asked. That's right. Let's barge in. Lin Feng said. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew toward the depths of the Snow Clan. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the place where the Ice Clan's cultivators were stationed. Someone is trespassing. Kill them. The Ice Clan's cultivator army immediately shouted when Lin Feng and the other two were discovered. Kill them. A dense army of cultivators appeared. They waved their spears and swept them toward Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Sage. The cultivator army attacked together, gathering their essence, qi, and spirit. The combat power that erupted from them was incomparably terrifying. After all, ants could bite an elephant to death if there were too many of them. In the face of the overwhelming attacks, Lin Feng did not fight them head-on. Instead, he took out the purple gold heavenly ball. This pseudo-emperor-level magic treasure protected Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Saint as they quickly flew towards the depths. Bang 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 bang, all kinds of attacks came at him. These attacks bombarded the defensive light shield formed by the purple gold heavenly ball. Sounds of violent collisions could be heard. Fortunately, the purple gold heavenly sphere's defensive power was strong enough to block the cultivator army's attacks. Soon, Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the bottom of the city wall. Open the restriction and let us in. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Who are you? One of the cultivators guarding the city asked. Master, it's Master. In the distance, a ferocious beast roared excitedly. The other three ferocious beasts also quickly flew over. These four ferocious beasts were the dark subduing devil beast, the single-horned fierce god tiger, the silverback crimson armored beast, and the flaming three-tailed demonic wolf. They were previously subdued by Lin Feng. When Lin Feng left Snow City, he left the four ferocious beast overlords behind to guard the city. The four ferocious beast overlords were powerful and were entrusted with important positions in Snow City. That young master is the master of the four ferocious beasts? Many people were shocked beyond words. The four ferocious beast overlords were high and mighty figures in the eyes of many people. Such powerful figures were actually the servants of someone else? What are you waiting for? Open the restriction. The four ferocious beast overlords roared at the same time. The spirit formation masters guarding the city wall quickly opened the restriction and let Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Saint into the city. Greetings, Master. The four ferocious beast overlords all bowed to Lin Feng. They could have transformed into human form long ago, but they had never done so. Many ferocious beasts still preferred to maintain the appearance of their own race even after they had cultivated their cultivation. It was as if we wanted humans to live as leopards, tigers, or lions. Were they not used to it? Not only were they not used to it, but they would also resist it. The ferocious beasts were the same. You may rise. Lin Feng waved his hand. Bring me to see Shuizime, Shuizihua, and the others. Lin Feng said. Yes, Master, please follow us. The four ferocious beast overlords hurriedly said and led the way. After the group of people left, many people started talking about Lin Feng. Who was he? Along the way, Lin Feng learned about many things that had happened in recent years. The Snow Clan had gradually recovered under the leadership of Shuizihua and the others. The Snow Clan had also recruited many experts and formed their own cultivator army. Originally, the Ice Clan did not dare to provoke the Snow Clan. However, just as the Snow Clan's revival was in sight, two things happened. The first was the betrayal of the Snow Clan's Grand Elder, Shui Qianwu. Xue Qianwu was the sister of the previous clan leader. Xue Qianwu originally thought that after her sister died, she would inherit the position of clan leader. However, Xue Qianwu did not expect that the position of clan leader would be inherited by Xue Zihua. At that time, Xue Zihua was still very young and was only the adopted daughter of her sister. Xue Qianwu was naturally not convinced. Lin Feng had interacted with Xue Qianwu a few times before and knew that this woman was very ambitious. This betrayal of the Snow Clan was probably because the Snow Clan was getting stronger day by day, so Xue Qianwu could not see any hope of replacing Xue Zihua. Therefore, Xue Qianwu led a portion of the Snow Clan and a portion of the Cultivator army to betray the Snow Clan. Then, she cooperated with the Ice Clan to deal with Xue Zihua, Xue Zimei, and the others. The second thing was that a mysterious force had appeared to secretly help the Ice Clan. Moreover, the large cultivator army outside was mostly transferred by that mysterious force. As for why that mysterious force attacked the Snow Clan, no one knew. The news of Lin Feng's arrival had already been reported to Xue Zihua, Xue Zimei, and the others. When Lin Feng arrived at the Snow Clan, Lin Feng saw Xue Zihua, Xue Zimei, Xue Xilan, Xue Zizhu, Xue Ziju, Xue Xiling, Xue Zixin, Xue Xian, Xue Fei, and the others all came out to welcome him. After seeing Lin Feng, they were all very happy. Even Xue Zihua could not help but feel relieved. During this period of time, she had been worried sick about the Snow Clan's future. Now that Lin Feng had arrived, she felt very relieved. For some reason, she felt a trace of relief. This was a very strange feeling. It seemed that as long as Lin Feng was here, no matter what happened, she did not need to worry. As long as Lin Feng was here, no matter what happened, it could be solved. It's good to see that everyone is fine. Later, let's talk about the various dangers that the Snow Clan encountered, Lin Feng said. The others quickly nodded and then entered the Snow Clan's territory. At the same time, sitting in the hall were the Snow Clan's Grand Elder Xue Qianwu, the Ice Clan's Grand Elder Bing Yulong, and 5 or 6 higher-ups of the Ice Clan, including the Ice Clan's patriarch, Bing Jingtian. However, Bing Jingtian was just a puppet of the Ice Clan. The true leader of the Ice Clan was the Grand Elder. In addition to these people, there was also a mysterious cultivator shrouded in a black robe. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, the mysterious cultivator's body was emanating waves of chilling aura. That aura made everyone present feel a sense of trepidation. And this mysterious cultivator was the backer of the Ice Clan. However, even the Ice Clan's Grand Elder didn't know who this mysterious cultivator was. The only thing he knew was that he had to obey this mysterious cultivator's orders. Xue Qianwu, tell me about the Devil Pagoda, the black-robed cultivator suddenly said. Xue Qianwu was slightly stunned. The Devil Pagoda was the Snow Clan's secret. It had been suppressed by the Snow Clan for many years. Now, the Snow Clan's mission was to protect the suppressed Devil Pagoda. They even asked Lin Feng to help strengthen the seal of the Devil Pagoda. Very few people knew about the secret of the Snow Clan's Devil Pagoda. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. It was quite normal for the news to spread. Xue Qianwu's heart couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that this black-robed cultivator's goal was the Devil Pagoda? Xue Qianwu said, the Devil Pagoda is currently sealed. There's basically no special movement. Usually, the Devil Pagoda is guarded by 2 clan elders. People like us rarely have the chance to come into contact with the Devil Pagoda. Unless there's a change in the Devil Pagoda or when the seal needs to be strengthened, we can only enter the space where the Devil Pagoda is located. How many guardians are there now? The black-robed cultivator asked. 2. Xue Qianwu answered honestly. The 2 guardians had been guarding the Devil Pagoda since Xue Qianwu could remember. They had never left. Xue Qianwu heard from the older generation cultivators. No one knew when the 2 guardians started guarding the Devil Pagoda. Now that she heard the black-robed cultivator talking about the Devil Pagoda, Xue Qianwu immediately felt that the 2 guardians might have a great background. These 2 people really have lived for a long time. The black-robed cultivator narrowed his eyes, which flickered with a sinister expression from time to time. My lord, when will we launch the final attack on Snow City? The great elder of the Ice Clan asked. There's no rush. There was no rush. He still had to wait for a few more people to arrive. Once you make a move, you must kill him in one blow. The black-robed cultivator said. The people from the ice race were very confused. Judging from the number of cultivators they had, it wouldn't be difficult for them to take down Snow City. Why was the black-robed cultivator still waiting? Only Xue Qianwu could vaguely guess the reason. After the meeting was over, the black-robed cultivator summoned the ice race's grand elder. Xue Qianwu, keep an eye on this woman. When the city is breached, capture this woman. At that time, this woman and the rest of the ice tribe will become sacrifices. I will use their blood as a sacrifice to the demon tower. The black-robed cultivator said sinisterly. The Ice Clan's great elder shuddered and asked cautiously, Master, what's the origin of the Snow Clan's demon tower? Humph. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Otherwise, you'll bring death upon yourself. The black-robed cultivator said coldly. Yes, this subordinate will remember. The ice race's grand elder said hurriedly, his face pale from fright. Snow Clan's meeting room. Xue Zihua told Lin Feng in detail about many things that had happened during this period. Lin Feng frowned slightly and couldn't help but ponder. Regardless of whether it was the ice race or the Snow Clan, they weren't particularly powerful forces in the 9 states. Without the support of that mysterious force, even with Xue Qianwu's help, the ice race wouldn't be a threat to the Snow Clan. Clearly, the fuse that triggered the Snow Clan's crisis wasn't the alliance between the ice race and Xue Qianwu. It was the mysterious force that had suddenly appeared. The fact that this force was able to mobilize a large number of cultivator armies meant that this force was very powerful. What was such a powerful force scheming? Moreover, there were so many cultivators in the army, but they hadn't launched an all-out attack on Snow City. The previous attacks were all probing attacks. There was no need for that at all. Unless, the mysterious force behind the ice race was waiting for an opportunity. That was why they hadn't attacked the city. The Snow Clan wasn't that powerful and didn't have any powerful treasures. Why would the mysterious force target the Snow Clan? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Lin Feng thought of the mysterious demonic tower that was sealed in the Snow Clan. Could it be, the mysterious force's target wasn't the Snow Clan, but the demonic tower? However, given the strength of that force, if they wanted to get the demonic tower, there was no need to delay until now. There was only one reason why they could delay until now, and that was because there was someone in the Snow Clan that they were afraid of. The other party's top experts hadn't arrived yet, so they didn't dare to make a move. Lin Feng had to admit that he had a rough idea of the entire situation. The 2 old men guarding the tower, the figures of the 2 old men appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Back then, he had gone with Xue Zimei, Xue Zihua, and the others to strengthen the demonic tower's seal. Lin Feng could still clearly remember seeing the 2 old men guarding the tower. At that time, the 2 old men gave Lin Feng an unfathomable feeling. If the Snow Clan had any experts, it would probably be those 2 old men. Lin Feng said. I'm planning to pay a visit to the 2 old men. Would that be convenient? Xue Zihua said. The 2 seniors don't usually see guests, but I can ask them for you. As soon as Xue Zihua finished speaking, an old voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Young friend, come over. When that voice spread in the air, Lin Feng was stupefied. The old man guarding the tower knew that he had been talking with Xue Zihua and the others in the meeting hall. How resourceful. Lin Feng said. Sister Zihua, there's no need for you to ask. The 2 seniors are calling for me. Xue Zihua and the others were surprised, then nodded. Lin Feng didn't ask them to come with him, so Xue Zihua and the others didn't go with him. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the core of the Snow Clan, outside the courtyard of the demon-suppressing tower. There was a passage leading underground, and deep underground was the mysterious space of the demon-suppressing tower. Young friend, let's talk inside. An old voice came from the tunnel. All right. Lin Feng nodded and walked into the tunnel. After walking for a long time, Lin Feng arrived at the end of the tunnel. The tunnel was connected to the underground space of the demon tower. He entered the underground space and once again saw the demonic pagoda that was suppressed here. The demonic pagoda was chained by 9 thick chains. It was very quiet now, and there were no strange movements. Two old men were sitting cross-legged in front of the demon tower. Lin Feng bowed to the two old men and said, Junior Lin Feng greets the two elders. It's been almost 10 years since we last met. I didn't expect you to have grown so much. You're really admirable. The old man in green clothes said. Lin Feng said modestly. Senior, you're too kind. I'm ashamed. Another gray-robed old man said, Little friend, you're too kind. With your current cultivation and some of your hidden techniques, I'm afraid there aren't many cultivators in the 9 provinces who can stop you. Thought Lin Feng. As expected, those two people weren't simple. They could see through his secrets in one glance. Lin Feng said, Seniors, you must have heard about the crisis the Snow Clan is facing. I think that their goal is not the Snow Clan, but the Demon Tower. The old man in green clothes said, That's right. They're here for the Demon Tower, but we can't leave. So, we asked you to come because we have a presumptuous request. What is it, Senior? Lin Feng said. The gray-robed old man said, Those people want to release the demonic pagoda, but they need something to do so. Otherwise, it's impossible to release the demonic pagoda. Oh? What do they need? Lin Feng asked curiously. The blood of the Snow Clan. The old man in gray clothes said. That's... Lin Feng frowned. If that was the case, the Snow Clan would be in great danger. Said the old man in cyan clothes. Back then, the Snow Clan was extremely strong and had a great emperor. When the great emperor was old, the Demon Tower appeared and caused chaos. The great emperor of the Snow Clan sacrificed his life to cut the Demon Tower into 2 parts. The other part escaped and the remaining part has been suppressed. The Demon Tower has been cursed and said that people of the Snow Clan would use their blood to make it free. Now, a gigantic hand has appeared and it seems like it wants to release the Demon Tower. However, if it wants to release the Demon Tower, it needs a huge amount of blood as a sacrifice. The Snow Clan will face the danger of being exterminated. We want you to help us escort the members of the Snow Clan to the ancestral land of the Snow Clan. As long as we can get to the ancestral land of the Snow Clan, those people won't be able to do anything to the Snow Clan. That curse is really vicious. Alright, I'll escort the Shui clan to their ancestral land, said Lin Feng. Thank you very much, young friend. This is the map to the Snow Clan's ancestral land. Take it, young friend. Said the old man in cyan clothes, handing a jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the jade tube and said, Since it's that way, there's no time to lose. I'll take my leave. Alright. The two old men nodded. As Lin Feng was about to leave, a voice came from the Demon Tower. Young man, we haven't seen each other for many years. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't we sit down and talk? Asterisk hoo 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 hoo, asterisk as the voice came out of the Demon Tower, black fog poured out of it. The black mist began to surge violently. It seemed to blot out the sun. Even the exit was sealed. Back then, when Lin Feng had helped to seal the Demon Tower, the spirit of the Demon Tower had appeared once. At that time it had created an illusion and wanted to make Lin Feng lose himself in the illusion. Then, it would control Lin Feng's body, but at that time, the spirit of the Demon Tower hadn't fully recovered. Thus, the power it could display was limited. Lin Feng wasn't fooled by the Demon Tower spirit. However, things were different now. Lin Feng could clearly sense how terrifying the Demon Tower spirit was. It was clear that the Demon Tower spirit had recovered its terrifying strength. I never thought that the seal I'd been strengthening for 10 years would not only fail to suppress you, but it would also allow you to recover even more strength. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. I've been accumulating strength for so many years, and now I want to escape. Nobody can stop me. Little boy, why don't you join hands with the Snow Clan? Why don't you join hands with me and kill those 2 old bastards? As long as we kill them, no one can stop me from escaping. I think you should know a little about my origins. I'm a supreme demonic weapon created by the Demon Lord. Back then, the Demon Lord was an existence that surpassed the great emperors. He had collected an unimaginable amount of wealth, powerful abilities, magic treasures, and so on. As long as you cooperate with me, all these wealth, magic treasures, abilities, and everything else will be yours. The Demon Tower Spirit said. One had to admit that the Demon Tower Spirit's suggestion was too tempting. It would be difficult for anyone to refuse it. The expressions of the two old men guarding the tower also became slightly solemn. They were also worried that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to refuse such tempting conditions and cooperate with the Demon Tower Spirit. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Demon Lord? Which Demon Lord are you talking about? The Demon Tower Spirit sneered. What? Are you trying to get information out of me? I'm just asking you about the Demon Lord's identity, yet you're not willing to answer. You're so insincere. If I cooperate with you, won't I be tricked to death? Lin Feng sneered. That's an existence that can't be mentioned. If it weren't for some reason. Do you think I would cooperate with you? The Demon Tower Spirit said. Some reason? What reason? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He had a feeling that the Demon Tower Spirit was implying something. It seemed to be hinting at something. However, the Demon Tower Spirit kept him in suspense. It refused to say anything. Lin Feng had the feeling that the reason behind all of this was not simple at all. Lin Feng said indifferently. If you don't want to say, then forget it. I don't really want to know. Seniors, help me stop this guy. I'll go send the Snow Clan members back to their ancestral land. As soon as he said that, Lin Feng rushed toward the exit. You think you can escape? The Demon Tower Spirit sneered. A man shrouded in darkness walked out from the churning devil energy at the exit. The man directly sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. You want to stop me with a mere illusory body? Aren't you being a little too naive? Lin Feng said indifferently. He threw a punch at the man who walked out of the black fog. Bang, the attacks of the two sides collided, and a dull sound of collision was heard. Thump, 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 Lin Feng was forced to retreat. The man who walked out of the black fog was in a much worse state than Lin Feng. He was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. An even more powerful black fog surged out, and a strange energy escaped from the black fog. The strange energy surged into the man's body, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. The two old men's expressions turned gloomy when they saw this. They hurriedly activated their 9 thick Emperor runes to suppress the Devil Pagoda. The 9 Emperor runes were like 9 giant dragons, swaying violently in the air. Powerful Emperor's aura emanated from the runes and surged into the Devil Pagoda, suppressing it. Finally, the black fog stopped surging out of the Devil Pagoda. Demon exterminates gods. The man shouted coldly and attacked Lin Feng with an extremely powerful divine ability. Demon exterminates gods. Who can compete with it? An ancient devil condensed and pounced at Lin Feng. How powerful. It actually has its own consciousness and knows how to use divine abilities. What kind of existence is this? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. The existence before him didn't seem to be formed by a divine ability. The Devil Pagoda's spirit's technique was too strange. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. He didn't know what kind of strange method the spirit of the Devil Tower had used to condense a man formed from devil chi with his own consciousness. Facing the Demon Exterminates God's attack, Lin Feng directly used the divine ability, Stoneman Gazing Sea of Clouds. This divine ability was exceptionally powerful. When it collided with the man's Demon Exterminates God's attack, the man's divine ability shattered. Then, the attack landed on the man's body. Bang, a violent explosion was heard. The man's body, which was formed by devil chi, exploded. But before Lin Feng could let out a sigh of relief, a voice rang out. Something terrifying happened again. After the man's body exploded, it quickly reassembled. Damn, what's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The Demon Pagoda's gloomy voice rang out, Brat, stop your pointless struggle. No matter how great your methods are, you won't be able to leave this place. Right now, you must be filled with doubts as to whether there is some sort of relationship between you and me, right? To tell you the truth, there is some fate between you and me, so I don't want to kill you. If you cooperate with me, I can tell you a lot of things, including the Devil Lord. I can also tell you, and solve all the doubts in your heart. What fate do you have with me? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The demon pagoda's spirit said, I can't tell you this yet. When I get out, you'll be able to know everything you want to know. The demon pagoda's spirit was constantly tempting Lin Feng, wanting to make Lin Feng cooperate with it. In fact, Lin Feng believed some of the demon pagoda's words. For example, there might be some inexplicable connection between him and the demon pagoda's spirit. But so what if there was a connection? Lin Feng definitely wouldn't cooperate with the demon pagoda's spirit. Once it got out, it would probably cause great suffering. Moreover, if the demon pagoda's spirit wanted to get out, it would need the blood of the Snow Clan. How could Lin Feng just stand by and watch the Snow Clan's people get killed? Boom. He took the initiative to attack the man formed by Devil Chi. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die here. Kill him, the demon pagoda's cold voice rang out. The man formed by Devil Chi didn't dare to hesitate after receiving the demon pagoda's order. He immediately launched the most violent attack on Lin Feng. Devil Kingdom in the palm. A Devil Kingdom appeared in the man's right hand. The Devil Kingdom quickly expanded and enveloped Lin Feng, instantly swallowing Lin Feng. Lin Feng was sealed in the Devil Kingdom in the palm. The man coldly shouted, Explode! Bang! 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 The Devil Kingdom in the palm exploded. Waves of destructive power surged out. The man clearly wanted to kill Lin Feng in the Devil Kingdom in the palm. Whoosh, but at that moment, Lin Feng rushed out of the Devil Kingdom in the palm. Lin Feng's body was protected by the purple gold globe, so he didn't suffer any damage from the Devil Kingdom in the palm. After rushing out, Lin Feng sent a palm strike toward the man. His palm was surrounded by the power of karma. This was the supreme Tao of Buddhism, capable of suppressing ghosts and demons. Lin Feng's divine ability was perfectly capable of suppressing the man formed by Devil Chi. Bang, the punch landed on the man's body. The power of karma surged into his body. Ah! The man let out a shrill cry. His body exploded again under the effect of the power of karma. His body failed to reconstruct itself. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He had finally gotten rid of this strange existence. He didn't stop and quickly rushed out. The spirit of the Devil Pagoda bellowed, Kid, going against me won't end well. You are currently on the wrong path. In the end, you will die a miserable death. Lin Feng sneered. Let's see who will die a miserable death then. Young friend, we'll leave the Snow Clan to you. The two old men said. Don't worry, I'll do my best. After saying that, Lin Feng rushed out. Soon, Lin Feng returned to the surface and saw Shuizihua, Shuizimei, and the others. Did you see the two seniors? Shuizihua asked. Lin Feng nodded. I saw them, but there's something urgent I must do. What is it? Shuizihua asked. According to the two seniors, we must move the Snow Clan members to the ancestral land, Lin Feng said. Move them to the ancestral land? Are we giving up on Snow City? Shuizihua's expression flickered. Many of the Snow Clan's members were related to the Snow Clan, and some of them even married into the Snow Clan. There were also many cultivators who had joined the Snow Clan. If they gave up on Snow City, they might all die here. Shuizihua didn't want to go that far. Lin Feng said. We're not giving up on Snow City. The people hiding in the dark want to use the Snow Clan's blood to build the Demon Pagoda, then release it. If you leave now, it won't be easy for them to do so. Once you reach the ancestral land, I'll return to Snow City and fight alongside the cultivators. I won't let so many innocent people die. When they heard Lin Feng's words, the Snow Clan's members were shocked. Shuizihua, Shuizimei, Shuizailan, Shuiziju, Shuiziju, Shuizailing, Shuizixin, Shuixian, Shuifei, and the others felt their hearts soften. They all had the same feeling. It was great to have Lin Feng by their side. They finally had someone they could rely on. There weren't many people in the Snow Clan. There were men and women, young and old. Altogether, there were only 30,000 people. Lin Feng told Shuizihua and the others to gather the members of the Snow Clan and get on the Xianyuan ship. Lin Feng rarely put people into his mountain river ring. First, it was because the ring was a small world of its own. This was Lin Feng's secret. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Second, the mountain river ring itself was a broken small world. It contained a terrifying space-time power. The internal space of the mountain river ring was not stable. If the cultivators were to run around in the mountain river ring, it was very likely that they would die very miserably. Third, Lin Feng kept all his treasures in the mountain river ring. Naturally, he couldn't put people inside casually. Fourth, if there was a big battle, the mountain river ring would be damaged. The space inside the mountain river ring wasn't stable. If it was damaged, the inside of the mountain river ring would collapse. A terrifying destructive force would erupt. At that time, many people would die in the mountain river ring. Therefore, Lin Feng wouldn't put people in the mountain river ring. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit were in the mountain river ring. Lin Feng wasn't worried. They were powerful and wouldn't be in danger. When he put little Meng Meng in the mountain river ring, Lin Feng was very worried about her safety. He especially told Bibi and Dragon Rabbit to take good care of her. Now, the Snow Clan had boarded Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient ship. His Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was very powerful and had an amazing defensive power. Moreover, its attack power was very strong. Therefore, it was safer to leave on the ancient ship. Of course, not everyone in the Snow Clan left. Some people had to stay behind to take care of the city. More than 10 elders of the Snow Clan chose to stay and lead the cultivator army of Snow City to resist the attack of the Ice Clan. Rumble, the ancient starship Xianyuan soared into the sky and quickly flew outside. When the Ice Race's cultivator army that surrounded Snow City, most of them were cultivator armies dispatched by the black-robed men, but in order to hide their identities, they were all incorporated into the Ice Race's cultivator army, discovered that the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was about to leave and immediately began to attack it. Boom boom boom, overwhelming attacks bombarded the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. However, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was powerful enough. Therefore, the defensive restrictions created by the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship could not be broken by the cultivator army. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan successfully broke through the encirclement of the army and quickly flew in the direction of the Snow Clan's ancestral land. The ancestral land of a force was often the last secret of the force. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the ancestral land would not be easily opened. Once the ancestral land was exposed and found, this force might really disappear from the world. The ancient starship Xianyuan jumped through the void. He quickly headed towards the ancestral land of the Snow Clan. 3 days later, a terrifying demonic light tore through the void. The demonic light ruthlessly bombarded the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. Bang! Along with the dull sound of the collision, there was a loud sound. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was blasted out of the parallel space by the demonic light. You can't escape. A cold voice rang out. The surrounding black fog rolled and covered the sky. The one who spoke was a black-robed man. The black-robed man held a pitch-black demonic pagoda in his hand. Lin Feng's eyes twitched when he saw the demonic pagoda. The demonic pagoda's shape and runes were exactly the same as the demonic pagoda suppressed by Snow City. Clearly, the demonic pagoda in the black-robed man's hand was an imitation of the mysterious demonic pagoda. However, even though it was just a replica, it was still extremely terrifying. It emitted a heart-palpitating fluctuation. Waves of destructive power surged out, distorting the void around the demonic pagoda. The Snow Clan members became worried when the Xianyuan ancient starship Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was intercepted. Shuizihua, Shuizimei, and the others hurriedly tried to calm them down. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. Are you the one who wants to release the demonic pagoda? Lin Feng glanced at the black-robed cultivator indifferently. This person was clearly an expert of the demonic path. There were many branches of the demonic path in the 9 provinces. There were many powerful factions, and some of them were more high-profile and famous. However, there were also many demonic factions that kept a low profile, but they were even more powerful. Many demonic factions liked to make a fortune in silence. The black-robed cultivator glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Who are you? How dare you interfere with the Snow Clan's affairs? Who gave you the guts? Don't you know that you're courting death? I'll give you a chance to hand over the Snow Clan members and scram as far as you can. You might still be able to keep your life." Otherwise, you'll die without a grave. Do you believe me? The black-robed cultivator was extremely arrogant and didn't place Lin Feng's group in his eyes at all. Who do you think you are? How dare you make such a big fuss in front of this young master? Lin Feng crossed his hands behind his back. The black-robed cultivator was arrogant, but he was even more arrogant. I'll give you a chance as well. Kneel on the ground and repent for your ignorance and stupidity, and I'll spare your life. The black-robed cultivator sneered after hearing Lin Feng's words. Someone actually dares to say such things to me? Perhaps it's been too long, and no one knows the name of the 5 devils of Songming Mountain anymore. The black-robed cultivator said sinisterly. The 5 devils of Songming Mountain? I've never heard of them. Lin Feng couldn't help but pout. The black-robed cultivator said, in the vast and boundless devil realm, Dark Abyss Mountain is extremely famous. During the chaotic ancient era, the devil realm's passageway opened wide and a large number of devil realm cultivators poured into the myriad worlds, causing a reign of terror. The ancient chaos era? A great era that ended 30 million years ago. Are you from the ancient chaos era? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. If he was really from the ancient chaos era, then he'd lived for too long. This guy seemed to be from the devil race. The devil race had a much longer lifespan than humans. If he was from the devil race, it wasn't impossible for him to have lived for so long. The black-robed cultivator said proudly, What? Are you afraid now that you know who I am? Afraid my ass. This is the late antiquity era, not the ancient chaos era. It's no longer your era. Why aren't you hiding in a corner and struggling at death's door? You're courting death. Lin Feng said disdainfully. The black-robed cultivator's expression turned gloomy. After being humiliated by Lin Feng again and again, he wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, he didn't act rashly. The long period of being sealed had caused his cultivation to drop drastically. He was still waiting for the other 4 devils to arrive. He's blocking our way, yet he's still shooting his mouth off. This guy is clearly stalling for time. Du Zhu said in a solemn voice. Lin Feng also noticed this and nodded. Then, he waved his right hand and shouted, Fire! Rumble! The giant spirit stone cannonballs stretched out and aimed at the black-robed cultivator. Boom! 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 The giant spirit stone cannonballs shot out one after another. These giant spirit stone cannonballs were so powerful that they locked onto the black-robed cultivator. Petty tricks! The black-robed cultivator sneered and urged the imitation devil pagoda. Swish! 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 The replica devil pagoda swept out one devil light after another, and those devil light bombarded the giant spirit stone cannonball. All the giant spirit stone cannonballs exploded, but they couldn't hurt this person at all. The black-robed cultivator couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. However, just as this smug expression appeared, he suddenly felt a shadow rushing towards him. He saw the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship ramming towards him at lightning speed. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was so huge that it was like a moving mountain in the air. The impact was simply unimaginably terrifying. The black-robed cultivator wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! Along with a dull collision sound, the black-robed cultivator's body was sent flying by the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Wah! The black-robed cultivator felt as if he had been struck by lightning and couldn't help but vomit blood. Kill him! Lin Feng shouted. The 9 demons picture flew out and rushed towards the black-robed cultivator. Du Zhu and Heretic Sovereign Sage didn't bring out their treasures. Instead, they urged the 9 demons picture together with Lin Feng to attack the black-robed cultivator. Boom boom boom. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's giant spirit stone cannonballs also shot out a dense number of spirit stone cannonballs. They bombarded the black-robed cultivator. At the same time, the Emperor runes of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship awakened. The Emperor rune swept towards the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator looked aghast. He hadn't expected such an unforeseen event. Facing all kinds of attacks, he hurriedly urged the devil imitation tower in his hand to resist all kinds of attacks. However, although that demonic pagoda was powerful, it was only a replica. This replica couldn't completely withstand all kinds of attacks. The black-robed cultivator was sent flying. Bang, one of his arms exploded. My arm. Little bastard, you deserve to die. The black-robed cultivator roared furiously, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Although his mouth was very arrogant. However, the black-robed cultivator no longer dared to fight Lin Feng and the others head-on. He hurriedly retreated, trying to distance himself from Lin Feng and the others. Leave your life. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The 9 demons diagram, the giant spirit stone cannon, and the emperor runes continued to bombard the black-robed cultivator. At that very moment, the black-robed cultivator was already wounded. Thus, it became even more difficult for him to block the attack. After 3 consecutive waves of attacks, the black-robed cultivator's demonic pagoda was blasted away. His injuries were even more serious than before. Lin Feng and the others wanted to unleash their might and kill the black-robed cultivator. However, they didn't expect that at this moment, several cold shouts would resound. Courting death. Following those cold shouts, Yi Zichen's voice fell. Immediately after, the void split open. 4 cultivators stepped forward. All 4 of them were also wearing black robes. Their auras were cold and terrifying. Their auras were much more terrifying than the first black-robed cultivator. They all stretched out their hands. A thick beam of demonic light shot out from each of their palms. The thick beams of demonic light pierced through the void, their power unbelievably strong. The 9 demons diagram was blasted away, and the spirit stone cannon was destroyed one after another. The emperor runes that the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship swept out were also scattered. Even the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was blasted thousands of meters away. If not for the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's powerful defensive restrictions, the attacks of these 4 black-robed cultivators would have caused unimaginable damage to the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The other 4 demons of Blue Underworld Mountain. Lin Feng frowned slightly. These 4 people were stronger. Naturally, it would be more difficult to deal with them. Even Lin Feng felt that it was extremely troublesome. 5th brother, are you all right? The other 4 looked at the black-robed cultivator with the severed arm. I'm fine. The black-robed cultivator with the severed arm said. Then, his severed arm regrew. It instantly recovered to its original state. Damn, that works too? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. However, the methods of these demon cultivators were very strange. Therefore, it wasn't unacceptable to see this black-robed cultivator regrow his severed arm. Kid, you're quite capable. You can actually injure the 5 emperors. We don't kill nameless people. Who are you? Tell us your name, said a strong cultivator coldly looking at Lin Feng. Dragon Sect Master. Lin Feng. So you're the Dragon Sect Master of the Sea region. What does the Snow Clans matter have to do with you? The second black-robed cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng. It involves a lot of things. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The third person narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but sneer. Seems like you're quite the sentimental one. What? Does the Snow Clan have your woman? It had to be said that these guys were quite intelligent. They could guess many things at once. Lin Feng glanced indifferently at the 5 demons of Blue Underworld Mountain. He didn't answer the third person's question. Instead, he asked, what are your names? Song Wu Xian. Song Wu Zhen. Song Wu Zong. Song Wu Jiao. Song Wu Zong. The 5 of them said one after another. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. You haven't made a move for so long. Why did you choose to make a move now? If I'm not wrong, the strength of the 5 of you is already greatly weakened. You didn't make a move when you're strong, but when you're relatively weak. It's really puzzling. The one who had been injured earlier was called Song Wu Zong. He sneered and said, that's because we've been trapped in the Forbidden God world for so long. If we hadn't been trapped there, how could our cultivation have declined? Lin Feng was stunned by Song Wu Zong's words. The Forbidden God world? That mysterious world where countless experts were imprisoned. If he remembered correctly, the seal he had opened on Lightning Dragon Island was the one that connected to the Forbidden God world. He had seen the 5 Yazis charge out of the Forbidden God world. After the 5 Yazis had left, Lin Feng had hurriedly left as well. As for whether or not some terrifying creature had come out of the Forbidden God world, Lin Feng didn't know. When he heard that the 5 demons of Blue Underworld Mountain were creatures that had come out of the Forbidden God world, he was shocked. Could it be that these guys were also released by him? When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had accidentally released the 5 devils from the Forbidden God world. If that was really the case, it would be a huge mistake. Of course, Lin Feng didn't want to release the 5 devils. When he had opened the seal, he didn't know where it led to. "Did you guys come from the Lightning Dragon Sea region?" Lin Feng asked. The 5 devils were stunned. "That's right. We came from the Lightning Dragon Island." "How did you know?" When the 5 devils had appeared, Lin Feng had already left. Thus, the experts who had escaped from the Forbidden God world hadn't seen Lin Feng. Thus, they were puzzled. They didn't know how Lin Feng knew where they had come from. Lin Feng said, "I was the one who opened the seal." The 5 devils of Dark Abyss Mountain were somewhat surprised. Song Wuzong said, "I didn't think that there would be such a connection. It seems like we are fated." Song Wuxian was the leader of the 5 demons of Songming Mountain. He narrowed his eyes and said to Lin Feng, "Since we managed to escape thanks to you, we'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the members of the Snow Clan and we'll spare your life." "Is that so?" Lin Feng's lips curled up in a cold smile. Song Wuxian said, "Something's not right. This kid is stalling for time." Attack! Songming Mountain's 5 devils' faces suddenly sank, and all of them attacked the ancient starship Xianyuan. The 5 devils were heaven-defying. If they besieged the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship, they might really be able to break through the ancient starry sky ship. Once the 5 devils broke through the Xuanyuan's defenses, the Xianyuan would be destroyed. Then, the 30,000 Snow Clan members on the Xianyuan would die tragically. Lin Feng had already thought of that when the other 4 demons of Songming Mountain had appeared. These fellows were indeed too powerful. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have any plans to continue fighting with the 5 devils of Azure Underworld Mountain. While he was conversing with the 5 devils of Songming Mountain, he had already begun to set up a grand formation in secret. The 5 devils of Songming Mountain were too confident in themselves. They felt that no matter what little tricks Lin Feng did, it would not be able to escape their eyes. However, the reality was that the 5 devils of Azure Underworld Mountain had underestimated Lin Feng's ability. As the successor of the Celestial Master Taoism, if Lin Feng couldn't set up the Great Void Formation under the guise of the heavens, he would be able to do so. If that were the case, then he would be a failure as the successor of the Celestial Master Taoism. By the time the 5 devils of Songming Mountain realized that something was wrong, Lin Feng had already quietly set up the Great Array. The void array Lin Feng set up was a spacetime teleportation array. He had set up 2 spacetime transference grand arrays. The first spacetime transference grand array enveloped the 5 devils of Blue Underworld Mountain. The second spacetime transference grand array enveloped the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The 2 spacetime transference grand arrays moved the 5 devils of Blue Underworld Mountain and the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship in opposite directions. If the 5 devils of Blue Underworld Mountain hadn't been too confident in themselves and didn't guard against Lin Feng, with their strength, they might have been able to discover that Lin Feng was secretly setting up a grand formation. If they had tried to stop Lin Feng at that time, Lin Feng's plan would have failed. But it was already too late. The spacetime transference grand array wrapped around the 5 devils of Blue Underworld Mountain. Not good. The faces of the 5 devils of Blue Underworld Mountain turned incomparably gloomy. Shua, in the next moment, a light flashed and the 5 devils of Blue Underworld Mountain were teleported out. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was also teleported out. Both sides were teleported in opposite directions. The distance between the 2 sides was a total of 200 miles. It was such a long distance. The 5 devils of Blue Underworld Mountain wanted to catch up to Lin Feng and the others. 10 days later, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship finally arrived at the Snow Clan's ancestral land. The Snow Clan's ancestral land was located in the Arctic frigid land, where the temperature was -99,000 degrees Celsius. Even Lin Feng was shivering from the cold here, let alone other cultivators. However, the people of the Snow Clan weren't affected. The colder the place, the more comfortable it was for the Snow Clan. The Arctic frigid land was basically a place where no one would come, because the temperature here was too cold. Even a giant God Realm expert would freeze to death if they stayed here for too long. In addition, there were many powerful fierce beasts running amok here. There were also many terrifying restrictions scattered in every corner of the Arctic frigid land. If one encountered these fierce beasts or restrictions, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Such a dangerous place was naturally unfrequented by humans. There were 3 clan elders guarding the Snow Clan's ancestral land. Apart from them, there was no one else. These 3 clan elders were different from the 2 old men guarding the pagoda. Their strength wasn't outstanding. Lin Feng sensed that the 3 of them should be in the heavenly god realm. This kind of cultivation could only be considered average. The Snow Clan's crisis was already set in stone. Fortunately, there's a place like this that can protect our clan, so that we won't lose our heritage. One of the clan elders muttered to himself. He led the way and arranged a place for everyone to stay. Let's rest for a day before we leave. Shuizime looked at Lin Feng lovingly, biting her red lips. Lin Feng had originally wanted to return to Snow City directly, but after thinking about it, it didn't seem to be a bad idea to wait a day. In that case, it wouldn't be too late to rest for a day and return. He nodded. Shuizime's eyes were like silk, and she seemed very happy. Shuizihua noticed the change in expression between Lin Feng and Shuizime. She couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. After arranging a place to stay, the men and women of the Snow Clan gathered together to worship their ancestors. There was a huge ancestral hall here, where the ancestors of the Snow Clan were worshipped. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretical holiness saint had nothing to do, so they followed along. The first ancestor of the Snow Clan was a woman. She was known as the Snow Goddess. Rumor had it that she was a spirit born in the snow, and later cultivated her cultivation. The Snow Goddess's origins are extremely great. Rumor has it that she was a close friend of the Master of Gods. Duzu said. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin. He suddenly thought of the immortal ancient cemetery. The place where the Master of Gods was buried. In the immortal ancient era. An expert who dominated the world. The expert who created the immortal cultivation system. The word immortal didn't originally exist. The Master of Gods had created this word, and he divided the realm of immortal. He defined the cultivation system above the Great Emperor. This was after the fall of a Xiantian life form. The first expert to break through the shackles of the Great Emperor, and break through to the immortal realm. There were far too many rumors about the Master of Gods. Lin Feng hadn't expected the Snow Goddess to be a close friend of the Master of Gods. We pray for the ancestors to protect the Snow Clan. Let the Snow Clan continue to exist. We pray for the ancestors to protect the Snow Clan. Let the Snow Clan continue to exist. We pray for the ancestors to protect the Snow Clan. Let the Snow Clan have new strong cultivators. Let the Snow Clan become strong again. We won't be bullied anymore. Under the leadership of the 3 elders, the members of the Snow Clan were praying sincerely. They hoped that the ancestors would bring them good luck. Said Duzu. In the Snow Clan, the strongest cultivators are women. Maybe it has something to do with the inheritance of the Snow Clan. Lin Feng agreed. The Snow Goddess was a fairy born in the snow. She was the first person to have appeared in the Snow Clan. She was a woman. Perhaps, starting from the Snow Goddess, the destiny of the Snow Clan had been decided by the women. Actually, as time passed, the Snow Clan had started to have outstanding cultivators. Most of them were women. Of course, it didn't mean that the Snow Clan's men weren't strong. Nothing was absolute in the long history of the Snow Clan. In the long history of the Snow Clan, there had been some strong men, but they hadn't been able to dominate the Snow Clan. After the ceremony, everybody dispersed. Most of the Snow Clan's clansmen had gone back to rest during this period of time. When they arrived at the ancestral land of the Snow Clan, it was already evening. Therefore, by the time the ritual ended, the sky had already darkened. At night, Shuizime went to Lin Feng. I haven't had a chance to be alone with you. Have you been well? Asked Shuizime. Everything's fine. Lin Feng nodded. Late at night. Lin Feng faintly heard a song. In the season of flowers blooming and withering. I walked in the mountains. You appeared there. The sun shone on your resolute face. You were so handsome. You asked me what I was called? I didn't know I had a name until now. I didn't know how to answer you. I just stood there and looked at you. You called me Ah Shui. You held my hand as we strolled through the mountains. No matter how many years have passed, I will never forget meeting you in that empty valley after the rain, getting to know you. When the song started playing, Lin Feng woke up with a start. The song in the middle of the night reverberated in his mind. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng didn't disturb Shuizime. He got up and walked outside. Who is singing so late at night? He muttered to himself. Duzu and the heretical dominator saint got up after hearing the noise. They walked out of the room and into the courtyard. Can you guys hear the song? Lin Feng asked. Singing? Duzu and the evil dominator saint were surprised. Then, they shook their heads and said, I didn't hear any singing. Lin Feng nodded and said, go back and sleep. Duzu and the evil dominator saint went back. Lin Feng stood in the middle of the courtyard, looking at lone moon. There were no stars in the surroundings, and the lonely moon seemed so cold. My name is Ah Shui. I met you in that empty valley after the rain. We held hands as we walked through the flowers. I asked you how long you loved me. You said forever. After Duzu and the evil dominator saint left, Lin Feng was alone. That singing voice sounded once again. Lin Feng followed the song out of the courtyard. Finally, he came to the ancestral hall of the Snow Clan's ancestral land. In the darkness, the moonlight shone down. A woman in snow-white clothes stood in the small square in front of the ancestral hall. Her back was to Lin Feng. She was singing. She sang that beautiful song. That song. It contained the longing and memories of her lover. When Lin Feng arrived, he saw Lin Feng. She didn't continue singing. Who are you? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He looked at the woman curiously. He didn't expect the woman to walk into the ancestral hall after hearing Lin Feng's voice. Lin Feng chased her all the way into the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was filled with spirit tablets. Those spirit tablets were obviously the ancestors of the Snow Clan. Whoosh! There was a flash of light. A figure flashed into the inner hall. Lin Feng chased after her. But when he arrived, he didn't see anyone. He only saw a jade talisman. A snow-white jade talisman. When he saw the jade talisman, Lin Feng's eyes twitched violently. Martial talisman, it was actually a martial talisman. Lin Feng had collected 3 bluestone talismans before, and then he had combined the 3 talismans into one. After absorbing the power of the bluestone martial talisman, his martial soul had completed its evolution. After that, Lin Feng collected 2 more fire demon martial talismans. But there was still a fire demon martial talisman left in the starry sky world. Lin Feng hadn't been able to find the 3rd fire demon martial talisman. If he could find the 3rd fire demon martial talisman, then Lin Feng's martial soul would be able to evolve again. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that he would see a 3rd martial talisman here. He hurriedly picked up the martial talisman. Lin Feng's divine will entered it. A mass of information flowed into Lin Feng's mind. Snow God martial talisman. A martial talisman that accompanied the birth of the snow god. After the snow god died, the martial talisman split up. If he could find 3 snow god martial talismans, his martial soul could evolve once. And there was a certain chance of learning the snow god's supreme inheritance. Snow world collapse. Snow world. It was also one of the 3,000 great worlds. This divine ability was called Snow World Collapse. Could it be that once the divine ability was used, it could cause a great world to collapse? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Wasn't this too terrifying? Could it be that this move, Snow World Collapse, was an immortal technique? Lin Feng suddenly remembered that Duzu had said that the snow god was the master of God's confidant back then. Therefore, the snow god's true strength might be an immortal. if the snow god was an immortal. Then, the snow god's divine ability should be an immortal technique level divine ability. Lin Feng was about to leave. At this time, an old woman appeared in the main hall. "Young master, why did you come to the ancestral hall so late at night?" the old woman asked. Seeing this old woman, Lin Feng's expression suddenly froze. Who was this person? This old woman wasn't among the 3 elders of the Snow Clan. Could this be a hidden expert of the Snow Clan? When the Snow Clan entered the ancestral land, this old woman didn't appear. But now she appeared. What was her purpose? Lin Feng couldn't help but guess. His expression also became slightly serious. Because Lin Feng felt that this old woman had suddenly appeared. She must have some unspeakable secret. This junior wasn't in the mood to sleep, so I walked into the ancestral hall. If I've offended you, please forgive me. This junior didn't mean to. Lin Feng said. The old woman said. I didn't mean to offend you. Perhaps it's your fortune to be able to come here and obtain the snow god talisman. Clearly, Lin Feng hadn't managed to hide the fact that he had obtained the snow god talisman from the old woman. The old woman continued, Go back. Don't tell anyone that you saw me. Yes, this junior will remember. Lin Feng said hurriedly. He then bowed to the old woman before leaving. After Lin Feng left, the old woman entered a room deep in the ancestral hall. There was a memorial tablet in the room. The words Snow God Shui Yulua were written on the tablet. Clearly, Shui Yulua was the name of the snow god. The snow god and the Lord of Gods met on a rainy afternoon. This was the origin of the name Yulua. The snow god was a spirit born in the snow, so her surname was Shui. The Lord of Gods liked to call the snow god Shui. Of course, when they met. He wasn't the Lord of Gods yet. She wasn't the snow god either. At that time, they were still very young. For love. They were filled with anticipation and longing. No matter how strong they were. There were times when they were young. There were times when they could give up everything for love. Ancestor, your prophecy has come true. The descendant of the Lord of Gods has appeared and taken away the snow god talisman. In your prophecy, you said that if the descendant of the Lord of Gods appeared and took away the talisman, the gods would reappear in the world in the near future. They would follow the descendant of the Lord of Gods and carry the banner of resistance against the Armageddon War. The old woman muttered to herself, Who exactly is this old woman? She's guarding the ancestral hall and doesn't allow me to tell anyone. Does the Snow Clan not know of her existence? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The Snow Clan was filled with secrets. This clan was too ancient. Usually, ancient clans like them were filled with secrets. However, with the passage of time, the once powerful Snow tribe also weakened. The next day, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint set out to return. Be careful. Everyone sent Lin Feng off. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Feng said. He didn't stay for long, and he left with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign Saint on the Xianyuan ancient starship. On the way back, the Xianyuan Starry Sky ancient Starry Sky ship carried the 3 of them. Therefore, the ship's speed increased a lot, and it only took them 7 days to return to the Snow City. The Cultivator army still had not besieged Snow City. Lin Feng knew that the other party was definitely waiting for an opportunity. My lords, the spaceship that left has suddenly returned and entered Snow City. The great elder of the ice race came to report. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. The 5 devils of Sungming Mountain revealed cold killing intent on their faces. When had they ever been schemed against? However, he was tricked by Lin Feng. This made the 5 devils of Sungming Mountain lose a lot of face, and they had endless killing intent towards Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng had returned, the 5 of them couldn't wait to charge into Snow City and kill Lin Feng. However, the 5 of them knew that now was not the time to make a move, so they didn't act rashly. Seal off Snow City. Now only entry is allowed, no exit is allowed. Song Wuzong ordered. Yes, my lord, this little one will go and give the order now. The great elder of the ice race hurriedly said and then quickly left. Lin Feng returned to the space of the demon suppression pagoda. The people of the snow race have returned to their ancestral land, he said. The 2 old men guarding the pagoda heaved a sigh of relief. Keek, it's useless. Don't forget that some people have betrayed the snow race and are now cooperating with the ice race. Using the blood of these people to build the demon pagoda can also unlock the seal. The spirit of the demon pagoda laughed sinisterly. The spirit of the demon pagoda was very sensitive to what was happening outside. It could even be described as the back of its hand. It even knew that Xue Qianwu had led a group of snow race members and the cultivator army to betray the snow race. Thinking of Xue Qianwu and the others, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Boom, 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 suddenly, a powerful demonic light shot out from the demon pagoda and into the clouds. Earth-shattering waves of energy swept across the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The demon pagoda began to madly attack the 9 thick chains that locked the pagoda. The 9 emperor runes on the chains awakened. Therefore, it attacked the chain several times. The demon pagoda couldn't break the 9 chains. Break! 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 A loud roar could be heard. The spirit of the demon pagoda revealed itself. It was a mysterious existence shrouded in darkness. It was impossible to see what kind of existence it was. It roared at the sky again and again. The time has come. Attack! The 5 devils of Songming Mountain flew out. Woo, 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 the sound of a bugle horn resounded outside. Attack! 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 Then, a loud roar could be heard. The 5 million cultivators outside began to attack the city. City breaching ballistae. Formation breaching dragon chariot. And so on. All kinds of large-scale siege weapons were used. Snow City naturally defended with all its might. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. I'll go outside and take a look, Lin Feng shouted and rushed outside. He saw a black mass of cultivators surrounding Snow City. Young master, the enemy has too many cultivators. Moreover, there are experts like the 5 devils of Songming Mountain. I'm afraid Snow City will be breached soon. Du Zhu said in a deep voice. How many people are there in Snow City? Lin Feng asked. About 1 million people. Among them, there are 300,000 cultivators and 700,000 residents. Du Zhu said. Snow City definitely won't be able to hold on. Once the city is breached, the whole city will be massacred. It seems like we have no choice but to move. Lin Feng said. It won't be easy to move 1 million people away. The evil dominator sage said. Lin Feng waved his right hand. Glass bottles flew out one after another. The glass bottles were half filled with water. Apart from the half-filled bottles of water, there was an ancient ship sealed in each of the glass bottles. This is... Du Zhu was shocked. The evil dominator sage said, Are these the ancient warships obtained from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace's treasury? Lin Feng nodded and said, That's right. When the 9th Evil Dragon Palace was destroyed, we obtained a batch of ancient warships that we haven't used yet. There are about 500 of them. I kept 100 of them for myself in case of emergencies. I didn't expect to find a use for them today. An ancient warship like this can easily accommodate 30,000 people. We only need 30 of them to move the people of Snow City. Lin Feng gathered the cultivator army and organized the residents of Snow City to board the ancient warships. The only thing they had to worry about now was whether or not the cultivator army would launch a frenzied attack on the ancient warships. Keep in mind that if so many cultivators were to launch a frenzied attack on these ships, many of them would be destroyed. However, Lin Feng did not have time to think about that. A large number of residents boarded the ancient warships. The cultivator army's attacks were getting fiercer. Snow City's restrictions would not be able to last for long. Therefore, Lin Feng made use of the time to get everyone to board the ancient warships. The 2 of you will lead everyone to break out of the encirclement. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint. What about you, young master? Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint asked. I'll stay. The devil pagoda has appeared. I need to see what will happen next. Take the people of Snow City and leave for now. Wait for things to calm down before returning to Snow City. Lin Feng said. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint knew that Lin Feng was a very opinionated person. Since Lin Feng had made up his mind, they could not change Lin Feng's decision. Crack, crack, the restrictions covering Snow City began to shatter. Let's go! Lin Feng shouted. Rumble, under the lead of the Xianyuan ancient ship, 33 ancient warships soared into the sky. Then, they crushed the void and flew into the distance. These ancient warships were covered in restrictions. They could fly in the air, sail on the sea, and even enter the deep sea. The fleet chose a place with fewer cultivators to break out of the encirclement. Crack, crack, finally, the grand formation protecting Snow City was completely destroyed. Kill, earth-shaking shouts rang out. Then, a large number of cultivators swarmed toward Snow City. Fire, the temporary captains of the ancient warships gave the order to fire. The Xianyuan ancient ship was at the front. A dense barrage of spirit stone cannonballs shot out and exploded in the crowd. In an instant, broken limbs were everywhere. It was unknown how many cultivators were killed. Humph, you want to break out of the encirclement? No way. Destroy that fleet, Song Wuzong sneered. Army, attack, roars rang out. A large number of cultivators rushed toward the ancient warships. A huge battle broke out between the two sides. Many cultivators were killed by the spirit stone shells. However, some ancient warships were also destroyed by the cultivators. Snow City's cultivators and citizens were slaughtered. This was war. War was always cruel. Let's go and check the Devil Pagoda. Song Wuzong, the 5 devils of Song Wuzong flew quickly. They didn't care about the cultivators' life and death. They were only concerned about whether the demonic pagoda could escape or not. We can't, Song bang. Bang, in the next moment, they were sent flying by the force of the demonic tower. The 2 old men spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces as pale as paper. No one can trap me. Ha 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 ha, after so many years, I'm finally going to break free. The Devil Pagoda's spirit let out a long roar. Following that, the Devil Pagoda that was chained by the 9 chains began to grow bigger and bigger. It didn't take long for the pagoda to reach a height of 100,000 meters. The Black Pagoda gave off a chilling aura. Runes covered the surface of the pagoda. These runes were very mysterious and ancient. Lin Feng didn't dare to look at them carefully. If he continued to stare at those runes, Lin Feng felt like his head was about to split open. The Devil Pagoda's spirit appeared. He had turned into a dark demonic beast. The dark demonic beast's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but he could see a pair of blood-red eyes and 2 large horns. All these years of waiting weren't in vain. The Devil Pagoda's spirit roared excitedly. Hurry up and use the Snow Clan's blood to water the pagoda and help me break free. The Devil Pagoda's spirit shouted. Cultivators, listen to my order. Slaughter all the Snow Clan's people. Song Wuxian shouted. After receiving Song Wuxian's order, many cultivators abandoned the ancient warships they were attacking and began to surround the Snow Clan's cultivators. Go, Du Zhu shouted. He led the fleet to break out. In the end, the fleet paid the price of losing 5 ancient warships and successfully broke out. This was also thanks to the enemy's cultivators killing each other. Most of the cultivators gave up on attacking the ancient warships. If these cultivators continued to attack the ancient warships, more ancient warships would be destroyed. More people would die. We are allies. Why are you killing us? Many Snow Clan's people roared unwillingly. These people began to break out under Xue Qianwu's lead. But Xue Qianwu only led a group of about 5,000 people. How could they break out from the army? Moreover, the cultivators that Xue Qianwu took away had betrayed her. If they continued to follow Xue Qianwu, they would only die. When faced with a choice between life and loyalty, these cultivators chose life without hesitation. Pooh! 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 A large number of Snow Clan's cultivators were killed. Ha 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 ha, this is great. This is the smell of Snow Clan's blood. The Devil Pagoda's spirit roared excitedly. Why is this happening? I want to become the head of Snow Clan. I want to become the head of Snow Clan. Xue Qianwu roared hysterically. Her dream was to become the head of Snow Clan. In order to become the head of Snow Clan, she even betrayed the Snow Clan. But now, the reality was too cruel. Xue Qianwu could not accept it. Die. A cultivator charged towards Xue Qianwu, wielding a blood-red saber as he slashed towards Xue Qianwu's head. When Xue Qianwu regained her senses, it was already too late to dodge. She laughed bitterly. She did not expect her ending to be like this. She schemed to become the head of Snow Clan. But in the end, she ended up in such a miserable state. It was really sad and laughable. Pooh! Suddenly, a head flew into the sky and blood splattered everywhere. The cultivator who attacked Xue Qianwu died. His headless corpse fell from the sky. Then, Xue Qianwu saw a familiar face. Lin Feng. She naturally remembered him. "Why did you save me?" Xue Qianwu asked. She really did not know why Lin Feng saved her. In the past, Xue Qianwu even tried to kill Lin Feng. However, she failed. There was only resentment between the two of them. There was no friendship. Hence, Xue Qianwu did not know why Lin Feng saved her. "I said that you will become my slave. Now that you have not become my slave, how can I let you die?" Lin Feng looked at Xue Qianwu's beautiful face and said. Lin Feng was her savior, but when she saw Lin Feng's handsome face, Xue Qianwu only had one thought in her mind. That was to send this bastard flying into outer space with a single punch. The gratitude she had for Lin Feng for saving her was all thrown out the window because of Lin Feng's words. Look, that kid is really a sentimental person. He actually ran into the army to save that woman called Xue Qianwu. Song Wuzong pointed at Lin Feng's direction with a mocking and disdainful expression on his face. In his opinion, if one wanted to achieve great success on the path of cultivation, one should have no distractions. Women were an important factor that hindered one's cultivation. Lin Feng's actions had already fallen to the bottom in Song Wuzong's eyes. The other four demons glanced at Lin Feng with a cold glint in their eyes. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. Now that they saw Lin Feng, they naturally wanted to get rid of Lin Feng immediately. "Shoot that brat to death," Song Wuxian ordered. The densely packed cultivator army took out their specially made magic bows and magic arrows. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a dense barrage of arrows shot out. They were even denser than rain. Those arrows were all enchanted with arrays and were extremely powerful. Xue Qianwu's face turned as white as paper when she saw those arrows. "We're dead," she said with a trembling voice. If she could live, Xue Qianwu didn't want to die. Although this woman was ambitious, she also cherished her life. She hadn't lived enough yet. "What are you afraid of?" Lin Feng said indifferently. He took out the purple gold heavenly ball, a defensive magic treasure. The purple gold heavenly ball was activated. Suddenly, a large amount of divine light gushed out and enveloped him and Xue Qianwu. Lin Feng grabbed Xue Qianwu's hand and rushed into the distance. A large number of arrows were blocked by the defensive divine light released by the purple gold heavenly sphere. Having a top-notch defensive magic treasure could save one's life in many cases. Just like now. The surrounding cultivators, on the other hand, were not as lucky. When the dense rain of arrows fell, it caused an indiscriminate attack. It not only attacked Lin Feng and Xue Qianwu, but also the cultivator army that wanted to surround Lin Feng and Xue Qianwu. Lin Feng and Xue Qianwu were protected by the purplish gold heavenly sphere. Thus, they were not harmed. However, the surrounding cultivators did not have such a powerful defensive magic treasure. Puff. 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 Following a series of tearing sounds and miserable screams, a large number of cultivators were killed by the arrows fired by their own side. These people probably couldn't believe that they had died just like that. They were really unwilling. But even if he was unwilling, what could he do? War was merciless. On the other hand, the 5 devils of Songming Mountain were even more ruthless. They simply didn't care about the life and death of the cultivator army. If they cared about their life and death, they wouldn't give the order to fire the arrows. Lin Feng and Xue Qianwu rushed out of the encirclement. Song Wuzong scolded, "That brat really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. I will personally kill him." Song Wuxuan said, "That brat is not worth mentioning. The most important thing now is to release the Devil Pagoda. Everything else is secondary." Song Wuzong, who originally wanted to go to Lin Feng, could only nod his head. Among the 5 devils of Songming Mountain, Song Wuxuan was the boss. He was only ranked 5th. Naturally, he had to listen to the boss. 5,000 Snow Clan cultivators were killed. Shui Qianwu's face was pale as she watched this scene from afar. Her hands were tightly clenched together. If not for me, they wouldn't have died. Shui Qianwu gritted her teeth and said. Lin Feng said indifferently, they deserved to die. Traitors shouldn't have a good ending. You cold-blooded animal. Shui Qianwu stared fiercely at Lin Feng. Am I wrong? Lin Feng said indifferently, traitors are the most despicable. Especially when they betrayed their own clansmen. That's even more despicable. I will kill you first. Shui Qianwu slapped her palm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly suppressed Shui Qianwu and threw her into the 4 vicious cauldrons to accompany Su Miaoqing. Blood cast. Songming Mountain's 5 devils shouted. The Snow Clan cultivators' corpses were thrown above the Devil Pagoda. Bang bang bang, the corpses exploded. They turned into blood rain. It descended. The blood rain poured onto the Devil Pagoda, onto the 9 chains and onto the Emperor runes. The Devil Pagoda, the 9 chains that locked the Devil Pagoda, and the 9 thick Emperor runes on the 9 chains. They were all absorbing the blood rain. Lin Feng looked at this scene indifferently. Just like what he said to Shui Qianwu, he hated traitors. Especially traitors who betrayed their own clansmen. This made Lin Feng feel even more disgusted and hateful. Lin Feng would not sympathize with them no matter how miserable their fate was. Boom boom boom, as the Devil Pagoda absorbed the blood of the Snow Clan cultivators. An even more terrifying energy surged out from the Devil Pagoda. That energy could destroy the heavens and earth. It was shocking. It was moving. Lin Feng took a deep breath. It seemed that the curse was about to come true. Using the blood of the Snow Clan cultivators to cast the Devil Pagoda. At that time, the Devil Pagoda would be born. It was obvious that the Devil Pagoda was about to be born. Crack crack, meanwhile, the 9 thick chains that bound the demonic pagoda were breaking apart. Even the 9 Emperor runes on the chain were cracking non-stop. The Devil Pagoda soared into the sky. It wanted to break the chains and the Emperor runes. However, after several attempts, it ended in failure. The chains and the Emperor runes. They could not be broken so easily. Not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. I want blood, more blood. If there is no blood of the Snow Clan, then use the blood of ordinary people to cast the Devil Pagoda. The Devil Pagoda's spirit roared. However, this time, the 5 devils did not follow the pagoda's instructions. What are you lowly servants waiting for? Why aren't you following my orders? The Devil Pagoda's spirit looked coldly at the 5 devils. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Why did the Devil Pagoda call the 5 devils slaves? This made him somewhat puzzled. The Demon Lord seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. He said, the Demon Lord is the Lord of all demons, so all demons are slaves in front of the Demon Lord. As the spirit of the Demon Lord's natal treasure, it is not strange for the pagoda's spirit to see other demons as slaves. Lin Feng said. But this fellow forgot that the Demon Lord is dead. Keek keek, at that moment, a gloomy voice resounded between heaven and earth. Crack crack. Then, the void cracked. The other demonic pagoda flew out. Another devil tower. Lin Feng stared at the flying devil tower in shock. Wait. These 2 devil towers were originally one. Is the second devil tower the part that escaped back then? Lin Feng quickly understood what was going on. Back then, the devil tower had been cut in 2. One had been suppressed. The other had escaped. Now, the 2 devil towers were reunited. Milord. When the second Devil Pagoda appeared, the 5 devils of Songming Mountain bowed towards it. No need for formalities. The second Devil Tower said. Between heaven and earth, not a sound could be heard. Everyone's gaze turned towards the 2 demonic pagodas. These 2 devil towers, they were mysterious and unfathomable. They were incomparably powerful. Everyone was silently waiting for this situation to develop. Thus, they all felt that these 2 devil towers were not easy to deal with. A tower spirit has actually appeared. The first devil tower spirit said coldly. The second devil tower also manifested a devil tower spirit. What surprised Lin Feng was that the second devil tower spirit was exactly the same as the first devil tower spirit. Even the form of the devil tower spirit is an imitation of mine. It seems that your accomplishments are destined to be limited. The first devil tower spirit said. The second devil tower spirit said sinisterly, "This is because I want to devour you and let the two devil towers fuse into one. That way, the devil towers will be restored to their former appearance. You want to devour me with just your strength? How laughable. Who do you think you are?" The first devil tower spirit said disdainfully, not showing any respect to the second devil tower spirit. This is no longer your era. You're still trapped, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? You're simply courting death, the second devil tower spirit sneered. The spirit of the first demonic pagoda said, "If it's not my era, could it be the era of an imposter like you? Remember this, imposters will always be imposters. They can never replace the real thing." The spirit of the second devil pagoda mocked, "Do you know why the 5 devils of Azure Underworld Mountain would rather help me than you? It's because you're too self-righteous. Now that the devil lord is dead, you're no longer the high and mighty spirit of the devil pagoda that followed by the devil lord's side. You're now just a lowly prisoner, yet you're still flaunting your prowess. Who are you showing off to? You don't even have the slightest bit of self-awareness. You're destined to be abandoned by everyone. They're just a bunch of lowly slaves. Why would I care about them?" The spirit of the first demonic tower sneered. The expressions of the 5 devils of Tsangming Mountain were extremely ugly. The spirit of the first demonic pagoda was clearly cursing the 5 of them as lowly slaves. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. The spirit of the first devil pagoda was truly arrogant. As expected of an existence that followed the devil lord. The devil master had been dead for who knew how many years. This guy's arrogance had yet to be toned down. The spirit of the first demonic tower continued, "I am a god that was born after the devil lord gathered Xianpin Qi and fused it with the great age heavenly Tao origin immortal Qi. You, on the other hand, are merely an artifact spirit born from a broken demonic tower. In front of me, you're just a lowly existence. If you submit to me now, I can give you a chance to attach yourself to another treasure. Otherwise, you'll die without a proper burial." The spirit of the second demonic tower sneered. "Aren't you being too self-righteous? So what if you're a god? God sounds nice, but isn't it still the spirit of a demonic tower? How much higher level can you be compared to me?" Artifact spirits and gods were essentially the same. The only difference was that gods were stronger and of a higher level. Artifact spirits were more common, while gods were rarer. Of course, artifact spirits could evolve. When artifact spirits continued to evolve, they would have the chance to evolve into a higher level god. However, the path of evolution for artifact spirits was much more difficult. A lowly artifact spirit naturally can't compare to a noble god. It's like comparing a beggar to an emperor. You're just asking for humiliation. The spirit of the first demonic tower sneered. It was as arrogant as ever, looking down on the spirit of the second demonic tower. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. The spirit of the first demonic tower was really arrogant. However, this fellow was still trapped, yet it was already so arrogant. Would it die a horrible death? I can't be bothered to talk so much nonsense with you. Today is the day you die. The spirit of the second demonic tower sneered. Boom, immediately after, the spirit of the second demonic tower attacked. A palm strike struck the spirit of the first demonic tower. The spirit of the first demonic tower wasn't to be outdone. It attacked as well. It attacked the spirit of the second demonic tower. Bang, both sides collided. The spirit of the first demonic tower was actually pushed back by the spirit of the second demonic tower. The spirit of the first demonic tower's expression changed abruptly, as if it couldn't believe that it had been pushed back. The spirit of the second demonic tower said, "What? Do you find it strange? You've been trapped for so many years, so it's only natural that your strength has weakened. You are no longer my match. Once I devour you, I will evolve into a new god, and you will become a thing of the past. When the demonic towers become one, who can contend against me?" The spirit of the second demonic tower was about to attack again. However, the spirit of the first demonic tower hurriedly returned to the tower. What's going on? Not fighting because of fear? You want to defend to the death? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The current situation was indeed very unfavorable for the spirit of the first demonic tower. It had been trapped for so many years. It still hadn't escaped. Moreover, it had no helpers. It wasn't like the spirit of the second demonic tower, which had experts like the 5 demons of Ashen Underworld Mountain helping it. No matter how one looked at it, the spirit of the first demonic tower would lose this battle. Thus, the spirit of the first demonic tower had chosen to avoid the battle and take a defensive stance. In fact, this was the most correct method. However, if it just focused on defense, it didn't seem like a wise choice. It's useless. Even if you take a defensive stance, you won't be able to prevent the fate of being devoured. The spirit of the second demonic tower sneered. Then, he began to chant an incantation. As he chanted the incantation, the body of the first demonic tower actually burned fiercely. This is a sacrificial technique? He couldn't help but be shocked. He had cultivated the great sacrificial technique. Thus, he more or less had some understanding of sacrificial techniques. The demon lord said, he's using the blood of the Snow Clan cultivators that the demonic tower just absorbed as a sacrifice. He probably wants to use the sacrificial method to defeat the spirit of the first demonic tower. What a good plan, what a good plan. The demonic tower was bathed in blood, but it didn't let the spirit of the first demonic tower escape. The spirit of the first demonic tower was happy for nothing. Now, the blood it absorbed is going to become a sacrifice for the sacrificial technique, becoming something that will take its life. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He was very impressed by the spirit of the second demonic tower scheme. The spirit of the first demonic tower had obviously been tricked by the spirit of the second demonic tower. This time it was likely that it would be doomed eternally. End of chapter 2255. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.